The gauzy bed curtains were warm paper-cut blossoms glowed red. The double happiness character was pasted by the bedhead, the wax tears on the dressing table candles long since dried. Gazing at the youthful face in the mirror, Zhou Yuan fully merged with the memories and finally accepted the fact that he had crossed into another life. He could not help but sigh. In his previous life he had been a titan who stirred storms, yet now he had become a humble Livian son-in-law. All the same, that was not so bad. Having had his fill of scheming and intrigue, the prospect of a leisurely life held its own quiet allure. As for that wife who looked down on him, if they could simply leave each other alone, that would be the best outcome. Just as this thought surfaced, the door was pushed open and two women stepped in with measured footsteps. The one in front was a little maid of 15 or 16 dressed in a mint green outfit, her hair tied into small braids, carrying a basin of hot water. Her round cheeks were sweet with two small dimples. Tilting her head, she said, "Young master, freshen up a bit. In a while you must go offer tea." Zhou Yuan nodded instinctively, but his gaze slipped past her to the woman behind. Tall and slender, she wore a goose-yellow gown veiled with fine white gauze that could not conceal her graceful curves. Her hair was coiled up, her skin fair, her features exquisitely carved like a classical immortal stepping out of a painting. Zhao Jianjia, 19 years old, the foremost talented woman and beauty of Yunzhou, was indeed as lovely as in his memories. Zhou Yuan had seen many beauties in his last life, yet none possessed the otherworldly grace that Zhao Jianjia did. "Has the wine worn off?" Her voice was clear yet tinged with a faint coolness. Calmly she said, "If you are sober, then it is time to speak of serious matters." Zhou Yuan understood well enough and nodded. Whatever you have to say, just say it." His ready attitude actually took Zhao Jianjia somewhat by surprise. She did not dwell on it but spoke directly. "My father and your esteemed father were classmates. In former years they shared deep affection and thus a marriage contract was made. Yet times have changed and the betrothal has become a farce. My father is unwilling to break his word and I cannot be unfilial. That is the reason for today." Zhou Yuan inclined his head slightly. The original Zhou Yuan's father had failed the examinations and died depressed, while Zhao Jianjia's father refused to bow to setbacks and finally ranked first in the imperial exam. He now served as the prefectural judge of Yunzhou. Though Zhou Yuan had studied diligently as a child, after his father's death he abandoned himself to decline, whereas Zhao Jianjia was extraordinarily gifted and brimming with talent. The gap between the two families had fully opened. The marriage contract was indeed no longer suitable. "You are a scholar," she said. "You need a path for your studies and a place to settle. And I am harried by constant urging to marry, unwilling to bear the name of unfilial daughter." Here Zhao Jianjia paused slightly, then continued slowly, "So this marriage benefits us both, only we must set down 3 rules. Zhou Yuan nodded. "Speak." Zhao Jianjia said, "First, though we bear the name of husband and wife, we shall not share a room. Second, each must cherish personal reputation and respect the other, neither may seek illicit affairs. Third, if either finds someone they truly favor, the other shall help fulfill that bond. When we part, we must not entangle or cling." In sum, it was 3 principles of no sharing a room, no betrayal, no entanglement. Zhou Yuan had no real objection, yet still felt it was not entirely secure. To avoid future trouble, he decided to add one more clause. "I agree. I accept them all." Hearing this, Zhao Jianjia turned her gaze to Zhou Yuan, clear eyes filled with astonishment. She had thought this man would be unwilling, now it seemed he possessed not even the most basic masculine pride. Thus her gaze grew all the more contemptuous. Zhou Yuan, however, added calmly, "In addition, one more rule: we shall not interfere in anything the other does as long as it remains within those principles." Zhao Jianjia's heart stirred. She had not thought of this before, now it seemed quite necessary. Only. Why would he take the initiative to propose it? Was he considering me? "It is acceptable," she said, "but I wish to know why." Unable to hold back, Zhao Jianjia voiced the question. Only after wiping his face did Zhou Yuan reply, "Because I do not wish to do things I do not want to do, such as work, studying, social obligations and the like." Zhao Jianjia's expression shifted, her brows knitting. "You are unwilling to study. You are of humble birth. If you do not strive and toil at your books, then what do you intend to do?" Zhou Yuan said, "Drink tea and bask in the sunfish while listening to storytellers play chess and watch operas. Are any of those not more interesting than studying?" His words left Zhao Jianjia utterly stunned. She took a long while to steady herself, then drew a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, "So you came to the Zhao residence merely to enjoy a life of ease?" Zhou Yuan thought for a moment before saying, "Here there is no worry over food and drink, and you are so beautiful. I have no reason not to marry into your family." His words were utterly frank, without the least falsehood. Zhao Jianjia was so incensed she laughed, nodding repeatedly. "Yes. Yes. This face of mine indeed does you no dishonor. For someone as pitiable as you with no ambition at all, what is there for me to negotiate? Once I find a man I truly favor, I shall simply dismiss you." Zhou Yuan asked in puzzlement, "Even if I were lofty of ambition, wouldn't you still dismiss me then?" Zhao Jianjia's breath caught. It did seem to make sense. Yet somehow his words were infuriating. She raised her voice. So you choose to abandon yourself entirely. If one day you place your name atop the gold list, what if I, Zhou Jinjia, were willing to be your true wife? Should you not show some real effort to move me? Zhou Yuan rubbed his chin, pondered for a long while, then shook his head. Forget it. It is too exhausting, he said at last. Zhou Yuan spoke solemnly. Studying itself is tiring, and after placing one's name on the gold list, serving as an official is tiring as well. As for winning your heart, he sighed. In truth, chasing a woman is what is most exhausting of all. Looking at Zhou Jinjia, he spread his hands. So I would rather simply lie flat, comfortably enjoying life. Is that not delightful? Zhou Jinjia's face turned pale. Clenching her small fist, she bit out, what a delightful life indeed. Fine. Remember what you have said. Just do not come bothering me, she added. Zhou Yuan, bring him to offer tea. Let us finish quickly. She stormed out in a fury while Zhou Yuan was still somewhat dazed. Honestly, every word I spoke was true. Is honesty a crime now, he muttered. Looking at the little maid Zhou Yuan, he asked doubtfully, is she on her monthly today? Originally Zhou Yuan had been just as stunned, but upon hearing this her small hand trembled in fright and her pretty face flushed scarlet. Young master, she exclaimed. Zhou Yuan said helplessly, you had better go offer the tea. Alas, even my lady's gentle temper can be driven away by you. Zhou Yuan widened his eyes. She has a gentle temper. I find her terribly proud, he said. She looks down on me yet expects me to grow according to her imagined path. Are little fairies of this era all like that? Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up and she burst into tinkling laughter. So young master does still like my lady. Little fairy, what a lovely compliment. Oh, so that was how she chose to understand him. Another point added today to his fear of women. Zhou Yuan waved his hand. Come, let us go see my honored father-in-law. Unable to hold back, he took long strides out of the room. The moment he pushed the door open, fresh air surged in. Warm sunlight bathed the earth. It was springtime with hundreds of flowers in bloom, grass growing, orioles flitting, everything proclaimed the beauty of this world. A brand new history, a brand new era, a brand new life. Zhou Yuan opened his arms, closed his eyes, drew in a deep breath and murmured, "World, I have come." Zhou Yuan, come out and die, you dog bastard. A furious roar suddenly rose from afar, brutally shattering Zhou Yuan's mood. That beast dares to marry our talented beauty Jinjia. He only stumbled into dog's head luck, all thanks to that dead father of his. Zhao goddess could never fancy him, she is merely forced by filial piety. They will never share a room. It must be a sham marriage. Poor Jinjia, left to guard a living widowhood. The clamor outside the residence gates left Zhou Yuan drenched in cold sweat. He turned to Zhou Yuan. What kind of rabble are these? Zhou Yuan only narrowed her eyes in a smile. My lady has many pursuers. They have been shouting since early morning and we cannot drive them away. They all wish to come in and comfort my lady. Zhou Yuan frowned. With such commotion, how am I supposed to live a quiet life? And what sort of people come to dig at the wall just after a wedding? They truly do not regard me as human. He turned back into the room and casually wrote a line of words. Then he said, Zhou Yuan, hang this outside and say it is a first line composed by your lady. Whoever matches it may come and whoever cannot should roll away at once. Zhou Yuan glanced at the desk and murmured, smoke locks the pondside willows. In the third courtyard's rear garden, peach blossoms were in full bloom. Sunlight streamed down as birds pecked at the cleared dew, occasionally startled into flight to alight upon the branches. Inside the cool pavilion, 3 young women were drinking tea, their spirits high. Jinjia, don't be upset. At the very least, uncle and aunt won't press you about marriage anymore. Yes, Jinjia, he's just a worthless man. Why should you care what kind of person he is? Sooner or later you'll be rid of him anyway. Since he agreed not to share a room with you, then just leave him to dry. At worst it only costs a bit of silver. Zhao Jinjia let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, it's not that I care about him. It's just that the scholars at the gate kept making a scene, even forcing father to come forward. It was far too humiliating. At those words the young woman beside her could no longer remain composed. Jinjia uncle truly deserves his reputation as a Zhuangyuan level talent. With a single offhand upper line he suppressed that whole group of scholars. Another young woman added, exactly. Before a Zhuangyuan, what kind of scholars are they? Smoke veils pond and willow, what a brilliant line. Speaking of this, Zhao Jinjia couldn't help but smile slightly. I never expected father to resolve it in such a way, but it truly was effective. One of the young women laughed. Jinjia, with your talent you should be able to give the matching lower line, shouldn't you? Zhao Jinjia, however, shook her head. Smoke veils pond and willow blends the 5 elements within it. It is too exquisite. I can't match it. Ah, Jinjia, is that your husband? All 3 looked forward at once. They saw Zhou Yuan walking out from his room stretching lazily, then suddenly letting out several crazed peals of laughter. Immediately after, he curved both hands like cupped palms, grabbed several times back and forth at his crotch, then jumped up and thrust his hands forward as though making a shot. This refined dribbling and shooting motion in the eyes of the three talented ladies was nothing more than bizarre lunacy. Jianjia. He's so obscene. He's at least a man of letters, how can he disregard propriety like this? Truly frivolous. Though they were her closest friends, hearing these words made Zhao Jianjia feel utterly mortified. Her face darkened noticeably. Zhou Yuan, unaware of any of this, had just finished serving tea and was in a good mood, merely moving his body a little at random. This body was far too thin and weak, a simple bout of cold might cost half a life. A training plan had to be drawn up quickly and carried out at once. Without a sound body, what talk of enjoying life? Zhou Yuan decided to hire a carpenter to make some exercise equipment, then find a master to teach him martial arts. If there were experts in the Jianghu on the level of Guijing or Hongqigong, so much the better. With an 18-year-old body, everything could still be changed. When the time came to dissolve the marriage with Zhao Jianjia, he would become a wandering hero of the Jianghu, traveling with sword in hand, roaming the world with a lady knight at his side. How delightful that would be. As this thought surfaced, Zhou Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. At his feet he saw a tree branch about as thick as a thumb, some 4 feet long, straight and smooth. In a woman's eyes this was merely a branch. In a man's eyes it was Xianyuan sword, Changhong sword, Qinghua sword, Ganjiang sword. All manner of mighty swords. Zhou Yuan immediately picked it up, and the moment it lay in his hand he knew the flowers in the garden were about to suffer. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. With a sudden shout his sword moved and peach petals fell in drifting showers. In the pavilion the three women could only stare dumbstruck at the sight. Jianjia. Your husband is actually a swordsman. That stance seems rather uncoordinated. Pity these peach blossoms beaten into such chaos. Zhao Jianjia felt her dignity shattered and could finally endure no longer. Zhou Yuan. What are you doing? She shouted. Zhou Yuan looked up and seeing the three women in the pavilion felt a flicker of embarrassment. He threw away the branch, straightened his clothes and walked over at an unhurried pace. With outsiders present he still had to put on the posture of a proper husband. Zhou Yuan quickly approached Zhao Jianjia with a smile, took her hand and asked with apparent concern, Jianjia, if you're unwell you should be resting in your room. For a moment Zhao Jianjia didn't even react and asked in confusion, what do you mean unwell? Zhou Yuan gave a dry laugh. It's my fault as your husband. I was too rough and wild last night, forcing you to endure so much. Can you even walk properly now? Her two closest friends instantly covered their mouths, eyes wide. Zhao Jianjia's face flushed scarlet. In an instant she flung Zhou Yuan's hand away and cried anxiously, what nonsense are you talking? They're all my good sisters, they know the truth, she said. Zhou Yuan let out a breath of relief. So they know. That's great. Ladies, don't misunderstand, I am still perfectly pure at present. Zhao Jianjia's lips trembled with anger. What did he mean he was pure? As though she could have defiled him. How was this in any way his loss? Zhou Yuan meanwhile went on, how should I address you two young ladies? What are your ages and are you betrothed yet? This instead left the two women flustered, their cheeks flushing as they lowered their heads in shy protest. Zhao Jianjia burst out, Zhou Yuan. What exactly are you trying to do? Zhou Yuan's expression turned odd as he replied doubtfully, I am making friends. Didn't you say I may look for someone I truly like? I have to slowly seek opportunities, don't I? Zhao Jianjia was completely lost for words, panting heavily as her face gradually turned pale. He saw my friends and his first thought was to pursue them. That scoundrel. You. Get out of my sight. She pointed at Zhou Yuan and shouted, don't let me see you again. If you had even half my father's talent I wouldn't be so distressed. Her two girlfriends quickly chimed in to help. Zhou Yuan, you are being terribly rude. Look at Uncle's upper line, Smoke Vale's Pond and Willow Wood learning, what brilliance. With such a gem before you, why don't you study? Faced with their interrogation and hearing his own couplet, Zhou Yuan was stunned. How had it become something written by his future father-in-law? Zhao Jianjia said, with just 5 characters, father made over 100 scholars withdraw in shame while you. Yet in front of me you behave rudely to my friends. You are such a disappointment. Zhou Yuan scratched his head and couldn't help saying, but that upper line is. Before he could finish a series of sharp shouts suddenly rang out. Bring Zhou Yuan out. Take Zhou Yuan to the yamen at once. With the shouting a group of constables rushed in, blades in hand, heading straight for Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was truly dumbfounded now. Looking toward Zhao Jianjia he glared and said, among your suitors there are constables as well. Zhou Yuan, come with us, a cold voice sounded. A tall woman in dark blue official robes stepped forward, long blade in hand, radiating heroic vigor, her gaze razor sharp. Without even drawing the blade fully she set it against Zhou Yuan's neck and said coldly, behave yourself or don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Yuan cried out in shock, even women are pursuing you now. What kind of world is this? Zhao Jianjia panicked as well, hastily saying, ladies and gentlemen, what is this about? The female constable replied in a deep voice, Zhou Yuan is suspected of attempting to murder the courtesan Xiaoye of Zhou Yuan house. The Yamen has issued an arrest order to take him into custody. Take him away. 3 to 5 burly men immediately rushed up. Wait. Zhou Yuan cried, I'll walk on my own, there's no need to use force. This body of mine can't handle it. The sudden appearance of a baffling murder case left Zhou Yuan at a loss, yet he knew the matter could no longer be avoided. He flexed his wrist, gently brushed the woman's blade aside and said, don't be like this. It's not as if I refuse to go. Turning back to Zhao Jianjia, he added, you all go on playing. I'll excuse myself for a bit and take a look at the Yamen. Zhao Jianjia, however, could not remain so carefree. Her voice trembled as she asked Zhou Yuan. Did you kill someone? Had he killed? In his memories, certainly not. The original Zhou Yuan would never have had such courage. In any case, he would have to go and see. Thus Zhou Yuan said, whether I killed or not, what I say doesn't count. Let's go along with them first, they're just carrying out orders. With that he waved his hand and went off with the group of constables, leaving Zhao Jianjia and the other two sitting dazed in the pavilion. After more than 10 breaths, Zhao Jianjia's eyes turned red as she murmured, what kind of man have I ended up with? A good-for-nothing rogue with no ambition or manners, now even entangled in a murder case. Her friend quickly tried to comfort her. Don't panic, Jianjia. In any case, it's uncle who will hear the case. It might all be a misunderstanding. Yes, we might as well go to the public court and see. Right, let's go, we'll follow along and watch the trial together. With willow-shaped eyebrows, phoenix eyes, an oval face and skin as fair as frost, she possessed a tall and graceful figure accentuated by her fitted uniform as she strode forth with her sword exuding an aura of heroic elegance. Zhou Yuan was so taken aback that he couldn't help but ask, Miss, you are truly beautiful, what is your name? No sooner had he spoken than a burly man nearby kicked him angrily, exclaiming, what are you saying? Are you trying to flirt with our leader? Zhou Yuan stumbled, nearly falling over. He glanced at the muscular man and narrowed his eyes, saying, according to the laws of Dijin, any unprovoked assault on a scholar will result in a fine of 10 taels of silver and 20 strikes with a rod. Congratulations, you've just lost a year's salary and your backside will be sore. The burly man thought Zhou Yuan would be defiant, but this unexpected response caused him to break out in cold sweat. Zhou Yuan continued, the current bureaucracy of Dijin is severely bloated and the court's expenditures are enormous. The recruitment of constables in various regions is shrinking. With such a criminal record, there is no hope for your promotion. If the Yunzhou government decides to cut staff, you'll be the first to go. This statement left the burly man bewildered, and he quickly clasped his fists and said, Big brother, can we forget this? I have a wife and children to support. This world is similar to our ancient times. The Dijin dynasty has been established for over 400 years, its national strength declining and various social conflicts have become quite acute. Although Zhou Yuan had just arrived, he could assess the general situation based on his memories. There was no way these rough constables could bully him. Spare you. Did I just take a kick for nothing? Zhou Yuan replied coolly, at the very least you should give me something in return. With that he turned his gaze toward the female constable in front of him. The burly man scratched his head, momentarily stunned, then quickly said, our leader's name is Yi Qingying, she is 20 years old and unmarried, a woman of considerable age. Ouch. Yi Qingying kicked him down, her face cold as she said, useless fool. You let her frighten you with just a few words. The burly man protested, but 10 taels of silver, if I really lose it, that tigress at home will beat me to death. Yi Qingying shot him a glare before turning to Zhou Yuan, saying, are you inquiring about me? You might want to think about your own fate. Killing someone requires paying with your life. Zhou Yuan smiled and replied, Qingying, I didn't kill anyone, I mainly want to ask you, do you know martial arts? Shut up. Is Qingying what you call me? Call me Captain Yi. Yi Qingying shot him a glance, then coldly said, whether you killed someone or not is not up to you to decide, and as for martial arts, it has nothing to do with you. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to speak, Yi Qingying squinted and sneered, if you say another word, let's see if I dare not hit you. Well, it seems a scholar encountering soldiers is a situation where reasoning falls short. Upon arriving at the Yamen, they discovered it was already filled with people, constables, relevant parties in the case, board, bystanders, and those with a strong sense of justice, all gathered there. Defendant Zhou Yuan, bring him in. With a shout, the gavel struck the ground as the magistrate of Yunzhou personally presided over the case. The old patriarch sat above, his expression grim, and with a bang of the wooden block he loudly declared, Defendant Zhou Yuan. Do you know your crime? This series of actions left Zhou Yuan bewildered, and he couldn't help but lament that 2 legs are no match for a carriage. They had taken a long time to catch up to him. Clearly, despite leaving first, he had kept them waiting for quite a while. Looking into the crowd, he indeed spotted Zhao Jianjia and her good friends all staring intently at him. Zhou Yuan was not anxious, he had seen many scenes like this in his past life, so what was there to worry about? He bowed and said, Your Honor, I, a commoner, am unaware. Zhao Chang furrowed his brows, he never expected his son-in-law to be involved in a murder case. Remembering his former classmate, his heart sank. He coldly asked, Do you know a girl named Xiaoyu from the Drunken Spring Pavilion? Zhou Yuan nodded immediately. In his past life he was a slacker, although poor he relied on the little knowledge he had to exploit every opportunity. This Zhou Yu was indeed his acquaintance. They had mutual disdain for each other but merely used one another. Zhao Chang continued. 5 days ago she came to your house looking for you but never returned. Until this morning villagers discovered her corpse in the rapeseed field. Zhou Yuan's figure shook slightly, feeling a twinge of emotion. She was only 17 years old and now she's dead. How tragic. Zhou Yuan asked. What did the coroner say? When did she die? What was the cause of death? In this era forensic methods were limited and Zhou Yuan didn't want to be wrongfully accused and become a scapegoat. Zhao Chang was somewhat surprised. Did his foolish son-in-law actually understand this? He replied in a deep voice. The time of death was exactly 5 days ago. With over dozens of wounds she died from a sickle, her clothes intact, hairpin and ring still on her. It can be concluded that it was not a robbery for money or lust but rather a personal vendetta. And this woman was from the Drunken Spring Pavilion, rarely going out. Where would she have enemies? Moreover, you were deeply entangled with her and she died right after visiting your home. If the murderer is not you, then who else could it be? The onlookers murmured among themselves, with some already beginning to curse. Zhao Jianjia and the others furrowed their brows, filled with worry. Zhou Yuan, however, said this is merely reasoning based on the deceased's social connections and does not effectively prove that I am the murderer. Unfortunately. Zhao Chang scoffed. It just so happens that this morning's search found her missing pouch in your home. According to the investigation, you suddenly acquired 2 taels of gold 5 days ago and exchanged it for silver at the tavern, indulging in a feast. At this point he looked down and said, Madame Wu from the Drunken Spring Pavilion, it's your turn to speak. Madame Wu knelt on the ground hurriedly, saying, 6 days ago Zhou Yu came to me to settle her debts from last year, which happened to be 2 taels of gold. Now that she's dead, all the money seems to have fallen into Zhou Yuan's hands. He must have killed her for the money. With such solid evidence, the crowd became agitated. Zhao Jinjia took a deep breath, lowered her head and sighed. Although I looked down on him, I would never wish for him to die, but this scum. In an instant the courtroom was in an uproar. The gavel struck the table as Zhao Chang shouted, silence. Zhou Yuan. Although you are my son-in-law, I will not go easy on you because of that. Do you have anything to say? Zhou Yuan recalled that day when Zhou Yu came over intending to end their romantic relationship, parting ways, and gifted him 2 taels of. Then in his sorrow the original owner took the money to the tavern to drink away his sorrows. The person was not killed by the original owner. Zhou Yuan raised his head and said lightly, I knew full well that if something happened after she visited my home I would surely be implicated, so why would I be foolish enough to kill her? As for the money, it was a heartfelt gift from her, which is understandable given our relationship. In the end, everything before this is mere speculation and not valid evidence. At this point he looked around at the crowd and smiled, saying, with this kind of trial I wonder when it will end. How about I propose an idea? Your Honor, said Zhou Yu was killed with a sickle, so let's confiscate all the sickles from the 21 households of Zhou village and examine them one by one. Zhao Cheng frowned, saying, what good will this do? Wouldn't the murderer just clean the murder weapon? Zhou Yuan replied, Your Honor, in order to quickly find the murderer and prove my innocence, please bring the sickles. Zhou village is not far, it can be returned in an hour. Zhao Cheng ultimately agreed to let Yi Qingying fetch the sickles. In court everyone pointed at Zhou Yuan, clearly believing he was merely grasping at straws. Yet Zhou Yuan remained calm and collected, merely finding the situation a bit tedious. More than an hour later 17 sickles were laid out in front of the court, neatly numbered. Yi Qingying said, of the 21 households 4 did not have sickles, but I still brought the people here. Over 20 individuals filled the courtroom with 17 or 18 sickles. Zhou Yuan turned to the familiar villagers and smiled, saying, Dear villagers, have you had any poultry like chickens or ducks recently? The sickles must be covered in blood, right? The crowd, aware of the serious nature of the case, quickly spoke the truth, asserting that there was no blood on them. What on earth is going on? Zhou Yuan, you beast, do you still want to argue? The onlookers grew impatient and began to curse. Zhao Jianjia looked disappointed and wanted to leave, but couldn't help but wait for a conclusion. Zhao Cheng frowned and asked Zhou Yuan, what now? Zhou Yuan did not answer, merely waiting quietly. Soon flies began to arrive from who knows where, landing on one of the sickles. Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened as he smiled and said, blood can be washed away but the scent cannot. Flies do not lie, they come drawn by the smell. He clasped his fists in salute and said, Your Honor, the murder weapon has been found and the murderer is right here in the courtroom. Zhao Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up in a rush. He looked at Zhou Yuan in disbelief and then shouted loudly, Captain Yi. Whose knife is this? Bring the person forward. With a sharp clap of the wooden block, the crowd in the courtroom trembled at the sound of the old man's furious shout. An elderly man was brought forth, his legs shaking as he knelt on the ground and stammered, I, an old man, pay my respects to you, my lord. As a humble villager, he had never seen such a grand scene and was filled with fear, leaving no room for any clever excuses. He could only shout repeatedly, My lord, I am wronged. Zhao Cheng was not a foolish official. Seeing the situation, he understood immediately and shouted angrily, The sickle was found in your home. The blood attracted the flies. How dare you claim you are wronged? Could it be that you only admit to your crime when faced with severe punishment? The old man's heart fell dead and he knocked his head on the ground crying out, "My lord, spare my life. I only acted foolishly in a moment of lust, I never intended to kill." Zhao Cheng shouted, "Quickly confess the truth." The old man trembled all over, stuttering that day. She came out from Zhou Yuan's house. I just wanted to touch her, but she refused. I was just doing what I do. What's wrong with me wanting to touch her? In a moment of anger I used the sickle to strike. At this point the old man cried out, "I never intended to kill, I merely sought to take advantage, yet who would have thought she would die like this?" The courtroom fell silent and countless onlookers glared at the old man, their eyes almost ablaze. Wu Momo shouted, "She wouldn't yield to you and you resorted to murder. Pity my little Yu who is only 17 years old, you old beast." This stirred up a wave of indignation among the crowd, who began to curse loudly, their anger boiling over, wishing to beat him up. Silence. Zhao Cheng slammed the wooden block and coldly stated, "The laws of the Great Jin are strict. Anyone who kills without reason shall be executed. The suspect has already confessed, let him sign and seal his confession and lock him up to await execution." The onlookers gasped, seeming still unsatisfied, and refused to leave. Zhou Yuan bowed and said, "My lord, the case is concluded. Please return little Yu's body to Zue Chunlu for a proper burial so she may rest in peace." Zhao Cheng looked at his son-in-law with admiration. In such a situation, an 18-year-old youth who could maintain his composure, reason and grasp the key points of the case was truly commendable. He slowly nodded and said, "Wu Momo, you can take the body home later." Wu Momo opened her mouth. A burial would cost money, but in this situation she could only awkwardly agree. Zhou Yuan sighed, glancing around at the crowd, and loudly declared, "Everyone knows that I had a romantic relationship with little Yu, though it was not noble, it was sincere. Now that she has been harmed by a villain, my connection with her has ended, but as a man how can I disregard our past feelings? At this moment I ask everyone to be a witness. I will donate 20 silver taels so that Zue Chunlu can give little Yu a grand burial, wishing her a good family in her next life." The crowd, being ordinary commoners, naturally felt sympathy for little Yu. Hearing this they couldn't help but be moved, saying, "Young Master Zhou, we misunderstood you earlier, we apologize. After all, he is well read and has feelings and responsibility." Zhao Chanshan's two friends whispered, "Chanshan, your husband isn't entirely worthless. Indeed, Chanshan, he can contribute 20 silver taels to help with little Yu's burial, that's commendable." Zhao Chanshan felt mixed emotions but ultimately huffed, "At least he has a bit of conscience." Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhou Yuan felt a bit panicked. He checked himself from top to bottom but found he had no money on him. What to do? He glanced at his father-in-law. Never mind, it would be inappropriate to bring it up. So he mustered his courage and approached Zhao Chanshan, whispering, "Chanshan, quickly lend me 20 silver taels." Countless eyes turned to him and Zhao Chanshan's face instantly flushed with anger. "You, a son-in-law, are asking your wife for money to bury your romantic interest? How could you do such a thing?" The critical point is that so many people are watching, and under the crowd's fervor Zhao Chanshan couldn't refuse. She could only force a smile and hand over 20 silver taels, saying give her a proper burial, she was so young. Alas, it's such a pity. Zhou Yuan took the silver and handed it to the smiling Wu Momo while the crowd cheered. Some even pulled Zhao Chanshan out to praise her for her generosity, saying she wasn't a narrow-minded, jealous woman. This made Zhao Chanshan feel even more uncomfortable as she pulled her two friends away. With everything settled, the court was adjourned and the crowd gradually dispersed. Zhou Yuan saw little Yu's peaceful face and sighed softly before turning to leave. "Hey!" A familiar voice suddenly called out. Zhou Yuan turned around to see Yi Qingying in official attire riding a chestnut stallion, looking even more heroic. "Oh, it's Qingying, is there anything else?" Zhou Yuan couldn't help but ask. Yi Qingying's brows furrowed and she jumped off her horse, saying solemnly, "Do not call me Qingying, it sounds uncomfortable. You may call me Captain Yi." "All right, Qingying." Facing Zhou Yuan's audacity, Yi Qingying took a deep breath and said, "I want to ask you, just now in the courtroom, how did you come up with that method to solve the case?" Zhou Yuan's heart stirred and he squinted, saying, "When I was young I met a Taoist who taught me a book called Washing Away Injustice, which contains many professional methods and techniques for investigating cases." He gently added, "Do you want to learn?" Yi Qingying's thoughts were exposed, but she still forced a stern expression, saying, "I am a bit interested. How about you lend me the book for a couple of days? I can pay you silver." Zhou Yuan shook his head, saying, "We are friends, so why talk about money? Qingying will teach you how to investigate cases and you teach me martial arts, how does that sound?" This was what Zhou Yuan wanted to do the most, to strengthen his body and learn martial arts so that in the future he would have a means of self-protection in case of any trouble. Yi Qingying laughed coldly and said, "So that's your intention, but I must disappoint you. Without my master's permission I cannot teach you martial arts." Zhou Yuan replied, "Yes, I can't teach you my investigative methods either." "Then forget it." Yi Qingying turned her head away, saying, "I don't even care about your book. You can just pretend I never asked you. That won't do. You don't care about the book, but I care about martial arts." Zhou Yuan quickly said, "Wait. Qingying. How about we negotiate? Please ask your master if I can become your disciple. I am in poor health and need to strengthen my body. I can teach you investigation methods, I promise they are very useful." Yi Qingying gritted her teeth and said, if you want to learn my skills, dream on. Also, if you call me Qingying again, I will break your legs. She mounted her horse and tugged at the reins, preparing to leave. Zhou Yuan anxiously called out, wait. At least take me home. How can I walk these few miles alone? Yi Qingying replied, I only have one horse. Zhou Yuan laughed, saying, I can sit behind you, if not I can also sit in front. I promise I won't move around. Yi Qingying huffed, narrowing her eyes, and said, young Master Zhou, you are quite the flirt, but unfortunately I am not interested in your game. Your wife is waiting for you in the carriage. She spurred her horse and left gracefully. Zhou Yuan turned back and indeed saw the carriage standing by the street, the curtain swaying slightly, clearly indicating someone had been peeking just now. In moments like this, one must rely on their own woman. My Chanqian is obviously understanding. He strode over and dove straight into the carriage, but a scream rang out. Seeing the two female friends in front of him, Zhou Yuan realized he had fallen into Yi Qingying's trap. Damn, how could I have hoped for Zhao Chanqian to accept me? How could she possibly take me in? However, getting into this carriage seems fine. Zhou Yuan thought of a movie, The Wife's Best Friend. Hello, sisters. I'm just hitching a ride, I hope you don't mind. Zhou Yuan with his thick skin smiled and sat down. The two female friends exchanged glances, embarrassed, and couldn't help but cover their faces. Young Master Zhou, please get out, it's not appropriate for a lone man and two women to be in the same room. Yes, if this gets out, what will we do? Zhou Yuan said seriously, there are three of us, so it definitely doesn't count as a lone man and women. By the way, have you heard the story of the ghost of the beautiful maiden? A poor scholar fell in love with a female ghost. He forcefully changed the subject, and it indeed piqued the curiosity of the two naive girls, who showed intrigued expressions. Thus Zhou Yuan spoke endlessly while the carriage slowly drove towards the Zhao family. In the Indian, Qixia slew the Black Mountain Demon Lord, while Ning Kaichen recovered Nia Xiaoqian's mortal remains and gave them a proper burial, ensuring her rebirth into a new life. Having finished the tale, Zhou Yuan lifted his teacup and drank deeply. Glancing up, he found the two young ladies leaning close together, eyes glistening with tears, their expressions steeped in sorrow. Such tragically beautiful legends strike with extraordinary force upon maidens whose hearts have just begun to bloom, though Zhou Yuan's vivid, masterful storytelling certainly amplified its emotional resonance. So, they never truly remained together. Separated by the veil between yin and yang, that was in truth their most merciful ending. Still lost within the story's lingering sorrow, the two girls pressed silk handkerchiefs to their faces, their delicate features had paled. Only when one of them caught sight of the teacup in Zhou Yuan's hand did she gasp aloud, ah. Master Zhou, you drank from my cup? Oh, it's quite alright, I don't mind at all, Zhou Yuan said with an awkward chuckle as he set the cup down. Though clearly she minded very much, his manner was indeed rather impolite. The younger girl pouted and said, Master Zhou, you are now elder sister Jianjiao's husband, such conduct is no longer appropriate. It would tarnish elder sister Jianjiao's reputation. The slightly older girl nodded in agreement indeed. A maiden's honor is sacred. If word were to spread, whatever would become of elder sister Jianjia? I trust of course that neither of you will speak of this, won't you? And besides, I have many more tales to tell. Their eyes met both alight with unguarded curiosity. More stories, how I long to hear them. As indecision hung in the air, the carriage came to a halt, offering timely relief from the mounting awkwardness. Zhou Yuan smiled and asked, might I inquire your names, dear sisters? No asking aloud, off you go. Both girls spoke in unison, then burst into stifled laughter. Just then Zhao Jianjia, having just arrived home, heard the commotion behind her and turned back. To her utter disbelief, she saw Zhou Yuan step down from her two closest friends' carriage and bid them farewell with cheerful warmth. Farewell, younger sister Wan Ji. Farewell, younger sister Ning Yue. Waving merrily, Zhou Yuan called out, next time come visit my residence, I'll regale you with the legend of the white snake. Laughter and bright voices trailed after the carriage as it sped away. Zhou Yuan watched it vanish down the road before turning slowly, only to meet Zhao Jianjia's stunned gaze. Jianjia, what brings you standing here? He strode forward as if nothing had happened, absently rubbing his stomach. Time for dinner, I think. Zhao Jianjia's lovely face flushed with bewilderment. How did you come down from Yuanji's carriage? You didn't wait for me, I had no choice but to ride with them. That logic sounds perfectly reasonable, she instinctively nodded, then paused, frowning. No, what I mean is a man and woman alone together in such close quarters, it's simply too. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, playfully jealous. Not at all. Zhao Jianjia hurriedly protested, how could I possibly be jealous of you? I'm merely curious. Zhou Yuan replied, I imagine you wouldn't be jealous, not when Article 3 of our agreement permits you to seek out whomever you fancy. A sudden prickle stung Zhao Jianjia's nose, she wanted to retort yet found herself utterly speechless. They'd never look at you, she blurted, instead huffing sharply before turning on her heel and sweeping into the manor. Zhou Yuan saw straight through her, amused he shook his head and followed her inside. At the dinner table her father Zhao Chang was plainly in high spirits. My wife, you cannot imagine. In court Yuana remained utterly unruffled, calm and composed, truly embodying the grace of a Confucian scholar. His final judgment was nothing short of miraculous. Assistant Magistrate, he has already recorded the case in official annals for future reference. Before Lady Chen could respond, Zhao Jianjia bristled inwardly. She gave a soft dismissive hum. What's so impressive about that? In the end he still demanded silver from me. Recalling it filled her with grievance, yet she dared not voice her complaint outright. Lady Chen, ever the gentle and benevolent matron, replied warmly, Is Yuan are truly so strapped for funds? After dinner come with me, I'll give you 50 taels of silver. Mother! Zhao Jianjia recoiled. He doesn't need that much, he'll only squander it on reckless indulgence. Lady Chen frowned. Jianjia, that's quite unreasonable. As a scholar, Yuan are associates with fellow literati, expenses are inevitable. As his wife you ought to support him, not speak like a stranger tossing careless barbs. Zhao Chang also frowned. Jianjia, you've always been refined, scholarly, serene and wise. Why have you grown so restless of late? Those words gave Zhao Jianjia pause. Yes. I was always quiet and composed, so why does Zhou Yuan stir such unrelenting vexation within me? It was him irritating beyond measure. After years of study he bore not a trace of the cultivated elegance expected of a scholar. Why should she waste her energy on such a man? Taking several deep breaths to steady herself, she changed the subject. Father, the Yunzhou Poetry Society plans a riverside excursion at month's end along the banks of the Yun River. The purpose is to strengthen fellowship among members, welcome new poets and inspire fresh verse. However, funding remains elusive. Might we request 200 taels of sponsorship? Zhao Chang's brow furrowed instantly. Has no local gentry or merchant offered patronage this time? Sigh. I don't know why, but our usual patrons seem unwilling even to receive us. Put. Zhou Yuan couldn't suppress a laugh. What's so funny? Zhao Jianjia snapped, her temper flaring. Zhou Yuan waved his hand lightly. Nothing at all, please continue. In truth, merchants and gentry typically welcome such literary gatherings, they provided access to elite circles. Yet after sponsoring several events without tangible return, they naturally ceased playing the part of generous benefactors. Zhao Chang said firmly, those 200 taels, you must raise them yourself. As prefect of this province, my direct sponsorship would suggest undue influence, unseemly and inappropriate. Zhao Jianjia blinked innocently. Then, might I simply request additional pocket money, father? Zhao Cheng cut her off. You may spend what you wish, but your monthly allowance remains unchanged. To increase it would alter the nature of the arrangement. Zhao Jianjia opened her mouth, then closed it again, shoulders slumping in dejection. Every event of late had brought only frustration. Like a wilted eggplant, she picked listlessly at her food, then murmured softly, Father, Mother, I've finished eating. Lady Chen smiled gently. Is something troubling you? Shall I give you 200 taels then? Zhao Jianjia's eyes lit up. Thank you, Mother, you're always so kind to me. Absolutely not. Zhao Chang spoke gravely. Your mother's gift is no different from mine. You must cease thinking of this matter and raise the funds independently. Moreover, now that you are married, you should gradually withdraw from such gatherings. Tears welled in Zhao Jianjia's eyes, yet she bowed her head meekly. Yes, father. Seeing her subdued, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of compassion and smiled. Jianjia, I do have a way to secure those 200 taels. Would you like to hear it? No, I won't listen. Zhao Jianjia seized the moment to vent her pent-up feelings. You couldn't even cover 20 taels without asking me. How dare you boast of 200? You're only trying to provoke me. Her voice trembled thick with emotion. At heart she was still just a young girl, by modern standards scarcely more than a university student. Zhou Yuan gently took her small hand and murmured, enough, grieving over a mere sum of silver is unworthy of you. Leave this to me, I'll deliver it within 2 days. Zhao Jianjia looked surprised, but still shook her head. I don't need it. This girl was still simmering with indignation. Clearly she needed a graceful way to save face. Zhou Yuan leaned in and whispered, consider it repayment for your help this afternoon. You stood by me in that moment, didn't you? She lifted her gaze, lovely, luminous and searching. Truly. I swear it. A faint radiant smile curved her lips as she nodded. Very well, grant me the chance to let you repay. Only then did she realize her hand was still clasped in his. She tried to pull away but lacked the strength. And with her parents seated nearby, she could hardly protest outright. For 200 taels, I, Zhao Jianjia, shall endure you just this once. Blast it, why are you still stroking the back of my hand? Her cheeks bloomed a slow deep rose. Zhou Yuan, however, wasn't merely seizing opportunity, he was quietly elated. Under the pretext of fundraising, he now had perfect justification to visit the pleasure quarters. He called it securing patronage and promoting the society. In truth, having entered this world, how could one resist the allure of its famed courtesan houses? The night mist over the Qinhuai River, timeless, intoxicating, the dream of every man since antiquity. Yunzhou is located in the southeast, crisscrossed by rivers and dotted with lakes abundant in resources, and has been prosperous since ancient times. The Yunjiang River flows through the city with willows lining the banks, competing towers and pavilions, flowers vying for beauty, attracting scholars and literary figures, and a lively atmosphere at night. When Zhou Yuan arrived here, he was indeed taken aback. The grand flower houses had banners flying high, beautiful women on balconies beckoning, lanterns lit up, and it was a truly intoxicating place. However, the most popular establishments were Xianxu Tower and Baihua Pavilion, both rich in history, having produced many courtesans beloved by scholars and frequented by wealthy merchants. Zhou Yuan felt somewhat anxious, wondering if the 50 taels of silver just given by his mother-in-law would cover tonight's expenses. He was truly racking his brains to gather some money for Zhao Jianjia. Yet the real purpose was to gain experience. Under warm greetings, Zhou Yuan entered Baihua Pavilion, where the interior was adorned with colorful lanterns and flowers, creating a dazzling light show. The slender-waisted women wore light clothing, twisting their bodies to accompany customers in drinking and playing various elegant games. Being a high-end venue, everyone present had some status, thus it was not appropriate to behave too extravagantly in the hall. Maintaining basic decorum was necessary. Nevertheless, this still made Zhou Yuan feel a bit hot, and upon the hostess' invitation he sat down at a booth. 6 or 7 girls gathered around, and the hostess chuckled, "Young master, this is your first time here, right? Our girls at Baihua Pavilion are renowned for their beauty, you must choose a few more." Zhou Yuan sneered inwardly. He was not inexperienced. Before coming here he had surely prepared a strategy, so how could he choose blindly? He waved his hand and said, "Just leave one to drink with me, the others can step back." Gaining experience was one thing, but he had not forgotten that he was here to seek sponsorship, so he needed to find someone who could speak for him. The hostess seemed to understand and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Oh, you came for the Baihua Ferry, didn't you? I wish you good luck." The Baihua Ferry was naturally the courtesan of Baihua Pavilion, who was 18 this year and had been popular for 4 years. Logically, a courtesan of this age should be nearing the end of her career, with a successor about to take the stage. However, this was also when the courtesan held the most influence, certainly able to secure sponsorships worth several hundred taels of silver. On one hand gathering silver, on the other hand pursuing the courtesan, Zhou Yuan intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and earn money while standing. The girl left behind was named Siyu. Her name was pleasant, she was beautiful, slender, and her voice was sweet and soft. She poured wine for Zhou Yuan, delicately handing it over while leaning against him and gently swaying her body. "Indeed, Baihua Pavilion is professional. I didn't prepare much." Zhou Yuan drank the wine and began to handle matters calmly, saying, "I have little experience with matters of men and women, and I don't know how to please a girl. Do you know what the Baihua Ferry likes?" Siyu trembled, feeling all her strength drain away. "Young master. With hands like yours you call that inexperienced? A few touches and I can hardly maintain my composure." Siyu looked at him with pleading eyes and said, "Young master, spare me, I can't take it. As everyone knows, the Baihua Ferry loves poetry. If you have talent, she will certainly like you." In ancient times, brothels were places for scholars and literati. Wealthy merchants often couldn't gain the upper hand, only renowned scholars could win favor. Zhou Yuan chatted with Siyu idly for about half an hour, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd the Baihua Ferry finally made her appearance. Tall and slender, with a delicate and charming figure, every glance carried an unimaginable allure. No wonder she had been a renowned courtesan for many years. Her demeanor was impeccable, captivating everyone with her every movement. Amid cheers, Zhou Yuan was also drawn to the Baihua Ferry, utterly engrossed. Siyu collapsed onto the couch, feeling relieved the Baihua Ferry had finally arrived, or else she would have surely dehydrated tonight. This young master had far too many tricks up his sleeve, completely overpowering her. "Ladies and gentlemen, Baihua greets you." The courtesan slightly bowed, her voice like a cuckoo, clear and pleasant yet somewhat ethereal. But with just one sentence the crowd erupted with cheers, all shouting, nearly rushing to the stage. The Baihua Ferry skillfully charmed the audience with a series of professional banter eliciting hearty laughter, and with a few glances several prominent figures below displayed foolish expressions showcasing her exceptional control of the rhythm. As the atmosphere reached its peak, the Baihua Ferry said, "You all know my desires, I long for a beloved, await good news, and a poem can capture my heart. Is there any young master willing to make me fall for him?" The voices of the crowd gradually quieted as everyone knew the main event was about to unfold. For a long time many scholars had gone to great lengths to become an honored guest of the Baihua Ferry, employing countless ghostwriters. "Baihua Ferry, I have admired you for a long time and have a poem to share." A young man in splendid attire stood up, exuding confidence, while those around him either frowned or sighed. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but whisper, "Who is he?" Siyu whispered back, "Lu Zhou, a member of the Yunzhou Poetry Society, the son of the governor, quite talented." A formidable rival, Zhou Yuan didn't expect to encounter the son of a government official on his first visit here. His father held a higher position than his father-in-law. However, his father-in-law was a top scholar receiving appointments for external positions with a bright future ahead and would ultimately return to the capital. The Baihua Ferry naturally recognized such a figure, so she softly said, "Please, Lu Gongzi, share your poem." Lu Zhi cleared his throat and recited, "Spring flowers bud under the white frost, thin mist and sorrowful clouds wear red makeup. The attentive birds know my intent, turning restlessly to express my worries." As soon as he finished, someone shouted, "Good poem," and applause followed. Zhou Yuan was stunned. This Lu had quite the flair, not for the poem, but he must have spent a lot of money to hire these supporters to cheer for him. The first 2 lines clearly praised the Baihua Ferry's beauty while also expressing sympathy for her plight, with spring flowers and red makeup as well as white frost and sorrowful clouds. The latter 2 lines were simply declarations of love, similar in sentiment to "Swallow, how could I live without you," quite cliched. Such poetry couldn't even be considered standard, yet it received thunderous applause, clearly indicating that this Lu had cleverly set the stage beforehand. This fellow was quite cunning. The Baihua fairy, experienced in her craft, sensed something was amiss in the audience. She smiled slightly and said, Lu Gongzi is truly talented. I am delighted to receive such poetry. She then shifted her tone and smiled. Tonight, is there anyone else willing to compose poetry and compete with Lu Gongzi? Of course, only a fool would stand up to challenge the son of the governor at such a moment. Yet this fool Zhou Yuan stood up and laughed. I, Zhou Yuan, am untalented but have a verse to share. The Baihua fairy's gaze brightened, immediately focusing on Zhou Yuan. She did not expect that in such circumstances someone would dare to step forward and compose poetry for her. After all, this plan was meticulously crafted by Lu Jia, and she had seen through it at a glance. Asking if there were other poems was merely a way to buy time and find a way to escape. However, Zhou Yuan surprised her. Lu Jia, on the other hand, suddenly turned his gaze toward Zhou Yuan, his eyes narrowing, exuding pressure. He smiled lightly, saying, Oh, it seems I have thrown a brick to attract jade. Can this young master really compose poetry? The subtext being, don't look for trouble, you still have a chance to back out. Zhou Yuan did not even glance at him, focusing solely on the Baihua fairy. He gently recited, Jade stove incense, red wax tears softly illuminating autumn thoughts in the painting hall. Green brows, thin cloud-like hair remains, the night is long and the pillow is cold. Wutong tree rain at midnight, unaware of the bitter parting. One leaf, one sound dripping on the empty steps until dawn. As Zhou Yuan's voice rang out, the entire hall fell into an unprecedented silence. Even the laughter of the women upstairs ceased. Everyone was immersed in the beauty of this poem, savoring its rhythm. The Baihua fairy was also utterly astonished. She had thought Zhou Yuan was merely a shield meant to divert Lu Jia's focus, yet she never expected. This poem, rich in sorrow, with coldness, grief and longing all intertwined, pierced her heart like needles, making her tremble all over. Her eyes turned slightly red, tears welling up, wanting to say something but choking back her words. The other women were equally moved, and at that moment bitterness surged in their hearts and tears flowed freely. Zhou Yuan was also somewhat shocked. He knew that to touch a man one needed bold poetry, while to touch a woman one required delicate emotion. Using the refined poetry of the Huajian school specifically aimed at women was undoubtedly effective. However, he did not expect it to be this impactful. They all cried, how should he handle this now? Boss, young Master Zhou truly has talent. He has moved these girls to tears. A burly man on the third-floor balcony exclaimed, astonishment written across his face. Yi Qingying, dressed in male attire, ground her teeth. Shut up. How many times have I told you to call me older brother here? The burly man hurriedly stammered, yes, older brother, young Master Zhou really has. No need to emphasize that. Yi Qingying's expression darkened as she said coldly, so what if he is talented? Does talent justify coming to a place like this? And he is Olivian's son-in-law to boot. What does his conduct leave for Miss Xiao? She curled her lip and added, a guest behind the curtain. Ha! Be careful or you will risk your life. The burly man warned, eyes wide. Boss, do you mean that Baihua Xianzi is actually? Yi Qingying, furious, kicked out. I told you not to call me boss. You will not be sent on such assignments again, too stupid. The burly man scratched his head awkwardly. Then what shall we do now? Yi Qingying frowned and murmured, it will be fine if Zhou Yuan draws the attention. Follow me. No one noticed the two of them slip away. At this moment the entire Baihua pavilion's attention was fixed upon Zhou Yuan. Baihua Xianzi had at last regained her composure. She gave Zhou Yuan a slight curtsy and murmured softly, young master, your lines are richly beautiful, airy and fluent. They have opened and filled the chambers of my heart. If the young master will not disdain me, pray ascend to my upstairs boudoir for a short conversation that we may discourse at leisure on poetry and its principles. Zhou Yuan in truth had little interest in poetic theory. Other pursuits, however, could be examined in depth. But unsurprisingly, a loud voice interrupted. Wait. A young scholar rose and spoke slowly. Young Master Zhou, as I understand it, you are the Livian son of a vice magistrate household. You only married yesterday, have been implicated in a murder today, and tonight you come here to deceive Baihua Xianzi. Is this not too much? At these words the hall erupted in commotion. Livian sons were rare. Everyone knew that Zhao Jianjia had taken one, but none expected the man before them to be Zhou Yuan. A man touched by a murder case, and yet he comes here to make merry. Baihua Xianzi has been duped by you. We shall not sit idly by. First some hired ruffians stepped forward to inflame the mood. Then Lu Jia finally spoke. Young Master Zhou, you are Miss Zhao's married man. Is it proper for you to be here? Zhou Yuan could not help feeling annoyed, not for himself but for the fool before him. Your lackeys have stoked the atmosphere to such a pitch, and your retort is this. It was far too feeble an attack. Zhou Yuan smiled lightly. To seek diversion here one either spends money or relies on talent. I possess both. Why then should I not come? Does the Baihua Pavilion admit only great personages like young Master Lu while refusing merchants and married sons like us? Frankly, merchants and married sons had nothing to do with one another, yet Zhou Yuan's remark united many onlookers. After all, Lu Jia could not have bribed everyone. He had merely hired a dozen or so notable stooges. Voices of dissent rose among those present. Many were plainly displeased with Lu Jia's words. Sensing the shift, Lu Jia retorted at once, anyone may come here but a suspect must not. I ought to inform the authorities and have you detained. Zhou Yuan knew all too well that with his present rank and means he could not overcome Lu Jia. What surprised him was the man's stupidity, waving the case as a weapon without grasping its facts. Zhou Yuan cupped his hands to the crowd. Friends, you may not know today's case, but the sisters of the Baihua Pavilion surely do. Xiaoye of Zhuochuan Lu and I had an acquaintance. She was cruelly harmed and it is truly heartrending. Today at that moment Yu found courage and shouted loudly, today the young master dares to take responsibility and pay for Xiaoye's burial. Word has spread through our circle. Her cry stirred 1,000 echoes. The surrounding girls could not help but answer. Indeed, young master Zhou, the sisters know you are a good man. We women of the pleasure houses lead fragile lives. If a good man would bury one of us, that would be a blessing. I knew little Xiaoye when I worked at Zhuochuan Lu. She once brought me food. Young master, thank you for providing Xiaoye a proper burial. The Baihua Pavilion buzzed with noise. Lu Jia was dumbfounded. He had not expected the case to win Zhou Yuan any sympathy. Zhou Yuan understood all of this only too well. In this age a woman's status was low, courtesans were even more so. They moved in the same circle, one sister's grief would stir another's sorrow. Although Zhou Yuan had married into the family, he boldly confessed the bond before his father-in-law and wife and paid for the burial. Courtesans prized both coin and affection. They longed for a good man and such acts touched them. Baihua Xianzi had not expected that the man before her was the Zhou Yuan famed throughout the courtesan circles. For a moment her smile deepened and her voice softened. Young Master Zhou, please do me the honor of a visit so we might converse. I await you in the upstairs boudoir. She bowed again, eyes showing a trace of respect, then ascended the stairs with measured grace. Zhou Yuan could not help laughing. How fortunate this ancient era was, one could make a living by talent. In his former life reciting poems in a pleasure house would have been called madness. Well done, next time I will come myself. He tossed 5 taels of silver to Yu and gently stroked her cheek, leaving her eyes full of longing and her knees weak. Young master, you must come. Zhou Yuan smiled and followed the maid upstairs. Soon they arrived at an exquisitely appointed private chamber. The room was small but fresh and elegant, tastefully fashioned. The screen bore a distinctive landscape painting and the censer on the table exhaled a faint fragrance. From the room it was clear Baihua Xianzi loved the literary arts, such authenticity could not be feigned. Young master, does the screen's painting please your eye? A clear-voiced Baihua Xianzi entered in a change of garments graceful and lithe. Compared with before, she seemed less affected and coquettish, more serenely refined. She wore a goose-yellow dress with a short cape. Her long hair fell to her waist and her cheeks were lightly flushed as she saluted Zhou Yuan. Close up the courtesan's beauty proved even more striking. Her features were exquisitely sculpted and her eyes seemed to brim with tender grievance. Zhou Yuan suspected she had painted it, but he had not come merely to flatter. He needed to display a certain distinction if he hoped to win her heart. This painting is fine. The outline, the washes, the dye, the texture, strokes and the dots all lack fault. The forms are handsome, ethereal, yet with a sober restraint. Yet. He smiled and asked who painted this. Baihua Xianzi eager asked, young master, but what is your reservation? Zhou Yuan replied, among the mountains and waters there is no weight of ink, it lacks a sense of opening and closing and the grandeur of breadth. Instead it spreads a lingering melancholy and fails to reach the true essence. Her face dimmed and she sighed softly, young master, your discernment is unique, I am shamed. She quickly took a sheet of calligraphy from the table and said in a low voice, please look, young master. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised, for a courtesan to have honed her handwriting to such a level was no small thing. He nodded. The script is superior to the painting. The small regular script is exquisitely executed and bears a cutting vigor, each stroke a slash and press reveals a keen edge. Only then did Baihua Xianzi smile, saying softly, young master, I am Caney. Thank you for your praise. Caney was plainly her personal name, an intimate offering. Zhou Yuan replied slowly, I am Zhou Yuan, courtesy name Z. Pleased to meet you, Miss Caney. Caney smiled faintly, her cheeks flushing. Young master, what sort of woman do you think Caney is? That question would determine the tone of the evening. A flattering answer might yield an entire night of conversation, an answer that surprised could lead to an entirely different intimacy. An unsatisfying reply might see him dismissed. Which to choose? Zhou Yuan thought being sent away was out of the question. Without the money he could not explain matters. To sleep with her, who would not desire it? Yet with his household in disorder and his position unstable, such a night would invite complications. Very well, he would give the pleasing answer. Zhou Yuan smiled, what sort of woman? In my eyes Miss Caney is beautiful, gentle, profoundly loyal and talented. Caney, somewhat disappointed, whispered, is that all? Zhou Yuan shook his head, but judging by your painting and calligraphy Miss Caney must possess other talents that have no outlet. Perhaps you are burdened by your background. Caney's expression changed dramatically. She sprang up, then chastising herself with a wry smile sat again. Her gaze grew almost entranced as she murmured, young master, you are Caney's destined one. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan inwardly groaned. He had likely given her an unexpected delight. For heaven's sake, which courtesan is not constrained by her past? I was merely improvising, you need not take it to heart. But it was already too late. Caney sighed like a drifting fragrance and asked, young master, would you be willing to spend a beautiful night with Caney? Zhou Yuan was stunned. Were ancient women truly so bold? She had just met him for the first time yet already proposed spending the night together, none other than the supreme courtesan of the capital. His heart faltered, not from lack of desire but because this woman was clearly a scorching hot potato, swallowing her whole might well burn his very stomach to cinders. He gave a carefree smile and said, if I revealed my true purpose in coming here, perhaps Kai and I would summon guards to escort me out. Kai and I blinked faintly, then replied, my lord, please speak plainly, I am no narrow-minded woman. Zhou Yuan of course would not fabricate a tale, he had done his research before arriving. Thus he spoke calmly. Yunzhou has thrived since antiquity, its brothels number in the hundreds, but only two reign supreme, Xianqiu Lu and Baihua Guan. Over the past 2 years Xianqiu Lu has launched the 12 female musicians ensemble and the 6 grace dancers, its prestige soaring beyond compare. Yet Baihua Guan, though steeped in profound heritage, suffers from a dearth of rising talent sustained solely by Madame Kai and I herself. Madame Kai and I is but 18 summers old, how many more years can she uphold Baihua Guan alone? When Xianqiu Lu's pressure mounts, Baihua Guan may well fade into oblivion. Kai's luminous eyes shimmered with genuine astonishment as she gazed upon Zhou Yuan and murmured softly, though you are a scholarly gentleman, your mastery of courtesan house management astounds me. Indeed, Baihua Lu has explored countless strategies these past 2 years, yet all have yielded meager results. Zhou Yuan smiled. I wish to offer counsel to resolve Baihua Guan's crisis of operation. Kai's heart trembled faintly as she whispered, my lord, having just met me you seek already to lift my burdens, what virtue have I that fate should grant me such an encounter? This woman was far too adept at scripting her own romantic drama, his sole aim was profit, yet she mistook his pragmatism for selfless devotion. Could she possibly be afflicted with love-struck delusion? At such a moment Zhou Yuan naturally offered no denial, only a gentle smile as he asked, Madame Kai and I, where lies the true essence of managing a courtesan house? After a thoughtful pause Kai and I replied, the lowliest houses sell beauty, the middling service the finest culture. Excellently put. Zhou Yuan continued, both Baihua Guan and Xianqiu Lu stand at the apex, no decisive advantage can be gained through mere beauty or service. Xianqiu Lu's recent achievements in music and dance have been extraordinary, hence its enduring dominance over Baihua Guan. Yet I contend that while melodies and movements enchant, they lack the profound resonance required to stir the hearts of literati. Only poetry renowned across Yunzhou, and even throughout the realm, can draw scholars flocking to Baihua Guan. Once such verses take root, elevating a new supreme courtesan will follow as naturally as breath. Watching Zhou Yuan speak with such eloquent confidence, Kai's eyes gleamed with a dreamlike radiance. She rolled up her sleeves and poured tea for him, whispering, your insight is precise and incisive, yet poetry is rare and poetic culture even rarer. Zhou Yuan interrupted gently, does Madame Kai and I doubt my poetic talent? Kai and I froze, self-praise even if warranted bordered on arrogance. As if reading her thoughts, Zhou Yuan smiled. It is no undue pride, I simply excel in the art of verse. Madam, might I trouble you for brush and ink? Delight blooming across her face, Kai and I rose at once. Please wait a moment, I shall grind the ink for you. Rice paper was laid upon the lacquered desk, with graceful precision she prepared every instrument. Zhou Yuan lifted his brush and wrote, windage as the fledgling orioles rain plumps the plums. At noon verdant trees cast crisp round shadows. Lowly inland mountains near robes dampened, requiring constant furnace smoke. Silence reigns, kites and crows revel in their own joy. Beyond the small bridge fresh green waters splash and sparkle. Year after year, as swallows of spring I drift across vast sea seeking shelter beneath lofty eaves. Let us not dwell on worldly concerns, let us draw near the wine cup instead. Weary traveler of Jiangnan, gaunt and spent, I cannot bear the piercing flutes and frantic strings. Beside the banquet hall let me first lay down my mat and pillow, grant me slumber when drunk. His calligraphy surged with iron strength, strokes penetrating deep into the paper, serpentine dynamic poised to take flight. Kai and I, the celestial courtesan of Baihua Guan, stood utterly transfixed, hands hovering midair, trembling lest a single drop of ink stain the masterpiece. Her lips parted slightly, her beguiling eyes brimmed with emotion as she whispered, my lord, this is a magnificent man ting. Its imagery blooms with elegant clarity, its sentiments solitary sorrow, melancholy without bitterness, somber without fury. Nearly 100 characters flow like a river, capturing exile's grief, silent anguish and weary desolation in full measure. Once this poem spreads, how could wandering scholars resist visiting Baihua Guan to behold its original script? Excellent, this young lady truly understood poetry, no further explanation was needed. Zhou Yuan smiled. Once sun allowed, this poem shall restore Baihua Guan's former glory. 10 verses of equal caliber would surely crown a new supreme courtesan. Still, initial promotion remains essential. Here at last he unveiled his true intent. For instance, Yunzhou's Poetry Society is soon holding a spring outing. Baihua Guan could sponsor 200 taels of silver presenting this poem as its gift. I guarantee those poets will disseminate this verse across all of Yunzhou and even throughout Jiangnan. Kai and I trembled faintly, tears glistened at the edges of her eyes. She bowed deeply before Zhou Yuan, voice quavering, my lord's grace transcends mortal repayment, I would serve you as ox or horse for lifetimes and still fall short. So after all that, she still believed he acted purely out of benevolent concern. A pang of helplessness stirred within Zhou Yuan, yet he swiftly raised her. Madam Kai and I 10 lifetimes forge a shared boat journey 100 a shared bed. Our meeting today is the culmination of countless glances exchanged across past existences. A mere poem. It is nothing. I shall carry these 200 tales to the Poetry Society and finalize Baihuaguan's sponsorship. My wife Jianjia will assist me. Kai and I hastily waved her hand. No, my lord has done more than enough. How could you lower yourself to run errands for Baihuaguan? Tears spilled down her cheeks like pear blossoms drenched in rain, breathtakingly exquisite. Our meeting today is the culmination of countless glances across past existences. My lord, these are the most beautiful words I have ever heard. With this vow alone, even if I turn to ash and dust, I shall harbor no regret. She rushed into Zhou Yuan's arms, her slender frame trembling, her passion palpable. Zhou Yuan sighed inwardly. Truly she was a celestial maiden descended to earth. Even her tears stirred his heart profoundly. Gently stroking her back, he murmured, "Let me handle it. Will you trust me to help you?" Kai and I affirmed resolutely, "My lord, I may doubt all others in this world, but never you." Seeing the depth of her devotion, Zhou Yuan no longer felt inclined to tease her about love-struck folly. After all, a maiden's sincerity is among life's most precious treasures. Yet ill-timed interruptions always arise. A heavy knock echoed at the door. The maid's voice called out, "Madam, the matron summons you urgently." Kainie's expression shifted subtly as if recalling something grave. She turned to Zhou Yuan, bit her lip and said, "My lord, I sincerely apologize. I cannot keep you company tonight. But heaven and earth bear witness to my heart. Please rest well, my lord. I shall personally offer my apologies to you another day." With that she hurried away, clearly summoned by urgent affairs. Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply. Deceiving a maiden's sincere affection did weigh heavily upon his conscience. Fortunately she departed abruptly, otherwise he might have faced an awkward confrontation he'd rather avoid. Just then a young maid entered and bowed respectfully before Zhou Yuan. She spoke softly, "My lord, madam instructed me to escort you to your quarters. Please follow me. Also, this is a gift from madam." She extended a silk pouch. Zhou Yuan opened it to find gleaming pure silk. A delighted smile spread across his face. Tonight's efforts had not been in vain. Not only had he secured silver, but he had also earned the supreme courtesan's profound unrepayable debt. Yet, he had inadvertently captured Kainie's heart, an affection both weighty and unsettling. The paper window embroidered with peonies, the screen hanging with auspicious clouds. The silk curtains trembled slightly and the sandalwood fragrance wafted in the air. The spacious room did not appear lonely, rather it exuded an exquisite elegance replete with alluring charm. Such a room is quite rare in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, worth dozens of tales for just one night. Miss Kai and I is indeed generous. As a mere son-in-law, I find myself somewhat overwhelmed by this privilege. While contemplating, Zhou Yuan took out the pouch that Kai and I had given him and opened it to count carefully. 300 taels. What does this mean? Did they specifically add an extra 100 taels as a brokerage fee? To be honest, Zhou Yuan indeed lacked funds, but to charge a brokerage fee from the genuine goodwill of Miss Kai and I is simply too despicable. Such a petty matter he simply wouldn't mind. He could take the 100 taels first and return double later. True grandeur lies in not being confined by frameworks or mundane stipulations. Of course, Zhou Yuan is not one to live off others. A man must establish himself, and ultimately he still needs money. He plans to come up with a way to earn some funds soon. Since Miss Kai and I is so generous, he might as well take her along to make money. He smiled and tucked the money away, carefully hiding it close to his chest. This thing is far too important, as it needs to be presented to Zhao Jianxia. Having made a splash here tonight, it may very well spread by tomorrow. When Jianxia questions him, he would have an explanation ready. As for Miss Kai and I's romantic issues, a young man does not fear tender affections. Now is not the time to hasten things. There will be opportunities in the future to savor her charm. Zhou Yuan viewed such matters lightly. In high spirits, he happily climbed into bed, planning to sleep until dawn. Just then the door suddenly burst open. A gray shadow rushed in, shutting the door behind while swiftly approaching the bedside. The sudden turn of events startled Zhou Yuan. Before he could react, a dagger was already pressed against his throat. The icy chill instantly froze Zhou Yuan's entire body. "No talking or you'll lose your life," the cold hoarse voice commanded, as this person restrained Zhou Yuan and lowered the bed curtains, completely obscuring the two. Looking at her exquisite features and pale face, Zhou Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief and helplessly said, "Qingying, what on earth are you?" Yi Qingying finally recognized Zhou Yuan and momentarily froze before sneering, "Heartless bastard, you already have a family and still come here causing trouble." Zhou Yuan removed her dagger and said, "Please, you didn't come here to uphold justice for women and punish scoundrels, did you?" Yi Qingying's face grew paler as she gritted her teeth and said, "Killing you wouldn't be unjust. I saw you showing off in the hall earlier, shameless beyond belief." As she spoke, a drop of blood fell onto Zhou Yuan's face. He touched it and was startled to discover that her chest was already torn open, blood gushing out. "You're injured." Zhou Yuan instinctively reached for her wound. Yi Qingying slapped his hand away angrily, saying, "What are you doing?" "All right, the location is quite sensitive. I was too abrupt." Zhou Yuan whispered, "Stop pretending to be fine, lie down quickly." If the wound isn't dressed soon, it could easily become infected and threaten your life. No need for you to worry. Yi Qingying's voice grew weaker and ultimately she could no longer hold on and collapsed, touching her wound and grimacing in pain. Zhou Yuan hurriedly supported her body and laid her on the pillow, then bitterly smiled. Captain Yi, why did you dress as a man and come here? What on earth are you doing? And you've made such a mess of yourself. Yi Qingying gasped slightly, her expression filled with rage. Of course I'm here to investigate. Do you think I came here to waste time like you? Got it, you're venting your frustrations on me because things aren't going well for you. Zhou Yuan didn't argue but glanced at her wound and said, it's still bleeding. If you keep delaying, you really won't be able to hold on any longer. Yi Qingying clenched her fists and said, we can't go out, they are looking for me. Just as she finished speaking, hurried footsteps approached and knocking echoed at the door. The sound evidently made both of them tense up. Yi Qingying picked up her dagger, her face fierce. I'll fight them to the death. Are you crazy? Zhou Yuan quickly said, in your current state if you fight again you'll bleed out completely. Keep quiet, I'll cover. After speaking, Zhou Yuan yanked off her hairpin and her long hair cascaded down. Coupled with Yi Qingying's pale complexion, she looked shockingly delicate. What are you doing? Yi Qingying's expression changed dramatically. As soon as she spoke, a gentle voice came from outside the door. Young master, are you asleep? Kai and I has something to tell you. The voice of the flower fairy came, and before Zhou Yuan could refuse, the door was pushed open and 3 or 5 people walked in. From behind the bed curtains, Zhou Yuan's heart raced. Qingying, don't make a sound. He spoke in a hushed tone, then quickly removed Yi Qingying's clothing. The white undergarment was already stained red with blood, and the light green close-fitting clothes were pushed up high by the soft flesh beneath, presenting a breathtaking beauty. Yi Qingying clutched Zhou Yuan's hand tightly, her eyes filled with embarrassment and anger. Ah. Miss Kai and I'm already asleep, let's talk tomorrow. As Zhou Yuan spoke, he shot a serious glare at Yi Qingying. Her eyes turned red and she realized the gravity of the situation and reluctantly released her grip. Zhou Yuan stripped her upper garments completely, having no time to admire her snowy beauty. After stuffing the clothes into the quilt, he took off his own. Then he embraced Yi Qingying, pressing her chest tightly against him and letting his long hair cover most of her face. Her soft body radiated a burning heat, and blood had already stained Zhou Yuan's chest. He could distinctly feel Yi Qingying's graceful form, yet neither dared to move. Kai and I walked step by step to the bedside and then drew back the bed curtains. At that moment, Yi Qingying's body tensed up. Only Zhou Yuan slowly turned his face away and smiled. Miss Kai and I, given this situation, I can't just abruptly rise to converse with you, can I? Kai and I's face appeared somewhat awkward, but then she smiled gently and said, how could Kai and I disturb young master's romantic affairs? Please, young master, rest well. She closed the bed curtains, took a slight breath and then turned to leave. Not here, continue searching. Her voice was calm. Once the others left, she extended her embroidered shoe to wipe away a drop of inconspicuous blood on the floor, then closed the door. Only at this moment did the two on the bed gasp for breath, drenched in sweat. Zhou Yuan sat up, directly glanced at the blood on him and said, if you don't dress the wound soon you'll be left with no choice but death. He looked at Yi Qingying, whose eyes were already filled with tears, and said, I'm sorry, Miss Qingying. He helped the trembling Yi Qingying up, and indeed on her left chest was a grotesque wound, blood still flowing relentlessly. Zhou Yuan, you saved me, but I will not spare you. Her voice was incredibly weak as she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Yuan did not care about that. He wiped the blood around her wound clean, then tore the fabric into strips, tightly wrapping them around her wound, one circle at a time. Due to the sensitive location, there was naturally intimate contact, causing the young lady to weep the entire time. That night the thief was not caught and he ended up getting involved himself. Moreover, Zhou Yuan's experience was also unpleasant. The courtesan did not sleep and instead took advantage of a female captain. After finally dressing the wound, Zhou Yuan still felt uneasy. He whispered, tomorrow morning after you escape, immediately unwrap the cloth, apply medicine and disinfect the wound, then rewrap it. Just now Miss Kai and I must have discovered you after dawn, she shouldn't block you anymore. Zhou Yuan was not an ignorant fool. With a woman lying on the bed and only one pair of shoes at the bedside, even a fool could tell something was amiss, not to mention Kai and I. Ultimately the beauty trap worked, otherwise the female captain might have been in danger tonight. Yi Qingying evidently understood this, so she weakly mocked, ha. She really treats you well. The next morning Zhou Yuan quietly left Baigua Pavilion with the weakened Yi Qingying. Unsurprisingly, Kai and I did not intervene, as if everything that happened last night had been erased. However, Yi Qingying's expression was extremely haggard. At the moment of parting, she deeply gazed at Zhou Yuan, filled with countless emotions. But Zhou Yuan could be certain that kindness was not abundant among those emotions. Now do you understand who she is? A courtesan. Her swordplay is enough to dominate the martial world. Yi Qingying said with a cold smirk. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, saying, Qingying, you may not understand yet, but I am merely a son-in-law. I do not care about the background of Baigua Pavilion, nor do I care about Miss Kai Ni's identity. I am just doing my own thing. The chance to save you was largely a stroke of luck, and I even took considerable risks. Yi Qingying replied, do not worry, I will repay the favor I owe you. Without lingering she plunged into the crowd and quickly vanished. Zhou Yuan scratched his head feeling somewhat helpless as he walked home. Last night's success was beyond imagination to the point that he was not cautious enough in dealing with Yi Qingying's matters. Now reflecting on it he felt a sense of dread. What if Kai and I turned against him? That would lead to a completely different outcome. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall and he needed to avoid professional matters in the future. But thinking about returning home and having to bicker with Zhao Jianjia made his head ache. After all, the words from last night were too good and there were too many people, no one could control its spread. Just as Zhou Yuan expected, upon returning to the Zhao residence he was directly intercepted by Zhao Jianjia. The 19-year-old girl appeared somewhat pale with seemingly endless anger and grievance in her eyes. She coldly said, regarding the second rule, cherish your reputation and respect each other, do not seek flowers or willows. In just one day you have broken the agreement. Zhou Yuan, I need to explain everything to my father. I want a divorce from you. As she reached the end her voice became choked with emotion. Zhou Yuan understood her. As the first talented woman of Yunzhou, beautiful as a flower with countless suitors yet forced to marry a man devoid of any merits, it was indeed a tragic situation. Thus Zhou Yuan did not want to argue with her. Instead he took out a silk pouch and said, don't be angry, take a look at this. Zhao Jianjia was obviously taken aback. Upon opening the pouch she exclaimed, 300 taels of silver. Where did this come from? Upon hearing this Zhou Yuan's expression distorted. Oh no, I forgot to take my commission. He suppressed his heartache and sighed, last night I went to get sponsorship for you. Baigua Pavilion sponsored 300 taels of silver for the Yunzhou Poetry Society's outing and contributed a poem. Zhao Jianjia's small hand trembled, saying, you really went to a brothel? The rumors are true. Yes, I did. Zhou Yuan closed his eyes painfully, stating, I went to the brothel, met the courtesan with a poem and spent an hour persuading her to sponsor the Yunzhou Poetry Society. At the same time I thought the Poetry Society might not accept sponsorship from a brothel, so I required them to contribute a poem as well to ensure the elegance of this event. The reason I did this was that my wife genuinely loves poetry and is worried about this money. Zhao Jianjia's expression gradually changed as she tightly grasped the silk pouch, momentarily lost for words. Zhou Yuan did not open his eyes but sighed deeply. Although she is unwilling to share a room with me, although she looks down on me, she is still my wife. I cannot ignore her pain, I must do something for her. Even knowing she would blame me for going to the brothel, even if she wants to divorce me, I accept that. As long as this money can truly help her. With this understanding, Zhou Yuan finally opened his eyes and gently said, I will go pack my things and move out today. He did not give Zhao Jianjia a chance to speak and directly left. Hey you. Zhao Jianjia opened her mouth but did not know what to say, feeling a slight sting in her nose with the urge to. The weighty silver in her hand made her emotions complex as she stood there in a daze. At that moment Zhao Chang walked over from the inner courtyard, puzzled. Why aren't you going to eat? What are you doing here? Oh, where did you get this money? Ah. Zhao Jianjia suddenly snapped out of her daze and quickly hid the money behind her eye. Zhao Chang said, no need to explain its source, but to raise so much money in one day, Jianjia, you are quite capable. Not that I. Zhao Jianjia wanted to deny it but found it hard to say. She could only forcefully change the subject. Not about this, father, did you come to find me for something? Zhao Chang nodded, saying, yes, yesterday at the Yamen my colleagues mentioned the couplet we provided and they were quite impressed. After learning this I tried it out but couldn't come up with a matching line. At this point he smiled and said, my daughter Jianjia, with unparalleled talent, since you provided the first line there must be a second line, right? Share it with father, my colleagues have bet on it. If I can't match it today you won't let me down, will you? Zhao Jianjia's eyes widened in surprise, questioning, father, Smokelocks the Pond Willows, wasn't that your first line? Zhao Chang said, no, I haven't played with couplets for many years. I thought you came up with that line because you were annoyed with those scholars making noise. Not me nor you. Then who could it be? Zhao Jianjia suddenly felt her heart racing. She rushed out of the room shouting, Zhi Yuan. Zhi Yuan. Coming, miss. The maid Zhi Yuan hurriedly ran over from the kitchen, wiping her hands. What is it, miss? I was still making soup. Zhao Jianjia asked, who wrote the first line yesterday? Smokelocks the Pond Willows. Zhi Yuan replied, that was the young master. Yesterday morning when those scholars were noisy the young master wrote a couplet for me to take out. So it really was him. Zhao Jianjia's heart suddenly stopped beating, feeling almost suffocated. Looking at the weighty silk pouch in her hand, recalling the words she had just said to Zhou Yuan as well as his words, Zhao Jianjia felt she was truly a bad woman. She stamped her foot and suddenly turned to run towards the inner courtyard. Moving quickly she lifted her dress and burst into the room just in time to see Zhou Yuan packing his clothes. She hurried over and grabbed Zhou Yuan's hand. Zhou Yuan turned to say, what's wrong? These are my personal clothes, not from the house. Don't worry, I won't take the valuable ones meant for marriage. I will only take what originally belonged to me, leaving just as I came. Miss Zhao, farewell. I hope you find someone better than me in the future. The way he addressed her Miss Zhao almost shattered Zhao Jianjia's heart. In an instant tears streamed down her face. Zhou Yuan. She swallowed hard, feeling extremely nervous, yet gritted her teeth to say, don't go. I'm sorry I had prejudice against you before. I'm really sorry. But please don't leave, okay? The Zhao residence is so big it can't possibly not accommodate you. Zhou Yuan replied, but last night It doesn't matter. Zhao Jianjia said quickly, in the brothels literati and scholars go there. You are a scholar, what's the problem with going? It doesn't count as breaking the agreement. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Dealing with a girl under 20 is really too easy. Compared to Kaiyanai and Yi Qingying, my Jianjia is truly a pure white lotus. He still felt a bit guilty for deceiving the young girl and softly asked, are you still angry with me? After all, I didn't leave a good impression on you. Seeing his humble demeanor, Zhao Jianjia felt increasingly guilty and quickly said, I won't be angry. Zhou Yuan, none of this is your fault, it's mine. It was I who agreed to marry under pressure. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. I'm sorry, can you forgive my previous prejudice? Zhou Yuan felt a long sigh of relief in his heart. The issue of going to the brothel was resolved and Zhao Jianjia's emotional problem was also settled. In the future he could visit the brothel openly. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, ensuring peace at home from now on. To take a stroll in the garden and have a chat, this was the request made by Zhao Jianjia. After the incident she seemed to have gained a lot of insights and had much to say. Zhou Yuan naturally would not refuse and agreed readily. It was spring and the morning air was exceptionally fresh, with the thin mist just dissipating, leaving a slight chill in the garden. The two walked side by side, and in this tranquil environment their hearts seemed to gradually calm down. Zhao Jianxia said, unlike other girls, I have loved the arts since childhood. My father said that if I were a boy I might have achieved great success in the imperial examinations. In terms of poetry and literature I have always had a natural talent, and the praise I received since childhood has made me somewhat proud. I dream of a husband who is both a scholar and a warrior, capable of governing the nation and ensuring peace. However, when I turned 16 my father, tired of marriage proposals, ultimately announced my engagement. At this point Zhao Jianxia sighed softly and said, Zhou Yuan, do you understand my feelings? My dreams have been shattered and I can only resign myself to fate. These past few years have not been good for me. Ever since my father was reassigned to Yunzhou I have felt increasingly anxious because I know that the engagement cannot be delayed any longer. Indeed, what was meant to come has arrived. Filial piety is paramount and I cannot let my father be dishonored, so I have no choice but to agree. She looked at Zhou Yuan and said bitterly, I do not harbor malice towards you, I merely have developed a natural bias and aversion towards you due to my frustration with the injustice of fate. Zhou Yuan nodded. He was quite pleased with Zhao Jianqia's current honesty and he fully understood her word. Moreover, it was precisely because of Zhao Jianqia's candor at this moment that he felt a strong sense of admiration for this beautiful girl for the first time. Who does not like beautiful girls? Furthermore, Zhao Jianxia excelled in every regard, possessing excellent qualities. In this day and age few people would feel guilty and choose to apologize honestly. Yet she did. Thus Zhou Yuan said, from now on let's continue to abide by the previous agreement. I will not put you in a difficult position. Thank you. Zhao Jianxia was genuinely moved. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes she said, in the future I will not stop you from doing anything you want. If you wish to visit the pleasure quarters, go ahead, you need to make friends and I cannot hinder you. But don't you really want to study and take the imperial examinations? After all, she was a product of this era and she believed that men should study for the examinations to strive for success. Zhou Yuan did not wish to change her nearly 20 years of ingrained values. He simply smiled and said, perhaps I will or perhaps I won't. Life already has many troubles, let's think about the future when it comes. Zhao Jianxia did not agree with this perspective but replied, well, this is your choice and I will not interfere. She looked at Zhou Yuan and smiled, saying, I hope we both can find our destined partners soon and pursue our own fates. Of course. Zhou Yuan also smiled. However, he secretly thought, if we are already married, how could I let you escape? That would be too pathetic of me. Life entered a stable rhythm, which was the situation Zhou Yuan wanted to see. Apart from some gossip outside, he and Zhao Jianxia got along harmoniously. Zhou Yuan spent some money to hire a carpenter to build some simple fitness equipment. It was not professional but sufficient for his daily training. His body was too weak, this was the foundation. Zhou Yuan did not dare to be careless, so he set a training plan for himself. He went to bed early at night and woke up at dawn. First he would go out for a run, then return to have breakfast and afterwards start his equipment training. Based on his physical condition he did not force himself to run a certain distance but advanced gradually. Of course, besides physical exercise, proper food intake was also essential, as his appetite had greatly increased compared to before. After persisting for more than half a month, Zhou Yuan finally felt a bit of strength in his body and had become much healthier. As the month drew to a close, the outdoor activities of the Yunzhou Poetry Society were being intensively prepared. These days Zhao Jianxia had evidently been very busy spending little time at home. But she could not help but ask one morning, Zhou Yuan, are you training to become a martial artist? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, not necessarily, for martial arts strengthening my body is also very necessary. You know, my family is poor and I didn't have enough to eat when I was young, which made my health not very good since childhood. Zhao Jianxia nodded and then tentatively asked, by the way, you should come and join the Yunzhou Poetry Society. They are all peers discussing poetry, and painting a few pictures is also quite enjoyable. Zhou Yuan politely declined. He was genuinely not interested in pretending to be sophisticated with a group of literati. Although it was nominally a poetry event, it was essentially a gathering of young men and women for recreational outings, mingling and flirting. Oh, I have something to do these days, so I won't go. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, just enjoy yourselves. Zhao Jianxia felt a bit disappointed and said softly, Zhou Yuan, you are quite talented. Your couplets and poetry have recently become hot topics among the scholars of Yunzhou. They welcome you. Zhou Yuan replied, I really have something to do, so I won't go. He pointed to the bamboo nearby and smiled, I have been looking for days. I have also had the blacksmith make hooks. Zhao Jianxia said incredulously, You aren't going to fish, are you? Such a statement seemed to imply that fishing was less interesting than those outings. Do you know the thrill of competing with fish in the water? Do you know the heavy feeling in your hand when you catch a fish? Zhou Yuan smiled, yes, I will go fishing by the Yunjiang River. It's spring and the fish should be out enjoying the weather. Zhao Jianxia could only smile wryly and then waved her hand to leave. At that moment Zhou Yuan walked over. Young master, there is a letter for you from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. A letter? Zhou Yuan was somewhat confused. Having been here for over half a month, this was the first time he received such a thing. Zhao Jianxia also paused, turned her head back and asked in confusion, 100 Flowers Pavilion. Zhou Yuan quickly took it, opened it, and indeed saw the unique handwriting of Kai and I. Her characters were very distinctive, sharp yet elegant, showcasing a high level of skill. Tossing and turning, thinking of you for half a month tonight. I wait for you in my chamber. Please do come. Let us discuss poetry by lamplight. Zhou Yuan casually thought to himself, and then he noticed that a piece of paper was tucked inside the letter, which was surprisingly a poem titled Man Ting Feng. What does it say? Zhao Jianxia's voice was soft as she clearly understood that her question might not be appropriate. Zhou Yuan certainly would not show her the letter but handed her the letter instead. The Fairy of 100 Flowers mentioned the poetry gathering and sent over the poem she composed. What do you think? Is it satisfactory? There really is a poem. Zhao Jianxia's heart stirred and looking down her eyes gradually widened. She read it carefully several times, her face filled with shock. She lifted her head and exclaimed, this poem can be considered a peerless masterpiece. The Fairy Kai and I of 100 Flowers Pavilion truly lives up to her reputation. Such talent is truly extraordinary. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, how about using this poem to open the poetry gathering? Zhao Jianxia was overjoyed. It is simply flawless. Perfect. With this poem to open the gathering, it will surely create a sensation in Yunzhou. Zhou Yuan, thank you. If it weren't for you, our poetry gathering wouldn't go so smoothly. At this point she seemed to realize she had become overly excited, her cheeks slightly flushed, but she said nothing, only deeply bowing to Zhou Yuan. The 100 Flowers Fairy Kai and I is a hot potato, as Yi Qingying put it. She is also a peerless master. However, the goodwill she has shown so far is still worth a second visit from Zhou Yuan. Turning hostile after receiving 300 taels of silver is not Zhou Yuan's style. Moreover, one cannot be a son-in-law for life. To thrive in this world, one still needs connections and a network. As night fell, Zhou Yuan hurried to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. It was even more bustling than last time, with many scholars dressed in long scholar robes holding white fans sitting in the hall, all looking quite dapper. Carrying a fan in this season, how pretentious. It's as if he fears others don't know he is a learned man. It seems the words from that night have already spread, bringing about such a positive effect. Young Master Zhou, the 100 Flowers Fairy is waiting for you in the loft, please follow me. The previous maid seemed much more serious this time, speaking with respect as she led Zhou Yuan upstairs. Upon opening the door and passing through the entrance, the figure of Miss Kai and I came into view. She was focused, writing in small elegant script, her brush strokes graceful and full of spirit. Seeing Zhou Yuan arrive, she set down her brush, slightly lifted her skirt and greeted him. Young master, it has been half a month since we last met. Did you not miss me, Kai and I? Her voice carried tenderness and a hint of melancholy. Although she was a peerless master with an extraordinary identity, for some reason being with her felt not only pressure-free but rather relaxing. It seemed there was no need for any pretense, one could simply be oneself. Zhou Yuan performed a bow and chuckled lightly. I have only missed you, Miss Kai and I, for 2 days. Kai and I looked somewhat downcast, lowering her head and saying, just 2 days. Zhou Yuan replied, day and night. Put. Miss Kai and I couldn't help but laugh, her pretty face turning slightly red, softly saying, your words are always unexpected, young master. Zhou Yuan sat down and sighed. By the way, I must thank you, Miss Kai and I, for showing mercy that night, otherwise Yi Qingying's life would have been in peril and my own fate would not have been any better. Kai and I was slightly taken aback, then lowered her voice saying, I did not wish to let that constable go, but I also did not want to put you in a difficult position. As she said this, she looked up, her bright eyes filled with a hint of unease. Young master, my identity is complicated, do you not care? Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh, saying, why should I care? Everyone has their own identity and secrets. All I know is that you, Miss Kai, and I write beautifully and treat me well. Kai and I seemed relieved, breaking into a smile, and gently said, young master, what do you think of my writing here? Zhou Yuan glanced down and remarked, though it has a touch of brilliance, it lacks a free spirit. You seem troubled, you might as well share your thoughts with me. Kai and I sighed, you truly have a discerning eye, young master. Unfortunately, the troubles I face are not ones you can help with. Yet she chose to speak softly, saying, my identity is not illustrious, it may have already been exposed and the authorities are trying to investigate me. I am afraid I must leave here soon. It's a pity that just as we have met I must face separation, it truly is regrettable. An illustrious identity. It could only mean being a wanted criminal, a bandit, or part of a sinister sect. The authorities are not directly apprehending anyone and are still sending Yi Qingying to investigate, indicating that even if there is evidence it is not comprehensive and lacks leads. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan slowly said, do not rush, the foundation of the 100 Flowers Pavilion lies in its patrons. The execution of laws must also consider human feelings and social stability. If Miss Kai and I can win the hearts of the talented men of Yunzhou, how could she fall to the point of being forced to relocate? Kai Ni's figure trembled and she raised her head in surprise, saying, young master, are you saying the patrons of the 100 Flowers Pavilion will protect me? If the sons of the officials of Yunzhou all like you, and if many of the officials themselves are admirers of yours, then who would dare to harm you without solid evidence? Kai Ni's eyes sparkled, but she soon lowered her head. Unfortunately, I am already 18 among the courtesans, I am considered old. How can I regain my fame in Yunzhou? Zhou Yuan gently tapped the table and said, the allure of a courtesan lies in her talents and beauty. Miss Kai and you possess striking talent and unmatched performance, it's just that your artistry is not easily revealed. But do not forget, the Yunzhou Poetry Society's outing event is about to begin. In 3 days that poem Man Ting Fong will spread throughout Yunzhou and even the entire Jiangnan. At that time you, Miss Kai and a talented lyricist, will naturally become the center of attention. Kai and smiled wryly, saying, young master, you are the lyricist. I say it's you who can refute it. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, but Kai Ni's expression changed drastically as she hurriedly shook her head, saying, no young master, though I am not talented, how could I steal your work and put my name on it? This lyric belongs to you and your name will resonate throughout Yunzhou, how could I jeopardize your future? Do not try to persuade me, Kai and I would rather leave than delay you, young master. This heartfelt speech was indeed touching. Zhou Yuan wanted to marvel at her being so lovestruck, but felt that such a description would insult Kai Ni's genuine feelings. So he chuckled softly, saying, it is said that talented individuals love beautiful women. I, Zhou Yuan, am alone and have no luxurious gifts to offer, however a small poem is something I can give. He gently took Kai Ni's hand, feeling the warmth of her delicate fingers, and whispered, do you not wish to accept my affection? Kai Ni's face turned crimson, filled with shyness, murmuring, young master, why are you so kind to me? Zhou Yuan replied, because you are worth it. Kai and I let out a soft sigh, collapsing into Zhou Yuan's embrace, trembling as she said, I thought tonight would be our final farewell, yet unexpectedly you have given me such a grand gift. Even if I were to be crushed into powder, I could never repay your kindness, young master. To be honest, this claim was rather excessive, it was merely a matter of reciprocity. The infatuated courtesan truly awakened the long-buried heart of this old man. Zhou Yuan felt a sense of emotion but said, if Miss Kai and I truly feels unworthy, perhaps you could impart a martial art to me, I am frail and need to strengthen my body. At this point he laughed, gently patting her back, saying, Yi Qingying mentioned you are a peerless swordsman, I truly wish to learn your sword technique. Kai and I raised her head, her eyes sparkling, saying, people say that it is indecent for a lady to learn martial arts. Zhou Yuan replied, I believe it is an excellent skill, let those idle gossips go to hell. Put. Kai and I covered her mouth and laughed, saying, you are indeed different from others, I will organize the sword techniques and when you come again you can receive the sword manual. Wonderful. This is currently the most important matter to me and it's been resolved. My dear courtesan sister is truly good to me. Zhou Yuan felt exceptionally elated, chatting with Kai and I until late into the night before finally heading downstairs to leave. It was not that he did not want a feast, but rather that the meat was not yet cooked, the time was not right. Yet Kai Ni's reluctant gaze haunted him, lingering in his thoughts. The young courtesan is truly wonderful. Stop smiling, your face will crack from laughing so much. Suddenly a cold yet familiar voice rang in his ears, startling Zhou Yuan. He quickly turned around and saw Yi Qingying dressed in men's clothing. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly and asked, is your injury better? Yi Qingying seemed momentarily taken aback. Her expression was no longer as cold, she simply said, you don't need to worry about me, just take care of your courtesan. Do not tell me you are going again tonight, this time I cannot save you. Yi Qingying snorted coldly, saying, do not mention that, I will remember to repay you. Do you not wish to learn martial arts? In 3 days I will wait for you at the pavilion by the Yunjiang River. After speaking she turned and left directly. Zhou Yuan scratched his head and then burst into laughter. Receiving two significant gifts at once left him somewhat dazed. Of course he would not refuse who would complain about having too many skills. Both girls, he wanted them all. Oh no, wait, it's two martial arts techniques, he wanted them all. What joys did ancient life hold? In Zhou Yuan's view, this question is quite paradoxical. Without electronic devices and aside from entertainment venues, there was virtually no nightlife, and the means of entertainment were extremely scarce. However, it varied from person to person. At least Zhou Yuan found joy in it. Having experienced so much in his past life, he now found comfort in simple meals, focusing on his health and a leisurely lifestyle. Running, exercising, admiring flowers, and playing with the little girl Zhou Yuan brought him genuine pleasure for the first time in truly enjoying life. As dawn broke, a hint of red light appeared in the east, signaling that today would surely be a good day. Zhou Yuan picked up the fishing rod he had crafted himself and stepped outside, running all the way to the banks of Yunjiang, exercising his body while beginning his fishing journey on this beautiful morning lit by rosy clouds. Spring is an excellent season for fishing. The warming temperatures increase the fish's foraging needs, making them more likely to bite even for beginners. Zhou Yuan was not an experienced angler, having had little time for it in his past life, but he held a great love for fishing. He found a spot, set up a small stool, and had a pot of hot tea ready. Baiting the spot, preparing the lure, and adjusting the line were done in one go. At this moment, a purple mist rose from the east and the sun revealed a smiling face, awakening the entire world. Holding the rod made from bamboo, Zhou Yuan felt extremely relaxed, thinking that even if he didn't catch anything today, it didn't matter, the experience itself was already fulfilling. Moreover, he had an appointment today. He glanced back at the pavilion 100 meters away, the agreed meeting spot with Yi Qingying, who had promised to teach him martial arts. This made Zhou Yuan very much looking forward to it. If he could learn true skills, that would be wonderful. If the teaching process was a bit more ambiguous, it would be even more perfect. Ah! There's a bite. The sudden movement of the fishing rod pulled Zhou Yuan from his thoughts. He hurriedly stood up, gripping the rod tightly, and yanked it upwards. Then he fell back onto the ground. The hook snagged a small crucian carp swinging in the air. Damn, and I thought it was a huge catch, getting me all excited. Zhou Yuan removed the fish and tossed it directly into the river. He was not disappointed, on the contrary, he was quite pleased. As long as there was a bite, he would definitely catch a big fish today. However, his joy did not last long. The sound of neighing horses and rumbling wheels approached as dozens of horse-drawn carriages formed a long line racing along the official road. The grand spectacle frightened away the fish that had just gathered at his baited spot. Zhou Yuan turned to look and saw numerous scholars and young ladies disembarking from the carriages. Roughly estimated, there were over 100 people. Drivers and servants began gathering around the pavilion to set up tables and chairs, bustling with activity. The young ladies and scholars clustered together, admiring the beautiful scenery and gasping in awe. What a damn misfortune! Zhou Yuan was furious. He suddenly remembered that today was the outing day for the Yunzhou Poetry Society, and they had coincidentally chosen this spot. With this group of rascals making a fuss here, how could he fish? The key was that Zhou Yuan couldn't change locations. Compared to fishing, he was more afraid of missing his appointment with Yi Qingying, as learning martial arts was currently his most important task. Seeing Zhao Jianjia and Zhou Yuan getting out of the carriage, Zhou Yuan quickly turned away, not daring to look back. He certainly didn't want Zhao Jianjia to recognize him, otherwise he might be forced to attend that ridiculous poetry meeting, which would be far less interesting than fishing. Damn it, why think about that? Baiting fishing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhao Jianjia was momentarily entranced by the scenery of Yunjiang. The rising sun painted half the sky red, reflecting in the waters of Yunjiang where the stream flowed gently, the willow trees on both banks lush green and the rapeseed flowers a brilliant yellow, a sight to behold. There was also a solitary fisherman sitting by the riverbank, adding the perfect touch of vitality to the scene, harmonizing the entire landscape. But, why does that fisherman's back look so familiar? Just as she thought of this, a voice came from beside her. Jianjia, the venue is ready, come and host it. You are the soul of this outing. Oh, I'm coming. Zhao Jianjia replied, calling everyone to take their seats, which was met with applause. Fellow members of the Poetry Society, gentlemen and ladies, our annual outing for the Yunzhou Poetry Society will be held here by the banks of Yunjiang today. The tables and chairs for this event are provided by various households, while the writing materials, food, fruits and tea are sponsored by Baihua Pavilion. All the scholars cheered while the young ladies blushed, feeling a bit shy. Zhao Jianjia said, though Baihua Pavilion is a brothel, it shows great sincerity. To maintain the elegance of this Poetry Society outing, the fairy of Baihua Pavilion Kai Ni has composed a poem for the society. The young ladies looked on with curiosity while the scholars could no longer contain their excitement. It is said that the fairy of Baihua Pavilion is exceptionally talented and loves poetry. We would like to see what talents she possesses. Indeed, if it is truly a good poem, accepting sponsorship from a brothel is not inappropriate. Please, Miss Zhao, read us the poem, we will appreciate it together. Zhao Jianjia smiled slightly. She cherished that poem deeply and had memorized it well. Taking a deep breath to adjust her emotions, she recited the poem with great expression. The venue fell into silence, and after what felt like an eternity, a huge reaction erupted. Wonderful poem. What a splendid man, Ting Feng. This poem has entered my heart and stirred my feelings. The fairy of Baihua Pavilion is truly a kindred spirit. I must visit Baihua Pavilion afterward to witness the fairy's grace. A bold young lady said, though the fairy of Baihua Pavilion is the flower of the brothel, she possesses genuine talent and learning. We all admire and respect her. Indeed, starting this poetry meeting with such a poem is truly a remarkable story. Everyone's spirits lifted and the atmosphere gradually took shape. Zhou Yuan, who had heard all of this, couldn't help but smile. After this event, this poem Man Ting Fong would undoubtedly spread throughout Yunzhou and the business of Baihua Pavilion would experience a tremendous boom in the short term. As long as they utilized it properly, continuously cultivating customer loyalty with good poems and verses, everything would be just fine. The activities of the outing were quite simple, just gathering to eat and drink, playing some couplets and riddles, followed by sightseeing, composing poetry and exchanging cultural ideas. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner and under the atmosphere set by the wonderful poem. Today's event seemed to be even more enjoyable than in previous years. After the riddles and couplet games concluded, Zhao Jianjia said everyone can enjoy the scenery around, take a stroll along the banks and seek inspiration. At noon we will gather again for a meal, so be sure to bring forth your best works. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they began to disperse. At that moment a young nobleman in splendid attire smiled and said, Miss Jianjia, there are people fishing by the shore, shall we not go and try it ourselves? Zhao Jianjia frowned slightly and replied, Young Master Lu, I still need to take care of everyone, I cannot go. She did not have a great liking for this son of the governor of Yunzhou, who was mediocre in talent yet adept at leveraging his status, quite smooth in his demeanor. In Zhao Jianjia's view, poetry was poetry. It was not a place for fame and fortune nor a venue for seeking superiority. Lucia squinted slightly and said, Since Miss Jianjia is unwilling, I shall not insist. Let me catch a big fish for you. He seemed quite confident as he strode towards the riverbank. The early spring sunlight was warm and gentle, pouring down from the eastern sky, illuminating all things. The earth was competing in greenery, the grass was growing and the willows were becoming lush with branches that hung down to caress the azure waters, creating gentle ripples. Yet amidst such breathtaking scenery there were always those who disturbed Zhou Yuan's mood. You can go away, I've commandeered the fishing gear. Just tell me how much it costs. Lucia approached Zhou Yuan's side, speaking in a nonchalant tone, hardly casting a glance at Zhou Yuan, his voice tinged with superiority. Zhou Yuan felt quite annoyed. He had no intention of dealing with this group of fools, yet they still dared to come and bother him. He couldn't be bothered to turn around, simply stating 100,000 taels of gold. What did you say? Lucia almost thought he had misheard. Zhou Yuan replied, Didn't you ask me for a number? I told you, can you afford it? Lucia found the voice somewhat familiar and finally turned to look at Zhou Yuan, frowning as he said, This fishing gear is worth at most 50 copper coins. Zhou Yuan scoffed, Yes, but I insist on charging you 100,000 taels of gold. If you can't pay, then go away and stop bothering me. You? Who do you think you're talking to? Lucia stepped to Zhou Yuan's side, finally seeing Zhou Yuan's face, and immediately exclaimed, It's you. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, Didn't I tell you not to bother me? Can't you understand? Lucia's pupils slightly constricted, then he laughed, saying, So you're the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Miss Jianjia came to attend the poetry gathering but didn't bring you along. You must be quite disappointed, right? Actually, you didn't need to come early to scope things out. Forcing a meeting is pointless. Disliking someone is just disliking them. After all, what status do you have? You should know your place. Did Zhou Yuan care about the lowly status of being a son-in-law? As a modern person, he didn't take this matter seriously at all. His understanding of the world and society far exceeded this era, so why would he care about such trivialities? It was just that this fool in front of him was truly annoying. Listen. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said in a deep voice, You came here to pass the time, and so did I. You enjoy your poetry gathering and I'll catch my fish. Let's keep our distance, that's the best outcome. If you insist on provoking me, don't blame me for not warning you. Regardless of your status, I won't give you face, understand? I won't repeat myself. Now hurry up and get lost, stop bothering me. Lucia, being the son of the governor of Yunzhou, was used to flattery and could hardly tolerate such words. His expression changed immediately, anger flaring as he shouted, You insolent fool. How dare you speak to me like that? You're asking for death. Then he sneered, Don't think I don't know your marriage is fake. I specifically had experienced elderly women observe, and Zhao Jianjia is still a maiden. Zhou Yuan paused, slowly lowering his fishing rod. The other party could be superior, arrogant and domineering, but probing into Zhao Jianjia was already crossing the line. Even if Zhao Jianjia and Zhou Yuan had no real marriage bond, he would not tolerate such matters. Therefore Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Zhu and smiled, saying, Look, Jianjia has come over. Lu Zhu instinctively turned his head but suddenly felt his arm being yanked. Before he could react, a tremendous force surged and he stumbled, falling directly into the river. The massive splash and sound finally alerted those around. Amidst the shouts, people gathered around and the servants quickly jumped into the water to pull Lu Zhu out. Let go of me. Lu Zhu shouted angrily and rushed towards Zhou Yuan. His fury boiling, he picked up a stone but then set it down, saying in a deep voice, You three come with me. As the son of the governor, the servants naturally accompanied him at all times. Zhou Yuan, however, smiled lightly, stepping in front of him and quietly saying, with so many eyes upon us, once the facade is torn apart, it won't just be a personal grudge between you and me. Has the Lu family really prepared for a complete confrontation with the Zhao family? You must know your opponent is a top scholar favored by the emperor. At this point, Zhou Yuan patted his shoulder and said, what do you think your father will think of this matter? You. Lu Zhi gritted his teeth, saying, you're threatening me. Zhou Yuan spread his hands and said, I'm just stating facts. As a child of officials, I think you can still comprehend basic political situations. Lu Zhi scoffed coldly, you're just a son-in-law. Lord Zhao may not take you seriously. Zhou Yuan sighed, feeling helpless, and said, have you done anything other than show off over the years? As the newly appointed top scholar and representative of Confucian scholars, Lord Zhao, who has just entered the officialdom for 3 years, values reputation the most. Do you think he likes me? No, he just doesn't want anyone saying that he betrayed his deceased friend and broke the promises made back then. He must be clean to ascend smoothly. If you dare to touch me, he will go all out against the Lu family to prove his integrity and noble character. Do you believe that? Lu Zhi fell silent. He was filled with boundless rage, yet still felt that Zhou Yuan seemed to be right. This son-in-law didn't appear to be as incompetent as rumor. Suppressing his emotions forcefully, he clenched his fists and said, I will remember today's events, just you wait. Zhou Yuan, don't let me find an opportunity or I will make you understand the consequences of offending me. Zhou Yuan merely smiled faintly, saying, I told you not to provoke me, why didn't you listen? As the two spoke, more and more people gathered around. Eventually someone recognized Zhou Yuan. Hey, isn't that the son-in-law of the Zhao family? Yes, he's Miss Jianjia's husband. Why is he here dressed like that? Of course I'm here fishing, what else could I wear? Zhou Yuan felt speechless, but he couldn't say much, for Zhao Jianjia was approaching. Her expression was filled with confusion, worry, and an indescribable embarrassment. What are you doing here? She walked to Zhou Yuan's side, keeping her voice low, her tone somewhat anxious. What kind of person was Zhou Yuan? He naturally sensed her thoughts. She felt somewhat embarrassed, as if at a class reunion with a husband who seemed quite ineffectual. It would be awkward not to acknowledge each other, yet acknowledging each other would be severely embarrassing. I came to fish. Who knew I would run into you guys here on an outing? Now great, I've been baiting all morning and the fish are scared away. Zhou Yuan's tone was very relaxed, he didn't care about others' opinions. Zhao Jianjia's brows furrowed repeatedly, then she gritted her teeth and finally held his hand, linking her arm with his. Her hand was somewhat cold and trembling, but held on tightly, her body pressed closely against Zhou Yuan. Everyone, please quiet down. Her voice was not as composed as usual, and the crowd had already focused their attention on the two of them. Zhao Jianjia forced a smile and said loudly, let me introduce, this is my husband Zhou Yuan. The crowd looked somewhat dazed but still greeted him. After all, Zhao Jianjia had a good rapport with people. Zhou Yuan, however, smiled. A genuine smile. Because he knew that his and Zhao Jianjia's fate had truly begun at this moment. In such a situation, if she pretended not to know Zhou Yuan or urged him to leave quickly, Zhou Yuan would leave and at the right moment cut off all ties with this woman. But she acknowledged him and generously admitted their relationship. This meant that while she had the vanity of an ordinary person, it did not interfere with her inner purity and sense of responsibility. Zhou Yuan was not a saint, thus he never held others to the standards of a saint. Everyone has a desire for vanity, but Zhao Jianjia's character suppressed her vanity, which is what makes her commendable. Thus their fate began. From this moment on, Zhou Yuan would genuinely treat her as his wife. Her eyebrows resembled distant mountains, ethereal and gracefully subtle. Her eyes gleamed like stars, clear, profound and luminous. Her nose was as delicate and flawless as jade, her lips painted with vermilion bloomed with quiet allure. Her cheeks were smooth as congealed cream, her jawline soft and elegant. A few strands of raven hair drifted across her snow-pale skin in simple flowing gown, lending her an otherworldly transcendent grace. Zhou Yuan realized that Zhao Jianjia possessed a celestial beauty, as if a fairy had descended to the mortal realm. Though she embodied the refined poise typical of noble women in this era, her aura stood apart from all others, like heaven and earth separated by an unbridgeable gulf. Stop staring, they're all greeting you. Zhao Jianjia smiled warmly at the crowd while whispering urgently, why are you still looking? What are you staring at me for? I've just realized, you're truly beautiful, Zhou Yuan murmured with a light smile. Zhao Jianjia replied softly, now isn't the time for such words. I know you're not one for idle chatter, but it's essential to engage with everyone here, don't let propriety slip away. Her expression, flustered, anxious yet irresistibly charming, was utterly vivid. Unable to resist, Zhou Yuan gently drew her slender waist into his arms and brushed a tender kiss upon her cheek. In that instant the entire world fell silent. Countless scholars and young ladies gaped, scarcely daring to believe what they had just witnessed. Good heavens, this was broad daylight. And yet they dared. Such an act in the rigidly Confucian society of the Great Jin dynasty was nothing short of audacious madness. Zhao Jianjia stood frozen for several heartbeats before finally registering what had happened, her body trembling violently. She stared at Zhou Yuan in shock, her face burning crimson with mortification and indignation. What have you done? Zhou Yuan. How dare you take advantage of me? This violates our agreement. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. We haven't shared a chamber, how then has any agreement been broken? That's sheer sophistry. Her ears flushed scarlet as she stammered. You knew full well there were dozens watching us, and that we're only playing roles. Yet you deliberately took advantage of me. It wasn't deliberate, I simply lost myself in the moment, Zhou Yuan replied. Zhao Jianjia's voice broke with tears. You're bullying me. You know I can't afford to quarrel now, not with our false marriage exposed, so you choose this moment to bully me. Her tone was heartrendingly plaintive, yet to preserve their charade she had no choice but to force a radiant smile. Enough. I never wished to mingle with these people, but since I've already taken liberties with you, will cooperate once helping you fulfill your Poetry Society outing assignment. Zhou Yuan gently squeezed her hand and said, let's go, greet everyone. Without waiting for her reply, he led her forward. He bowed respectfully to the gathering and said with a warm smile, esteemed guests, I am not a member of your Poetry Society nor have I studied classical texts for many years, thus I did not accept Miss Zhao's invitation earlier. This morning while fishing by the riverbank I chanced upon your outing, an auspicious coincidence indeed, and thus joined you in celebration. His tone shifted subtly as he continued, each of you is either a celebrated scholar of Yunzhou, erudite learned and steeped in literary mastery, or a graceful refined lady whose elegance illuminates every gathering. Though I hold the title of Shoutsai, I would never presume to display my modest talents before such paragons of scholarship and virtue. Today therefore I shall join Miss Zhao in hosting, not as a performer of verse but as a humble steward ensuring the Poetry Society's festivities proceed smoothly. What say you? His speech flowed with cultured elegance and effortless confidence laced with warmth and quiet charisma, a magnetic presence that stirred the air. Learned beyond measure. That praise is far too generous. Brother Zhou flatters us greatly, we are merely students hardly brimming with erudition. Though each spoke humbly, their faces shone with unrestrained delight. Flattery may pierce through countless deceptions, but never through human nature itself. In his past life Zhou Yuan had presided over countless assemblies ranging from intimate gatherings of a dozen to grand conferences of over 1,000. His oratorical mastery rendered navigating this group of scholarly youths and gentlewomen effortlessly simple. As he conversed he guided them seamlessly into games and performances, the atmosphere swiftly igniting into vibrant merriment. The crowd had already been captivated by Zhao Jianjia's sudden appearance with a husband, and Zhou Yuan's honeyed wit soon won them over completely. So enchanted were they that even the scenic beauty faded into oblivion, eclipsed entirely by his captivating monologues. Yunzhou has flourished since antiquity, a jewel of the Jiangnan region renowned for its cultural brilliance. Thus the Yunzhou Poetry Society naturally commands wide-reaching influence. Today's outing opens with the poem Man Ting Fong. Let each of you compose verses in response, these will surely spread far and wide. When talented scholars and graceful ladies across Jiangnan hear of them, they can only sigh in wistful admiration. Brother Chen Mingyuan, I heard you're also betrothed. Is your fiancée from Linen? I wager she'll run away from home just to meet you after today's poetry gathering. The crowd burst into hearty laughter. Chen Mingyuan could barely contain his mirth, bowing deeply and replying, Brother Ze, your auspicious words are most welcome. Ah, so they'd already advanced to addressing each other by courtesy names, a sign of fast deepening camaraderie. Zhou Yuan then turned to Luo Ruanji. Little sister Ruanji, what tale would you like to hear today? Luo Ruanji's delicate face flushed faintly, her bashful charm stirring hearts. In a soft murmur she whispered, a story like the one before, that would be perfect. Other young ladies, curious and eager, quickly joined in asking questions. After all, women often cherish stories more than poetry. Zhou Yuan said, since our sisters wish to hear one, I shall share another tale, to bring joy to all. He invited everyone to sit, then began recounting the legend of the white snake. His narration unfolded with lyrical grace, vivid, impassioned and boldly expressive in its portrayal of love. The young ladies listened, hearts pounding, cheeks aflame. At the tale's poignant conclusion many shed tears, moved not only by sorrow but by deep empathy and self-reflection. Zhou Yuan was a master at orchestrating emotion, decades of leadership in his past life had honed that skill to perfection. Sister Jianjia, how I envy you, having such a fine husband. Indeed. They say Brother Zhou lacks literary talent, but I suspect few here surpass him in true erudition. Only when her closest friends voiced such admiration did Zhao Jianjia awaken from her daze. She watched dazed as Zhou Yuan mingled effortlessly with scholars and ladies alike, laughing, conversing, radiating warmth, until reality itself seemed uncertain. She had feared he'd falter in social graces, offend etiquette and cause embarrassment. Yet now, he outshone even her, the appointed hostess, by a wide margin. It was as though everyone moved within his orbit, dancing to the rhythm he set. Jianjia, may we visit your home often henceforth? Luo Ruanji clasped her hand and whispered, whenever we long for stories we'll come see you, shall we? What a strange way to put it. If you wish to hear stories, simply come, why say come see me? Her pulse quickened. Zhou Yuan's overwhelming popularity surpassed even her wildest expectations, and her friends' envious admiration kindled a quiet private pride within her. Gazing at that unfamiliar husband, now so animated and beloved among the crowd, Zhao Jianjia found him far more agreeable than before. Zhou Yuan, perhaps he truly has no flaw, at the very least he is profoundly likable. A soft laugh escaped her. Enough talk, henceforth all of you are welcome at my home. I'll have my husband tell you stories until you're satisfied. That word, husband, slipped from her lips without stiffness or shame. Shaking her head lightly she added, go bother him instead, I still need to prepare the next segment of our program. The young ladies dissolved into laughter and promptly swarmed Zhou Yuan again begging for more tales. Tilting his head thoughtfully he asked, so, what story shall I tell you next? Perhaps something bolder. Luo Wanji blushed again twisting shyly, brother Zhou, isn't this place a little inappropriate for such a tale? Save it for later, and tell us privately please. Indeed, adolescent maidens were instinctively drawn to bolder stories albeit cloaked in demure hesitation. Zhou Yuan didn't press further, instead he promised to tell it later, sealing the pact with a wink. Once he gently dispersed the crowd he finally approached Zhao Jianjia and smiled, no more feeling wronged I hope. Don't do that again, it's broad daylight. I dislike it, she murmured, her cheeks warming. Then, what about a secret kiss? Absolutely not. She waved her hands frantically. None of that, Zhou Yuan, don't test me. I will get angry. Then why not kiss Wanji instead? I think she's already smitten with you. Truly. You'd really kiss her. You scoundrel. Zhao Jianjia paled. I meant, has she truly fallen for me? Zhao Jianjia nearly vanished into the ground. Clenching her teeth she snapped, ask her yourself, I'm not Luo Yuan. Zhou Yuan burst into unrestrained laughter. Zhao Jianjia was in a very happy mood today, a faint smile gracing her face and under the sunlight her cheeks seemed to glow. Since she learned about the marriage contract she had not felt any joy, especially after secretly investigating Zhou Yuan, which left her deeply disappointed, feeling as if her life was falling apart. She had struggled and presented a stern protest to her father. But her mother said that since her father was a newly appointed top scholar entering the officialdom he could not afford to leave behind a handle of betrayal, otherwise with one misstep that handle could become a self-destructive dagger. Zhao Jianjia could not argue against it, so she could only agree to the marriage. The 3 rules were proposed by her, but she believed that her parents' wisdom would see through it as well. They even tacitly allowed it. Yet even so Zhao Jianjia felt incredibly troubled. But today, she saw Zhou Yuan navigating through the crowd with ease and the heavy stone in her heart finally lifted. At least for now she believed that living with this person was not so unbearable. Feeling light all over, Zhao Jianjia nibbled on some fruit basking in the spring breeze and gently asked Ruanji, what do you think of Zhou Yuan? Ruanji. Zhao Jianjia directly interrupted, we have known each other for 2 years, it isn't a long time yet, we have shared our hearts like sisters, having no secrets. Such a crucial matter should be addressed candidly. Ruanji lowered her head and said, Zhou Yuan. His story is quite captivating. I am often bored, so. You understand, Jianjia, this is not love. You know our relationship and we will not have a future, Ruanji. If you truly like him, why care about his identity? Zhao Jianjia asked. Ruanji smiled faintly, but her smile was tinged with melancholy. She shook her head inside. Jianjia, you know there is even less possibility for me and him. My father has already arranged my marriage. Zhao Jianjia felt empathetic and took her hand, saying, as women we can never decide our own happiness, not even Her Majesty the Empress is an exception. Ruanji's expression changed suddenly and she said urgently, Jianjia, be cautious with your words, how can we presume to speculate about the holy monarch? Zhao Jianjia gritted her teeth and said, regardless I will help you, Ruanji. I will ask my father. No. Ruanji hurriedly said, Jianjia, let's not bring this up again, I did not mean that. Zhao Jianjia saw that she was angry and stopped speaking. At this moment Luja strode over, smiling, everyone, it's almost noon. Before dining, how about composing a poem to praise spring? The crowd was in high spirits and responded eagerly. Young Master Lu is exceptionally talented, could it be that you already have a masterpiece? Someone asked out loud. Zhou Yuan glanced over and recognized the person as the young scholar who had previously exposed his identity at Baihua Pavilion. After all, he was the son of a governor and it was no surprise that he had followers eager to take shortcuts. Within this Yunzhou poetry gathering many likely followed Luja. Perhaps using the term follow was too strong, but at least they were willing to support him and build connections. Sure enough, Luja became the center of attention once again. Looking around he smiled confidently and said, today gathering with fellow poets amidst the beautiful early spring scenery naturally evokes feelings. The young scholar said, young Master Lu, don't keep us in suspense, recite the first poem of today's poetry gathering quickly. With the encouragement of the crowd, Luja's poem was eagerly awaited. He opened his folding fan with an air of dignity, looking around and said, spring arrives, the clouds and waters are green, strange flowers bloom and the wind carries cotton like fluff. I borrow a touch of red from the earth, wishing to gift the beauty of spring to countless homes. Wonderful. Excellent poem. Majestic and extraordinary. Young Master Lu is indeed talented. The crowd could not help but shout out, applauding. Zhou Yuan was also slightly taken aback. This poem, while not particularly good, could not have been written by someone like Luja. He did not look down on the other but rather found it curious. The first half summarized the spring scenery while the latter half expressed a wish to gift this beauty of spring to the world, thus expanding its scope. From scenery to emotion it was not smooth, but it at least elevated the sentiment. Logically, the latter two lines should be crafted by someone with experience. Could it be that this fellow hired a ghostwriter in advance? The scholars and young ladies present could all discern poetry to some extent and recognized that this was a good poem, so with the crowd's encouragement Luja was immediately lifted to the heavens. At this moment Luja suddenly looked at Zhou Yuan and said, "Brother Zhou, you arrived here the earliest, surely you have some insights as well. Why not compose a poem?" Zhou Yuan was uninterested in such matters and waved his hand saying, "I cannot compose poetry." Luja immediately laughed, seeming eager to regain the face he had just lost, and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Half a month ago you won praise from the Baihua Ferry with a poem called Gung Luzi, astonishing the literary circles of Yunzhou, and now you say you cannot compose. Haha, young Master Zhou, do you look down on our Yunzhou Poetry Society and refuse to write poetry? Or perhaps that poem Gung Luzi was not your own creation but rather a ghostwritten piece?" When these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Everyone looked at Zhou Yuan with furrowed brows, their gazes filled with suspicion. In the great Jin kingdom, which valued literature over martial prowess, using a ghostwriter was one of the most disgraceful acts, and literary figures despised such behavior. Though many engaged in such practices, few dared to admit it. Once they did, their reputation would be utterly ruined. Therefore Zhao Jianjia immediately said, "Luja, without evidence do not tarnish someone's reputation." Luja laughed and said, "Tarnish someone's reputation? Everyone, do you believe that the author of Gung Luzi cannot compose a good poem? Of course not. With the level of Gung Luzi, the author cannot possibly be incapable of writing good poetry. Zhou Yuan, could it be that you really sought someone to ghostwrite for you? Was it Miss Jianjia who helped you write it?" Hearing this, Zhao Jianjia's expression changed. If this matter were to be substantiated, not only would Zhou Yuan's reputation be ruined, but hers would also be destroyed. If her poem were to be taken by her betrothed husband to a brothel to deceive the courtesan and word got out, the Zhao family would become a laughingstock, and even her father's reputation would be affected. There was a risk of being reprimanded by superiors for not being strict in managing the household. Zhou Yuan could not help but nod secretly. Luja's move, though seemingly a petty act of pique, was evidently quite effective in this society. If he really could not compose poetry, he was cleverly using public opinion, which could indeed shake the Zhao family's reputation and further impact his father-in-law's standing. Zhao Jianjia was also anxious and quickly said, "This is absolutely not true. I have never written Gung Luzi." The young scholar said, "We have all read that poem. Its text is delicate, filled with sorrow and longing, vividly depicting a woman's heart. It is unlikely that it was written by a man." "Miss Zhao, why must you cover for Zhou Yuan?" The crowd nodded in agreement, not merely echoing but genuinely feeling this statement was reasonable. Zhou Yuan understood that he had to take action. People are easily swayed by the crowd, and if he did not retaliate, lies could turn into facts. "Since you want to provoke me, I do not mind giving you a strong dose of medicine." Zhou Yuan stood up, gently smiling, and said, "Since you all doubt me, I will speak the truth." Luja sneered, "So you admit it, right?" "I just refuse to compose poetry for one reason," Zhou Yuan replied. "Whom? What?" The crowd looked at him, filled with confusion. Luja's face turned icy, secretly thinking, "Zhou Yuan, let's see what excuse you can come up with." Zhao Jianjia's heart was in her throat and she hurried to Zhou Yuan's side, saying, "This is serious, do not mess around." Zhou Yuan ignored her, looking at the crowd and loudly declaring, "It is simply because Zhou Yuan believes poetry is merely a trivial matter. I disdain to compose." As soon as these words were spoken, it felt as if the entire world fell silent. Poetry? A trivial matter? You Zhou Yuan must be out of your mind. How dare you say such nonsensical things? Poetry is nothing but a petty pastime. No one had ever spoken with such conceit, least of all before a forum of fellow poets. Zhou Yuan. Luja thundered. Everyone here is a member of the Yunzhou Poetry Society, and yet you call poetry a trivial pursuit and disdain composing. How dare you belittle us so? Indeed, speaking so arrogantly in our presence is intolerable. He does not deserve to stand here. Luja's followers readily took up the attack, piling on the reproach. A young scholar spoke in a grave tone. "Zhou Yuan, Master Lu is the magistrate's son, courteous and respectful. He honors his fellow poets and composes to converse with them. You are but an orphan of humble origin and insignificant son-in-law. How dare you utter such presumptuous words?" Chen Zhan stepped forward and clasped his fists toward Zhou Yuan. "Brother Z, I cannot agree with what you just said. You owe us an explanation." Many of the young women nodded in agreement. They had taken a liking to Zhou Yuan, yet those earlier words had plainly wounded them. Zhao Jianjia's face went pale, her heart sank. She had never imagined Zhou Yuan would speak so, nor could she see any way to salvage the situation. Zhou Yuan's expression did not change. He asked calmly, "Brother Mingyuan, do you suspect I stole Jianjia's lines to fool the Huakue?" Chen Zhan opened his mouth but could not answer. Zhou Yuan turned to the others and said loudly, "You should understand that if this charge is taken as true, not only will I be shamed beyond bearing, but Jianjia, the Zhao family, and even my father-in-law will be turned into a mockery." I Zhou Yuan do not vaunt overflowing genius nor care for idle judgment, but I will never tolerate your insult to Jianjia and the Zhao household. The assembly exchanged uneasy looks. After all, they had suspected him. Lu Zhi, however, sneered, if Gun Lozi truly is yours, why cannot you compose another poem on the spot? Zhou Yuan replied, so you would have me compose at your bidding, young Master Lu? Lu Zhi snorted. You are a newcomer to us, not even a society member. Of course we wish to see proof of your talent. Zhou Yuan looked to Chen Zhan. Brother Ming Yuan, do you think so too? Chen Zhan felt ashamed. He clasped his fists and said, Brother Z, forgive me, I should not have doubted you so readily, but I still wish to hear your poem. If you can compose a fine poem, I am sure everyone here will offer you a sincere apology. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Yuan turned to Lu Zhi with a smile. Young Master Lu, you were the first to doubt me. If I produce a worthy poem, will you apologize? Of course, Lu Zhi answered without hesitation. Lu Zhi, seeing Zhou Yuan's stall, was certain he could not compose. Zhao Jianjia bit her lip, her small hand hidden in her sleeve damp with nervous sweat. She did not believe Zhou Yuan could fashion a fine poem in such short time, nor she thought could even her father do so with such ease. The task seemed impossible. Yet Zhou Yuan smiled. Since everyone wishes to hear my verse, I shall. He gestured toward the willow by the river. Compose an ode to the willow. Lu Zhi and his companions sneered while the others watched Zhou Yuan with nervous expectation. Clearing his throat, he spoke softly. A tree arrayed in jade, rising proud and tall, 10,000 tendrils droop like threads of emerald silk. In only 2 lines, the listener's eyes brightened. The phrase jade green was exquisite, suggesting both the willow's sheen and the delicate beauty of a modest maiden, likening the tree's slim grace to a slender woman. The image was vivid and charming. Having heard those 2 lines, everyone awaited the next couplet with eager anticipation, all eyes fixed on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan smiled and continued, who has trimmed those fine leaves so delicately? The second month, spring wind, as if it were scissors. For a moment the world fell silent, every breath in the hall was held. With a single word, trim, he had rendered the willow's leaves as refined and exact as a crafted work of art. Who had tailored them? The spring wind of the second month. Heavens tailoring nature's hand. The association was novel, pairing scissors with spring wind left a lingering aftertaste. Poetry, it seemed, could be written like this. Chen Zhan's face grew solemn. He bowed deeply and proclaimed, my earlier misunderstanding and doubt were born of my own folly, please forgive me. To be frank, he added, now that this Yuan Lu is revealed, anyone who dares doubt your talent is blind in both eye and heart. Luo Ruanji's eyes shone as she exclaimed, young Master Zhou, this poem is vivid and playful, its diction simple yet perfect, truly a masterpiece. The assembled company praised and apologized, gazing at Zhou Yuan with admiration. Lu Zhi was left dumbfounded. He had not expected that this shabby scholar could indeed compose such poetry. Zhao Jianjia stood there murmuring the lines, savoring each word. She admired the conception, only the word immaculate could describe it. Zhou Yuan had actually produced the verse, she could scarcely believe it. Joy replaced all her earlier anxiety. Yet as she reflected, unease crept back, she suddenly felt she did not truly know this man. He seemed strange to her, even mysterious. Zhou Yuan wasted no more words, he looked at Lu Zhi and smiled. Young Master Lu, should you not apologize? Lu Zhi, nearly furious, forced a smile. After a long hesitation he said, forgive me, young Master Zhou, my mistake. Zhou Yuan shook his head. I do not want your apology for myself. You should apologize to my Jianjia. Lu Zhi's eyes widened, was he to apologize twice? He felt indignant but found no ready retort. Zhou Yuan sat, picked up a tangerine and began to eat. He said lightly, I care little for how others view me, you may judge my poetry, but there is no need to apologize to me. What you owe is an apology to Jianjia, she sacrificed much for this gathering and yet received such treatment. Upon hearing this the young women hurried to Zhao Jianjia's side. Jianjia. I am sorry. I shall call at your home another day to apologize. I will prepare a small gift, please do not be angry, Jianjia. The girl's pitiful expressions made Zhao Jianjia somewhat uneasy, yet watching Zhou Yuan eat the tangerine warmed her heart in a way she did not expect. He did not concern himself with his own dignity, but he cared about how I felt. Zhao Jianjia shook her head to clear distracting thoughts and took the hands of the women around her. Now that this is settled, sisters need not dwell on it. Let us continue with the other activities. May today's gathering conclude well. The other young women nodded, none wished to prolong the topic. As her close friend Xuening Yue suggested softly, Jianjia, let us dine, then play some games to lift the spirits. Very well. Zhao Jianjia collected herself and set about organizing the meal. Seats and benches were rearranged and steaming dishes were brought forth, fragrant and hot. Food always brings comfort, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Seeing the banquet, Zhou Yuan was astonished. Goodness, so many dishes, were they all intent on a feast? A dozen large steamers had been transported by 3 carts and filled the tables, likely hundreds of dishes in all. These scholars truly indulged, no wonder the sponsorship demanded hundreds of taels of silver. Damn it, this was the money I had hauled and I ought to eat my fill. Zhou Yuan had not had breakfast and ravenous began at once. He devoured the food with such gusto that the onlookers gaped. Yet many of the young women found his manner captivating, thinking young Master Zhou is a most amusing fellow. After seating everyone, Zhao Jianjia came to Zhou Yuan's side as husband and wife. They should sit together. She whispered, "Eat more slowly, there are plenty of dishes." Zhou Yuan replied, "With so much food it would be wasteful not to eat heartily." Zhao Jianjia glanced around. "Precisely because there is so much, do not eat like a starving ghost." She paused, thinking the phrase rude, and amended, "Those who do not know might suppose the Zhao family never allows you a full meal. Do not speak, just eat." Zhou Yuan gestured with his mouth greasy from the food. Zhao Jianjia found his appearance amusing and began to eat modestly as well. She felt a strange realization. Her former self would have scorned such a messy manner without hesitation, yet now she found herself mindful of his feelings. Moreover, she would once have been disgusted by such dishevelment. Why did she now find it endearing? "Zhao Jianjia, what are you thinking?" She closed her eyes. Those subtle, inexplicable changes in herself left her uncertain of her own heart. She had to admit it, she felt adrift, bewildered by the unfamiliar stirrings within her. For the moment she could only acknowledge the confusion and be honest with herself. She felt lost. The midday sun shone brilliantly, though it was not scorching for early spring. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, it brought a refreshing feeling. Zhou Yuan reclined in his chair, completely stuffed with a messy array of plates and cups before him, yet there was still a substantial amount of food left uneaten. How wasteful. A bunch of brats. Zhou Yuan was not a frugal person in his past life. He lived quite luxuriously, wasting money beyond measure. He could accept wasting money as it was merely currency, but he would never waste food. He could stay in a hotel costing tens of thousands for a night, yet he would never order a feast only to eat half of it. He understood the value of food and was deeply aware of the hardships of his past life. "Would you like some water?" Zhao Jianxia showed a hint of concern and said helplessly, "Why do you eat so much? Don't overstuff your stomach." "I'm fine, just carry on with what you're doing. The poetry gathering is already halfway through, and in the afternoon we can play some games before wrapping up." Mainly Zhou Yuan felt that Yi Qingying was about to arrive. He had not forgotten the important matter of the day. "All right, I'll be going then." Zhao Jianxia hesitated, stood up, took a few steps and then turned back. Zhou Yuan, thank you for today." She felt a bit shy while speaking, but after finishing she relaxed a lot and smiled, saying, "Your poetry is truly remarkable." Zhou Yuan pointed to his own face and said, "Don't just say it, how about showing your gratitude with a kiss? In your dreams." Zhao Jianxia chuckled, covering her mouth, and then turned to leave. Zhou Yuan was merely joking and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he reclined back in his chair, basking in the sun, calmly waiting for Yi Qingying's arrival. As the temperature warmed up, the afternoon lethargy set in. Zhou Yuan didn't even remember when he had fallen asleep, but he dreamed of many things from his past life. The moment he opened his eyes, he found it hard to distinguish reality from dreams. "Brother Zhou, if you're tired you can join us for some games." Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb Zhou Yuan. She wore a gentle smile, her oval face exceptionally delicate, with sparkling eyes and two shallow dimples adorning her cheeks. Zhou Yuan laughed and asked, "Why isn't Sister Ningyue playing?" Xuan Ningyue poured Zhou Yuan a glass of water, whispering, "That kind of play isn't interesting. I want to come over and listen to Brother Zhou tell stories." Zhou Yuan waved his hand hurriedly, saying, "I can't afford to give you special treatment. If Ruanji finds out, she might blame me." Xuan Ningyue replied, "I don't think Ruanji would blame Brother Zhou. It seems she has feelings for you." Zhou Yuan was slightly taken aback and said, "Ningyue, if this word gets out it would be difficult for Ruanji to handle." Xuan Ninji's expression turned stiff. She forced a smile and said, "Brother Zhou Yu." Before she could finish, she saw Zhou Yuan suddenly stand up, his gaze fixed ahead. Following his gaze, Xuan Ningyue saw vast fields of rapeseed flowers, breathtakingly beautiful. The golden blossoms glistened in the sunlight, resembling a dream. She quietly laughed, saying, "Does Brother Zhou want to join the game?" Zhou Yuan asked, "What kind of game is that?" Xuan Ningyue replied, "It's hide and seek in the rapeseed field. Those caught must compose poetry. To traverse through the flower fields hidden in nature, what a delightful pastime." Zhou Yuan squinted slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Oh. You all see them as flowers, but I see them as grain." Xuan Ninji's smile froze, and only then did she realize Zhou Yuan's expression had darkened, his eyes sharp, completely devoid of the gentleness he had while telling stories. "Brother Zhou Yu." She tried to say, "Don't worry, we will pay for it. Those farmers won't suffer losses." Zhou Yuan remained silent, instead striding forward. As he got closer, he saw dozens of people running wildly in the rapeseed field, both men and women laughing heartily, enjoying themselves immensely. The riverside fields of rapeseed had already been mostly ruined, yellow flowers scattered all over the ground, and the sprouts lay collapsed in disarray. A once harmonious land now bore countless glaring scars. Two old farmers sat on the edge of the flower field, wearing coarse clothing, looking utterly bewildered. "Brother Zhou." Xuan Ningyue had just caught up but saw Zhou Yuan walk past and approached the two old farmers. He directly sat down beside the two old farmers, gazing at the flower fields ahead, and said, "Gentlemen, this year's flowers are blooming splendidly. The stalks are tall, the harvest should be good, right?" Since he was fishing, Zhou Yuan was dressed quite ordinarily, and the two old farmers assumed he was a mere carriage driver, thus treating him casually. Indeed. Last winter wasn't too cold and several rains fell around the new year. Heaven has blessed us. This year's harvest is excellent. At least 1.5 times more than last year, and the seeds will be quite large, yielding more oil. Talking about their expertise, the two old farmers shared their experiences with great enthusiasm. Zhou Yuan nodded and asked, how much silver did they compensate you? 5 taels. Their voice was loud, clearly very satisfied with that amount. There are 12 households of us and each can receive several hundred won. During the past half-month Zhou Yuan had not been idle. He had at least understood the purchasing power of currency. 1 tael of silver could roughly buy 400 jin of rice, so each household would be able to divide about 200 jin of rice, which indeed was quite a good profit. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, so you've received your money, you can rest assured and go back. That won't do. The old farmer hurriedly said, once these young masters and young ladies leave, we have to hurry to salvage what we can. Looking at the deep wrinkles on their dark faces, Zhou Yuan couldn't smile anymore. Although he was a son-in-law, he was still part of the Zhao family belonging to the gentry class and did not need to worry about basic living. He could easily ignore the matter at hand as it did not affect his interests. Yet Zhou Yuan felt quite unsettled, even harboring a vague anger. This was a disturbance to his Dao heart. In his past life we rose from the chaotic bloodshed, enduring countless hardships before finally having food to eat and clothes to wear. Though the times were different and his identity had completely changed, Zhou Yuan still loathed such acts of ruining crops. He did not take action but merely observed everything before him. After pondering for a long time, he finally stood up. Yes, this matter had nothing to do with his interests, yet his Dao heart remained unchanged from his past life. Brother Zhou. Xuanning, you have finally found an opportunity to speak, saying, Brother Zhou, what's wrong? Zhou Yuan looked at her with calm eyes and said, Ning Yue, I am very glad you have been following me. You are a kind girl, but you cannot understand me. Xuanning Yue did not know what this meant. She only saw a kind of inexplicable weariness in Zhou Yuan's eyes. She whispered, Brother Zhou, is there anything I can do to help? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, I ask if you would dare to do it. I dare. Xuan Ningji's gaze was resolute and that word carried weight. Zhou Yuan pointed ahead and laughed, saying, then let them come out, tell them that Zhou Yuan is going to compose poetry. A man of valor speaks out against injustice. Zhou Yuan was uncertain if this counted as standing against injustice, but he wanted to vent now. He also wished to completely sever ties with this group to prevent it from tainting his Dao heart. Watching the girl's petite silhouette, Zhou Yuan was momentarily dazed. He did not expect Xuanning Yue to be so reckless, actually rushing into the rapeseed field and calling out to all the scholars and young ladies. Noticing the commotion, Zhao Jianjia approached puzzled and asked, what's going on? Do you have any new ideas? Zhou Yuan replied, what new ideas? Zhao Jianjia blinked and said, aren't you thinking of a new game, calling them out like this? Zhou Yuan shook his head and smiled, saying, I have no new ideas, I just want to witness the strength of the Yunzhou Poetry Society and listen to the poems they create. Zhao Jianjia sighed, saying, well, don't be so impatient, the afternoon is long. We should let them pass the time first and save the poetry for the grand finale. Zhou Yuan remained silent, simply sighing as he walked over to the tables and chairs. He casually found a chair to sit down and picked up a navel orange to eat. Zhao Jianjia noticed his unusual expression and followed him, whispering, Zhou Yuan, do you have something you want to say? You seem to be in a mood. She was tall, facing the wind, with her long hair flowing, presenting an exquisite posture. Zhou Yuan, however, was not in the mood to appreciate it. He slowly said, we are merely contractual spouses brought together by our elders, why should you care about my emotions? Zhao Jianjia's expression changed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation she softly said, you do have emotions, otherwise you wouldn't say such things. You usually don't speak with such aggression. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, just get back to what you were doing, and if you're in a good mood you can also write some poetry. Brother Zhou. A shout came from afar as dozens of girls approached. Luo Wanzi was at the forefront, waving her hand and saying, do you think this flower is beautiful? She tucked a golden rapeseed flower into her hair, revealing a sweet smile. It was evident that she was very happy today. Zhou Yuan asked, does Wanzi think she is beautiful? Luo Wanzi was slightly taken aback, then covered her mouth and laughed. How can Brother Zhou ask such a thing? It's not appropriate for a girl to evaluate herself. Zhou Yuan replied, I think you are very beautiful, your features are exquisite and your figure graceful. I could describe you in a poem. The surrounding girls couldn't help but laugh at such a straightforward compliment. How bold it was and how embarrassing. Luo Ruanzi's face turned red as she lowered her head, whispering, Brother Zhou, what poem is that? You haven't heard this poem, I just composed it and it has only 4 incomplete lines. Zhou Yuan's expression was impassive as he said in a deep voice, clear water emerges from the lotus, naturally unadorned, a single glance can topple a city, another can bring down a nation. After a brief silence the crowd erupted into fervent exclamations. What a compliment to topple a nation and a city! Zhao Jianjia was stunned, feeling an inexplicable pang of bitterness in her heart. Is Ruanzi truly that beautiful to deserve such praise? You are not even her husband. Realizing this, Zhao Jianjia was suddenly taken aback, questioning herself as to why she felt this way. Amidst the cheers and the envy of the other girls, Luo Wanzi was utterly mesmerized, feeling both shy and delighted, her voice trembling. Brother Zhou Yuan cannot handle such praise. She lowered her head, her ears flushed, her small hands clutching the hem of her dress, unsure of where to place them. Zhou Yuan said lightly, "It's a pity that you are not naturally unadorned, you have a flower in your hair." The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly sensing something amiss. Luo Wanzi suddenly raised her head, instinctively touching the rapeseed flower on her head. Only then did she realize Zhou Yuan was answering her previous question, was this flower beautiful? The answer was evidently a denial. Luo Wanzi felt a bit lost, along with an indescribable sense of loneliness. Zhou Yuan looked at the crowd and smiled, saying, "You all must have enjoyed the spring scenery, why not compose a poem or two?" Chen Zhan quickly chimed in, "Brother Z is exceptionally talented today, he is here fishing, admiring the scenery. If he were to compose an opening poem, that would be splendid." The crowd quickly echoed, for asking them to compose poetry on the spot was indeed too challenging. It was just right for Zhou Yuan to compose, giving them time to think. Zhou Yuan did not hesitate, saying, "All right then, I shall throw out a brick to attract jade." He stood up, lightly tapped on the table and said, "I was indeed fishing here, I arrived as dawn broke. I saw a breathtaking sunrise and the refreshing sights of spring. I enjoyed a meal unlike any I've had before and witnessed an interesting game among scholars." He gazed at the rapeseed field ahead and continued, "Thus I felt inspired and composed a 5-character poem." Chen Zhan laughed, saying, "Hurry, recite it. We wish to witness your talent." Zhou Yuan asked, "Do you have any writing tools?" Such an assembly wouldn't lack writing tools, and soon a student had everything prepared. Zhou Yuan picked up the brush, recalling many past events. He swiftly wrote down a 20-character quatrain, his emotions reaching their peak, and looked up, saying, "It seems you all have forgotten one thing. Did I not mention that poetry was a minor path? Don't you want to know why?" Upon this statement, the crowd was bewildered. Why bring up old matters again? Indeed. Earlier Zhou Yuan had merely composed a poem titled Ode to the Willow to divert everyone's attention, clearly not having explained why poetry was a minor path. Zhou Yuan did not wait for them to respond, directly stating, "The reason is quite simple, in my opinion poetry is a minor path." Zhao Jianjia was truly anxious, having just managed to move past this topic. Why did he feel the need to fall into this trap again? She hurriedly said, "Don't say any more, Zhou Yuan. If poetry is a minor path, then what is the major path?" "Ha ha. What is the major path?" Zhou Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, then solemnly stated, "To stabilize the mountains and rivers, to support the state, to create a prosperous era, ensuring that the people can learn while young, have support when old, have food when hungry, and have clothing when cold. To liberate all humanity. This is the major path." After speaking, he threw the brush to the ground and coldly said, "What a ridiculous poetry gathering, I shall not accompany you any longer." He turned and strode away, ignoring the silence and gazes behind him. Zhou Yuan acknowledged that what he said was entirely unsuitable for this era. An intelligent transmigrator should integrate into this time rather than cling to the thoughts of his past life. Yet he inexplicably wanted to vent. He did not care whether others understood him, nor did he mind if they regarded him as a madman. He vented, felt refreshed, and that was enough. Staying here would only make him uncomfortable. And that was the truth. Most of the scholars at the poetry gathering regarded Zhou Yuan as a madman. Only a few frowned, lowering their heads, lost in thought. Zhao Jianjia's face turned pale. She did not know what to do, nor did she understand why Zhou Yuan had suddenly lost his temper. She was merely at a loss, feeling a vague sense of sadness. "Let's not mind him, Brother Z may just be recalling something unhappy. Let's take a look at his poem." Chen Zhan forced a smile. He was actually somewhat touched by Zhou Yuan's words, though it was vague and not fully understood. He wanted to alleviate the atmosphere, picking up the paper with the large writing. He was about to read but paused when he glanced at it, then froze. Lu Zhi impatiently said, "What are you dawdling for? If you're going to read, then read. If not, just tear it up." Chen Zhan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and solemnly recited, "In the midday sun, sweat drips onto the fields. Who knows the meal on the plate? Each grain is hard-earned." After finishing, he felt a sense of relief, carefully putting away the white paper. Chen Zhan was moved. He seemed to understand a bit why Zhou Yuan had lost his temper. The others present, savoring these simple yet profound words, fell into silence. Zhou Yuan erupted in anger, uttering words that left everyone bewildered before he tossed down his brush and stormed off. The recitation of the poem "Mournful Farmer" fell upon them, plunging all into silence. They did not grasp the underlying principles but understood poetry. This brief quatrain, consisting of merely 20 characters, seemed to harbor an inexplicable power. This force collided within their hearts, producing echoes that stirred their unease, yet they could not comprehend the specific reason. But reality would unveil the answer to them. "Noble ones, are you still going in to play?" The old farmer, unable to read the situation, managed a forced smile and cautiously said, "If you're done playing, kindly tell this old man so he can rescue the crops, perhaps he can save quite a few." Lu Zhi, already irritable, waved his hand dismissively. "What are you doing here? If you're not playing, hurry and leave." Ah. All right. Thank you, noble ones. The old farmer seemed to have received the best news, quickly calling his fellow townsmen to enter the rapeseed field and slowly prop up the toppled plants. The busy figures of the two appeared exceedingly solitary under the shining sun. Witnessing this scene, the crowd suddenly felt their breaths hitch. The power left by those words in their hearts seemed to resonate even more. Especially in the old farmer's words where he mentioned crops instead of rapeseed. The term crops weighed heavily on their hearts. You see flowers, but I see food. Xuan Ningji's mind echoed Zhou Yuan's earlier words, his complex expression seemingly etched in her heart. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, yet found herself at a loss, ultimately letting out a soft sigh. Miss Zhao, we've tidied everything up, we're leaving now. The waiter from the tavern approached with a smile. Today's meals were all ordered from this establishment. There was still more than half left uneaten. Zhao Jianjia suddenly asked, what do you plan to do with the leftover food? The waiter paused, then lowered his voice, saying, after taking it back, we categorize it and sell it at a low price to some small eateries. They have the market for it. Zhao Jianjia's heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, making it hard for her to breathe. Zhou Yuan. She suddenly shouted, quickly turning her head to see Zhou Yuan already walking far away. In the vast expanse of the world, his solitary figure seemed so insignificant. Yet inexplicably in that moment, Zhao Jianjia felt that his back was remarkably grand. Zhao Jianjia understood. She comprehended why Zhou Yuan needed to eat so much. She understood why Zhou Yuan got angry. The power of the line, every grain on the plate is the result of hard work, reached its zenith at this moment, stirring a seismic force within everyone's hearts. Zhao Jianjia swallowed hard, breathing unevenly. She suddenly realized that Zhou Yuan was far from the person described in rumors, nor was he the carefree individual she normally interacted with. Today's events proved that he possessed talents beyond ordinary reach and thoughts that had yet to be touched by common people. That was his grand path. Perhaps later she should have a talk with him. Zhao Jianjia's heart remained shaken, still inexplicably sorrowful. Then she suddenly saw a figure running out, lifting her skirt with a resolute expression, moving forward. That was Ning Yue. What are you doing? Luo Wanji shouted, and others joined in the outcry. Xuan Yue did not look back, nor did she speak. She simply ran forward with all her might. She felt her dress stained with dirt, her face scraped and burning with pain. The crowd worried for her and quickly called out. She got up, not bothering to straighten her clothes or look back. She finally rushed to Zhou Yuan's side, her face smeared with dirt and sweat, panting heavily, but her eyes shone brightly. Brother Zhou. I understand what you mean. She hurriedly followed Zhou Yuan, speaking rapidly. We are not fools. Perhaps many people understand, but few may care. They have endless wealth and do not need to worry about food and clothing. Even those from poor families won't care because they are scholars, not impoverished farmers. Zhou Yuan halted, looking at the young woman before him, saying, you came after me in such a disheveled state just to tell me this? Yes. Xuan Yue nodded. I came to say this. I want Brother Zhou to know that I understand and empathize with you. Zhou Yuan examined her closely, then squatted down to help her adjust her long skirt, gently brushing off the dirt from her. Brother Zhou. Xuan Ningji's voice dropped. Zhou Yuan stood up and said, give me the handkerchief. Ah. Oh, I have one. Xuan Yue smiled, her dimples as charming as ever. She handed over the handkerchief, saying, Brother Zhou, what do you need the handkerchief for? Her voice trailed off. For Zhou Yuan had already taken the handkerchief and was gently wiping the dirt from her face. His movements were tender, causing her no pain. His face was so close, his gaze so focused, even his breath felt warm. Xuan Ningji's face gradually flushed, her ears slightly burning as she instinctively lowered her head. Don't move, your skin is broken. Zhou Yuan's words seemed beyond dispute, prompting Xuan Yue to quickly raise her face, standing stiffly. After Zhou Yuan cleaned her face, he asked, at today's poetry gathering, is there a physician accompanying you? Yes. Jianjia invited a physician to accompany us with a medicine box just in case of emergencies. Her voice trembled and her heart raced. Zhou Yuan nodded, saying, let the physician apply medicine to your wounds and return home early today. Do not linger here for too long. For some reason his words always felt impossible to refuse. It seemed that whatever he said she would comply. Xuan Yue felt her body trembling, trying to control it, but she was close to collapsing. She lacked strength and felt weak, fearing she would fall directly into his arms. Damn it, I can wield some martial arts, my body isn't that weak. Xuan Ningji's heart shouted. Alright, let's go back. Zhou Yuan tucked the handkerchief away, casually pinching her soft, delicate face as he said, tell Jianjia that I will be home late. Xuan Yue obediently nodded and slowly turned to walk back. At that moment, Zhao Jianjia, watching Xuan Yue return, finally awoke from her stupor. She seemed to realize that she had lost something. That was my husband. He was in distress. It should have been me rushing to comfort him. Why did you Xuan Yue run over instead? Zhao Jianjia's expression was complicated, for she knew that even if time could rewind, she would not have run over to comfort Zhou Yuan. In her heart, Zhou Yuan was not that important. Yet inexplicably she felt a hollow ache, a kind of indescribable discomfort. Jianjia brother Zhou said he will be home late today, don't worry. Xuanning Yue spoke somewhat shyly. Zhao Jianjia instinctively nodded though her nose felt sour. Why is it you who gets to manage our affairs? She felt uncomfortable yet relaxed again. After all, it was a false marriage destined to part sooner or later. So she forced a smile saying, Ning Yue if you like. Xuanning Yue suddenly interrupted, Sister Jianjia, please don't say that we have no right to dictate brother Zhou's life. Whether it's about liking or not, it's meaningless. He will know what he wants, I only see him as an older brother. I'll go find the physician. She slowly walked towards the distant carriage. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Jianjia suddenly realized that she had never truly given Zhou Yuan the respect he deserved. As if treating him as a personal possession available to be given to Ruan Ji or to Xuanning Yue if she liked. Damn it. What am I thinking? What am I supposed to do? How should I handle my relationship with Zhou Yuan? Zhao Jianjia closed her eyes, her thoughts a chaotic mess. Today Yi Qingying wore a deep blue long dress, her long hair tied up with a wooden hairpin fully revealing her exquisite face. Her skin was fair and delicate, her beautiful face clean and unblemished, standing tall and graceful, lacking a bit of her usual vigor yet possessing a soft elegance. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Zhou Yuan's mood lifted considerably. He had a good impression of Yi Qingying, at least she was serious in her endeavors. I arrived long ago. Yi Qingying's expression was calm as she spoke slowly, I just saw you having fun and didn't want to disturb you. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Qingying, when did you become so gentle? According to your nature, would you really wait for me to enjoy myself first? Such teasing would usually earn him a retort from Yi Qingying, but at that moment she simply shook her head and said, your poetry is quite good. This unexpected compliment took Zhou Yuan by surprise. You understand poetry? Yi Qingying replied, not as well as you, but I am not worse than those people. I learned it since childhood, but later I lost interest. She raised the sword in her hand proudly, saying, many principles can only be understood through this thing. Zhou Yuan gave a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly agree with this statement. Yi Qingying suddenly turned to Zhou Yuan, narrowing her eyes. I didn't expect a scholar like you to recognize the hardships of the common people and be able to compose such poetry. Zhou Yuan sighed, I have experienced poverty. At this point he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute, it seems we have been walking the wrong way. He pointed behind him. Damn, that way leads to Yunzhou City. Yi Qingying said, who told you I was taking you back to Yunzhou City? If we were to go back, why would I arrange to meet you here? Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned, unable to help but say, I thought you called me here to teach me martial arts. Yi Qingying shook her head, without my master's permission I cannot teach you. Now we are going up Baiyun Mountain to see my master. She began to introduce herself. I am an orphan raised by my master from a young age, learning both literature and martial arts from him, which has led to today. His kindness is like a rebirth, even surpassing that of my biological mother. My master is the abbot of Baiyun Temple known as Su Yuzi with profound Taoist skills. If she is willing to accept you as a disciple, you will naturally be able to learn martial arts. One must possess Taoist internal energy to learn superior martial arts. You should understand this principle. Zhou Yuan nodded and raised his eyes towards Baiyun Mountain, murmuring, so you mean we have to climb this mountain today? Is there a problem? Yi Qingying asked. No. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of dizziness. He was already exhausted, and climbing this mountain would surely wear him out completely. But for the sake of learning some Taoist internal cultivation methods, it's worth it. Let's go. Up the mountain. Zhou Yuan took the lead, moving forward. The white clouds rolled and the sky darkened gradually. Zhou Yuan collapsed on the path, gasping, I can't go on, I'm really done for, I can't move anymore. Baiyun Mountain didn't look high, but damn, after climbing all this way Zhou Yuan was completely spent. His legs trembled, his whole body shook, this physical state was utterly exhausted. In contrast, Yi Qingying was still radiant and full of energy, though slightly impatient. Are you even a man? We've only climbed halfway and you've already rested so many times. At this rate we won't reach the top until midnight. Her exasperated expression left Zhou Yuan feeling helpless. But he simply wiped the sweat and said, do you have any water? I'm about to die. Yi Qingying shook her head, no water, hurry up and get moving. No, I really can't anymore. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, I usually neglect exercise, my body is weak and I've only been training for half a month, I simply can't handle this intense mountain climbing. If I keep climbing I'm going to collapse. Yi Qingying looked at the sky and said helplessly, I'm really fed up with you. If I had known it would be like this I wouldn't have bothered to bring you here. She squatted down, saying, hurry up and get on my back. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed but then frowned, what about your injuries? Are you healed? Yi Qingying's expression softened a bit as she whispered, I've already recovered, hurry up, we need to get up the mountain before dark. Zhou Yuan climbed onto her back, wrapping his arms around her neck, resting his head against the back of her neck. Her skin was very fair, emanating a faint fragrance, her body soft yet seemingly strong. Don't hold my neck, just rest your hands on my shoulders. Yi Qingying gritted her teeth and said, could you not press against me? You're all sweaty. Zhou Yuan laughed, I have no strength left, what can I do? Qingying, please take me away. Yi Qingying snorted heavily. Even if I persuade her, my master might not accept you as a disciple. What kind of person is she to look up to you? As she spoke, she moved swiftly towards the mountaintop. Feeling Zhou Yuan's warm body and his heavy breathing, Yi Qingying started to feel uneasy, her face gradually turning red. After enduring for a long time, she finally shouted, Zhou Yuan, can you please put that thing away? It's making me uncomfortable. Zhou Yuan felt awkward as well, scratching his head. This is not my fault. It just wants to rise up, I can't control. With her soft and fragrant body rubbing against him, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel distracted, but he definitely wasn't doing it on purpose. Yi Qingying pinched his thigh hard, causing him to yelp in pain. Disgusting thing. You lecher. Yi Qingying complained, if it weren't for you saving my life, do you think I would endure this humiliation? Yes. Zhou Yuan hurriedly praised Qingying, you're magnanimous, don't hold it against a lecher like me. Yi Qingying opened her mouth, her face turning even redder. She felt as if a piece of burning charcoal was placed on her lower back, making her feel weak all over. She gritted her teeth and climbed up, finally reaching the summit of Baiyun Mountain as night fell. At this moment, the majestic gate of Baiyun Temple finally appeared before her, grand and magnificent, yet hidden within the mountains and forests, truly a secluded place. Oh no. Zhou Yuan was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, nearly smashing his backside, and he couldn't help but shout, be gentle. Are you trying to murder your junior brother? Yi Qingying turned back and glared at him angrily, saying, who told you to be so unruly? Zhou Yuan replied, that was a normal reaction, it's not my fault. Yi Qingying sneered, is your hand also a normal reaction? One moment holding my neck, the next pinching my arm. If I hadn't been careful, you might have been even bolder. Zhou Yuan squinted and smiled, how exactly bold? You. Yi Qingying was so furious she couldn't find the words. How could she bring up such matters? Recalling the time at the Baihua Pavilion when she had stripped down to nothing in front of him, Yi Qingying dared not think further. Her body felt weak and she found the feeling embarrassing, which was the emotion she hated the most. In a fit of anger, she raised her fist and aimed it at Zhou Yuan. Stop. Zhou Yuan was startled and quickly said, don't fight here, let's go into the temple. This indeed worked, and Yi Qingying withdrew her hand. She sighed softly, saying, Zhou Yuan, once we enter the temple, be sure to maintain decorum. My master's temper is worse than mine and she can kill. Zhou Yuan nodded and followed her in with big strides. The master was also an orphan saved by a Taoist priest at the age of 4, and thus began her journey of cultivation under her ancestors. She possessed extraordinary talent, inheriting the Baiyun Temple at a young age with countless disciples under her. However, there were only 2 true disciples, myself and the senior sister. At this point, Yi Qingying turned and said, make sure to observe proper etiquette when you meet her. The master has a cold temperament, and even though I have recommended you, if you annoy her you will still be driven away. Zhou Yuan nodded and replied, rest assured, I am well versed in etiquette. For the sake of martial arts and to improve this wretched body, I would endure any potential underhandedness. Although Baiyun Temple was hidden within the mountains and forests, its interior was extremely lavish, not in terms of gold and silver treasures but in the refined style of its decoration, evidently crafted by a master hand. Various landscape features, ancient pines and sacred statues by the pond all exuded the true essence of Taoism. Zhou Yuan felt a bit more relaxed as he followed Yi Qingying deeper inside, eventually arriving at the main hall. Yi Qingying bowed to the 3 pure ones and then proceeded to a quieter side hall from the back of the main hall. Only then did she arrive at the door and perform the greeting, disciple Qingying greets the master. A few seconds later, a fresh and elegant voice came from within, Qingying has returned. Why do you have time to come back to the mountain recently? Come in quickly. Wait for me. Yi Qingying whispered, then pushed the door open and walked in. In that moment of opening and closing the door, Zhou Yuan saw a woman in a Taoist robe sitting cross-legged on a cushion, her back to the door, meditating. The door was extremely heavy, almost isolating the sound, and he couldn't hear what was being said inside. Zhou Yuan thought he would only have to wait a few minutes at most, but after standing there motionless for over half an hour, he nearly believed the 2 had forgotten about him. In this situation, Zhou Yuan felt uncomfortable, urging them to hurry, and his weary body gradually gave out, so he simply went over to a nearby flower bed and sat down. After waiting another half an hour without being called, the moon had already risen and the quiet courtyard was bathed in silver light. This breathtaking scenery captivated Zhou Yuan. Not knowing how long Yi Qingying would keep him waiting, he decided to stroll around the temple. Acting on impulse, Zhou Yuan stopped overthinking and began to wander slowly through the thoughtfully arranged courtyard. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the designer of this temple was truly a master. Even the gardens of his past life could not compare to the elegance found here. Even the moonlight served as an element of decoration for the temple. Stop. A cold voice rang out as a woman in martial attire suddenly stepped out from the front gate. Holding a blade in her hand and with a sharp gaze, she spoke sternly, who goes there? Step back. It seemed inappropriate to wield a sword in a temple. Zhou Yuan, confused, replied, who are you? What are you doing here? The woman looked momentarily stunned and glared, you come to our dwelling and yet ask who I am? Oh, so you're a local. Could you be one of Su Yuzi's people? Zhou Yuan cupped his hands in greeting, I was just wandering around, I didn't mean to disturb. Finally encountering a living person, Zhou Yuan felt much better. He walked forward while asking, Miss, with such a large Baiyun temple, why haven't I seen many people? Are they all asleep? This woman was tall and strong, not exactly a beauty but clearly quite formidable. Seeing Zhou Yuan approach, she drew her sword and warned, if you take another step forward, beware of your life. Oh come on, how arrogant. Zhou Yuan was furious and said directly, Miss, let's speak properly, there's no need for weapons. Xiao Ning, since he's here, let him in. A calm voice suddenly came from within the courtyard. The woman paused, then slowly sheathed her sword and stepped aside. Zhou Yuan, however, was left in confusion. Since I'm here. Wait, who inside knows me? He walked forward, stepping into the small courtyard, and instinctively glanced to the left only to be stunned. Majestic pines stood tall and a beautiful pavilion adorned the area. A woman in white sat on a stone bench, her eyes like stars, her cheeks resembling a divine statue bathed in moonlight, resembling a fairy from the moon palace. So beautiful. So stunning. Zhou Yuan was almost dumbfounded. In 2 lifetimes he had encountered countless beauties but had never seen one this exquisite. In an instant Zhou Yuan recalled a line of poetry, I often see a solitary figure visiting like the ethereal shadow of a lone swan. The woman lifted her head, her expression calm, and smiled lightly. Now that you're here, just sit down. 3 meters away from her stood another woman, still in black martial attire, but like a statue she was silent and unmoving. Zhou Yuan wasn't foolish, he could tell she was likely a high-level bodyguard. Even before getting close he sensed she was not to be trifled with. Still he slowly walked over and sat down on the stone across from the woman in white. The woman in white looked Zhou Yuan up and down before finally shaking her head, saying, not particularly handsome. What the hell? Who says that upon meeting someone? This body was indeed a bit weak, but the face was still decent. Of course the overall vitality was lacking. However, after practicing martial arts he would surely see significant improvement. At that point, though, he might not be as handsome as Pan, and he could at least be considered a decent-looking man. Zhou Yuan wasn't angry, he shrugged and said, if others say that I would certainly rebut, but about your face I suppose you have the right to say so. The woman was not shy, instead she raised her chin boldly, revealing her cheeks. She glanced at Zhou Yuan and asked, what do you come to Baiyun Temple for? Do you know me? Zhou Yuan felt a bit perplexed. His memories were clear, he had never met this woman before, yet her tone sounded as if they were old acquaintances. The woman in white replied, I speak my mind as always, I didn't know you before. A candid person makes conversations comfortable. Zhou Yuan appreciated this efficient style of conversation and disliked flowery roundabout speech. He nodded and smiled, saying, I came to the mountain to learn martial arts. Look at this sickly body of mine, I need to cultivate some Taoist internal energy to strengthen my foundation. You want to learn martial arts? To serve the country on the battlefield in the future. I don't have that kind of ambition. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, I just want to live a few more years, and improving my health would also benefit my intimate life. The woman in white was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head and saying, such a short-sighted view. A true man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River rushing towards the sea. How can one cling to the comforts of home? Women are merely external possessions. When you achieve success and fame, what woman could you not have? Zhou Yuan thought about it, and this indeed reflected the mainstream thinking of this era. But he frowned and replied, I don't see it that way. I believe that all life is nurtured by the heavens and earth. What difference does it make between men and women? Although physical conditions determine differing productivity, which in turn dictates social status, I still hold great respect for women in my heart. This is not about fighting, it's about the wisdom of civilization. The woman in white did not respond but remained silent. After a long moment she finally said, Xiao Zhuang, see him out. The seemingly statue-like woman beside her finally moved, gesturing for Zhou Yuan to leave. Zhou Yuan was left bewildered, thinking, what kind of logic is this? They called me and exchanged a few words and now want me to leave. If it weren't for the fact that this woman seems formidable, I'd argue a bit. He stood up, shaking his head as he walked out. Suddenly Zhou Yuan stopped, raised his voice and declared, no way. Meeting a beauty like you, I can't leave without asking for your name. What is it? The woman in white also seemed taken aback for a moment before breaking into a generous smile and saying, my Shanzi. My Shanzi. That's fine with looks like yours, that name isn't too ostentatious. Zhou Yuan casually replied, my name is Zhou Yuan. Feel free to come visit at the Zhao residence in Yunzhou. The woman in white remarked, you have the surname Zhou, yet are from the Zhao residence. Zhou Yuan explained, I'm a son-in-law of the Zhao residence, spending my days idly. You can come by whenever you like. As he spoke he strode confidently out. The woman in white watched as his figure disappeared before finally sighing, this person is not bad. Xiao Zhuan, what do you think? Restless, rude, slovenly, merely an ordinary townsman, nothing remarkable. The female guard's voice was devoid of feeling, simply stating her appraisal as if it were fact. The white-clad woman shook her head and murmured, you did not savor his words carefully enough. She rose and walked into the moonlight, then spoke slowly, this man possesses several traits, precious traits. The female guard was puzzled but listened in silence. The white-clad woman continued. First, he does not vaunt himself. He plainly admits that he practices martial arts not to serve the state but for his own health, and even mentions conjugal matters. Not ashamed to voice desire, scornful of posturing about ideals, he is frank. The female guard nodded. That is so. The white-clad woman smiled and went on. He says men and women alike are born of heaven and earth, no essential difference between them. That shows he is neither proud because he is a man nor contemptuous because she is a woman, though it may not align with Confucian teachings. It carries the original truth of Tao. And to observe that social status arises from differences in ability is a keen perception of reality. She glanced at the female guard and smiled. He invited me to the Zhou household and openly declared himself Olivian's son-in-law, which shows a robust confidence. He is unashamed of his station and does not bother to hide his shortcomings. These days few can be so true to themselves and so candid. Besides, his 2 poems this afternoon were quite good, were they not? The female guard gave a faint smile. It seems the master admires him. The white-clad woman said, a chance meeting is fate, let us hear his way. With that she strode out. When Zhou Yuan returned to the side hall, the door was already open. The inner chamber glowed with candlelight. Yi Qingying sat cross-legged on a cushion, apparently deep in conversation with Su Yuzi. Zhou Yuan did not hesitate. He walked in, slowly bowed once before the shrine and then settled himself in a seated posture. Only then did he fully see Taoist Master Su Yuzi's face. She looked about 30, her skin startlingly pale and exquisitely lovely. She hardly resembled a Taoist at all, more like a perfectly ripened peach. Yi Qingying shot Zhou Yuan a reproachful glance for entering without invitation, but she lowered her voice and said, Master, this is Zhou Yuan. Su Yuzi regarded Zhou Yuan for a moment and nodded faintly. Her expression was calm, her gaze like still water, and she said slowly, I must also thank you for saving Qing Yezi's life. Qing Yezi. Was that Yi Qingying's Tao name? It sounded oddly like the sobriquet of some ancient immortal patriarch. Zhou Yuan replied, it was a small thing hardly worth mentioning. I have come to ask you to take me as a disciple, to teach me some Tao methods and a few martial moves, to strengthen my body and ward off illness. Su Yuzi said lightly, I no longer accept disciples, I cannot make an exception. A life saved must be repaid elsewhere. Zhou Yuan looked toward Yi Qingying, who could only force a bitter smile, her eyes full of apology. At that moment the white-clad woman stepped in quietly, first bowing to the shrine before sitting. She murmured, Master, your disciple is late. Those words froze Zhou Yuan and Yi Qingying in their tracks. Su Yuzi answered, Qing Yezi, have you not long wished to meet your senior sister? Your wish is granted. Yi Qingying's face changed. She hurriedly saluted. Junior sister Qing Yezi greets senior sister Maya Shanzi. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Her compliment was sincere. The white-clad woman's beauty was astonishing, ethereal, possessed of an indescribable nobility, as though a celestial maiden had descended. Maya Shanzi smiled slightly and said, no need for such ceremony. Though I have not met you in person, Master has mentioned you often in our correspondence. You are an outstanding young woman. Yi Qingying, unusually shy, murmured her thanks. Su Yuzi then turned and said, this benefactor wishes to take me as his master and be your junior brother. Maya Shanzi, what do you think? Zhou Yuan quickly gave Maya Shanzi a pleading wink, silently asking for assistance. Maya Shanzi laughed gracefully. To become my junior brother is not easy. Even if you saved my junior sister, that alone will not suffice. You must find another way to move, Master. She turned to Su Yuzi and said with a smile, Master, since we are discussing Tao today, why not hear his views? Perhaps you will find them pleasing. Su Yuzi fell silent for a moment before shaking her head. I am already displeased. When Zhou Yuan came up the mountain, he showed no perseverance, no firm resolve to seek the Tao. He was carried up by Qing Yezi. He waited outside the hall only an hour before losing patience and wandering about the courtyard. After entering the hall, he did not greet me, no manners. The only reason I did not turn him away was on account of Qing Yezi. Good heavens, does this Taoist have eyes in the back of her head, knowing everything? No, she is a Taoist, Master. No, not old at all, a graceful young Taoist woman. I have lived 2 lifetimes and I am not one to be easily cowed. A few words will not intimidate me. Zhou Yuan offered a faint smile and said, I was poor and sickly since childhood, unable to endure the climb, thus Qingying carried me up, which is understandable. The moon was bright and the white cloud temple serene. While I waited, I strolled a little to admire the scenery. Surely that was within reason. Su Yuzi narrowed her eyes. The way is hard and full of trials. I see you cannot endure suffering. Why then seek to be my disciple? Zhou Yuan shook his head. It is not a matter of whether I can endure hardship, but of letting things follow their natural course. If the body could not sustain the climb, Qingying helped. If the view was beautiful, I admired it. These are simply following nature. He smiled gently and said, as it is said, man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. To follow the natural course is to be in harmony with the Tao. Taoist Master Su Yuzi, you ought not say I lack perseverance and patience, you should say I possess a Tao heart. Yi Qingying listened dumbfounded, nearly dazed. She hissed in a low voice, Zhou Yuan, do not tempt fate, be careful the master does not strike you. Maya Shanzi, however, smiled openly, Master, he seems to have his own reasoning. Su Yuzi nodded slowly, man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature, you understand this? That is commendable. Zhou Yuan smiled without speaking, relief settling in his chest. He had not made a mess of it. Su Yuzi said, today you may take part in our discussion of the Tao. If your understanding satisfies me, I will make an exception and accept you as my disciple, teaching you Chunyang Wuji Gong Purian limitless art. By heaven, such a technique truly exists. If I were to cultivate it, would I not soar? Such a precious thing must be approached on my own terms. I cannot surrender the initiative to others. Zhou Yuan nodded and then smiled. Taoist master, since we are debating the Tao today, perhaps this guest may propose the topic. There may be fresh insight in that. He wasted no time casting himself as an example. He began 5 years ago when I was 13. Yunzu suffered a great drought and my father died of illness. A friend of my father, who is now my prospective father-in-law, sent 50 taels of silver and a jar of fine wine. The 50 taels were meant for my father's burial and my family's subsistence, while the jar of fine wine was presented as an offering to my late father. May I ask you all, what should I do with that jar of wine? Qingying, you answer first. The three of them stared at one another, puzzled. How did one careless remark lead to this long speech? They had not even agreed to let him set the topic. Su Yuzi fell silent a moment before saying, very well, Qingyezi, answer. Zhou Yuan's face remained composed, but inside he rejoiced. Seizing control of the matter was the key to victory. The first step was accomplished, now it was up to him to perform. Yi Qingying had not expected such a question. After a moment's thought, she said, that jar of wine is a testament to their friendship and a memory of past years. You ought to bury it with the grave or pour it into the earth. Zhou Yuan made no comment on right or wrong. He simply turned to the white-clad woman and smiled. Maya Shanzi, Taoist sister, please offer your view. Maya Shanzi spoke softly. You are a practical man. I think you should exchange the wine for money to support your life. That does not betray filial piety. After all, living well is the greatest filial duty to your father. Zhou Yuan looked to Su Yuzi and said, Master, please give your opinion as well. Su Yuzi replied, monastics espouse naturalness and non-action. I incline toward Maya Shanzi's answer, exchange the wine for money and live on. But if it were me, I might divide the wine among the neighbors, expressing your late father's goodwill while encouraging them to show you a measure of care in return. This sacrifices some immediate gain but gains more lasting affection and support. She looked to Zhou Yuan as if awaiting confirmation that her answer was acceptable. Zhou Yuan merely shook his head and said, I poured the wine into the Yun River. At those words, all three of them furrowed their brows at once. I poured the wine into the Yunjiang River. This statement left the three of them in silence. Yi Qingying directly said, stop talking nonsense, Zhou Yuan. This is a discussion of the Tao. You cannot provide just one answer. You must articulate your understanding. Zhou Yuan spoke in a deep voice. My father is a scholar. Although he has repeatedly failed in his examinations, he harbors a deep affection for our country and people. Thus I have poured the fine wine gifted by my father-in-law into the Yunjiang, allowing it to flow with the river's waters to the world so that the common folk may share in it and fulfill his lifelong aspiration. At the same time, I have bottled the water of Yunjiang in a wine jug and buried it in my late father's grave. I believe that compared to strong liquor, he would prefer to drink the water of his hometown. The candlelight flickered and the statue was solemn. Su Yuzi, Miao Shanzi and Yi Qingying pondered these words for a long time, exchanging glances with deep contemplation. After a moment, Su Yuzi finally said, a jug of fine wine shared with the world is wonderful. Miao Shanzi chuckled softly, saying, congratulations, master, you've gained another disciple. Zhou Yuan of course took advantage of the moment and quickly stood, bowing deeply. Disciple Zhou Yuan pays respects to master. Everyone else also stood up. Su Yuzi smiled as well. Zhou Yuan, with the courtesy name Z, from now on you shall be called Yuan Yizi. Yuan signifies true essence while Yi denotes the path of transformation. I hope you undergo changes in the mortal realm, yet never forget your true essence. Zhou Yuan said. Yuan Yizi pays respects to master and also greets senior sister and second senior sister. Yi Qingying lightly huffed, saying, now your wish has come true, Zhou Yuan. The debt of gratitude has been repaid. Don't use this to threaten me in the future. Threaten. That word is too heavy. It's not that serious. Zhou Yuan, with his thick skin, replied earnestly, what, Zhou Yuan? You must call me junior brother. Pa. Yi Qingying's face turned inexplicably red as she directed her gratitude towards Su Yuzi, saying, thank you, master. Su Yuzi accepted Zhou Yuan as a disciple more for Yi Qingying's sake, and Yi Qingying was very aware of this. Yuan Yizi, the cultivation of Taoist inner power is not a matter of a day or two. It requires accumulation over time and persistence to yield results. You should stay on Baiyun Mountain for 3 months, cultivate your character and focus on listening to the Tao. When the waters of the river are surging, then descend the mountain to return home. Zhou Yuan was completely dumbfounded. Why is it 3 months right away? He hadn't even given his family an explanation. What if by the time I descend the mountain Zhao Jianxia has already married and is showing signs of pregnancy? Disciple obeys. Zhou Yuan decisively agreed, as this was a matter of establishing his foundation and could not be taken lightly. He would just have Yi Qingying go to Zhao's residence to inform them. Today's teaching ends here, go rest. Qin Yezi, please arrange for Yuan Yizi to stay in Yunhua Hall. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, listen to the Tao in Sanqing Hall. The three disciples exchanged glances and bowed in agreement. Weeding under the noon sun, sweat drips onto the earth. Who knows the meal on the plate is made from the hard work of every grain. What a great poem. Truly a divine piece. In the Zhao residence, Zhao Chang, having finished breakfast, could not help but recite it again, his fingers gently tapping on the table filled with emotion. He smiled and said, Yuan seems carefree, yet he is actually rich in talent, having experienced the hardships of poverty and glimpsed the toils of the common folk. This poem deserves to be immortalized. Zhao Jianxia wiped her mouth and said helplessly, Father, you've recited it dozens of times since last night. I think this poem is not as good as Yonlu, at least Yonlu is innovative, lively and meaningful. Zhao Chang chuckled and said slowly, a poem expresses one's aspirations, not mere embellishments. Though Min known lacks flowery phrases, it is grounded, returning to simplicity with thoughts that penetrate the earth and cover the world, which is what truly elevates it through the ages. Yonlu is also a good poem, but in comparison it has a bit more flattery and less gravitas. Zhao Chang seemed quite pleased and said, the news of yesterday's poetry gathering has spread throughout Yunzhou. You should be able to see Yuan's true thoughts. He does not care for Yonlu's thoughts belong to Min Nong. It is precisely because of this that he left in a huff, unwilling to linger. Zhao Jianxia pouted and said, yes, father is right. You've nearly praised him to the heavens, yet he didn't even come home last night. Recalling the scenes of yesterday, Zhao Jianxia felt a mix of emotions, especially when Xuanning Yue went to see Zhou Yuan off. Sigh, it should have been me as his wife who went. She regretted why she had acted so flustered yesterday. In retrospect, it was truly helpless. Zhao Cheng furrowed his brows more tightly, saying seriously, Jianxia Yuan did not return home last night. Do you not bear any responsibility? What? Zhao Jianxia felt it was unbelievable. Zhao Chang said, why did Yuan leave in a huff? Why did he not return yesterday? Do you think all this has nothing to do with you? Although I am busy daily, I also hear your mother mention this. Since your marriage half a month ago, have you ever shared a room with him? Have you ever cooked a meal for him? Have you ever cared about what he wears every day or what he does? On the contrary, the sponsorship money for your poetry society was procured by Yuan for you. Jianxia, at this point, do you still look down on Yuan's background? Zhao Jianqia's expression changed slightly, then she sighed, Father, I am not someone who favors wealth over poverty, it's just that Zhou Yuan after all is not of my kind. His humble beginnings do not matter, but he lacks ambition, does not strive for advancement, and is unwilling to take the examinations. How can I go on with him? Zhao Chang shook his head, saying, Jianxia, can you really not see it? Yuan is filled with ambition and is far from an ordinary person. As a talented scholar, he remained calm even when faced with danger, eloquently finding solutions in court, self-justifying while also paying for the burial of Xiao Yu. On ordinary days he trains his body, not content with a weak frame. This is a long-term plan. With a single gun Lu Zi he moved the courtesan and a few words earned 300 silver from Baihua Pavilion. Do you think this is easy to achieve? Zhao Jianxia stood there lost in thought. Zhao Chang continued, there are over 100 members in the Yunzhou Poetry Society. Once he joined, he became the center of attention. One story and 2 poems drew everyone's favor. Do you think this was just luck? Zhao Jianxia lowered her head, her mind automatically conjuring Zhou Yuan's smiling face, leaving her momentarily speechless. Zhao Cheng smiled faintly and said, those who achieve great things do not get bogged down by trivialities. Yuan is not unambitious, he is simply different from others. To be honest, if not for Yuan's humble beginnings, you might not have had the chance to be with him. Think carefully about what I just said and do not regret it when it comes to a point of no return. Zhao Jianxia clenched her fists, her face a bit pale. Could it be that Zhou Yuan is really that outstanding? Will there truly come a day when I will regret it? Once this thought arose, it could not be shaken off. Zhao Jianxia suddenly realized that during yesterday's poetry gathering she indeed regretted not being able to comprehend Zhou Yuan's thoughts. At this moment it seemed that Ning Yue was the one who truly understood him. Master, the head of the precinct, he requests an audience. The servant's voice interrupted Zhao Jianqia's contemplation. She raised her head and saw Yi Qingying striding and cupping her fists in greeting, saying, Honorable Judge, I have matters to report. Zhao Cheng smiled and said, you came to the estate early in the morning, it seems the matter is significant and critical. Yi Qingying shook her head and said, it is not a major issue, I am here on my master's orders to inform you that Zhou Yuan has become the 3rd direct disciple of my master and is currently cultivating at Baiyun Temple. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianxia felt her heart stop, instinctively exclaiming, what did you say? Zhao Cheng quickly stopped her and then slowly asked Miss Qingying, what are the specifics? Yi Qingying said, Zhou Yuan is intent on Taoist inner power techniques, which is why he ascended the mountain to seek the Tao, successfully moving the master and thus receiving genuine teachings. He is cultivating on the mountain with no fixed date for his return. The message has been conveyed, I shall take my leave first. Watching Yi Qingying's departing figure, Zhao Jianxia finally came back to her senses. Her face was pale as she hurriedly said, Father. What should we do? He won't be coming back. He has become a monk. Zhao Chang looked at her and slowly nodded, saying, Jianxia, perhaps you are now free. Isn't this what you have always pursued? You were never really keen on this marriage, were you? Zhao Jianxia opened her mouth but could not utter a word. Zhao Cheng said lightly, the marriage contract has been fulfilled and you have not lost your virtue, everything is quite delightful. After speaking he sighed and walked away slowly. Zhao Jianxia stood there completely at a loss. All is well and good. Is it really like that? It seems so. But why does my heart feel so empty and distressed? In the small courtyard of the fragrance house, peach blossoms bloom. Outside the empty desolate room, a girl with braids sits on a small stool dozing off in a daze. Zhao Jianxia gazes around, feeling an indescribable sentiment in her heart. She is used to the hustle and bustle here, with people making inexplicable movements every morning. In the corner of the small courtyard, those strange props still remain which Zhou Yuan once held, claiming they were for strength training. Who understands these? Zhao Jianxia does not, only feeling that the courtyard has suddenly lost its charm. Zhou Yuan. Zhao Jianxia looks at the startled girl and frowns, saying it's only morning. Why are you already dozing off? Can't you find something to do? I really can't find anything to do, miss. How about I come to serve you instead? Zhou Yuan replies helplessly. With the young master gone, I really don't know what to do. How about you take a trip to Baiyun Mountain? Your young master is cultivating there. The mountain is desolate and needs someone to take care of it, Zhao Jianxia suddenly suggests. That's not a bad idea, but miss, will Baiyun Temple allow me to stay there? Zhou Yuan murmurs after being stunned for a while. Indeed, Baiyun Temple does not allow outsiders to reside, and that Daoist Su Yuzi is a master someone ordinary people wouldn't even get to see. Zhao Jianxia clenches her fist and grits her teeth. Then you stay in this courtyard, keep it clean at all times, and do not touch your young master's belongings. Oh. Zhou Yuan pouts, feeling somewhat helpless, yet still nods and says, I understand, miss. When will the young master return? When will he return? How would I know? I hope he doesn't come back, then I won't have to deal. Zhao Jianxia thinks this way, yet her heart feels increasingly empty, so she can only say softly, I'll be back in a few days. If it gets messy here, let's see how he punishes you. Zhou Yuan quickly waves her hand, saying it won't be messy, I'll keep it clean. I even plan to plant some flowers. Zhao Jianxia nods, wanting to say something, but finds herself completely at a loss. Feeling empty inside, she always wants to find something to do but doesn't know what. Suddenly her eyes brighten. Why not visit the 100 Flowers Fairy? Yes, the success of the poetry meeting relied entirely on her sponsorship. Her poem Man Ting Fong also gained fame in Yunzhou. As a talented woman, it is only fitting for me to visit her. Zhou Yuan. Pack up. Come with me. Zhao Jianxia suddenly becomes interested and urges, bring some small gifts, we are going to Baihua Pavilion. Ah. Zhou Yuan murmurs, miss, that's a brothel. Zhao Jianxia retorts, I don't care what kind of building it is. Zhou Yuan greatly enjoys his current life, waking up before dawn to listen to teachings, then meditating under his master's guidance until the moment of spiritual energy coming from the east. After finishing his cultivation tasks, he runs up and down the mountain paths, exhausted to the point where he can hardly muster any strength before returning to the temple to eat voraciously. Next comes strength training, which actually involves helping the temple lift some items, exercising his muscles, especially in the chest, shoulders, arms and legs, as these are crucial areas. By the time he finishes all this, it is already noon. At this time he goes to his senior sister's courtyard to stroll and chat with her. In the afternoon he continues to meditate and train, listening to his master's teachings, and also begins to learn martial arts. He must stay busy until late at night before returning to his own room to rest. Is he tired? Of course. The first 3 days nearly cost Zhou Yuan his life. Thankfully his master is generous, providing plenty of medicinal meals every day and various herbs for soaking baths to relax his muscles. After a consecutive 7 or 8 days, Zhou Yuan truly feels that his body has become significantly stronger. Visiting his senior sister's courtyard for a chat has become the most relaxing time of his day. You came earlier today than yesterday. His senior sister seems to always wear a calm and composed expression. She is never shy, noisy, or impatient. She always sits in the pavilion enjoying the flowers and meditating, seemingly savoring the beauty of life. Because the current training load is easy for me to handle, I will need to increase the intensity starting tomorrow. Zhou Yuan sits down, raises his teacup and drinks heartily while unable to help but exclaim, the tea here is still the best. I told you to take some away, but you wouldn't listen, insisting on coming here every day to drink. Zhou Yuan smiles, saying, it's easier to fall from frugality into extravagance than the other way around. I can't spoil my appetite. I see you want to come see me but can't find a good reason, so you use tea as an excuse to talk to me more, she says, shaking her head. Zhou Yuan is taken aback, then stares wide-eyed and says, I'm really curious, senior sister, what kind of divine being are you? How come you can guess what I'm thinking? Perhaps it's because you are simple, making it easier to be guessed, she replies. Simple. That word is nice. It's been years since someone described me like that. In my past life those bastards secretly called me a little fox. Zhou Yuan doesn't argue but sighs, what can I do? Among so many people you are the most beautiful, so of course I want to come see you more. You should learn to appreciate the beauty around you, like how good-looking master is, don't you think? By the way, here's a secret, master is only 37 this year and has a youthful appearance just like a young woman. Please spare me. Zhou Yuan quickly clasps his fist, saying I can't even dare to hear such rebellious words. If Master finds out, I'm afraid I'll be kicked down the mountain. I'm only doing this for your own good. After all, starting tomorrow you won't see me again, you'll only be able to see Master then. Ah. Zhou Yuan stares wide-eyed. Senior sister, you're leaving. She nods, saying I have worldly matters to attend to. I'm naturally a busy person. This time taking such a long break is the first time I've been willful in many years. I can't delay any longer, I have to go now. In her final words there's a sense of reluctance that is hard to hide. Zhou Yuan asks, where are you from, senior sister? What? Are you starting to inquire about my worldly identity? Are you planning to seek me out after descending the mountain? Don't forget you have a wife. Your senior sister wouldn't dare to provoke your original partner. This sounds quite ambiguous. If Zhou Yuan didn't already understand the woman before him, he might have begun to have wandering thoughts. Zhou Yuan says, in this lifetime I don't have the fortune to marry a fairy like senior sister. We are merely people of the worldly realm. If fate allows us to meet in the future, we should look out for each other. Of course it's my duty to look out for my little junior brother. She takes out a jade pendant from her sleeve and smiles lightly. When you arrive in Xinjiang you can use this pendant to gain entry to Lihua Tower. Someone will attend to you there. Zhou Yuan quickly takes it and examines it closely, unable to help but exclaim, this pendant is worth at least a large house. I'm really afraid I might sell it by accident. You won't have the chance to see me again then, naughty little junior brother, she replies, and Zhou Yuan puts away the jade pendant, lowering his voice to ask, senior sister, how old are you? Are you unmarried? Oh. You really have thoughts about me? She smiles and squints. Zhou Yuan says, if a man doesn't have thoughts about a beautiful woman then he's not a man. Too bad you don't have a chance, she says, patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder. I've been married for over 10 years. To me you are just a younger brother. That's indeed a bit of a pity. Although Zhou Yuan currently has no intention of pursuing his senior sister, such a beauty being someone else's wife still brings a bit of regret. It's human nature. But Zhou Yuan can only helplessly say, alright senior sister, when are you leaving tomorrow? I'll see you off. Don't come with that, I don't like the emotions of parting. But since I have to go I'll give you a gift, she says. She waves her hand saying, Xiao Zhuang, I'll leave my junior brother in your care tonight. Xiao Zhuang nods saying, rest assured master. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan jumps up and shouts, absolutely not. This girl Titan over 1.8 meters tall with arms thicker than my thighs, I really can't handle that. Although I've recently seen good results from exercising, how could I possibly go head-to-head with a tank in physical strength? Zhou Yuan exclaims, senior sister, let's be honest, I'm still pure and innocent and I can't withstand this kind of tempestuous pressure. Damn it. What are you saying? Xiao Zhuang nearly slaps him, glaring, the master asked me to teach you a set of sword techniques. Maya Shanzi pinched Zhou Yuan's astonished face and chuckled, did you think of something else? Xiao Zhuang has high standards and doesn't look at you. She is highly skilled and has a unique sword technique, a true art of killing. I had to put in a lot of effort to persuade her to pass it on to you. Little junior brother, the long night is ahead, you must work hard to practice your sword. She shakes her head, slowly stands up and walks towards the room. The moonlight is like water and her graceful figure is so enchanting. Zhou Yuan hated his current life. 3 months, it's been 3 months. Any normal person would find it unbearable to stay in such a desolate place for that long. What leisurely, tranquil life. What beautiful scenery here. All lies. Zhou Yuan just wanted to hurry down the mountain, embrace his wife and indulge in the pleasures of the brothel. It's so bitter. It's completely different from when I first ascended the mountain. If it weren't for my master still having some charm, I truly wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. Of course it's not just her charm. With her delicate features and alluring eyes, Zhou Yuan's heart raced every day after months of abstinence. Alas, it's so torturous. Besides my master, there isn't even a Taoist nun on this mountain. The key is that my master won't even let me meet the pilgrims. Every day is just about cultivating and practicing martial arts, which is utterly meaningless. Of course I've made significant progress, my once frail body has completely transformed. Now Zhou Yuan's physique is balanced with clearly defined muscles and an abundance of energy. With the protection of pure yang ultimate skill, although I may not unleash internal energy like a martial arts master, I can easily hold my own against 3 or 5 strong men. But having too much yang energy without a proper outlet is not a good thing. Zhou Yuan felt about to burst every day he saw his master. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the path of dual cultivation. Alas, it's not my base nature, it's just the Bodhis needs. Alright, let's go down the mountain. Su Yizi sighed deeply and said, over the past half-month your spirit has gradually become more active, it is no longer suitable for you to stay here. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan seemed unable to believe his ears, exclaiming in shock, Master, what did you say? Su Yizi replied, you are after all a person of the secular world, and being in your youth it is a bit unfair to make you cultivate here, so go down the mountain. Zhou Yuan was ecstatic at heart but still controlled his emotions, whispering, disciple wishes to accompany master for a while longer. You shouldn't. Su Yizi said calmly, if this continues you might develop improper thoughts about me. Master, I've had improper thoughts for a long time, alas. Zhou Yuan subconsciously shifted his gaze to his master's chest. It's much grander than Zhao Jianjia's. What are you looking at? The calm words snapped Zhou Yuan back to reality, and he immediately straightened up, saying, I am sensing whether master's internal energy is profound. Su Yuzi stood upside and said, Yuan Ez, there's something I've wanted to say to you for a long time. Oh. Please enlighten me, master. Su Yuzi said, you rebellious disciple. Get down the mountain. As she spoke, she picked up the Dao sword on the table and lunged at him. It seemed Su Yuzi had been holding back against Zhou Yuan for a long time and was now infuriated. Zhou Yuan hurriedly dodged and exclaimed, Master, don't be agitated. A sage judges actions, not intentions. I haven't done anything wrong. Su Yuzi furiously retorted, then tell me. Did you steal my inner garments? Zhou Yuan's expression changed dramatically and he immediately waved his hand, saying, absolutely not. Besides, what's wrong with helping master wash clothes? Su Yuzi said, rebellious disciple. You dare to argue. Zhou Yuan turned and ran, shouting, Master, I will come back to visit you with Qing. Take care, master. As the words fell, he had already leaped several times and ran out of the mountain gate. Su Yuzi watched her departing disciple remaining silent for a long time, then let out a deep sigh. She put down the sword, gazing at the empty side hall, feeling somewhat dazed for a moment. 3 months have passed so quickly. He ran down the mountain at full speed. Unlike the fatigue he felt when climbing up, Zhou Yuan dashed down like the wind, light as a swallow, and within half an hour he burst down Baiyun Mountain. He didn't feel tired at all, instead he had an inexhaustible energy. He rushed into the city, only stopping in front of the Zhao residence. Looking at the familiar doorplate, his emotions surged, bringing a sense of nostalgia. After 3 months of cultivation, he had undergone a transformation. Both his body and mindset had changed. Once thinking of indulging and enjoying life away from strife, now his heart was filled with desire. He had missed Zhao Jianjia's beautiful face countless times, fearing that she might have married someone else during these 3 months. I hope it's not too late to make amends. He strode into the estate, but instead of seeing his father-in-law or Zhao Jianjia, he encountered his mother-in-law. Shen Shi also examined Zhou Yuan, staring blankly for a moment before exclaiming in delight, Is it Yuan? Is that you? This joy and affection were impossible to disguise, and Zhou Yuan felt an inexplicable excitement upon seeing his mother-in-law after a long absence. Overwhelmed with emotions, he deeply bowed and said, Unfilial son-in-law, Zhou Yuan greets you, my dear mother-in-law. Oh my, it really is Yuan. Shen Shi hurriedly helped him up, grabbing his hand, her voice trembling with excitement. Yuan, you've changed so much. I almost didn't recognize you at first. Zhou Yuan had indeed changed a lot. He had grown considerably stronger, shedding his previous frail and listless demeanor for a lively and upright presence. This time up the mountain I truly gained a lot. Zhou Yuan followed his mother-in-law inside, saying, Mainly I built a solid foundation and learned some self-defense skills, so at least I won't be burdened by my physique in the future. Shen Shi sighed. While that may be true, life on the mountain is certainly not easy. It must have been quite harsh. I'll personally cook for you later, making you a sumptuous meal. You should freshen up and change your clothes. Now that you're home, there's no need to wear Taoist robes. During this time, Jianjia has missed you dearly. Though his mother-in-law was chatty, Zhou Yuan distinctly felt a warmth of home that he had never experienced in this world. The Zhao residence wasn't large or luxurious, and its scenery was no match for Baiyun Temple. Yet after a long separation, Zhou Yuan felt an undeniable familiarity. Entering his small courtyard, he found it hadn't changed at all. Even the incense altar in his bedroom looked the same, and the tables and chairs were spotless, clearly cleaned daily. Zhou Yuan lay down on the bed, completely relaxing. As a traveler returning home, he was filled with emotions and many thoughts. There was no need to indulge anymore. His physical issues had already been resolved. Next, he needed to handle his relationship with Zhao Jianjia and manage the connections in Yunzhou. The next step was to make money. Coming to this world, he should do something worthwhile, right? Zhao Jianjia is a wonderful girl. Now that they are married, he shouldn't think about separating. Getting to consummate the marriage should be the priority. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan felt a rush of heat. The pure young ultimate skill indeed had its side effects. He was on the verge of turning into a teddy bear. Just as he thought of this, the door was suddenly pushed open and he saw the little maid Zhou Yuan entering with a basin of water. According to her usual routine, she began wiping the tables and chairs, cleaning the room. So focused was she that she didn't even notice Zhou Yuan on the bed. Zhou Yuan, you don't greet the young master when you see him. Zhou Yuan was startled by his words, her hand trembling. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan on the bed, her eyes brightened as she happily exclaimed, Young master. You're back. She hurried over, taking a look, her face turning red as she said, Young master, how have you become so handsome? Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuan burst into laughter at her words, immediately saying, Come here. It's been 3 months since we last met. Zhou Yuan seems to have grown quite a bit. Let me check your health. No way. Zhou Yuan blushed but still shyly sat down beside him, quietly saying, Young master, why were you gone for so long? The young lady has been coming here every day looking for you, missing you dearly. Zhou Yuan took her hand, gently squeezing it, and said with a tisk, If Jianjia misses me, does Zhou Yuan miss me too? Zhou Yuan timidly lowered her head and replied, I also miss you. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh again, pulling the little maid into a hug. Her petite form felt incredibly satisfying in his embrace. After 3 months he had undergone a transformation and could finally hold the little girl. No, no. Please spare me, my lord. Zhou Yuan struggled to escape from Zhou Yuan's embrace, hurriedly grasping her collar, nearly in tears. I am just a little maid, I cannot be with my lord. Like that. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she shook her head, saying, even if I am a concubine maid, I should still stand behind the young lady. Her delicate appearance, both wronged and shy, stirred Zhou Yuan's heart. He stood up, stretched lazily, and said, don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long. I will eventually win your young lad's heart. Pa. Zhou Yuan spat lightly, her face flushed as she said, who was waiting? I certainly don't want that. At this point she sighed again, saying, alas, my lord, you've been gone for 3 months. It's been hard on our young lady. Zhou Yuan replied, she has no feelings for me. How can it be hard on her? Who said that? Zhou Yuan immediately retorted, I've been with the young lady for nearly 10 years, growing up together. Am I not aware of her feelings? Although the young lady is gentle, she is ultimately optimistic. However, during this time she often stares blankly, wandering around the courtyard and sighing repeatedly. She doesn't go out much anymore. She missed many events at the poetry club and even learned cooking from the lady a while ago. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, wondering if Zhao Jianjia had really changed. He questioned, in these 3 months she didn't seek out any other men. My lord. Zhou Yuan exclaimed loudly, how can you say such a thing about the young lady? The young lady has always maintained her virtue. How could she seek out so-called men? She hardly interacts with scholars at all. Zhou Yuan hurriedly replied, yes, that's not what I meant. I meant, does she not have a new suitor? There isn't even an old one. Zhou Yuan pouted, clearly displeased with such remarks. The young lady only occasionally visits the flower pavilion to see Sister Kai and I. Oh. She even called sister over. It seems Jianjia has a good relationship with Kai and I. Zhou Yuan and Zhou Yuan chatted while wandering the estate, admiring the familiar scenery. It was summer with bright sunshine and lush trees, a vibrant display of life. Amidst the grass and trees a small building stood with flying eaves that added an ancient charm, seemingly blending culture with nature. Zhou Yuan felt extraordinarily joyful, as if he had just returned to the human world after many years in seclusion, every place bringing him new wonder. Just around noon the aroma of food wafted through the air, and Zhou Yuan, who had not enjoyed fine dining for a long time, was already starving. He rushed to the dining hall only to see Zhao Jianjia hurriedly running in from the outer courtyard, exclaiming loudly, Mother! Mother! Is Zhou Yuan back? The housekeeper said Zhou Yuan had already. Her words were cut short as she spotted Zhou Yuan instantly turning bright red. After 3 months apart, Zhao Jianjia was still as beautiful as ever. Due to the rising temperature, she wore only a thin white gauze dress, making her appear even more graceful. Her black hair was tied up, fully revealing her delicate features. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, her face flushed with embarrassment and she pretended to be indifferent, lightly nodding to him. You're back. She feigned calmness and said, why didn't you continue your cultivation at the Baiyun temple? I thought you had become a monk. Sure enough, she was still the Zhao Jianjia of old. No matter what she thought inside, her mouth never held back. Zhou Yuan, who dared to have designs even on his master, would not care for such pretentiousness. He opened his arms and laughed, my dear wife, after not seeing you for 3 months it feels like 3 years. How I've missed you. Zhao Jianjia was caught off guard by Zhou Yuan's sudden embrace, stunned for a few breaths before snapping back to reality. No, Zhou Yuan, what are you doing? Let go of me. She hurriedly struggled, her heart racing, yet she lacked the strength to break free. However, Zhou Yuan did release her, gently stroking her face, asking, do you miss me? Zhao Jianjia retreated several steps, her face even redder, furiously exclaiming, You lecher. Don't forget our 3 rules. Zhou Yuan replied, I remember them. We haven't shared a bed yet, it's just a hug, no breach of contract. Zhao Jianjia hurriedly protested, who wants to hug you? I would rather you stay on the mountain forever and not come to annoy me. Zhou Yuan sighed and nodded, saying, indeed, my master wants me to return to Baiyun temple tomorrow to cultivate and never again step into this mortal world. This statement caused Zhou Yuan to exclaim in surprise, while Zhao Jianjia was left stunned. She gasped, her face turning pale, murmuring, You want to become a monk before even reaching adulthood? Zhou Yuan replied, there is true meaning in the Tao. That is my life. Seeing his resolute expression, Zhao Jianjia felt a pang in her heart, unable to express her grievances. Her eyes turned red and she swiftly turned away, gritting her teeth, saying, all right. Fine. You go. Never come back. I will act as if I don't know you. I'm still young, am not afraid of not getting married. Zhou Yuan suddenly smiled, narrowing his eyes, and said, however, I thought since I have married a wife we haven't even consummated our marriage yet, how can I go back to the mountain to cultivate? So I refused my master. Zhao Jianjia spun around abruptly, her eyes wide, asking, what about what you just said? Zhou Yuan tilted his head and replied, I was just teasing you. Zhao Jianjia was nearly infuriated to death. She stomped her foot and hurriedly grabbed a porcelain bottle from the table, throwing it at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan caught it easily, hastily saying, Don't break things. This isn't how to avoid ruin. Liar. You're a troublemaker." Zhao Jianjia rushed over, throwing punches and kicks, exhausting herself and panting. When she lifted her head, she saw Zhou Yuan still smiling. Frustrated tears rolled down her cheeks as she said, "Why do I have to meet someone like you? A married person should not be idle, nor should they seek fame and fortune, but instead waste the day away in play. After a single outing to a poetry gathering, you offended the scholars of Yunzhou and left me with a mess to clean up. I had to apologize to every family on your behalf, and yet you went off to cultivate on the mountain, disappearing for 3 months." As she spoke, her grievances grew and she cried, looking as pitiful as a rain-soaked pear blossom. Zhou Yuan couldn't bear it any longer. His heart softened immediately. He said, "Hey, don't cry, I'm back. Besides, what need is there to apologize? Why should I care what others think of me?" Zhao Jianjia retorted angrily, "Why shouldn't you care about others' opinions? My father is a prominent figure, the assistant magistrate of Yunzhou. How can he not care about his reputation? You will have to live your life too and eventually seek a future. How can you completely disregard your reputation?" Zhou Yuan quickly pulled her into his arms, whispering, all right, it's all in the past. I will handle these matters from now on. Enough of that." Zhao Jianjia cleverly pushed Zhou Yuan away, wiping her tears. "No more hugs or holding hands. I won't fall for your tricks again." "Oh. When did you suddenly become so clever?" Zhou Yuan reached out, poking her little hand. Zhao Jianjia raised her hand to hit him, only to have her small hand caught. Zhou Yuan said, "All right, we still have to continue living together, and bickering in front of your parents will only worry them." Zhao Jianjia struggled for a while but couldn't break free, so she gave up. She pouted, saying, "You know we have to live together. Yet you still say things to provoke me." After saying this, she eventually pulled her hand back, saying, "Let's stick to our previous agreement." "Zhou Yuan, this is a gentleman's agreement. You cannot agree verbally while taking the opportunity to be lewd with me. Unfortunately, I am not a gentleman, I am a scoundrel." Zhou Yuan didn't mind, simply nodding, yes, my lady is right. I will follow your lead." Zhao Jianjia was finally satisfied, a smile creeping onto her lips, though she forced herself to suppress it. She solemnly stated, "Then we agree that when we interact privately, we treat each other with respect and do not interfere with one another. When there are outsiders, we must also maintain harmony between husband and wife, or others will notice something amiss." Zhou Yuan readily agreed, as he had largely understood Zhao Jianjia's previous state. Before helping her acquire 300 taels of silver, she felt disdain, disgust, and annoyance towards him. In the half-month leading up to the poetry gathering, she neither held affection nor disdain for him, but felt a bit embarrassed to bring him out. Until now, this young lad's thoughts might be feeling quite good, willing to explore further, letting emotions dictate the depth of their relationship. Of course, as a young girl, her thoughts were lively and changeable without clear boundaries. But Zhou Yuan could at least be sure that it was definitely no problem to maintain a friendly relationship with Zhao Jianjia, and it was quite normal to occasionally flirt. This stage of flirtation is the purest and most interesting phase of a relationship. Zhou Yuan was happy to enjoy it, and he was not in a hurry. The Baiyun Temple is the most renowned Taoist temple in the Liangjiang region. Although it is not large in scale, it represents the orthodox tradition of Taoism. In the past, when the Tsangsong Taoist was alive, not only the people of Yunzhou visited, but even those from the capital came to seek the Tao. At this point, Zhao Chang paused slightly and said, "After the master passed away, Taoist Su Yuzi took over Baiyun Temple and became less active in receiving pilgrims. It is indeed a blessing for her to accept you as her personal disciple, Yuaner. This journey will surely bring you many rewards." The lunch was quite lavish, and the family had not gathered in a long time, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhou Yuan ate to his heart's content, reclining comfortably in his chair while slowly sipping on soup. He nodded and said, "What my father-in-law said is true. My master is indeed reluctant to receive too many pilgrims. I once asked her the reason, and she said that the temple is a place of seclusion that ultimately requires tranquility. In this regard, she differs from the former Tsangsong Taoist. This trip lasts 3 months. I am not seeking the Tao, but rather, due to my frail health, I wish to learn methods for longevity, which I have found quite beneficial. Indeed, as the sage says, to cultivate oneself, manage the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. This cultivation of oneself goes beyond mere character and talent. One's physical health is of utmost importance. Yuan, you have gone to the mountains in search of methods for longevity, and this cultivation is indeed the right path. Since you have gained much, I can rest assured." Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised by his father-in-law's open-mindedness. Upon reflection, this newly appointed scholar did not seem like a naive newcomer to the official world, rather he appeared to possess boundless wisdom both politically and in daily life. Overall, Zhou Yuan held a favorable impression of him. He even felt positively towards the entire Zhao family. Since his arrival in this world, he had not encountered any vicious mother-in-law, rude maids, or spoiled young ladies. Everyone was simply normal. Based on this, Zhou Yuan felt that fate had treated him fairly, even though starting as a son-in-law was somewhat lowly. Zhao Cheng suddenly said, Jianjia, I heard that the girl from the Shui family has not been well recently. Ah. Who? Zhao Jianjia seemed to be thinking about something, a faint smile on her lips, and only upon hearing the question did she seem to awaken from her thoughts. She nodded and replied, Ning Yue has been ill for over a month now without improvement. I visited her twice and the doctor said it was due to emotional distress and a cold entering her body. She can only recover slowly. Zhao Cheng smiled gently and said, Yuan, I heard that this girl from the Shui family took good care of you during the poetry gathering outing. You have not returned for 3 months. It is time for you to pay her a visit and extend your greetings as it is proper etiquette. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Did his father-in-law want him to visit the young lady? Isn't this a bit too generous? Or am I overthinking this? In any case, since Xuening Yue is ill, Zhou Yuan indeed should go visit and check on her. Not for any other reason but because on the day of the poetry gathering outing she had disregarded others' gazes and come over to see him. That alone was enough. What my father-in-law says is right. I will visit her with Jianjia this afternoon. However, Zhao Cheng waved his hand and said, You go by yourself. Jianjia needs to accompany me to the Yamen this afternoon. I have too many pending cases to handle and she can help me organize and transcribe them. Zhao Jianjia looked confused and glanced at her father but was subdued by his authoritative gaze. She could only squeeze out a smile and say, If father needs it, it is my duty as a daughter. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, sensing that something was off, but he did not think too much about it and simply nodded slowly. After finishing the meal, he took a short break, prepared the gifts and set off with Zhou Yuan. The Shui family in Yunzhou City is not particularly powerful. They only have a modest family fortune. It is said that Shui Qingyue was once an official and a high-ranking one at that, but he committed a grave offense over a decade ago, was dismissed and returned to his old home in Yunzhou. Relying on a fairly decent family foundation, they engaged in some business which is not thriving, but they are well-fed and clothed. Zhou Yuan's knowledge about them only extends to this point. However, when he arrived at the door of the Shui family, he sensed something was amiss. The two old gatekeepers had cold, piercing gazes and their hands bore thick calluses, clearly not to be trifled with. In the past, Zhou Yuan might not have noticed, but now he was at least somewhat capable and could immediately sense the murderous aura emanating from the two men. Taking a deep breath, he approached with Zhou Yuan and smiled. Please announce that Zhou Yuan is here to visit and check on Miss Shui. Wait a moment. One old man walked inside at a slow pace. The other old man stood still like a statue. Zhou Yuan squinted slightly but did not disturb, he simply waited calmly. Moments later, a steward followed the gatekeeper out and hurriedly said, Young Master Zhou, please come in, the young lady is waiting for you in the side hall. Generally speaking, esteemed guests are received in the main hall, while the side hall is often reserved for close friends. Upon reaching the side hall, Zhou Yuan saw Xuening Yue dressed in a skirt. Her hair was down, her face devoid of makeup, her complexion pale as paper, her lips colorless and her eyes somewhat listless. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, she slightly bowed and greeted. Ning Yue greets brother Zhou. Zhou Yuan could see that her physical condition was quite poor and he immediately helped her up, softly saying, We can just stay in the room to see you, there's no need to get up to greet. Xuening Yue weakly smiled and said, Brother Zhou, since it is your first visit, how could Ning Yue neglect proper etiquette? Zhou Yuan asked, What happened? Did you catch a cold? Why hasn't it improved? Xuening Yue sighed softly and said, I don't know, perhaps my health has always been poor. At this point she looked up at Zhou Yuan, her gaze filled with longing. Brother Zhou, it is said that you have gone up to Baiyun Temple to become a monk. I thought you really wouldn't come down the mountain. Her voice inexplicably trembled. Zhou Yuan smiled lightly and said, Sister Ning Yue, there's no need to worry. I, Zhou Yuan, am only 18 or 19 years old, still young with a bright future ahead. How could I tire of the mundane world? Going up the mountain to cultivate is merely to seek methods for longevity and to strengthen my foundation. He paused slightly before continuing, Have you been in poor health since childhood? If so, why not find a time to come with me up the mountain and see if we can find a Tao method? No need. Xuening Yue shook her head and said softly, Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhou. I am just suffering from a cold and perhaps I will be better in a few days. Her eyes seemed much clearer and she couldn't help but ask, So Brother Zhou, do you still go up the mountain? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, I occasionally visit my master, but that's all. I am still a person of the mundane world. Then that's good. Cough, cough. As Xuening Yue spoke, she began to cough again. Zhou Yuan quickly said, Zhou Yuan, support Miss Ning Yue, let's go inside and talk. There's no need to trouble yourselves, Brother Zhou, I'm fine. Zhou Yuan frowned and said sternly, Be obedient. I can tell that your illness is quite serious. Xuening Yue glanced at Zhou Yuan, then lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart. Once in the boudoir, Zhou Yuan assisted her in lying down and covered her with a blanket. Zhou Yuan then surveyed the room before sitting down and smiling. Ning Yue, your room is quite elegant, but the windows are sealed too tightly, they need to be aired out. The doctor said that it is to prevent the cold wind, Xuening Yue whispered. Nonsense, Zhou Yuan waved his hand, you already have an illness and to stay cooped up in here is not conducive to recovery. Trust me, open the windows for fresh air, drink more hot soup for nourishment, and with the right medicine you will see improvement. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Shui Ninji's mouth as she said, Brother Zhou, I trust you. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Ningyue, I have made some progress in my cultivation on the mountain. How about I infuse some inner strength into you? It may help alleviate your cold. He did not know what his current level was, but Su Yuzi had said that while it was not vigorous it was already pure. Xueningyue shook her head with a smile and said, Brother Zhou has come specifically to see me. I am already very grateful. How could I trouble you further? Zhou Yuan interrupted. What need is there for such polite words between us? Zhou Yuan, help Miss Ningyue sit up. I will use my inner strength to dispel the cold air. Xueningyue did not dare to look at Zhou Yuan, merely lowering her head. What is Brother Zhou talking about? Her face turned slightly red, and only when Zhou Yuan sat behind her and placed his hands on her back did she come to her senses. Hey Brother Zhou, why did you directly come onto my bed? Her voice was laced with embarrassment. Allowing a man into her boudoir was already inappropriate. How could he come onto her bed? Zhou Yuan said, Do not speak, calm your mind and focus. With his palms pressed against her back, an endless stream of energy flowed into her, surging within Xueningyu's body. The scorching warmth made her body soften and her breathing grew heavy. For a moment Xueningyue felt a whirlwind of emotions, her eyes turning red, but the corners of her mouth could not help but curve into a smile. The warm breath washed over her entire body and Xueningyue felt utterly soft, unable to muster any strength, yet her spirit was increasingly invigorated. A smile played at the corners of her mouth, her gaze a bit shy as she lowered her head, lost in thought. After a long while Zhou Yuan let out a long breath and asked, How is it? Much better. A lot better now. Xueningyu's body felt weak, her speech imbued with a gentle tone as she softly said, Brother Zhou, it has been many days since we last met. I truly feel bad for troubling you to treat me. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, Why say such formalities? As long as it works, that is all that matters. Xueningyu's eyes sparkled like water and she gently replied, Brother Zhou, you are truly kind to me. That gaze seems off. Zhou Yuan found it hard to meet her eyes, quickly changing the subject. Ningyue, has something happened? I see you look deeply troubled. Could it be that your illness has a deeper reason? Xueningyue was taken aback, hesitated for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. Something did happen, but it's not a big deal. I don't want to trouble Brother Zhou too much. I was just a bit worried when I heard you went up the mountain to cultivate. This girl has learned to keep things mysterious. Zhou Yuan, having lived 2 lives, had seen enough of the world to understand that Xueningyue was a person of substance. This girl seemed delicate but had strong opinions and considerable courage. Otherwise she wouldn't have insisted on coming to see him during the poetry event. Seeing Zhou Yuan lost in thought, Xueningyue smiled slightly and said, Brother Zhou, I haven't heard a story in a long time. Will you tell me a story? Zhou Yuan nodded and said, All right, I will tell you one. Dream of the Red Chamber. Wait, that's too complicated. Let me tell you Journey to the West instead. The story of seeking the scriptures is relatively simple, a single line that flows easily. Thus the tale of the monkey unfolded, captivating this young girl with its fantastical journey. About half an hour later Zhou Yuan finally finished the story and Xueningyue was already radiant with spirit. Her cold due to wine was primarily a heart ailment. After seeing Zhou Yuan, her heart's illness was resolved, and with her internal energy cleansing the cold she was nearly recovered. So in truth one must struggle against fate, mustn't they? A smile spread across Xueningyu's face. Zhou Yuan hadn't expected her to draw out the spirit of resisting fate and couldn't help but praise Sister Ningyue. You truly are a talented person with keen insight. As soon as he finished speaking, Xueningyue suddenly propped herself up and directly embraced Zhou Yuan. Her body was soft, warm and slender, exuding the vitality of youth. Her voice was gentle yet firm. Brother Zhou, I want to take control of my own fate. Zhou Yuan was stunned. To be honest, although he hadn't been in this world for long, he understood how much courage such an action required from a girl. Zhou Yuan did not push her away, he simply held her gently and asked why. I would like to hear your reasons. Xueningyue replied, Perhaps it was those poems, perhaps it was the stories, or perhaps it was the events of the poetry outing that day. It's hard to explain, there is no reason. I only know that when I stepped forward to send you off that day it proved everything. Who wouldn't like to hear such words? Zhou Yuan certainly did. He couldn't help but chuckle. Unfortunately I am a married man and a son-in-law at that. Xueningyue suddenly broke free from his embrace, her clear eyes yet filled with determination. Those things cannot bind you, Brother Zhou. At that moment she looked at Zhou Yuan fearlessly and said, I know those things cannot bind you. The golden scale is not a common fish. Don't. The teacup in Zhou Yuan's hand fell to the ground, staring blankly at the two who were embracing on the bed. I just went to brew a cup of tea. How did things turn out like this? Zhou Yuan released Xueningyue and stood up as if nothing had happened, adjusting his clothes. He looked at Zhou Yuan and smiled. Please clean up the floor and then help us with some tea. Oh. Zhou Yuan hurriedly put down the teapot, her face flushed, and rushed out. Zhou Yuan then turned to Xueningyue only to be slightly taken aback. She had buried her head into the quilt, seemingly utterly embarrassed. No. This is bad. Just as Zhou Yuan exited the room she hurried back and stammering in panic, Shui. Lady Shui is here to catch you. Xueningyue trembled, nearly falling off the bed. Catch you, you big-head ghost. Zhou Yuan shot her an annoyed glare and said, hurry and clean up. Soon a richly dressed woman walked in. Upon seeing the water stains on the floor, her brows furrowed immediately. She looked like a very capable person walking briskly. Seeing Zhou Yuan bow, she did not respond but leaned in to take a look at the blushing Xue Ningyue before her expression darkened. Young Master Zhou, you are Zhao family's son-in-law visiting my Ningyue. I am quite grateful to you. But one must also have a sense of propriety in their actions. How can one casually enter a young lattice boudoir? A lone man and woman alone in a room for so long, if this were to spread, how could my Ningyue continue to show her face? Madame Xue's voice was somewhat sharp, her gaze cold and clearly disapproving of Zhou Yuan's actions. Xue Ningyue immediately said, Mother, it's not that serious, I invited Brother Zhou in. Madame Xue snorted, her eyes glaring. Brother Zhou. Ningyue, the term is too intimate. You are to be married, you should be more mindful of the influence. Married? Zhou Yuan's brows slightly furrowed as he looked at Xue Ningyue. Xue Ningyue took a deep breath and said, I will not marry. You have no say in this. Madame Xue exclaimed sharply, the orders of parents and the words of matchmakers, who do you think you are to decide? Not giving Xue Ningyue a chance to retort, she turned to Zhou Yuan and said, Young Master Zhou, you have seen enough, it's time for you to leave. Zhou Yuan smiled, bowed and said, very well auntie, see you next time, and you too Ningyue. He gave Zhou Yuan a glance and walked slowly towards the exit. Just outside the gate, Zhou Yuan could no longer contain herself and said, Young Master. How could you do such a thing? How could you betray the young lady? Zhou Yuan smiled lightly and said, don't tell your young lady lest she gets jealous. Zhou Yuan replied, that want to, I am the young lattice maid, not Miss Xue's maid. Then do as you please. Zhou Yuan did not mind the exposure of this matter but was puzzled and asked Zhou Yuan, what is the situation with the Xue family? What is the marriage situation? Do you know? Zhou Yuan tilted her head and replied, they run a restaurant but it seems the business is quite ordinary. Zhou Yuan asked, anything else? I don't know anything else. Alright then, Zhou Yuan, the young girl is more skilled at cooking and brewing tea, the rest is just child's play to her. For matters concerning Yunzhou City, to find someone well-informed one must go to Baihua Pavilion. It has been a long time since I saw Miss Kai, I wonder how she is doing lately. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan looked at the sky and smiled. Zhou Yuan, come with me to the brothel. Let's visit Baihua Pavilion tonight. Zhou Yuan shook her head vigorously, no. The young lady and I only go during the day, we don't go at night. Ha ha ha. After sending her back home, Zhou Yuan headed to Baihua Pavilion alone. He planned to see an old friend and casually inquire about the Xue family's affairs while considering potential business opportunities. As a son-in-law, his status was not very favorable. Zhou Yuan intended to begin facing the challenges of his identity and societal pressures. It was time to establish a career. 3 months ago, during the Yunzhou Poetry Festival outing, the Flower Fairy astonished the entire city with her poem and the full courtyard, leading to a revival in business for the Flower Pavilion. As night fell, the place was already vibrant with lights and sounds, with flags fluttering in the breeze. Dozens of young ladies waved embroidered handkerchiefs from the balcony, their delicate voices enchanting to all who heard. Several old matrons greeted guests at the entrance as patrons began to arrive one after another. Now the people of Yunzhou understood that at places like the Flower Pavilion, arriving late meant there would be no seats available. Zhou Yuan walked in confidently, heading straight to the spot he occupied last time. It was only when the familiar girl Siyu approached him that he realized a startling truth: he seemed to have no money on him. Damn. Even 3 coins can stump a hero. I don't have a single copper coin. When I came to this world, the first money I received was from my mother-in-law, and I spent it all that very night at the Flower Pavilion. Later the girl Kai and I gave me 100 taels as commission, but in my urgency I forgot to take any out and ended up sponsoring the whole poetry festival. Thinking back, it truly pains me. However, this served as a warning for Zhou Yuan. Indeed, establishing a career and generating wealth was imperative. He couldn't keep asking his mother-in-law for money in the future. He simply couldn't bring himself to do that. Young Master Zhou, Siyu has missed you so much. Siyu leaned against Zhou Yuan, speaking affectionately. They say you went up the mountain to cultivate, and I have been heartbroken for quite a while. Her voice carried a certain charm, and with her scant attire clinging closely, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but look up. He quickly suppressed his feelings, reminding himself that this was merely a minor incident, a side effect of his pure yang wujigong. Siyu, I didn't bring any money this time. If you speak so many sweet words, you probably won't receive any rewards. Siyu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Young Master is joking. Who goes to the Flower Pavilion without money? I do. I don't have a single copper coin. Siyu was clearly stunned, but she still managed to smile. Everyone in Yunzhou knows your reputation, young master. If I could spend a wonderful night with you, I'd be willing to pay for it. Goodness, this girl knows how to talk. Even though it was just a game, it sounded delightful. Zhou Yuan clasped his hands together and replied, slowly, rest assured, I will not treat you poorly. By the way, where is the Flower Fairy? Siyu, feeling weak, leaned against him, gasping, Sister Baihua. She's the most renowned courtesan in Yunzhou right now and common folk can't see her easily. Will she make an appearance soon? Zhou Yuan asked. Young master don't. Ah. Xia's eyes glazed over as she murmured Sister Baihua has already made arrangements for tonight with young master Lu Jia. She clutched Zhou Yuan's shoulders, her energy waning. Young master, let's go to a room. You can barely hold on. Zhou Yuan poured her a drink and said, we can't go to a room, let's just have some water. Just as he finished speaking he saw Lu Jia dressed in splendid attire striding and confidently followed by 3 or 5 lackeys exuding an overwhelming presence. However, his status matched his arrogance. Being the only son of the local magistrate, very few in Yunzhou could compare with him. At present the only peers who could truly match him in status were Zhao Jianjia and Luo Wanji. The former was the daughter of the newly appointed top scholar while the latter was the daughter of the king of Sun Nan. Zhou Yuan. Lu Jia immediately spotted the familiar figure sitting in the familiar spot. Seeing an old enemy was particularly irksome. He strode over his imposing demeanor, apparent squinting. Didn't you go up the mountain to cultivate and avoid trouble? How dare you come back? Zhou Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Was this fool misunderstanding something about me? Avoid trouble. Why would I need to avoid trouble? He smiled lightly. I simply missed the sight of young Master Liu's spirited appearance, so I came down to have a look at you. Lu Jia laughed heartily. How amusing. You dare come looking for me, yet I still welcome your descent. Otherwise this city would be so dull. He suddenly sat down in front of Zhou Yuan and said in a lowered voice, be careful when heading home tonight, it's dark and windy. On the surface he appeared friendly, but behind it he threatened, knowing that even if someone suspected him later there would be no evidence. Zhou Yuan upon hearing this suddenly stood up. Lu Jia lowered his voice. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Why are you so scared now? Just as Lu Jia was feeling pleased, Zhou Yuan suddenly shouted, young master Lu, you truly are the #1 young master in Yunzhou. Everyone just now, young master Lu secretly told me that he will cover all expenses at the flower pavilion tonight. As soon as these words were spoken the crowd erupted into cheers. Lu Jia's expression changed immediately and he exclaimed, Zhou Yuan, don't be ridiculous. Come. Zhou Yuan shouted loudly, raising his glass, everyone let's toast to young master Lu to forge a friendship. The crowd rarely had the chance to befriend someone like Lu Jia, so they all rushed over with their glasses, showering him with flattery. Lu Jia had no choice but to endure his gaze, capable of devouring Zhou Yuan whole. Zhou Yuan remarked, young master Lu, take your time drinking, I'll go find the flower fairy to express my feelings first. You stop right there. Lu Jia stood up, but he was blocked by several wine cups, furious as he cursed you all. He held back from openly cursing, trying to preserve some dignity. Fuming, he stamped his foot heavily, watching Zhou Yuan head upstairs. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the embroidered building, a maid stepped out and said, Miss invites young master Zhou to go directly inside. Zhou Yuan walked in and saw a beautiful figure rushing towards him, diving into his arms. The warmth enveloped him and he quickly wrapped his arms around her, chuckling, Kai and I, it's been a long time, I really like your welcome gift. Kai and I was not just in his arms, her legs were even wrapped around his waist. With tears in her eyes she choked, young master, you have such a cruel heart. You've been gone for 3 months without even a letter, have you forgotten Kai and I? Zhou Yuan smiled and replied, it was an unexpected situation and I didn't foresee it. That's why I came down today directly to see you. Kai and I blinked, her face flushing, and softly said, young master, you're getting more mischievous. She felt something and quickly released Zhou Yuan, looking both shy and charming. Alas, the pure Yang Wujigong is troublesome. I usually am not like this. He suppressed his feelings again, chuckling dryly, it's not that Zhou Yuan cannot control himself, it's simply that the allure of the lady is irresistible. Kai and I giggled, her face flushed as she pulled Zhou Yuan down to sit. Young master, I'll make you some tea. While busying herself she said, young master went up the mountain to cultivate, leaving me heartbroken. I thought you had really become a monk. Zhou Yuan replied, didn't I tell you? My family is poor and I often went hungry, my health was weak and my foundation unstable. I sought a martial art to improve myself. Then I went to the Baiyun temple to seek Taoist internal power techniques, and luckily I made some progress, achieving minor success now. As soon as he finished speaking he saw Kai and I suddenly dart forward, aiming her brush directly at him. Zhou Yuan was startled, instinctively dodging to the side while grabbing a folding fan from the table to block the brush, while simultaneously poking Kai and I in the heart with his left hand. Then both of them were stunned. Zhou Yuan looked at his left hand, not only did he poke her heart but it also sank in. He instinctively poked again, it was soft and quite elastic. Ah! Kai and I gasped, quickly stepping back a few paces, her charming face flushed and she exclaimed, young master, you're despicable. Bullying me. Zhou Yuan withdrew his hand, feeling a bit awkward. Honestly, it wasn't intentional. He questioned Yi Qingying, said, your swordsmanship is unmatched, I thought it wouldn't be so easy to gain the upper hand. Kai and I pouted, I just wanted to test your martial skills, I didn't expect you to catch me off guard. She set down the brush and brought over the tea, saying, but your skills truly surprise me. Zhou Yuan replied earnestly, Miss Kai Ni's charm also surprises me greatly. Kai and I was so angry she couldn't even speak. The young master is truly blessed. Kai and I sat gracefully beside Zhou Yuan smiling as she said the pure yang ultimate skill is the supreme internal cultivation method of Taoism which countless martial artists yearn for but can never attain. As long as the young master practices diligently day by day he will surely benefit greatly, martial arts being secondary. Zhou Yuan chuckled, does Kai and I want to learn? I can teach you secretly, master will definitely not know. Kai and I was startled for a moment then lowered her head saying the young master has such kind intentions and Kai and I is already very happy but I already have my own methods of cultivation so I cannot pursue a different path. By the way Kai and I you should be quite familiar with Yunzhou city right? I want to ask about the Shui family. Kai and I was slightly taken aback and then giggled, is it about the Shui family or about the young lady Xuan Ningyue? Why does Kai and I have this question? Who doesn't know? During the poetry outing that Lady Ningyue rushed towards the young master she is quite determined. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but cough twice saying the lattice intentions should not be let down. I wish to understand their family situation. Kai and I threw him a flirtatious glance and whispered but the young master hasn't asked about Kai and I's situation, could it be that Kai and I cannot compare to that Xuan Ningyue? Zhou Yuan replied, don't tease, I am interested in you but not in the organization behind you. That vortex is too large and I fear I won't be able to escape if I get drawn in. However Kai Ni's expression grew cold as she replied, it's a pity that Kai Ni is indeed a person in the vortex. If the young master fears being burdened by me one day, why bother meeting me at all? Hey, don't say such things out of anger. Zhou Yuan quickly took her hand saying in a serious tone, look at you, I never said I was afraid of you being a burden. To love someone should be pure regardless of whether one is a stunning beauty or just an ordinary person, regardless of whether one is rich or in debt, regardless of whether one holds a position of power or is looked down upon. To love you means to love your background, your past, your misfortunes, your circumstances, your ideals, to love everything about you and everything related to you. To speak appropriately in front of different people, that's the essence of it. When speaking to a well-bred young lady one discusses ideals and aspirations, when speaking to a courtesan sweet words are the right approach. In my past life those cheesy lines from the internet, the overly artistic declarations of love would simply be a massacre in this. Kai Ni's body trembled, her eyes turned red, tears brimming, and she could not help but rush into Zhou Yuan's embrace crying out loud. Young master! Young master! With your words Kai and I would willingly die. At this moment one should seize the opportunity. Zhou Yuan gently stroked her hair saying tenderly, silly girl, what are you talking about death for? That's so unlucky. I still hope that when you grow old and your hair turns white I can hold you and say such words to you. Another blow to the. Kai and I felt dizzy from his words, raising her head with a flushed face determinedly stating, Kai and I will definitely wait for that day. The face in his arms was simply too beautiful and Zhou Yuan couldn't help but cup her face and gently kissed her. In that moment it seemed both of them forgot everything else. Until Kai and I gasped, young master. Zhou Yuan asked, so what is the situation with the Shui family? Kai and I, feeling shy, buried her head in his embrace saying, Shui Qianyue came from a humble background, later joined the army and gradually rose to become a vanguard general, eventually becoming the governor of Datong. 11 years ago he suffered a defeat and was reduced to a commoner, which is why he returned to his old home in Yunzhou. Originally the family was quite wealthy but most of it was distributed among his subordinates and to support dozens of his guards' families, leading to large expenditures. Zhou Yuan frowned tightly. The governor of Datong is a second-rank official, a local authority. My little Ningyue has such a powerful background. Shui Qianyue is quite ruthless to have spent all his wealth supporting his former subordinates. If this matter were to reach the higher authorities it would be a huge taboo. Kai and I continued, when he first returned to Yunzhou the Shui family opened 2 restaurants and business was quite good, but gradually they could not compete with other restaurants. Although they were still profitable, faced with enormous expenses they were already struggling. Currently the Shui family is just a shell, barely holding on with those 2 restaurants, but they won't last much longer. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked, who are the main competitors of the Shui family? Fengming Tower. Kai and I panted as she said, Fengming Tower has a significant influence throughout the Jiangnan region and in recent years has entered Yunzhou, taking away a large number of customers, making it difficult for Shui family's Baiyan Tower to hold on. However, recently there have been rumors that the 2 families seem to be arranging a marriage. Perhaps the Shui family is compromising to save Baiyan Tower. Zhou Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted, finding the key point. He said in a deep voice, what does compromise mean? Under such circumstances how did the Shui family convince the other party to arrange a marriage? Kai and I murmured, the marriage is the Shui family's term. In reality it's about marrying a daughter as a concubine. Concubine. Zhou Yuan lost all mood to build snowmen, standing up and glaring, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Being a concubine. The Shui family is at least a prominent family, how could they? Kai and I also let out a long breath, quickly fixing her clothes, then smiled, are you feeling distressed, young master? Zhou Yuan replied, stop joking, quickly tell me the specifics. Kai and I sighed and said, the Shui family has so many people to support, once they cut off the source of income something big will happen. Fengming Tower has offered favorable terms. As long as Xuan Ningyue becomes a concubine they will revive Baiyan Tower and guarantee a profit of 1,000 taels of silver each month. Moreover, the young master of Fengming Tower is a talented scholar from Linan Prefecture. This talented scholar came to Yunzhou after the poetry outing and was captivated by Xuan Ninji's beauty, thus making this request. The two families hit it off and agreed. The timing was about a month and a half ago. Just when young lady Ning Yue fell ill. No wonder, no wonder. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Damn it, this is intolerable." Kai and I chuckled lightly, saying, "Young master, it might be very difficult to turn this around, especially since the conditions offered by Fengming Tower are too tempting. That talented scholar is also extremely outstanding. The Xue family has no reason to refuse. To let Xue Ning Yue suffer alone in exchange for such enormous benefits to save the entire Xue family, that is the essence of the matter." Zhou Yuan coldly smiled and said, "Is a scholar really that impressive? Is Fengming Tower really that impressive? I want to see how they dare to let Ning Yue become a concubine." Kai Ni's eyes lit up in excitement, asking, "Young master, are you going to intervene? Are you really going to stand up for young lady Ning Yue?" Zhou Yuan replied solemnly, "Kai Ni Jianjia and Ning Yue are good sisters, and I also recognize Ning Yue as a friend. We will not let her fall into the fire pit." Kai Ni shook her head and said, "I am not jealous if it allows the young master to intervene. I would rather thank young lady Ning Yue." Zhou Yuan asked, "What do you mean by that?" Kai Ni smiled and said, "I fear that if you continue your cultivation you won't want to enter this mortal world again. Besides, young master, without power how could there be a future for Kai and I? I only wish for you to rise and become a dragon among men." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "You have such high hopes for me. What if I can't do it?" Kai and I put away her smile and said, "Seriously, Kai and I will not misjudge a person. The young master has his own ambitions." Zhou Yuan said in a deep voice, "Help me find out something." Kai and I asked, "Fengming Tower, are you planning to open a restaurant?" Zhou Yuan replied, "I want to inquire about the engraving shops in Yunzhou. They need to have a background and be of considerable size." Kai and I asked, "Why are you looking into this?" Zhou Yuan slowly smiled and replied, "The first step to establishing a business is to write a book. The history of this world is quite unique, beginning with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but it diverged from the past when the Western Jin dynasty fell, allowing Lu Han to rise again and rebuild the Han dynasty. Several dynasties passed before arriving at the current Great Jin. However, this Jin is not the same as the previous one, having no relation whatsoever. This laid the historical foundation for Zhou Yuan's literary career. There are many ways to make a fortune, and with Zhou Yuan's understanding of ancient commercial economics and modern marketing, he could even become the wealthiest person in the world. Yet in this era, to truly establish oneself, one needs fame and power. Wealth is merely a supporting tool. Thus this determined his path to success. He would not become a mere merchant. Starting his career through writing is the best option. With the economic development in the Jiangnan region, the seeds of capitalism began to sprout and his people's living standards improved. A demand for spiritual fulfillment emerged. In recent decades, novels and operas have become popular forms of entertainment, with various legendary stories brought to the stage, and the profession of storytellers has flourished. Various printing workshops produced a vast number of books, and at least among the literate class there was a tremendous demand for novels. Crucially, many failed scholars made a living through this, and even if they wrote books, it would not bring them shame and would not hinder their future career development. It might even earn them a good reputation among scholars. All of this is quite significant, closely tied to future encounters. While at the Baiyun Temple, Zhou Yuan realized everything clearly. Establishing himself through writing was the most suitable path at the moment. What book to write? There are many famous novels from ancient times, such as the 4 great classic novels San Yan Er Pai, and a series of operas like Dou's Grievance, The West Chamber, and The Peony Pavilion. But the most suitable for adaptation is none other than Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This book, while written at a mediocre level, possesses a sweeping grandeur and a distinctive character, with a story that aligns with the spirit of the times. He certainly couldn't write Watermargin. He would likely be invited to tea by his father-in-law before finishing halfway. The Three Kingdoms is a romantic epic for men, and this holds true for this world as well, with countless stories that have not yet been systematized. Zhou Yuan would personally create this system. After returning home, he found himself unable to sleep, lit a candle, and began to write. The Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away heroes' right and wrong, success and failure all turn to emptiness. Using Yang Shen's Lin Zhan Xian as a preface, he poured forth these words etched in his memory. He wrote for 2 consecutive hours until his hand grew sore before finally putting down his pen. He couldn't help but lament how inefficient this was. It took him 4 hours to finish 2 chapters. At this rate, who knows when he would complete it. However, he wasn't anxious. Such matters handled too hurriedly could easily lead to mistakes. Besides, he still needed to contemplate how to deal with those rascals at Fengming Tower. Thinking of this made him furious. How could they make his Ning Yue a concubine? Did they really think Zhou Yuan was a good-for-nothing? Harnessing his anger into strength, he wrote straight through until dawn. After putting away his writing, he finally fell into a deep sleep. He didn't stir until noon, and after having lunch he continued to work. After 2 days of continuous effort, Zhou Yuan's hands were nearly worn out, but he finally completed the 12th chapter. From the Oath of the Peach Garden to Chao Meng, to great battle with Lu Bu, that was sufficient. When he opened the door, the stars were already filling the sky. On this summer night, the moon was full, silver light covered the ground, and the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs filled the air. The daylight belonged to humans, while the night seemed to be a paradise for insects and beasts. Zhou Yuan felt quite good and decided to stroll to the garden for some fresh air and relaxation. However, as he walked, he heard the sounds of a quarrel coming from a distant pavilion. He hurried over and saw Zhao Jianqi sitting on a stone bench weeping with her head in her hands while his father-in-law stood with his hands behind his back wearing a troubled expression. "What's going on here? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour?" Zhou Yuan asked with a smile while bowing greetings father-in-law. Zhao Cheng's expression relaxed a bit upon seeing him and he sighed. "Yuaner has come, please sit down. I just returned from the yamen and have been a bit busy lately." Zhao Jianqi wiped away her tears and stood to the side sulking in silence. Zhou Yuan asked, "What are you arguing about?" Zhao Jianqi huffed and ignored him. Zhao Cheng however spoke in a serious tone. "It's this girl, she's too headstrong and insists on me intervening in the matters of the Shui family. This is a private matter between two families. Even as a magistrate, how can I intervene? Although I sympathize with the Shui girl's plight, there is no room for negotiation in this matter." Zhou Yuan nodded. "Indeed, both families have reached a consensus. Outsiders cannot interfere. Jianqi, your father-in-law, is not unwilling to help, but there is no way to exert influence. You should return to your room and rest." Zhou Yuan already had a plan in mind. He didn't want any external forces to disrupt his plans. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Jianqi became angry. "Zhou Yuan, Ningyue has treated you so well, how can you say such things? At the poetry meeting and outing, she disregarded the gazes of others and ran all the way to send you off. Have you forgotten this kindness? Now she is to be sold by her family and married off to become someone else's concubine. How can we just stand by and watch her jump into the fire pit?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, again trembling as she said, "You don't know that when I went to see Ningyue today, she was so ill that I feared for her health." Zhou Yuan replied, "Everyone has their fate, we have no way to intervene. We can't let father-in-law issue a command to prevent their marriage, can we?" "Zhou Yuan." Zhao Jianqi exclaimed loudly, "I know there is no room for negotiation in this matter, but is it too heartless for you to speak this way? In the days since returning, you have been cooped up in the house, only getting up at noon, and I don't even know what you do in the afternoon. At 18 you still don't know how to secure a future for yourself, and now you say such cold words. Are you trying to drive me mad?" This was probably how a poor man's wife felt, helplessly angry upon seeing her lazy husband. Zhou Yuan didn't hold it against her. He simply smiled and said, "All right, go to sleep. Why get angry at such a late..." Zhao Cheng frowned and said, "You must first manage your own marriage before you can meddle in others' affairs. You've been married for quite some time and have yet to consummate your marriage. What is all this fuss about?" This time it drew Zhao Jianqi back into the discussion. She felt wronged mainly on behalf of Shui Ningyue. She opened her mouth and bitterly said, "Zhou Yuan, Ningyue misjudged you." After saying this, she covered her face and left. Zhao Cheng watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh, saying, "After all, she is a child raised in a fragrant boudoir. Usually quiet and gentle, but when it comes to critical matters she inevitably becomes anxious and headstrong. Yuaner, after all, Jianqi is your wife, you need to guide her more, helping her mature quickly. Otherwise it will be you who suffers in the end." Zhou Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Why was father-in-law lecturing him on how to manage a wife? He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Jianqi cares for her friend, that's kindness, nothing to be reproached." Zhao Cheng shook his head and said, "Kindness is certainly a beautiful quality, but a mature person should find a place for that kindness to land rather than throwing tantrums. I know my daughter well, she is a good girl but indeed a bit headstrong. You must teach her more, it will benefit you." Continuing, he chuckled back, "In the day your mother-in-law was even more willful. Just because I visited a brothel she threatened to hang herself, but I gradually managed to bring her back around. A man who cannot even manage his own household affairs, how can he handle other matters? Why do I feel like my father-in-law is hinting at something?" To be honest, Zhou Yuan found it somewhat difficult to see through this middle-aged man. Although he had just entered the officialdom, he seemed to have already developed mature political wisdom. "Let's not talk about this. Do you already have a plan regarding the Shui family matter?" Zhao Cheng's question left Zhou Yuan completely stunned. How does father-in-law know everything? Aside from Kai and I, no one knows that I intend to intervene in this matter. Zhou Yuan now realized that his father-in-law was no ordinary person. His political acumen was among the best of this era, which allowed him to possess such keen insight and discern that Zhou Yuan had already made plans. He pondered for a moment before saying, "After all, Ningyu is a friend of Jianjia. Marriage is a significant matter and should not be taken lightly." Zhao Cheng nodded, saying, "A gentleman stands in the world seeking only to have a clear conscience, doing what must be done and upholding the right path." He looked at Zhou Yuan and smiled, saying, "Yuaner, I want to hear about your plan." Zhou Yuan forced a smile and asked, "Father-in-law, I'm curious, how did you figure out I had arranged something regarding this matter?" Zhao Cheng replied, "Regarding the marriage arrangement of the Shui family, only a few know about it, limited to the upper circles of Yunzhou. Given that you seldom go out yet are completely unfazed upon hearing this, it indicates that you've inquired about it. From your standpoint, since you've inquired about it, it indicates you intend to intervene. This is quite understandable. Impressive, my father-in-law indeed possesses keen insight. I am in awe." Zhou Yuan nodded, saying, "Father-in-law, you truly deserve the title of top scholar. Nothing escapes your notice. However, the matter of the Shui family is not too difficult to resolve. Zhao Chang stated, you must know that this matter aligns with the common interests of both families. They share a common ground. Yes, under conditions that satisfy both families only the law can intervene. At this point Zhou Yuan paused and added, but the law cannot regulate their union, so the crux of this matter lies in undermining the common interests of both families. Only when their interests diverge can their marriage contract be automatically annulled. Zhao Chang, being a wise man, immediately grasped the implication and squinted, saying, you intend to intervene through the tavern. Zhou Yuan shrugged, saying, I don't have large sums of money to throw at the Shui family, so I can only approach it from the tavern side. Zhao Chang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, saying, great figures do not stand without power and small figures do not stand without wealth. You currently possess neither. I am rather eager to see what you will do. Zhou Yuan replied, the plan is still in its infancy. I am not confident yet. Then let's not discuss this any further. Zhao Chang slowly said, I have recently been overwhelmed by a murder case. Once you finish your current matters, come to the yamen and help me brainstorm. Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned before saying, father-in-law, I might not be of much help. Zhao Chang waved his hand, saying, Jianjia made a valid point. You are already 18 and should seek a future for yourself. Regardless of what you wish to do, there must be a beginning, shouldn't there? Zhou Yuan fell silent for a moment before nodding, saying, all right, I will come to the yamen within the next few days. Zhao Chang patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, smiling, it's night now, you should rest. Zhou Yuan was somewhat astonished by his father-in-law's wisdom, but this was not necessarily a bad thing. At least in this world, having such a protective elder was quite excellent. The next day Miss Kai's letter finally arrived. Zhou Yuan opened it, read carefully, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. The owner behind Fengming Tower is the Su family of Linen Prefecture. When the late emperor first ascended the throne, they became imperial merchants, primarily dealing in cloth and dyeing. However, after the current empress ascended to the throne, the imperial merchants were abolished and their cloth and dyeing business could no longer sustain itself. In a state of desperation, they turned to running a tavern with Fengming Tower as their flagship brand, which has considerable influence in the Jiang area and is a leading giant in catering. With a strong brand and excellent reputation, their entry into Yunzhou has greatly impacted the local industry. The two Baiyan towers of the Shui family are naturally under immense pressure and are nearly unable to survive. Thus the marriage alliance emerged. Bang! I'm not eating, you all can eat. Zhao Jianjia put down her chopsticks, stood up directly, and her face looked quite unpleasant, clearly still angry about last night's events. Zhao Chang and Zhou Yuan exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Yuaner, you see, I told you, if you can't handle her, it's you who will be unfortunate. Our chief assistant also stood up, humming a little tune, and leisurely went to work. Zhou Yuan scratched his head. Zhao Jianjia was troubled over Xuan Ningyue, but this was actually a good thing. It's not that one shouldn't let their wife be capricious due to kindness, the key is fearing that they become harsh due to jealousy. Zhou Yuan walked towards the courtyard and indeed found Zhao Jianjia waiting for him. Her gaze was cold. What do you plan to do today? Zhao Jianjia got straight to the point. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and replied, I plan to wander around and get myself some decent clothes. At this point he suddenly realized he seemed to be out of money and quickly added, Jianjia is my monthly allowance with you. Hurry and give it to me, I almost forgot about it. Zhao Jianjia was quite exasperated, unable to help but say, with Sister Ningyu in that state, you still have the heart to ask me for money to buy clothes. Zhou Yuan, are you really that heartless? Zhou Yuan laughed, saying, what do you want me to do? I'll listen to you. Zhao Jianjia gritted her teeth and said, let's go to Fengming Tower to cause trouble and ruin the Su family's business, then Ningyu won't need to marry. My wife is quite clever, it's impressive that she thought of that. However, Zhou Yuan said, Fengming Tower has an excellent reputation, is well known throughout Jiangnan, has profound roots and has established connections. How do you intend to cause trouble? The end result of causing trouble will only be getting caught by the officials and being taken to kneel before your father. Zhao Jianjia helplessly said, but we must think of some solution. Ningyu has only us few friends, if we don't help her, who else can? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, how about this, you go to the Shui family to take care of her and prevent her from feeling hopeless. That is the only thing we can do for now. Zhao Jianjia's face paled upon hearing this. She smiled bitterly and said, yes, I should not have expected anything from you, you are inherently cold and have no abilities. She sighed and slowly walked out, her lost expression evoking sympathy. However, Zhou Yuan could not reveal his plans. Things that are concealed succeed while those that are revealed fail, and he would not make such a mistake. Setting aside distractions, he no longer contemplated other matters and headed directly to Mo Yun's studio. As the largest engraving shop in Yunzhou, almost all the storytelling novels are printed and published by Mo Yun's studio. They have a vast clientele and possess remarkable marketing strategies and layout capabilities. Zhou Yuan believed in Chinese information, so he went straight to the door. The South Ridge hero is sold out, please leave. The old shopkeeper said slowly, seemingly quite impatient. Zhou Yuan said, who said I was here to buy a book? The old shopkeeper lifted his head in confusion, asking, if you're not here to buy books, what are you doing here? We're not hiring any assistants. Zhou Yuan smiled and replied, I'm here to submit a manuscript. The old shopkeeper's figure stiffened as he scanned Zhou Yuan up and down before saying, we don't accept submissions. Damn, this old man judges people by their appearance. Doesn't my robe make me look like a scholar? Zhou Yuan handed over a slip of paper, smiling. Take a look. How annoying. The old shopkeeper casually took the slip, glanced at it, and suddenly stood up. He looked at Zhou Yuan in shock, saying, "You wrote this?" Zhou Yuan smiled, saying, "The opening preface of the novel. How do you find this, Ling Jiangxian?" The old shopkeeper hurriedly said, "Please come inside, young master. I am truly sorry for the neglect." Zhou Yuan then walked in slowly and said lightly, "Pour me some tea." "Pour tea?" The old shopkeeper immediately shouted. The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, its waves washing away the heroes of the past. The disputes of right and wrong, of success and failure, turn to emptiness with a single glance. The green mountains remain ever witness to the crimson sunsets. The voice of the old shopkeeper trembled as he passionately recited this verse from Lin Jiangxian, each wrinkle on his face twisting with him. He swallowed hard, his excitement palpable as he declared, "This single piece of poetry is enough to be passed down through the ages, astonishing the world. And this is merely the prologue to a novel truly remarkable." He turned to Zhou Yuan and asked, "What does the young master go by? Do you have the manuscript with you?" Zhou Yuan replied, "I am Yuan Zhenren, a Taoist from Baiyun Guan. Of course I brought the manuscript, otherwise how could I discuss it with you?" A stack of papers was handed over, which the old shopkeeper took with great care, examining it closely. As the saying goes, the great tides of the world after a long period of unity must inevitably divide, after a long period of division they must unite again. In the weekend the 7 kingdoms were in turmoil, merging into Qin. He eagerly flipped through the pages, reaching a crucial moment only to find it missing. He quickly raised his head, glaring, and exclaimed, "What about the rest? Quick, let me see it." Zhou Yuan laughed and said, "You are urging me on, but don't forget I came here to discuss business, old shopkeeper. Let's talk about the price." The old shopkeeper was silent for a moment before saying, "No one has ever written like this before. People prefer biographies or chivalrous novels. Who writes history as a narrative? Your book is indeed good, but this genre has never been written before, nor has anyone read it. Our Yuan studio values talent and can offer 50 taels of silver to buy out this book." Zhou Yuan stood up and said, "I think you'll go check out the Listening Rain Pavilion next door. This old man is putting on a show in front of me, claiming no one reads this stuff. When I was enjoying this, you didn't even know where you were. Wait." The old shopkeeper waved his hand, refilling Zhou Yuan's tea with a faint smile, and said, "Master Yuan is a monk and perhaps unaware of the market. 50 taels of silver is already a very high price in the industry. It is precisely because we know the value that we offer such a high price." Zhou Yuan had certainly done his homework. 50 taels of silver was considered exorbitant for smaller printing houses. However, for a large printing house like Yuan Studio, it didn't even reach the median. The average transaction price here hovered around 100 taels of silver. What does 100 taels of silver mean? It is enough for an ordinary family in Yunzhou City to live comfortably for a year. But for Zhou Yuan, that amount wouldn't even be enough to fill a gap in his teeth. Zhou Yuan said slowly, "Shopkeeper, when discussing business one must be sincere. I am not just a foolish Taoist living on the mountain. I know quite a few scholars in the city." The old shopkeeper nodded and said, yes, this book is indeed excellent. Coupled with this poem, it is worth 100 taels of silver. To express our sincerity at Yuan Studio, we are willing to offer 120 taels of silver." Zhou Yuan, no longer in the mood for small talk, said directly, 1,000 taels of silver plus a 40% cut. This statement nearly stopped the old shopkeeper's heart. He trembled and said, "You, Master Yuan, are you joking? 1,000 taels of silver. Do you understand how many books we need to sell to break even? Based on the paper and printing costs of this era, a 30-page book cost about 7 taels of silver to produce. That is a terrifying number, meaning the selling price of a book would generally exceed 10 taels, making it unaffordable for the poor. Thus only families with some money could buy books. The poor couldn't even learn to read and had to listen to storytellers instead. 1,000 taels of silver would require selling 100 copies. In fact, 100 copies was roughly the sales volume for a book in this era. Unless it was a bestseller, it wouldn't exceed this number. The total profit from releasing a book at Yuan Studio is only a few hundred taels of silver." Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, do you lack confidence in my book or in Yuan Studio? 1,000 taels of silver is not my target. I merely want to see Yuan Studio's sincerity. That 40% cut of the profit is what I truly desire." The shopkeeper coldly replied, "Does Master Yuan truly think business is so easy? Poof. 1,000 taels of silver. We could buy out 10 books with that, let alone a cut. How about this, shopkeeper? You release this Lingjiang Ferry and say it's the prologue to a new novel, accepting pre-orders. I guarantee that within 3 days you will receive at least 500 pre-orders. 500 copies would be enough for you to profit thousands of taels of silver." The shopkeeper snorted. 500 copies? Do you know there are only a few thousand households in all of Yunzhou that can afford books? 500 households, do you think they will all buy your book? What do you think you've written, a treasure? Zhou Yuan put away his manuscript and smiled lightly, saying, 3 days later I will come back. But by then I will want 3,000 taels. He stood up and walked out of Mo Yun's studio. To be honest, Zhou Yuan was confident. Truly good novels were rare in this era. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms selling tens of thousands of copies is not a problem, although prices decrease with increased sales. Mo Yun Studio could at least earn tens of thousands of taels of silver from this book. This means it would be their total profit for several years. And for himself it would be his first pot of gold. 3 days he just needed a bit of patience, which was just enough time to arrange other matters. Upon returning home, Zhou Yuan directly said, "Zhou Yuan, go call Ming Rui from the kitchen and tell him to follow me from now on and not to go back to the kitchen." Zhou Yuan seemed rather indifferent, merely responding with an "oh" before going to call him. Zhou Yuan was also busy pulling out paper and pen to meticulously draw a picture. Ming Rui was only 16, having worked as a kitchen hand in the Zhao household, and was said to have good knife skills and some knowledge of culinary arts. He was the most suitable person for this task. "Young master." Ming Rui was somewhat shy, nodding and bowing upon seeing Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan squinted and asked, "Ming Rui, at 16 hasn't your family found you a wife yet?" Ming Rui scratched his head and said, "Young master, my family is poor and can't afford a wife." Zhou Yuan replied, "Follow me from now on and I guarantee you'll have the money to marry a wife. Now go do a task for me." Ming Rui quickly knelt and bowed, saying, "Young master, just give me your orders, I will definitely brave any danger for you." Opportunities in life are few, and Ming Rui was not foolish. He understood he had encountered an opportunity. Zhou Yuan handed him the drawing, squinting, and said, "This is a type of wild fragrant mushroom from Wui Mountain, also known as fragrant fungus. I need you to set off immediately to Wui Mountain to procure 50 pounds of it. The locals there should recognize what it is from this drawing." Ming Rui was dumbfounded. "Wui Mountain? This?" Zhou Yuan calmly said, "It's about 700 miles from Yunzhou to Wui Mountain. A round trip is 1,400 miles. I will give you 10 days. If you can bring the goods back, I will ensure you live well in the future." Ming Rui gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, rest assured I will risk my life to bring back the fragrant fungus." Zhou Yuan nodded and smiled, saying, "Go pack your things, I will prepare some silver for you." Reluctantly, Zhou Yuan had to find Zhao Jianjia again to ask for money. This inevitably led to some scolding, but it didn't matter. Once the matter was settled, she would naturally come to apologize. Ming Rui has sent out a submission, and the Romance of the Three Kingdoms has also been submitted. The layout is gradually proceeding and will require time to mature. With nothing else to do, Zhou Yuan accompanied his father-in-law to the yamen to see just how complicated the case he mentioned was. Upon entering the room with the corpse, everyone had already gathered. Besides the coroner and his father-in-law, there was also his junior sister Yi Qingying, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The two couldn't help but steal a few glances at each other. Due to the presence of others, they did not greet each other too enthusiastically, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Is this the esteemed son-in-law of Lord Zhao? Indeed, quite a handsome and talented individual." Basic pleasantries were still exchanged. A middle-aged man dressed in simple martial attire stood tall and straight, clearly possessing martial skills. Zhao Cheng introduced this as Lord Wang On, who has also been invited to investigate the case. Lord Wang. This piqued his interest. Zhou Yuan greeted them and then quietly asked, "What are the results of the autopsy?" The coroner respectfully replied, "Young Master Zhou, the deceased was 25 years old, unmarried, and usually engaged in physical labor to support his family, primarily doing masonry and transporting stones. He was an honest and simple person." Zhou Yuan waved his hand, interrupting, "I asked about the autopsy results, not his social relations." The coroner was slightly taken aback but quickly responded, "There is only one wound on the body, penetrating the chest and piercing the heart, exiting through the back. It is clear that he was killed by a master swordsman." As he spoke, he lifted the cloth covering the corpse, revealing a nearly decayed body. The foul stench was truly suffocating. Zhou Yuan took a careful look before nodding, "I understand. Let's step outside, this smell is unbearable." Everyone quickly nodded and exited the mortuary. Zhou Yuan then let out a long sigh and said it was indeed a master swordsman who killed him. The deceased didn't have any enemies, did he? Zhao Cheng shook his head. "A low-tier laborer has no enemies. Even if he did, it wouldn't attract someone of that caliber." Wang On slowly added, "Such masters usually take orders from powerful figures or serve a particular sect or escort agency. The deceased wouldn't have had significant value to warrant such an attack. This is one of our major concerns. Without understanding the motive for the murder, we cannot find a breakthrough." He continued professionally, "The man died at home and we examined the crime scene without leaving any clues, not even a footprint. However, based on the time of death, it appears he was killed at night." Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, "For a low-tier laborer to attract a master swordsman to assassinate him is inherently unreasonable. Thus we can conclude that it was not revenge nor robbery, but rather a silencing. Only when one has seen something they shouldn't have or gotten involved in matters beyond their scope would such a small figure draw the ire of a powerful individual." Wang On was intrigued and nodded, "Your analysis is quite insightful, young master Zhou. Your words have enlightened us, truly remarkable." Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Lord Wang, you flatter me." Returning to the case, if the basic judgment is that it was a silencing, then it indicates the deceased had recently participated in something he normally wouldn't. We should investigate what he has been involved in over the past half-month excluding his usual activities. The remaining activities should reveal the cause of his death. Additionally, we should look into his financial situation to see if he recently came into a substantial sum of money. This could also be a breakthrough. If we investigate thoroughly, I refuse to believe we won't uncover the cause of death. Wang Nong immediately interjected. Stop. Wait. Young Master Zhou, what did you just call me? What did I call you? Zhou Yuan asked in confusion. Lord Wang, of course. Then I must have misheard. Wang Nong bit his lip and said, speaking of which. At the crime scene, which was the deceased's home, we discovered 20 taels of silver. Zhou Yuan's body trembled and he asked, 20 taels? In silver. As a low-tier laborer, the deceased's income was meager. It was remarkable enough to save a few coins, yet he could manage to save 20 taels of silver, which clearly raised suspicions. Zhao Chang nodded. Indeed, it is 20 taels of silver. It seems he truly engaged in a big business recently, which ultimately cost him his life. Wang Nong clasped his fists and said calmly, gentlemen, I must take my leave. I need to investigate what the deceased has done in the past half-month immediately. Yi Captain, come with me, I have many professional questions to ask. Yi Qingying glanced at Zhou Yuan and then said, why not let young Master Zhou accompany you? He seems to excel in this regard. Wang Nong looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment he had nothing else to do and it would be beneficial to get to know Lord Wang, so he nodded in agreement. The two walked out of the yamen and arrived at a tavern. After ordering food and drinks, Wang Nong poured a glass of wine for Zhou Yuan and asked, what kind of wine do you usually drink, young Master Zhou? I usually do not drink. Yet Zhou Yuan still drank the wine, squinting his eyes and saying, this is quite good, it must be expensive, right? 2 taels of silver. Wang Nong smiled and said, it is indeed a bit pricey, but it excels in flavor and is sufficiently strong. Zhou Yuan nodded and asked, hey Lord Wan, what were we here for again? It seems we are here to investigate a case. Wang Nong replied and started eating, then solemnly added, we shouldn't have to do such trivial tasks ourselves, those below us need to earn a living too, don't they? Zhou Yuan replied, you make a valid point, Lord Wan, but I have no money on me, I can't pay for this meal. Wang Nong's expression turned serious as he said, isn't that a bit rude? No matter how poor I am, I can't be unable to treat young Master Zhou to a meal. Zhou Yuan raised his glass and loudly declared, Brother Wan, you are generous. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Some unspoken understanding existed between them. The best communication was often unspoken. Even though Zhou Yuan did not know the other's background, he understood that the other party was eyeing his father-in-law and wanted to pave a good path for himself, thus drawing closer. For Zhou Yuan, there was nothing wrong with befriending such a person, it might even benefit his future. I am originally from Jinling, sent here to Yunzhou by the higher-ups, and it's been a decade. It's hard to return home during festivals. Calculating the time, I haven't seen my mother in nearly 2 years. After a few rounds of drinks, Lord Wang naturally expressed his frustrations. Zhou Yuan echoed, for the sake of the court, Brother Wang, you work tirelessly and selflessly, which is truly admirable. Wang Nong waved his hand, saying, sometimes I feel that way and other times I think these things are insubstantial. I haven't accumulated much wealth yet, I am already middle-aged, I see 40 approaching, but I still haven't established a career. Zhou Yuan replied, everything requires opportunity, perhaps this case is the key for you to rise in rank and wealth. Wang Nong laughed heartily, young Master Zhou, you truly have a way with words. What is a single murder case? Yunzhou has dozens of them each year. Yet Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, murders are common but masters are not. Brother Wang, being skilled in martial arts, what kind of secret could compel such a master to kill an ordinary citizen? If this secret is unraveled, wouldn't it be an achievement? At that time, if we give a little money to the higher-ups and say a few good words, wouldn't that achievement become the road to promotion? Wang Nong was stunned for a long time, then stood up, raising his glass and saying, young Master Zhou, if that day comes I will remember it for life. Zhou Yuan quickly pulled him down and whispered, let's sit and talk, we mustn't raise our voices. Wang Nong took a sip and loudly called, waiter, bring another pot. Investigations require time, solving a case cannot be accomplished in just 1 or 2 hours. Wang Nong assured Zhou Yuan he would notify him as soon as there was progress. Zhou Yuan, relieved to have some respite, returned home and spent the day writing Romance of the Three Kingdoms. His brushwork lagged far behind keyboard typing, his progress was painfully slow. Yet it was heartening to note that under the promotion of Moyan Studio, the poem Linjiang Xian spread across Yunzhou at an astonishing pace, instantly igniting a sensation within Yunzhou's literary circles. Countless scholars rushed to disseminate it, the breadth of its reach and the fervor of its reception unprecedented. Within 3 days, Linjiang Xian had become the most discussed topic among Yunzhou's literati, and had already traveled beyond its borders to Huzhou, Linan and Hangzhou. Even in Jinling, word of this immortal masterpiece had begun to circulate. All of Jiangnan erupted in excitement. The name of Master Yuani resounded throughout the Two Rivers region, while Romance of the Three Kingdoms, still unpublished, had already become a work eagerly awaited by countless readers. Moyan Studios branches across Jiangnan were flooded with customers. Preliminary estimates indicated over 2,000 pre-orders, a record-breaking achievement unparalleled in memory. 2,000 copies may sound modest, yet in this era literacy rates remained low. Books were luxuries and each volume cost over 10 taels of silver, amounting to a staggering 20,000 taels. After deducting printing, production, distribution and sales expenses, Moyan Studio stood to profit no less than 6,000 taels, and this was only from pre-orders. Many more potential buyers remained hesitant, awaiting first-hand inspection of the book's quality. Moyan Studio's senior management was beside themselves, scouring every corner for traces of Master Yuan, yet daring not utter his name aloud, fearing rival engraving workshops or publishing houses might seize him first. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan, calm and unruffled, had only just risen. After washing and grooming, he practiced cultivation and seated meditation, then performed a full set of physical exercises before leisurely heading to breakfast. Zhou Yuan. Zhao Jianjia appeared, weary dark circles beneath her eyes, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. Zhou Yuan was startled. Something was amiss. His wife had held deep resentment toward him these past few days. Why had she suddenly grown so tender? When matters defy expectation, suspicion must follow. He hurriedly smiled apologetically. Jianjia, have you eaten? Why haven't you gone out today? Zhao Jianjia's heart stirred with complex emotions. The matter of Ning Yue had robbed her of sleep. She had consulted numerous people, yet none offered a true resolution. Last night she had once again sought her father's counsel, only to hear, Jianjia, you are a married woman. When confronted with insurmountable difficulties, your first recourse must be your husband, to entrust him with their resolution. Yuaner is an intelligent man. Perhaps he has already discerned the answer. You, my dear, are simply too close to see clearly. Zhao Jianjia sensed her father's words carried hidden meaning, so she came especially to find Zhou Yuan carefully composing herself to preserve her gentleness. Though, upon seeing his effortlessly carefree face, her temper flared anew. Zhou Yuan, help me. For the first time she reached out and gently grasped his hand, her voice soft and pleading, please help Ning Yue. We truly have no other options. Even Wan Ji's royal father refuses to intervene, only you remain for us, the three sisters. Zhou Yuan scratched his head. I'm overwhelmed. Give me a moment to gather my thoughts. After so long in this world, Zhou Yuan found himself genuinely flustered, for the first time. Zhao Jianjia, usually spirited and willful, had transformed into such quiet tenderness, it was profoundly disorienting. Zhou Yuan asked, what did you call me just now? Zhao Jianjia quickly replied, husband. Please help us. Her voice carrying the unmistakable lilt of coquettish entreaty. So this was how his wife's cooing sounded, so enchanting it melted his very bones. Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, then broke into laughter, lightly squeezing Jianjia's delicate hand. You just stay with Ning Yue these days. Ensure she doesn't lose heart. As for the rest, don't fret. When the boat reaches the bridge, the path reveals itself. Zhao Jianjia paused, puzzled. Then what? What then? No, your plan. Your action. Are you truly dismissing me with that one line? Secrets thrive in silence, betrayal blooms from careless speech. Given the gravity of this matter, Zhou Yuan dared not afford the slightest negligence. This was the first undertaking he had undertaken since arriving in this world. Failure was unthinkable, error intolerable. He merely smiled. Jianjia, no need to rush, the wedding is still half a month away. We'll speak of it then. But Zhao Jianjia could not wait. You're clearly evading me. Zhou Yuan, Ning Yue is your friend too. These past days I've watched her closely, she speaks of you with nothing but admiration. Can you truly turn away? My wife is truly loyal. I deeply admire that in you. Zhou Yuan said, I've urgent matters to attend to. Let's discuss it later. Tomorrow I'll accompany you to visit Ning Yue. With that he strode briskly out the door. Zhao Jianjia stared at his retreating figure, stamped her foot in frustration, and finally sighed. Sigh. I never should have placed hope in him. Shopkeeper, bring tea. Zhou Yuan strode confidently into Moyan Studio and settled comfortably into a chair. In the next instant, the elderly shopkeeper rushed over, trembling with excitement. Heavens above. Master Yuan, you've finally graced us with your presence. Zhou Yuan chuckled. So, you want the manuscript now? Yet you refused it yourself that day. That day my mind was clouded, my eyes blinded by ignorance. Forgive me, please. Quickly, I'll fetch 1,000 taels in ready silver. Do you have the manuscript? 1,000 taels. I stated clearly if I visited 3 days hence the price would be 3,000 taels of Wait, don't refuse so hastily. Seeing the shopkeeper's face fall, Zhou Yuan added smoothly, the Jiangnan publishing house is actively seeking me, they've offered 5,000 taels. Shopkeeper, don't drive me away with stinginess. That closed every possible escape route. The shopkeeper stood frozen for a long while before sighing helplessly. Master Yuan, please follow me upstairs, my master has awaited you here since yesterday. Zhou Yuan rose and walked firmly up the stairs. It was a private reception chamber, elegant chairs cushioned with plush padding, an exquisite tea table, and incense wafting softly, subtle, refined, neither overpowering nor faint. An intricately carved lattice screen separated the entrance from the inner chamber. Beyond it sat a woman clad in white, her silhouette visible yet her features and form obscured. Master Yuan, have you brought the manuscript? Her voice was calm yet carried unmistakable authority, evidence of long-standing command and innate presence. Such presence might daunt ordinary scholars, but to Zhou Yuan it meant little. His past life had exposed him to far greater power. I come in earnest, the manuscript is indeed with me. With a faint smile he continued 3,000 taels and a 40% royalty. A fair price well within Moyun Studios' capacity. The woman replied coolly, we will offer 6,000 taels, but no royalties. Zhou Yuan frowned, you spare 6,000 taels yet balk at royalties. To be frank, even with a 40% cut I doubt the total value would exceed 6,000 taels. Silver is secondary, principle is paramount. Set one precedent and all will demand royalties thereafter. That undermines Moyun Studios' long-term interests. Zhou Yuan paused, then asked, no room for negotiation. She replied softly, I traveled personally to Yunzhou, bearing sincerity. Trust my words, no means no. There is no leeway. Zhou Yuan fell silent for a moment, then smiled, all commerce is negotiable. And to honor my sincerity, and consider your long-term interests, I propose the following. 5,000 taels in silver, and a 40% royalty on all sales exceeding 5,000 copies. Here he narrowed his eyes, you have no rational grounds to refuse. No other title could possibly achieve 5,000 copies, so this sets no dangerous precedent for future contracts. Moreover, if Romance of the Three Kingdoms sells beyond 5,000 copies, Moyun Studios' reputation alone has already reaped immense gains, why then should royalties be denied? Silence. A long profound silence lingered behind the screen. Finally the woman sighed softly, Master Yuan, if you ever wish to explore further collaboration, seek me at Moyun Studios' linen branch. You are an exceptional merchant. Zhou Yuan smiled, perhaps that day will come. May I ask your name, madam? She replied gently, I shall not tell you, that is my small petulant concession for losing this negotiation. Zhou Yuan laughed inwardly, this young lady was delightfully intriguing. Zhou Yuan walked out of the Moyun studio, his expression calm as he watched two large boxes being loaded onto the carriage. He then slowly sat on the carriage and couldn't help but laugh. Damn. I've struck it rich. 5,000 taels of silver. Damn. I'll never be short of money again. No more asking my wife for cash. He excitedly rubbed his hands and shouted, hurry. To the Zhao residence. This meant his identity would soon be exposed. Zhou Yuan believed that the woman from Moyun studio must have sent someone to follow him, but it didn't matter what if his identity was exposed. The other party wouldn't make it public anyway. At least the money was secured. This was a crucial step. How could he compete with Fengming Tower without even the basic startup funds? Zhou Yuan returned home with enthusiasm only to bump into his father-in-law Zhao Chang. Yuaner. What are you carrying? Zhao Chang asked, his face filled with confusion. Zhou Yuan scratched his head and smiled, I went to get some money, cough cough, let's see if it can be useful later. Zhao Chang nodded and walked over, slowly opening the box, and was taken aback. He looked at Zhou Yuan, his expression serious. Does anyone else know about this? Zhou Yuan replied, only I know, so far I haven't had the chance to tell Jianjia and my mother-in-law yet. Oh. Zhao Cheng quickly grabbed a few bars of silver and tucked them into his bosom, lowering his voice, honor me with 100 taels, your mother-in-law has been strict lately. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh, can't I take a bit more? Zhao Cheng said seriously, keep your money for important matters, this 100 taels is enough for me for a while. By the way, don't tell Jianjia and your mother-in-law about this. Zhou Yuan immediately responded, rest assured, father-in-law, heaven knows, earth knows, you know and I know. Zhao Cheng smiled, it's good that my son-in-law understands. At this point he suddenly said, just in time, come with me to the Yamen, there has been a development in the case. What development? Zhao Cheng asked, another 10 or so people have died, all in the same manner. Zhou Yuan's figure trembled and he instantly frowned. Inside the corpse room everyone's expressions were heavy. More than 10 people died overnight, no matter the year, it was a shocking case. Weinan clenched his fists tightly and said gravely, yesterday we interviewed the deceased's co-workers, we may have stirred some people behind the scenes, resulting in the deaths of the deceased's 4 co-workers and their entire families. From the elderly over 60 to children as young as 5, all were killed, totaling 17. Zhou Yuan gasped, realizing that the entire family was wiped out and the killer had gone mad. Zhao Cheng coldly said, Yuana was right, before the person behind must be covering up some shocking secret. Those who were silenced were likely all participants. Yi Qingying's face also turned pale, her eyes filled with anger as she gritted her teeth. One of them had multiple wounds and there were signs of a struggle in the room. His hands had thick calluses indicating he had been wielding a knife for years. He possessed martial skills, which is why the killer couldn't finish him off in one strike, but ultimately he was still killed. She paused slightly, looking at Zhao Chang. Zhao Chang nodded. Today at noon the Shui family sent someone over to inquire about the case details. That deceased was probably an old soldier. Weinan's expression changed slightly as he whispered, was he Shui Changji's personal guard back in the day? This is troublesome. If we don't solve the case quickly it could blow up and it might not stay hidden, likely alerting Linen Prefecture. Zhao Chang said, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Shui Changji's letter has already reached me expressing great concern over this matter and stating he needs to give his brothers an explanation. He sighed bitterly. I don't want that old cripple to come to the yamen with his cane, that would be hard to handle. Yi Qingying asked in confusion, what personal guard? Wang Ang explained, Captain Yi, you might not know, but Shui Qianyue was the governor of Datong back then, commanding an army of 60,000, a second-rank martial general wielding immense power. After his defeat he was demoted back to his hometown, but his 80 personal guards never left his side and returned to Yunzhou with him. The deceased we just mentioned was one of those guards. He shook his head and sighed. If this blows up given Shui Qianyue's sensitive identity. It was enough to make everyone realize the seriousness of the situation. Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised. How could Wang Ang explain Shui Qianyue so thoroughly to Yi Qingying? Did his second senior sister have some unknown identity? Isn't she just an orphan from Baiyun Temple, a disciple of the master? Zhou Yuan realized there were many things he was still unclear about, so he didn't rush to voice his opinion. Zhao Chang spoke solemnly. Yuaner, you have a knack for solving cases. You can't hold back now. This matter needs to be resolved sooner rather than later. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, the core of the case is the reason for the silencing. We need to investigate from this angle. Excluding the affected family members, there are 5 key deceased, all of whom must have directly participated in a secret matter. He looked at Wang Ang and asked, Lord Wang, have you clarified the movements of the initial deceased over the past half-month? Wang Ang nodded. I've looked into it. There were no unusual occurrences. He still followed his regular routine, working in a residence in the northern part of the city during the day, helping to build a garden, and returning home to sleep at night. This person's schedule is simple and easy to verify. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and asked, the other 4 deceased, were they also his co-workers helping to build the garden? That's right. Zhou Yuan said, directly bring all the laborers, supervisors and participants from that northern residence to the yamen for questioning. I want to trace the activities of these 5 key individuals and determine the timing of their participation in the secret event to ascertain the nature of the event. Wang Ang said gravely, they have already been detained and were interrogated this morning, but they couldn't provide any useful information. Zhou Yuan said, bring someone well informed to me, I'll ask again. Come with me. So the group headed straight for the jail. Arriving in front of a cell, Wang Ang said, his name is Lu Er. He is the supervisor of the large residence in the north and knows everyone's situation. Lu Er and the others were confused, having been arrested for such a significant event, and their nerves were shattered. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan and the others, they immediately knelt down and shouted that they were wrongfully accused. Zhou Yuan said in a deep voice, stop shouting. Answer my questions. Any hesitation will be taken as a lie and you won't escape severe punishment. Answer me. During the construction of the residence, was there anyone on guard at night? Lu Er quickly replied, yes, 4 people are on guard every night, taking turns to watch over the materials, otherwise if thieves steal them would suffer a big loss. How many people do you have in total? 36. Including me, 37. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes. With 4 on guard each night, that totals 37, so each person must have guarded at least 1 night in the last 10 days. Lu Er smiled bitterly. Everyone is struggling. We rely on this to make a living. Who would dare swap shifts or take a leave of absence? They would be glad to guard a few more nights to earn more money. Zhou Yuan asked, was there anyone taking leave during the day? No. Zhou Yuan already had an idea in mind and said, Mao Akishan went side to go Tai Shuazi and Shou Hozi. Were there times when these 5 didn't guard at night? He asked which days it was. Upon hearing this, Wang Ang and Zhao Chang's eyes lit up. Yi Qingying, however, looked confused, not yet realizing the implications. Yes. Lu Er quickly said, since I was responsible for scheduling, I remember clearly, on the 3rd, 8th and 11th of the month none of those 5 were present. In the last 10 days there were 3 days when these 5 were absent. This meant that their participation in the mysterious event must have occurred on one of those 3 days. And today is the 15th of June. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, for such a significant event, if the other party had already intended to silence them, they would choose to do so immediately after finishing their task. Zhao Chang immediately said, the first victim Mao Aki died on the night of June 12th. Wang Ang added, it's confirmed they must have participated in something that night, June 11th. This is a matter that requires 5 people to accomplish, and since these 5 are laborers, it indicates that the matter was quite significant. Lord Wang. Investigate. Deploy sufficient personnel to thoroughly investigate the residents of major streets and inquire if anyone heard any strange noises on the night of June 11th. Wang Ang took a deep breath, gave Zhou Yuan a thumbs up and said, young Master Zhou, your calculations are brilliant. Impressive. The weather in June is always pleasant, with sunlight streaming through the paper window and illuminating Zhou Yuan's face. He put away the newly written chapters of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms and stretched lazily, heading to the small courtyard to begin his exercises. Half an hour later, with the sun already high in the sky, he casually took a cold shower and saw Zhao Jianjia walking in. She was wearing a pale yellow long dress, her long hair cascading down her back tied with a silk ribbon, exuding a refined and intellectual aura, instantly showcasing her grace. Her fair skin seemed to glow under the sunlight and her delicate features resembled a masterpiece painted with exquisite brushstrokes. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but sigh, thinking how fitting the name Jianjia was for her. Are you going to the Shui residence? Zhao Jianjia's voice was somewhat cold. Zhou Yuan nodded saying, I just need to get dressed and tidy up. Zhao Jianjia snorted and couldn't help but say, you still want to tidy up? If I didn't know better I would think you're going on a blind date. With Sister Ning Yue in that state, how can you still have the mood to dress up? Women are always like this, projecting their emotions onto everything. Even changing clothes can lead to such discussions. Aren't you dressed exquisitely yourself? Of course it would be pointless to argue at such a time, because even if you win the argument you will be criticized for your attitude. So Zhou Yuan ignored her, simply getting dressed before following Zhao Jianjia onto the carriage. They arrived at the Shui residence where Zhao Jianjia frequently visited, so there was no need to announce their arrival. They went straight in. As soon as they entered the courtyard their expressions changed, for they noticed the presence of many servants and large boxes tied with red flowers. Everyone was dressed in festive attire. Don't tell me the Su family has come today to deliver betrothal gifts. Zhao Jianjia's voice trembled, clearly distressed by the thought. They made their way to the hall and indeed found it filled with people, with a dashing young gentleman seated in the prominent position on the right, dressed in white, holding a white fan with a feathered cap. His face was as smooth as jade, exuding an air of elegance and scholarly charm with every gesture. They really have come with betrothal gifts. Zhao Jianjia clenched her teeth, her fists tightening. That young man in white must be Su Guangchen, the renowned scholar of Linen Prefecture, the top candidate in the provincial exam, Su Yuan. It's just taking a concubine, does it really require a betrothal gift? Zhou Yuan squinted and said. Zhao Jianjia's expression changed. What do you mean, Zhou Yuan? Does Sister Ning Yue even lack the qualification to receive a betrothal gift? Women tend to be emotional, which made Zhou Yuan feel a headache. But Zhao Jianjia added, it's probably the result of discussions between the two families, allowing the Shui family to maintain a bit of dignity. They arrived in the hall and still performed the customary greetings. Shui Chanyue had been bedridden and did not come to handle today's matters, which continued to be overseen by Madame Shui. Seeing Zhao Jianjia, Madame Shui put on a friendly face saying, Jianjia, dear niece, please don't be so polite. Are you here to see Ning Yue? That girl was just mentioning you this morning. Zhao Jianjia's expression was calm, but after a moment of silence she suddenly asked, Madam, how much did you sell Ning Yue for? As soon as she spoke the lively hall fell silent as if plunged into an icehouse, everyone's expressions frozen. Only Zhou Yuan looked at Zhao Jianjia in astonishment, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. His wife truly couldn't sit still, wanting to tear off the pretense and make a final effort. Zhou Yuan greatly admired Zhao Jianjia's attitude. For the sake of her friend she was unafraid of losing her status and honor, even at the risk of offending her elders and the powerful Su family. This was extraordinary courage and kindness. Thus Zhou Yuan at this moment believed she possessed infinite charm. What nonsense are you talking? Madame Shui broke the silence, first loudly exclaiming, Jianjia. Today we have esteemed guests here. No rudeness is allowed. Quickly go see Ning Yue. She did not dare offend the daughter of the top scholar too much. But Zhao Jianjia refused to back down, saying, Madame Ning Yue is so gentle and virtuous and talented, never capricious or willful. What wrong has she done? How could she end up in such a tragic situation? Madame Shui replied, to marry into the Su family of linen, how can you say it is tragic? Zhao Jianjia said in a deep voice, what is called marriage is merely a transaction. After saying this she suddenly turned to Su Guangchen, gritting her teeth and saying, you Su people, how can you as a scholar stoop to such shameless actions to coerce a woman into becoming a concubine? Relying on your family's wealth to force another's daughter into servitude, if heaven has eyes it will ensure you fail the imperial examination and fall from grace. These last 8 words were particularly harsh, striking Su Guangchen's weak spot. 2 elderly men had already stood up, unable to contain their anger any longer. Zhao Jianjia faced off against them, but the more she spoke the more her heart ached, and by the end her eyes were red. People act and heaven watches, you will be punished. After saying this she shot Zhou Yuan a fierce glare, biting her teeth and asking, are you alive or dead? I am arguing logically all by myself, but why haven't you said a word? Aren't you good at speaking at poetry gatherings? Why are you suddenly mute now? Zhou Yuan, I no longer expect you to achieve glory, but you are as cowardly as a servant. The hall fell completely silent. Zhao Jianjia seemed to have lost all hope, smiling bitterly and saying, who can pity whom between Ning Yue and me? We are merely tragic women. Under everyone's gaze she wiped her tears, covering her mouth and running towards the back courtyard. She could not stay here for even a moment longer. Clap, clap, clap. It was only at this moment that the once silent hall erupted into applause. Zhou Yuan clapped while looking around at the crowd, smiling and saying, don't you all think my wife spoke wonderfully? I truly believe she is amazing. I genuinely like this girl. Madame Shui did not have a good expression for him, simply directing all her anger towards Zhou Yuan. She has already left, what are you still doing here? As a son-in-law of the Zhao family your status is no different from that of a servant, how dare you make noise here? Zhou Yuan completely ignored her and instead looked at Su Guangchen, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, your Su family is too naive. Su Guangchen's handsome face broke into a contemptuous smile. He said softly, Madame Shui is right, you have no qualification to make noise here, just a son-in-law. Live your pitiful life well and don't come over here to sniff around or I'll have someone chase you away like a dog. Zhou Yuan replied, I thought you wouldn't speak at all. Su Guangchen slowly replied, what is my status? And what are you? I wouldn't even consider talking to you, it would be beneath my dignity. With that he stood up and walked over to Zhou Yuan's side. His voice suddenly dropped, I heard you and Ning Yue are rather close. You came here to stand up for her. Do you think you are worthy? Zhou Yuan asked, is that all you want to say? Su Guangchen replied softly, of course not. What I want to say is that after bringing her back to Linen I will treat her like a dog, serving me tea, washing clothes and cooking. However, I want to mistreat her I can do so, I can hit her, scold her all at my whim. He added, and you, what can you do about it? After saying this he returned to his seat and waved his hand saying, get him out. Zhou Yuan was not thrown out, he left on his own. He didn't want to continue arguing with Su Guangchen because he never came here to quarrel. Having been in this world for more than 4 months he hadn't truly felt anger, but at this moment his rage soared. He knew Su Guangchen's words were merely meant to provoke him. But he couldn't tolerate it. My Ning Yue should not be subjected to such humiliation. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself as he walked out of the Shui residence. Looking at the bustling street he fell silent for a moment before suddenly turning back. Zhou Yuan strode back and halted before the Shui family's gate. The 2 guards, assuming he had legitimate business, made no attempt to stop him. Yet Zhou Yuan paused and fixed his gaze upon one guard, a bald scar-faced man. Slowly he said, why do you need 2 men to guard a gate? How about you accompany me for a moment? The scar-faced guard instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword and growled, what did you say? Zhou Yuan glanced briefly at the blade then replied, no need to tense up, just come with me. I have questions about Tai Xuanzi. At that name the guard stiffened. You know the truth. Zhou Yuan answered calmly, I am investigating this case jointly with Magistrate Wang and Magistrate Zhao. If you wish the murderer found, swiftly cooperate with me. Clenching his fists the guard shot a silent signal to his comrade and followed Zhou Yuan away. They entered a tea house across the narrow street. Zhou Yuan ordered no tea, only a fine vintage wine and several small dishes. Let's talk while we eat, he said coolly. The guard's face remained stern as he declared, I do not drink. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Drink or not, it's your choice. May I ask your name? Lao Guan. Lao Guan, is that right? Do you have family? How do you live now? Guan Tianxi's brows knotted tightly. What does that have to do with the case? Zhou Yuan replied, if you truly wish us to uncover the real killer and avenge your fallen brother, then ask fewer questions and answer honestly. I am a friend of Ning Yue and Magistrate Zhao's son-in-law. You must know exactly who I am. There is no need for such suspicion. Guan Tianxi snorted. These days cunning men are everywhere. Who knows what hidden purpose you serve? Yet he did grieve deeply for his brother's death. Once over 100 seasoned comrades had ruled their domain like tempests, now they were scattered, broken, fading into obscurity. I have 3 people at home, my son, daughter-in-law and a young granddaughter. Zhou Yuan asked, what does your son do now? Guan Tianxi replied, he handles miscellaneous affairs for the Shui residence. Zhou Yuan nodded slowly. Years ago General Shui Qianyue commanded the Datong garrison, tens of thousands of elite troops under his banner. He was the unshakable pillar of that region. Who could have imagined over a decade later that the former Datong governor would fall so low? Guan Tianxi's face darkened. How dare you slander a general of his stature? Get to the point or I'm leaving. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes. His stature. To me he holds none. Guan Tianxi's eyes blazed. Veterans like him avoided trouble, lived quietly, kept low profiles. But Shui Qianyue was their line in the sand, cross it and they would fight to the death. Zhou Yuan pressed on, do you deny what I've said? Oof. If he were truly a hero, why has not a single one among your 100-odd personal guards ever spoken well of him? Why do all of you secretly wish him dead? Guan Tianxi roared, you lie. We are his brothers in arms, we'd die for him without hesitation. Zhou Yuan retorted, then he should support you. Spend over 1,000 taels of silver each year to keep you fed and armed. When funds ran dry he sold his own daughter to sustain you. What kind of brothers are you? You drove your crippled elder brother to sell his daughter, left the Shui family with no path forward. These words struck Guan Tianxi like a physical blow, his expression shattered. He shot upright, voice trembling, what did you say? Zhou Yuan replied, don't pretend ignorance. Lady Shui lacks any mercantile skill, the family's fortune has nearly vanished. They're at the end of their rope. Yet to feed you and your comrades they had no choice, they sold Ning Yue to the Su family, trading her for survival just to keep you all alive. Guan Tianxi bellowed, nonsense. I've investigated, the Su family is a prominent clan in Linen Prefecture. She's more than worthy of them. Zhou Yuan said coolly, yet this time she goes to them as a concubine. That single word, concubine, sent a violent tremor through Guan Tianxi's frame. He stared at Zhou Yuan, eyes wide with disbelief. Zhou Yuan continued, the Fengming Pavilion's assault has nearly bankrupted the Baiyan Pavilion. Once it collapses, where will General Shui find money to sustain you? So to protect his brothers, he married off his daughter as a concubine to the Fengming Pavilion's young master, begging for alms in return. La Guan, I understand Xuan Ningyue has called you uncle since childhood. Has she not treated you kindly? How then do you repay your elder brother? How do uncles treat their niece? What noble loyalty! What tender compassion! Those words pierced Guan Tianxi's heart like a dagger. His face twisted in anguish, he clenched his fists and turned to leave. If this were true, he had to act. Memories flooded back, especially of Ningyue, who'd called him Uncle Guan from her earliest days with such warmth and affection. Had any of those old comrades not adored little Ningyue? Return now. Zhou Yuan suddenly thundered. If you want to save her, come back. This isn't something one man can fix through reckless confrontation. Guan Tianxi froze mid-step, body rigid. Zhou Yuan asked, what precisely did you plan to do? Storm the residence and humiliate General Shui publicly. Let the scandal spread so the world brands him a villain. Or worse, do you intend to ruin Xuan Ningyue's reputation forever? Guan Tianxi gritted his teeth, then abruptly sat back down. He seized the wine jug and drank deeply again and again until his face flushed crimson. Eyes locked on Zhou Yuan, he spoke each word with iron weight. Help her. Help Ningyue. His voice cracked at the end. On that stoic, weathered face only sorrow and bitterness remained. Zhou Yuan spoke gravely, every word I've spoken is true. Facing the Fengming Pavilion's onslaught, the Baiyan Pavilion is on the verge of collapse, so the Shues resorted to this desperate measure, marrying their daughter off as a concubine simply to survive. Several factors led to this crisis. First, your 100+ personal guards and your families consume several thousand taels annually, a staggering burden. Second, the Shues possess no talent for commerce. The situation is now irreversible, you've seen it yourself, the Su family's sedan has already arrived, chests borne aloft. To cause a scene now would only wound both families' honor and accomplish nothing else. If you wish my aid, you must cooperate. Guan Tianxi swallowed hard, fury churning within. How? Zhou Yuan asked within the guard corps, what is your rank? Do your words carry authority? Guan Tianxi replied instantly, I am chief guard, I speak with full authority. Zhou Yuan's voice dropped low and commanding, I need you to discreetly circulate a message among your fellow guards and their families. It must appear utterly natural, unforced, untraceable. I need this rumor to reach the Fengming Pavilion's ears. Do you understand? Guan Tianxi frowned. No, I don't. Zhou Yuan sighed inwardly, truly his strategic acumen leaves much to be desired. Zhou Yuan said, I'll explain in detail, but you must swear absolute secrecy. This will determine Xuan Ningyue's fate and the Shui family's survival. It will also define your own honor or disgrace. For if we fail to halt this marriage, you will be nothing but parasites, feeding on the Shui's blood, complicit in forcing General Shui to sell his daughter. Those final words made Guan Tianxi's temples pulse violently. He suppressed his rage with visible effort and declared, voice raw but resolute, speak. I will do it, every word. On a new day, Zhou Yuan also woke up early. He meditated, honed his physical strength, had breakfast and followed the routine step by step. Then he blocked Zhao Jianjia at the door. What is it? Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Zhao Jianjia's expression was cold, clearly having lost all hope in Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, are you going to see Ningyue? Why not go together? Zhao Jianjia couldn't help but sneer, go together. Do you even deserve to see her? Ningyue is barely holding on and I haven't seen you show any support. Yesterday in the hall of the Shui family you didn't even. She stopped herself, unwilling to utter such vulgar words. She felt nothing but sorrow for her own marriage and the fate shared with Ningyue. Zhou Yuan with a thick skin didn't care about Zhao Jianjia's remarks and merely smiled, saying, I need to see Ningyue, so it's perfect to go with you. He did not give Zhao Jianjia a chance to retort and first climbed into the carriage. Zhao Jianjia grit her teeth and followed suit, sitting down in the carriage. Her expression was not good and she forced down her emotions, saying, Zhou Yuan, I've thought about it for a long time. I believe we ultimately are not meant to be together. Once my father finishes his business we should part ways. Zhou Yuan asked in confusion, why are you bringing up separation again? Didn't we agree on 3 conditions? Zhao Jianjia replied, let's cancel those 3 conditions, they are meaningless. I can pretend to be a couple with an ordinary person, but I can't bear living with someone weak. But don't worry, I will have my mother give you a sum of money to ensure you have no worries for the next 2 years. Just 300 taels, I will return the sponsorship you provided me. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, let this matter be decided by you. You have more experience than I do, your thoughts will surely be more comprehensive. I will listen to you. Zhao Jianjia then fell silent, closing her eyes to rest. They arrived at the Shui residence and entered Xuan Ninji's room. Zhou Yuan's brows furrowed immediately, a strong medicinal smell was quite unbearable. But with the window open, sunlight streamed in, preventing suffocation. Ningyue. Zhao Jianjia approached, reaching the bedside and holding Xuan Ninji's hand, saying, are you feeling any better? Why does your complexion look worse? Zhou Yuan sighed inwardly. Ninji's face was pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, and her entire demeanor was one of exhaustion, truly heart-wrenching. Big brother Zhou. You're here. Xue Ningyue exclaimed lightly, trying to sit up quickly. Zhou Yuan gestured, saying, just lie down, there's no need to worry about formalities. Xue Ningyue forced a smile weakly, saying, I'm sorry big brother Zhou, I've been rude. Zhou Yuan couldn't manage a smile. Having traveled to this world for so long, Ningyue was the one who trusted him the most and respected him the most. Seeing her in this state, Zhou Yuan felt nothing but bitterness and sorrow. He took a deep breath and asked, why has your illness worsened again? Are you still planning to hide the matter of our engagement from me? Xue Ninji's expression dimmed greatly, her eyes reddening slightly. She sighed softly and said, I'm sorry big brother Zhou. I did not intend to conceal it, I just didn't want to trouble you with such trivial matters. Big brother Zhou, you are talented and have your own ambitions, you are meant for great things. I don't wish to drag you into this shameless conflict. Ha ha ha. Talented. Ambitious. Meant for great things. Ningyue, in this vast world of countless lives, perhaps only you value me this much. Zhou Yuan said, Jianjia, I need to speak with Ningyue privately. You can step out for a moment. Zhao Jianjia looked puzzled. After greeting Ningyue, she found that Ningyue ignored her and directly called out to big brother Zhou. Now Zhou Yuan wanted her to step out. What were they up to? Zhao Jianjia involuntarily looked towards Xue Ningyue, asking, Ningyue, do you want to speak with him alone? Xue Ningyue hesitated for a few seconds before softly saying, big brother Zhou must have something important to discuss. Zhao Jianjia bit her lip, ultimately refraining from mentioning Zhou Yuan's performance in the hall yesterday. She didn't want to be the woman gossiping behind the scenes. She simply said, if Zhou Yuan says something that angers you, just call me in. After saying this, she shot Zhou Yuan a fierce glare, saying, don't bully Ningyue. After Zhao Jianjia left, Zhou Yuan took Xue Ninji's cold little hand softly, saying, silly girl, your body is your own, how can you neglect it like this? Xue Ningyue smiled faintly, saying, I'm sorry to worry you big brother Zhou. I didn't mean to, my body just isn't cooperating. Zhou Yuan said, come sit up. I will transfer my inner strength to you. No big brother Zhou. Xue Ninji's complexion remained pale as she shook her head, saying, my body won't recover, how could I keep troubling you big brother Zhou? Listen to me. Nothing is more important than your health. Zhou Yuan's tone brooked no argument. Xue Ningyue nodded slightly, a wave of tenderness arising in her heart. She could never refuse Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan helped her sit up, positioning himself behind her, pressing his palms against her back, continuously channeling his strength into her body. This strength was warm and invigorating, causing Xue Ningyue to involuntarily moan, her whole body feeling warmed up and her spirits lifted considerably. But perhaps this strength would be the last time she enjoyed it. In the future she would serve others as a concubine, making tea and water, enduring beatings and scoldings, never to regain today's warmth. Thinking of this, Xue Ningyue felt a wave of despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. She trembled and said, big brother Zhou, forget about me. Zhou Yuan gently replied, what are you talking about? He had rehearsed countless farewell speeches in his mind, but when it came to actually saying such words, it felt like a knife cutting through him. Xue Ninji's tears flowed uncontrollably, her body shaking. She choked out, why should you remember me? I haven't done anything, I just came to bid farewell that day at the poetry meeting in a moment of impulse. I'm not outstanding, my family can't compare to Wanji, and I can't match Jianjia in looks or talent. I'm very ordinary, unworthy of your favor big brother Zhou. Such foolish words are something only a silly girl would say. Characters like this only appear in urban melodramas or romantic fantasy dramas. But Zhou Yuan felt a pang in his heart, on the verge of tears. In his past life of power and influence, how many heartfelt words had he truly heard? Those around him flattered him for power. Countless beauties surrounded him for profit. Who treated him sincerely. Who loved him for his character and not for anything else. Yet here there was a silly girl who treasured him, a son-in-law with nothing. Ah, she is truly naive. But I am willing to give her everything I can offer. I will not let her lose. Zhou Yuan pulled the frail Ningyue into his embrace, softly asking, will Su Guanchen come to see you? Xue Ninji's tears were even harder to contain upon hearing this. She nodded, saying, he comes every day pretending to care. I haven't seen him yet. Zhou Yuan said, next time he comes you should meet him. Be a bit more arrogant and let him know that your Xue family's Baiyan Tower has found a way to survive, so he shouldn't get too complacent. Xue Ningyue murmured, what? Big brother Zhou this is. Zhou Yuan interrupted, saying, listen to me and do as I say, trust me. Xue Ningyue nodded firmly, saying, I understand big brother Zhou. And then take care of your health, don't neglect yourself. Zhou Yuan said seriously, Ningyue, remember, as long as I don't allow you to marry into the Su family, no one can make you marry. Xue Ningyue suddenly turned to look at Zhou Yuan, her eyes wide open. The commotion outside caught Zhou Yuan's attention. He exchanged a glance with Ningyue and jumped out of bed, striding out. There he saw Su Guanchen, a smile on his face, engaged in a verbal duel with Zhao Jianjia, neither willing to back down. Oh. There's another one, Su Guangchen said, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Zhou Yuan. Who invited this son-in-law servant into Ningyu's room? Don't you think with your status that you shouldn't be in such places? Zhao Jianjia's expression changed immediately as she linked her arm with Zhou Yuan's and coldly remarked, he is my beloved husband. What do you mean by son-in-law servant? Mind your words. Zhao Jianjia retorted. Moreover, we are all friends of Ningyu. Why shouldn't we come? Su Guangchen scoffed. Don't forget you haven't married Ningyu yet. Don't act like it's your family. Su Guangchen sneered, saying, since you are a married woman, why have you not put up your hair? Zhao Jianjia was momentarily speechless, unable to refute this point. Zhou Yuan then gently said, little Su, don't get too complacent. Until things happen, how do you know you're secure? After saying this, he took Zhao Jianjia's hand and walked away briskly. Su Guangchen furrowed his brow, and as he watched Zhou Yuan's retreating figure, he fell into deep thought. What were the two of them discussing with Xuan Yue? Why would a lowly son-in-law dare to tell me not to be complacent? With doubts in mind, Su Guangchen knocked on the door, saying, Ningyue, I've come to see you. Come in, came the response. Xuan Ningyi's calm voice made Su Guangchen's brow furrow. He had come merely to put on an act, but unexpectedly she actually allowed him to enter. Could it be that they had indeed discussed something just now that caused Xuan Ningyi's change in attitude? Su Guangchen was silent for a moment before striding inside. About 15 minutes later, he emerged with a serious expression, his confusion deepening. Why did even Xuan Yue look as if she had grasped at a lifeline? Thinking of this, Su Guangchen said to his attendant beside him, send someone to investigate if there have been any unusual movements at Baiyan Tower recently. Be discreet. Understood. After the attendant left, Su Guangchen squinted and said, do you think you can play games with me? In the carriage, Zhou Yuan grinned and said, Jianjia, don't be silent. Repeat what you just said, the one about being a beloved husband. Zhao Jianjia replied coldly, I was just giving you face earlier, Zhou Yuan. Don't take it seriously. Zhou Yuan chuckled, giving me face. Jianjia, you really do care for me. Zhao Jianjia retorted, I just dislike Su Guangchen. Besides, nominally you are indeed still my husband, so I should help you. However, Zhou Yuan, you'd best consider the matter of separation carefully. I'm not joking. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, I told you this matter is up to you. I'll listen to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianjia could no longer hold back and exclaimed loudly, Zhou Yuan. Are you not even going to make the most basic effort to salvage this? Do you truly look down on this marriage? As a man, shouldn't you fight for everything you want? Or do you simply not want to fight for me at all? Have you never taken me seriously? Listening to me. Ha! It really seems like you're considering my feelings. Should I be grateful? Zhou Yuan hurriedly said, don't get worked up. Actually, changing a person's heart is not easy. It can't be done with just a few words. I just don't want to argue with you. Zhao Jianjia let out a dejected smile and sighed helplessly, saying, I would rather you argue with me than to act like a pliable dough without any backbone. Alright, from now on you have a nickname, Wan Fu Changlong Zhao Jianjia. Zhou Yuan tilted his head and said, if we really argued, you still wouldn't be able to win against me. Zhao Jianjia said, so you're saying all this was about whether or not to argue? Zhou Yuan, no longer teasing her, waved his hand and said, alright, let's not dwell on this. I'll give you an answer within 10 days. Now take me to the yamen. I want to see what's going on over there. Zhao Jianjia's expression turned strange as she questioned, why have you been going to the yamen so frequently these past few days? What are you helping your father with? Zhou Yuan blinked and said, confidential state matters. After about 20 breaths, Zhou Yuan stood on the street watching the carriage that kicked up dust as it drove away, his face full of helplessness. It was just a joke, it shouldn't have driven someone off the carriage. It's not far from the yamen, I can walk there just. Today the yamen was quite lively as there had been several cases of robbery on the official road. Although the amount stolen was not large, dealing with it was still rather troublesome. Coincidentally, just as his father-in-law had left the courtroom, Lord Wang arrived. Thus the three heads met again and Lord Wang immediately shared the latest progress of the case. After nearly 2 days of thorough investigation, we dispatched hundreds of people and visited the major streets of Yunzhou, finally discovering some clues. On the morning of June 11th before dawn, around the time of the rabbit, people on Dongzidao and Fuan Street heard the sound of heavy wheels. At this point, Wang Ang said solemnly, we asked specifically, it was the sound of heavy wheels, indicating that the carriage must have been carrying very heavy items. Based on the time and location of the wheel sounds, we have ample reason to deduce that the 5 deceased were helping transport the goods and were subsequently silenced. Zhou Yuan spoke in a deep voice, what time did the city gate open? Wang Ang replied, exactly at the time of the rabbit. Zhou Yuan nodded, then it's evident they were transporting goods out of the city. He looked at Zhao Chang and Wang Ang, stating seriously, the items must certainly be contraband, otherwise there would be no need to rush out of the city right after the gates opened when there were no pedestrians on the road. Zhao Chang slowly said, how can you determine they are contraband? What I mean is even if they are trying to hide something, they may not necessarily be illegal items, it could also be large amounts of money, antiques or jewelry. Zhou Yuan replied, this must be considered from the perspective of the people behind this. If it were their own property, there would be no need to make it mysterious. If they were stealing someone else's property, someone would have reported it long ago. Zhou Yuan continued, most importantly, if it were just valuables, there would be no need to kill a dozen people to silence them. The items being transported must certainly concern the lives of many others. Wang Yang's figure shook and he squinted, saying, if it is such important contraband, it won't be too many and it will be easy to investigate. Zhou Yuan stated, we have already startled the snake. If we encounter resistance during the investigation, it might just be the truth. Wang Yong sneered coldly, saying disdainfully, resistance? Who dares to resist me, I will take their life. At this moment Zhao Cheng gently said, Yuan, you may not know, but Lord Wang is the head officer of the Genie Way station in Yunzhou. The Emperor's claws and the sage's sleeves, whoever dares to obstruct is committing a grave crime. It's within reason to execute first and report later. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, realizing so it's the head officer. No wonder Lord Wang dared to make such strong statements earlier. He cupped his fists and said, so it's the head officer, pardon my rudeness. Wang Yong hurriedly waved his hand, saying, no need for courtesy, we are all on the same side. Brother Zhou, your reasoning is quite accurate and has been a great help to me. If this case is solved, you will be credited as the primary contributor. Zhou Yuan smiled, saying, you're speaking too soon, Lord Wang. The true culprit of this case is not an ordinary person, do be careful. Wang Yong grimaced and said, I may not be good at solving cases, but in open and covert battles I'm not afraid of them. He stood up and said solemnly, I'll head out to handle the case now. If there's any progress, I will inform Lord Zhao. Zhao Cheng suddenly said, wait Lord Wang, don't be in a hurry. He chuckled, lightly tapping the table. How do you plan to investigate this case? To be honest, although the Genie Way is special, the position of head officer is still a bit low. Such a large piece of meat, do you really intend to eat it all by yourself? Even if you manage to swallow it, you'll have a stomachache. He continued, my suggestion is for you to eat less and let others eat more. Wang Yang's figure shook, and after hesitating for a moment his expression turned serious as he respectfully said, thank you Lord Zhao for your guidance. Regarding the case of the murder to silence, reaching this point is nearly a breakthrough. The ensuing struggles of power are unrelated to Zhou Yuan. In the following days he continued to transcribe the subsequent chapters of Romance of the Three Kingdoms while keeping a close watch on the changes in market sales. To his delight, Romance of the Three Kingdoms sold better than expected. Due to the spread of Linjiang Ferry, it gained widespread recognition before its official release, receiving a multitude of orders. The behind-the-scenes owner of Mo Yun Studio personally arrived in Yunzhou, orchestrating a grand sales spectacle using all means necessary to create a buzz. Thus on the day of its release it was as if the streets were emptied, with the first edition selling out instantly. The printing house worked day and night yet still could not meet the demand. The quality of Romance of the Three Kingdoms itself ensured that the climax was still to come. All readers were captivated by the grand historical narrative, with vibrant characters coming to life in the book, filled with grandeur, passion, cunning and ingenuity, making it hard to put down. As the word of mouth continued to ferment with the prior excitement, it finally reached a tremendous peak. The entire literary circle of Yunzhou went wild, with various poetry and literary societies as well as examination circles gathering almost daily to discuss various aspects of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This influence spread beyond Yunzhou in just 2 or 3 days. 5 to 6 days later, dozens of states in the entire Jiangnan region were experiencing the miraculous heat of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Beyond the circle of readers, various markets, taverns, tea houses and even streets were filled with discussions about this book. They were fascinated by history, captivated by historical figures and enchanted by the plot of the book. The legendary and epic nature was irresistible to anyone with normal aesthetic sensibilities. From high-ranking officials to common merchants, everyone was keenly aware of the latest sales figures. Within just 6 or 7 days, Mo Yun Studios branches in the Jiangnan region sold nearly 40,000 sets of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, breaking historical records. Master Yuan, you have struck it rich. The old shopkeeper's face was filled with smiles, with wrinkles gathering like a wilted chrysanthemum. He exclaimed, in just 7 days we sold 40,000 sets. We partnered with dozens of printing houses working day and night yet still could not meet the demand. There is a huge gap in the market. We priced it at 12 taels, but it has already soared to 30 taels on the black market. Students and families are even exchanging Romance of the Three Kingdoms between each other, something that has never happened before. Zhou Yuan suppressed his excitement and quickly calculated 40,000 sets. With an average profit of around 5 taels per set, that's a pure profit of 200,000 taels of silver. I could take about 80,000 taels. I could buy the entire Baiyan Tower with that. He maintained a calm expression and slowly said, did you call me here just to say this? The old shopkeeper's attitude was now very respectful, quickly leading the way. Please come upstairs, my young lady is waiting for you. Whom? The girl hasn't left. Logically she should have returned to Linen to oversee matters, as that is Mo Yun Studios' headquarters and the core of the entire sales market. Zhou Yuan went upstairs and found that the folding screen from last time was gone. A young woman in an apricot-colored long dress sat on a chair holding a fan as thin as a cicada's wing, nodding at Zhou Yuan. She had a very shrewd appearance. With an oval face, sharp chin, exquisite nose and delicate eyebrows that slanted upwards, her clear eyes occasionally sparkled with a sharp light. This woman was quite young, probably around 20. Her first impression was that she was beautiful, both attractive and dangerous. Zhou Yuan sat down, glanced at the already brewed tea on the table and smiled slowly. Have you been waiting long? The woman replied lightly, for a person as significant as Master Yuan, what is waiting a day? The scholars of Linen have already spread the word that if they could meet you they would be willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver. Zhou Yuan was taken aback and quickly said, when are you returning to Linen? Take me with you, I want to accompany guests and make money. This statement clearly caught her off guard and she chuckled, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Perfectly to the point. The man's words were exactly what a businessman would appreciate. There was no pretentiousness nor was there discussion of any sentiments, it was all about money. Chu Ling. The woman said softly, I am the 7th generation granddaughter of the Chu family in Jinling and also the major owner of Mo Yun Studio. How should I address you, Master Yuan? The Chu family of Jinling. Alright, I admit my ignorance, I have never heard of it. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, knowing my identity, what else is there to ask? I just want to know how much of my money I will receive. When will it be in my hands? Chu Ling tilted her head and said, you are indeed a clever person, being a son-in-law must be a bit burdensome for you. Zhou Yuan replied, if you want to marry me I can leave. Clearly Chu Ling was also taken aback. Scholars rarely speak so directly. Even the frequenters of brothels who pride themselves on being charming rogues do not make such blunt jokes. However, Chu Ling did not find it offensive, in fact she enjoyed such conversations. She was also a clever person and despised verbose ramblings. She appreciated straightforwardness and efficient dialogue, qualities expected of a businessman. Dream on. The relationship suddenly became much closer and Chu Ling rolled her eyes, saying, thinking you could marry a girl from the Chu family just because of a book is wishful thinking. But if you want to talk about money we can certainly do that. On that note, Chu Ling smiled and said, according to the reports from 2 hours ago we sold a total of about 42,800 sets, prices varied in different places and the total sales amount is approximately 635,000 taels of silver. Zhou Yuan was shocked. What? Based on the 12 taels price that should be around 500,000 taels, how did it end up being so much? Chu Ling seemed to notice his astonishment and said gently, we are businessmen, when something sells well how could we not raise the price? With your intelligence you shouldn't raise prices, this is the best time to build a reputation, your strategy should be long term. Of course our price at Mo Yun Studio has always been 12 taels, but we sell to the black market at 20 taels per set. Good heavens, isn't that just colluding with scalpers? It feels like those concert vibes from my previous life. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask, is the profit 30,000 taels of silver? Logically speaking each set costs about 7 taels to produce, so that should roughly yield around 30,000. What are you thinking? Chu Ling laughed, we are all businessmen who would act like benevolent saints. When the market is in short supply and we are forced to collaborate with various printing houses for overnight production, the cost cannot remain at 7 taels of silver. Those printing houses have long since raised their prices, eager to drain us dry. According to the latest statistics, the pure profit is around 230,000 taels of silver. After deducting various business taxes such as sales tax, exchange tax and shop tax, as well as the facilitation fees to various offices, the amount we actually receive is about 185,000 taels. This is the limitation of backward productivity restricting cost savings. Damn it. Zhou Yuan sighed and then said, even with this figure it's quite optimistic. Not just optimistic, the sum surpasses the total profits of all other books since the establishment of Mo Yun Studio, making it the true leader in the entire Jiangnan region. The name Master Yuan and the book Romance of the Three Kingdoms will continue to exert influence for many years to come. The benefits Mo Yun Studio gained from this transaction are beyond monetary measure. At this point she looked at Zhou Yuan and smiled. Did you know? The magistrate of Jinling visited my father the other day hoping to obtain the manuscript of Romance of the Three Kingdoms with a sincere attitude. So when will my money be given to me? This was the question Zhou Yuan was most concerned about. Chu Ling said seriously, I rounded it up for you, 8,000 taels of silver. How about a banknote from Datong? A banknote? That's fine. Zhou Yuan nodded without hesitation. The silver note system in the current Great Jin dynasty was already quite mature, although it wasn't truly universal. It had branches and exchange points in all provinces and states, making it mostly reliable. After discussing the main matters, Chu Ling finally revealed her more important request. Young Master Zhou, when will you come to Linen? Many people want to meet the author of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. To be honest, I am struggling to cope. This situation was not surprising. Countless high-ranking officials and scholars were making their rounds. Chu Ling couldn't completely refuse, as this was a society based on personal connections. Zhou Yuan was unaware of the nature of the Chu family, but he could see that Chu Ling was quite generous. Not only did she not hold a grudge about the previous agreement of commission on orders exceeding 5,000, but she also managed to gather 80,000 taels of silver. The key point was that the silver notes were given directly without any delay, even prepared in advance. This sincerity was quite comforting. As for why he agreed to go to Linen Prefecture, Zhou Yuan had his own thoughts. Just as Zhao Jianjia had said, a man must seek a future in this world. Maintaining a long-term partnership with Mo Yun Studio was essential, and getting to know certain individuals through Chu Ling to establish his social connections was also necessary. This trip to Linen Prefecture was indeed something he had to experience. Moreover, Zhou Yuan also wanted to see how prosperous ancient Hangzhou was in this world. Was it like Lu Yong said, with the osmanthus blooming in autumn and lotus flowers blooming for miles? However, about the trip to Linen Prefecture, he still needed to consult his father-in-law. As a native of this world and a top scholar, his father-in-law would surely provide appropriate advice. Zhao Chang stroked his beard and said with a hint of confusion, going to Linen Prefecture is quite good. By the way, bring me something and visit my old friend. Zhou Yuan replied, father-in-law, what I mean is, should I be cautious about anything? Zhao Chang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Actually, there's nothing much to be cautious about. In life and work, it's impossible to please everyone. No matter how careful you are, some will hate you and some will recognize you. In the face of such situations, we should focus on doing what we enjoy, and that's enough. The specific social etiquette is something you must grasp yourself. I don't need to teach you that. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile, saying old Taishan truly has profound insights. Zhao Chang replied, however, I have one request. What is it? Take Jianjia with you. Zhao Chang chuckled, Yuaner, I don't want to meddle in young people's romantic affairs. You have your own lives, but she is your wife after all. Do you want to remain distant from her forever? Get to know her better and let her understand you more as well. I'll be very busy for a long time and I won't have the energy to worry about your matters. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, all right, I'll take Jianjia out for a stroll. Zhao Chang stepped closer and lowered his voice, Yuaner, tell me honestly, how much did you earn from Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Zhou Yuan instinctively widened his eyes, saying, father-in-law, how do you know everything? Zhao Chang laughed, oh come on with your little tricks, who could you hide it from? Yuan Izhenren is your Dao name, and besides you brought back several thousand taels last time. As he said this, he raised his thumb, saying, but Yuaner, I must say your book is really excellent, a master's work, truly admirable. Zhou Yuan hurriedly said, old Taishan is overpraising me, I was merely influenced by your brilliance, benefiting from a bit of the top scholar's aura. Cut that out. Zhao Chang couldn't help but laugh, saying, your money should be useful, but you still need to support me with 5,000 taels. Our family doesn't have much money. If I take another 5,000 from home, your mother-in-law will nag me every day and that would be unbearable. Zhou Yuan immediately replied, father-in-law, you're too polite. I originally planned to honor old Taishan with 10,000 taels of silver, but I just haven't had the chance to exchange it yet. Adding another 5,000 for old Taishan is true filial piety. Zhou Yuan's money was indeed useful, but it wouldn't be needed in such large amounts. Since Zhao Chang had spoken, it must be for serious business. Ha ha. Understandable. Zhao Chang laughed heartily, his face full of delight, patting Zhou Yuan on the shoulder and saying, a few people from Linen Prefecture will come the day after tomorrow. I need to meet them, and the officialdom reciprocation is very important, so I need to spend some money. Once you reach Linen Prefecture, you will find these people useful. Look, this is the political wisdom of your father-in-law. Zhou Yuan admired how Zhao Chang, having just entered the officialdom, was already well versed in the ways of adaptability and social etiquette, yet remained untainted, focused on practical matters and upheld his beliefs. Zhou Yuan nodded, saying, understood. Tomorrow morning I will deliver the silver notes to the yamen. By the way, father-in-law, how is the investigation into the massacre case progressing? Have any clues been discovered? Zhao Chang smiled lightly, saying, when the clues are detailed to that extent, finding out is just a matter of time. No need to rush, the main character hasn't arrived yet, and if we jump to conclusions it could lead to trouble. In this matter you should participate as little as possible. Once you get caught in the whirlpool, it won't be easy to get out. Zhou Yuan asked then one last question, what kind of family is the Chu family from Jinling? Zhao Chang was taken aback, asking, how did you get involved with them? Zhou Yuan laughed, the girl from the Chu family is behind Mo Yun Studio. Zhao Chang then realized, saying, oh, so you're busy with business in Linen Prefecture, ha? The ancestors of the Chu family had made contributions, and now the head of the family was Zhou Yuan, who held the honorary title of Taizhong Shasher and served as the Grand Sacrificial Scholar of the Jinling Academy, a highly esteemed scholar of the time. If you establish a good relationship with the girl from the Chu family, your future path will be much smoother. Zhou Yuan was about to speak when Zhao Chang waved his hand, saying, that's enough. Don't ask too much. One can't become a glutton from a single meal. Many things need to be thought through and digested slowly to maintain a clear mind. You just need to remember one thing. Zhou Yuan said seriously, please father-in-law, enlighten me. Zhao Chang replied, don't forget to bring me some money tomorrow. Watching his father-in-law swagger out of the pavilion, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but smile. Old Taishan was quite humorous. Having such an elder in the family made Zhou Yuan feel much more at ease in his endeavors. However, as he returned to his room and was about to prepare for bed, Zhou Yuan hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed in. Son-in-law. The master has arrived. Ah. Zhou Yuan quickly sat up, exclaiming, what does old Taishan mean? Is something significant happening? At this moment Zhao Chang had already entered, saying, Zhou Yuan, go rest. I need to discuss matters with you, Honor. Yes. Zhou Yuan quickly exited the room and closed the door. Zhao Cheng's face was extremely serious, taking a deep breath as if adjusting his emotions. Zhou Yuan asked what is happening. In his impression, his father-in-law was always calm and confident, never this tense. Zhao Cheng's next words left Zhou Yuan completely stunned. Your Honor, the investigation into the massacre case has revealed that what they were transporting was armor. What level of contraband is armor? It's a grave offense that could lead to execution just for touching it. Moving even slightly could lead to extermination. The laws of the Great Gene are severe, especially regarding military supplies, which are managed extremely strictly. Among military supplies, what is the most crucial item? It must be armor. Losing swords and blades isn't terrifying. Even if hundreds of people wield swords, they can't cause much trouble, at most gathering in the mountains as bandits. There are many sects in the martial world, also numbering in the hundreds, who possess weapons. But armor is different. Wearing it and wielding a sword makes one invincible. Zhou Yuan quickly asked how much was lost. Zhao Cheng replied a total of 5 large carts, 240 sets. Hiss. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. 240 sets of armor were enough to conquer a small county. This was a heinous crime that could lead to extermination. Which bastard had the audacity to commit such a foolish act? The next moment Zhou Yuan reacted, glaring, father-in-law, are you implying the Wuxing sect? Zhao Cheng said solemnly, this is the key. What do they want to do with this armor? Yunzhou is probably about to face a major incident. This sent chills down Zhou Yuan's spine. The rules of the secular world were nothing but chaos. But when it came to violence, he simply couldn't handle it. With his limited skills, he could take on 7 or 8 strong men easily, but facing a sword-wielding warrior clad in armor would be difficult. His best option would be to run for his life. Fengming Tower is the most renowned restaurant in the Jiangnan region with no equal. Its branches are scattered across the various states of Jiangnan, featuring luxurious decor and exquisite dishes accompanied by fine wines and teas, along with exceptional service, thus establishing itself as the industry benchmark beloved by the upper classes. Noble heirs from prominent families, wealthy merchants and dignitaries all enjoy gathering at this tower for banquets and receptions. The top floor serves as a private abode where Su Guangchen slowly set down his brush, picking up his teacup and gently swirling it. The servant beside him bent slightly and whispered, Bai Yin Tower dispatched a worker 10 days ago to Wui Mountain to purchase fragrant mushrooms. This item gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon, with effects and nutrition comparable to that of Ganoderma and deer antlers, yet at a very low price. If Bai Yin Tower acquires it and promotes it, their business will surely revive. While it may not threaten our Fengming Tower, it would at least allow them to survive a little longer. Su Guangchen squinted and smiled. I knew that the Zhao family's son-in-law dared to be so arrogant only because he found another path. It's a pity he miscalculated and fell into my expectations. The servant replied, in recent years Bai Yin Tower's annual net profit has been merely around 8,000 taels, barely sustaining the expenses of the Shui family. After our Fengming Tower opened, their profits for the last month totaled only 400 taels, making it nearly impossible for them to survive. However, with the fragrant mushrooms, their annual net profit could potentially reach 10,000 taels of silver. Su Guangchen snorted. If they truly had 10,000 taels, they wouldn't need to marry off their daughters as concubines. He then spoke seriously. I've given you a full 6 days. You haven't just accomplished this, have you? The servant hurriedly replied, I have already sent someone out of the city and last night found the worker purchasing the fragrant mushrooms at the relay station, and we seized the mushrooms. At the same time, I spent 40 taels to bribe the head chef of Bai Yin Tower and learned the cooking techniques for the fragrant mushrooms. They have now been delivered to our Fengming Tower's kitchen. Upon hearing this, Su Guangchen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Tomorrow is my engagement banquet with Xuanning Yue. Let us serve this dish to them. He seemed to recall something and spoke in a subdued voice. By the way, I received news that a significant figure from Linan Prefecture will arrive in Yunzhou tomorrow and they may host a banquet here. Prepare the fragrant mushrooms in the kitchen and serve them a delightful dish. If this matter is handled well, it will be mutually beneficial. The Su family will gain and the prominent figures from Linan Prefecture will be entertained properly. The servant quickly responded, understood. Go and fetch 100 taels of silver as a reward for you. The servant was overjoyed, kneeling down and exclaiming, thank you, young master. Zhou Yuan first exchanged banknotes to deliver to his father-in-law and then met with Lord Wang On regarding the armor, maintaining a composed demeanor. This matter will surely be thoroughly investigated. Let me share some news with you. The Inspector General and the 1,000 households will arrive tomorrow. My Jinui has dispatched 600 imperial guards, sufficient to suppress any rebellion. He chuckled softly and added, fortunately Lord Zhao reminded me this piece of meat is too big for me to consume alone, or I might have been in danger. If this case is solved, I will be the one credited within the Jinui. Zhou, my dear brother, your kindness is as heavy as a mountain and unforgettable. Zhou Yuan quickly replied, Brother Wan, you are too modest. The future is something you have earned yourself, I merely benefit from your light. Wang On waved his hand and said, no need for further words, we are rough men and do not speak much, but we remember everything in our hearts. He hurried off to attend to his matters while Zhou Yuan was preoccupied directly boarding the carriage heading for Baiwagwan. Baiwagwan does not operate during the day, and it was only under the pretext of visiting Kai and I that Zhou Yuan was able to stop by. Upon Zhou Yuan's sudden arrival, Kai and I was pleasantly surprised as it was noon. She quickly instructed the kitchen to prepare food and welcomed Zhou Yuan to dine. "Young master, what have you been busy with these days? Why haven't you come to see Kai and I?" The courtesan's expression held a hint of grievance as she slightly pouted, her eyes filled with longing. Zhou Yuan smiled gently and replied, "I have been busy with matters concerning Xuaning Yue, but it will soon come to fruition, perhaps as early as tomorrow." Kai and I blinked and asked, "What arrangements have you made, young master? Can you share it with Kai and I? If I tell you, it will lose its intrigue. Just keep an eye on Fengming Tower tomorrow." With a table full of fine wine and dishes, Zhou Yuan was just hungry, so he ate while conversing. "Recently Baiwagwan's business has been booming. The matrons are very pleased, all thanks to your favor, young master." This was Kai Na's first time dining with Zhou Yuan, feeling both shy and joyful as she constantly served him dishes and poured wine, resembling a dutiful wife. Zhou Yuan was being well taken care of and chuckled, "Kai and I, you should eat as well, don't just serve me." Kai and I replied, "To serve the young master is the happiest thing for Kai and I. Love-struck girls are truly terrifying. Be careful, someone might call you a marriage donkey." But considering this girl's temperament, anyone who dares to insult her would likely find themselves facing a blade. Zhou Yuan suddenly said, "Kai and I, may I ask you something?" "Please speak, young master." Zhou Yuan continued, "Where did that batch of armor go? What are your plans?" Kai Ni's expression changed dramatically and her chopsticks fell from her hands onto the table. Then she forced a bitter laugh and said helplessly, "Young master has never inquired about my origins. Why must you clarify today? Are you not afraid that Kai and I might harm you?" Zhou Yuan replied, "With a single command from you, Baiwagwan's experts would emerge and I would have no chance of surviving. However, Kai and I trust you." His gaze was intense as he looked deep into Kai Ni's eyes, speaking earnestly, "I believe you would not harm me. If I misjudged you, then living would hold no meaning and death would come easily." Of course, these words were merely a deception, a way to coax the young girl. To steal the armor would require an enormous price, managing countless people and costing over 10 lives. So much effort must be tied to an incredibly important and clear mission. The other party would never seek to complicate matters at this moment, wanting to kill Zhou Yuan. This was Zhou Yuan's confidence. Otherwise he would have no reason to be here. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall when facing blades. The farther one stays away, the better. Kai and I was deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears as she earnestly said, "Young master, rest assured Kai and I will never harm you. However, the specific plans are managed by my master and Kai and I is not privy to them, so I cannot inform you." Zhou Yuan took a sip of wine and softly said, "You don't trust me?" "No." Kai and I quickly sat beside Zhou Yuan, grabbing his hand excitedly, exclaiming, "Young master, I absolutely do not distrust you, I simply do not know." She feared Zhou Yuan would be displeased and in her anxiety hugged him tightly, saying, "Kai and I has endured hardships since childhood. Besides, my master, only you have treated me sincerely. How could I not trust you? I swear I have no knowledge of it. If not, may I be punished by heaven, struck by lightning and never find peace." Zhou Yuan immediately covered her mouth, chuckling, "No need for oaths, I can feel your heartbeat to know." He held Kai and I in his embrace, pressing down on her heart, the astonishing scale and sensation leaving Zhou Yuan astonished, making him reluctant to let go. "Young master. You." Kai and I's face flushed, her eyes dazed as she softly lay in his arms, whispering like orchids, "Young master. You are a bad person." Zhou Yuan then said, "I can feel it. Kai and I is indeed a good person. You did not deceive me." Kai and I said, "Young master, you clearly want to be a scoundrel, deliberately taking advantage of Kai and I." Zhou Yuan replied, "Do you like it?" Kai and I's face turned crimson, lowering her head, her voice soft and delicate. "I like it." Zhou Yuan immediately burst into laughter, saying, "All right, let's eat. In the afternoon I need to visit Fengming Tower again." The manager there mentioned that they will be hosting several important guests from Linen Prefecture tomorrow and asked for my advice on how to entertain them. Kai and I, upon hearing this, was first taken aback, then her eyes turned red, filled with tears. She embraced Zhou Yuan, her hands caressing his cheek, choked with emotion. Young master, Kai and I is merely a woman of the brothel, unworthy of your life for my sake. Everything that just happened, Kai and I will pretend she didn't hear. Please do not speak of it again." Zhou Yuan sighed and shook his head, saying, "Pour me some wine." Kai and I wiped her tears and hurriedly poured wine for Zhou Yuan. Stepping out of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Zhou Yuan arrived on the bustling street feeling a mix of emotions as he observed the throngs of people around him. Kai and I is indeed a foolish girl. Because of a bit of inexplicable affection and a small amount of care, she would almost willingly lay bare her heart. If she were to encounter a heartless man, she would perhaps be unaware of the immense pain she would endure. Fortunately for her, she met me, Zhou Yuan, who, although a playboy, is never heartless. Zhou Yuan merely hinted at the news regarding Fengming Tower, but Kai and I surely understood, even claiming she hadn't heard anything. Indeed, if the matter were to gradually unfold and the truth emerged before the world's eyes, I might find myself guilty of complicity by merely whispering warnings today. However, regarding the evidence, it hardly posed a threat to Zhou Yuan, which was his source of confidence. Moreover, he was genuinely touched by Kai Ni's sincerity, hence his warning. Once aboard the carriage they proceeded towards the Zhou residence. Zhou Yuan sat inside contemplating the details of the recent murder case. From the first discovered victim it was deduced that due to the victim's lowly status and the perpetrator's strength the victim had been silenced for becoming involved in a significant affair. The hidden hand seemed to be constantly monitoring the law enforcement techniques of the magistrate, thus eliminating other participants and their families during the investigation, totaling more than 10 individuals. This further corroborated the assumption of silencing. Therefore, by analyzing the duty hours of 5 key victims it was inferred that they were involved in a major event on June 11th. Continuing the investigation, it was finally discovered that at dawn on June 12th there was the heavy sound of wheels. Based on all the reasoning it was concluded that they were transporting contraband and extremely prohibited goods at that. In the end the Jinhui reported a theft of armor. Zhou Yuan sipped his tea, furrowing his brows, and pondered something feels off. The methods employed by the hidden hand seemed too sparse. In my view, to steal armor, such a forbidden item, requires a tremendous cost and a great deal of intelligence. Yet in this competition between the hidden hand and the magistrate it appeared they had done little more than silence informants. Such clumsy tactics hardly hindered the investigation. In this respect the hidden hand's approach was quite abnormal. Logically, if they possessed intelligence they should not have acted in such a foolish manner. An astonishing thought suddenly arose: could they have intentionally done this? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. What could be gained by acting this way? The arrival of the Jinhui from Linen and the southern prefect of Jinling. Could their targets be these two individuals? Will there be an incident at the banquet at Fengming Tower tomorrow? If something truly happens I won't need to intervene. Fengming Tower will be directly wiped out. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like Su Guangchen has landed himself in trouble this time. But, if something happens at Fengming Tower, won't my father-in-law be in danger? I must give a warning tonight. Finally arriving at the Zhou residence, Zhou Yuan jumped out of the carriage just in time to see a familiar figure at the entrance. Dressed in a black uniform with a long knife at her waist and an official hat on her head, it was none other than the head constable of the Yun prefecture, Yi Qingying. Second's senior sister. Zhou Yuan immediately exclaimed, "It's been several days since we last met. What brings you here to see me?" Yi Qingying's face was filled with impatience as she frowned. "Don't be so loud, we're not that familiar. In the mundane world just call me Constable Yi." Zhou Yuan, thick-skinned as ever, dismissed her soft rebuke and continued to smile. "What are you standing here for? Come in for some tea. Once a master, always a master. Once a senior sister, always a senior sister." Yi Qingying found this phrase odd, thinking to herself that Zhou Yuan was intentionally taking advantage of her. "Stop with the nonsense," Yi Qingying said coldly. "I came to inform you that tomorrow at noon you were to attend the banquet at Fengming Tower." "What? What did you say?" Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He had just deduced that there might be trouble at Fengming Tower tomorrow, yet he was being summoned to the banquet. "No way, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I'm not going." Zhou Yuan immediately replied, "Tomorrow I plan to visit my master on the mountain." "Is that so?" Yi Qingying replied nonchalantly, "I just came down from Baiyun Temple yesterday. My master asked me to convey a message to you saying you need not visit her anymore. She will treat you as if you are not her rebellious disciple." "What? Is fate trying to force me to go to Fengming Tower?" Zhou Yuan frowned, pondering how to find a reason to refuse. Yi Qingying scrutinized Zhou Yuan with furrowed brows. "Hey, let me ask you, did you offend your master somehow? Why does she get angry whenever she mentions you?" "My master, who has cultivated her mind for many years, has never acted this way." Zhou Yuan thought to himself that as a disciple how could he offend his master? It was just that he had felt stifled back then, and the side effects of his pure yang infinite technique were significant, so he borrowed his master's personal clothing for sleep. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Zhou Yuan squinted and said, "I really don't want to attend the banquet tomorrow. Please help me refuse." Yi Qingying shook her head. "I can't refuse. It involves detailed case information, and even I must attend. This is a direct order from the southern prefect." "Damn." Zhou Yuan was at a loss for words, quickly expressing his analysis of the case. Finally he grabbed Yi Qingying's hand, anxious as he said, "Senior sister, help me. Fengming Tower might really face trouble tomorrow. You must protect me." Yi Qingying looked at him in shock, puzzled as she asked, "Are you judging this correctly? Does the murderer have the guts to attack the southern prefect and the Jinhui?" Zhou Yuan replied, "If they don't have the guts, who would dare to steal armor? Senior sister, you have high martial arts skills. You must ensure the little disciple escapes danger. I will report this matter to Lord Wang." Yi Qingying finished speaking and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Zhou Yuan fell into deep thought, not about her attitude towards him but about her identity. As a constable she should be under the authority of his father-in-law, yet it felt as if she was always obeying the orders of Lord Wang. The Jinhui system is quite different, truly strange. A sorrowful voice interrupted Zhou Yuan's contemplation. "Son-in-law." He saw Ming Rue bound in bandages rushing over, kneeling on the ground and crying out, "Son-in-law. Ming Rue has failed the task and I couldn't bring back the fragrant mushrooms. Please punish me, son-in-law." Good heavens, he had been beaten to such a state. His assailants were certainly ruthless. Zhou Yuan feigned concern and asked what happened. Ming Rui in tears replied, according to your instructions I set off 10 days ago to Wui Mountain and successfully procured the fragrant mushrooms, arriving at the city's outskirts yesterday evening at the 60-mile post. In the deep of night, Zhou Yuan set down his brush, letting out a long sigh. The romance of the Three Kingdoms had reached the 30th chapter. The Battle of Guandu, the initial defeat of Benchu, sufficient to sustain its publication for a long time to come. At least for the next half-month he would not have to toil over transcribing. Upon reaching Linen Prefecture he could leisurely explore and meet those renowned scholars and officials. The summer nights were hot but the evenings were cool, with a full moon hanging high and a gentle breeze blowing. Zhou Yuan could not help but step out of the small courtyard and into the pavilion in the backyard. Lately he had been quite busy. He had originally intended to brew some beer, but now it seemed he lacked both the time and the conditions to do so. Yunzhou City was now fraught with crises and he had no clue how to untangle them. He could only hope that the Jinui would lend a hand to resolve these issues quickly to prevent public panic. As for the matter concerning Ning Yue, it would be settled in no more than 2 days. This girl was deeply loyal. How should he arrange for her in the future? And then there was Kai Ni, whose identity was unique but whose affections ran deep. How should he handle their future relationship? As a man, Zhou Yuan had to think long-term. Ultimately these issues would have to be based on tangible achievements. The identity of a son-in-law was no longer sufficient to support his ever-growing desires. It was time to rise up the ranks. This meant that his relationship with Zhao Jianxia had to be addressed just as his father-in-law had said. Maintaining a facade of harmony while being distant was not a viable situation. Just as he thought of this, Zhou Yuan heard footsteps. Turning around he saw Zhao Jianxia in a white outfit walking towards him slowly. Zhou Yuan frowned, puzzled, and asked, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Perhaps it was the late hour that made her sentimental, or perhaps she was simply in a low mood. Zhao Jianxia did not deliberately put on a cold face. She merely tilted her head slightly and softly said, "Su Guangchen has invited the Shui family for dinner tomorrow, hosting a grand banquet at Fengming Tower." Though unspoken, it also implies an engagement. Ning Yue ultimately cannot escape her fate. Zhou Yuan replied, "Where there's a will there's a way. Things may not be as grim as they seem." Zhao Jianxia shook her head and said, "There's no need for those hollow words of comfort, they hold no meaning." But Zhou Yuan, while Ning Yue could not escape her fate, I wish to escape mine. Today I have made it clear to my father that I wish to part ways with you. He did not oppose, only advising us to discuss it thoroughly. Zhou Yuan forced a smile and said, "No wonder you can't sleep. It turns out you are secretly abandoning me." Zhao Jianxia shot him a glance and sighed, "I am not abandoning you. In fact, we have never truly been together, have we? You have your life and I have mine. We were never fated to be in. Our current situation is merely due to the friendship between our fathers." At this point she looked up at the bright moon in the sky and murmured, "During a certain period, or to put it bluntly, in the 3 months following the poetry gathering excursion, I held hope for you. Because you at least displayed considerable talent. If you strive for improvement in the future you may achieve great things. At that time it would not be impossible for us to harmonize together. But alas, you and I are ultimately different. I cannot be as indifferent as you, pursuing nothing but a leisurely life. You seem unconcerned about everything, carefree and aimless. Perhaps to me this seems weak and unambitious, while to you it is your pursuit. I do not intend to criticize you any further. It's just that." She looked at Zhou Yuan with tears glistening in her eyes and said, "This at least proves that we are not the same and we cannot force ourselves to continue. So you have made up your mind. I said I would give you an answer within 10 days, it has only been 6. Zhao Jianxia replied bitterly, "Yes, it is not yet 10 days, but I do not wish to wait any longer. The situation with Ning Yue has made me feel a deep sorrow. I am very scared. I cannot afford to wait any longer." Her eyes were nearly filled with tears as she forcibly suppressed her emotions and solemnly said, "Zhou Yuan, though we have not shared a room, we have been husband and wife in essence. In the future, if you find yourself in a predicament, I believe the Zhao family will still be willing to assist you. But for now, if you still respect me, please agree to part ways." Zhou Yuan sighed. Fate, that unpredictable thing, had initially promised that the matter with Ning Yue would be resolved in 2 days, yet Zhao Jianxia could no longer hold on. Having reached this point in the conversation, it seemed inappropriate not to agree. Would she one day regret this decision made during this time? Perhaps she would, but it would then be too late. Ultimately Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I agree. You can prepare." "Thank you." Zhao Jianxia, feeling a weight lifted off her shoulders, deeply bowed to Zhou Yuan and slowly left. In the moonlight her figure appeared thin and humble, lonely and desolate. She was not a bad person, she simply wanted a slightly more outstanding man, which was not wrong. Zhou Yuan certainly did not blame her, yet one must pay the price for their actions and some consequences might only manifest later. "Ah, Jianxia, your actions in sending your husband away are truly..." Zhou Yuan shook his head and murmured, "In the future I will no longer belong solely to you. You care for Ning Yue, but she will be the one to take your husband away." Fengming Tower, of course, was located in the finest area and adorned with the best decorations. At least when Zhou Yuan walked in he was astonished by the opulence within. Unlike the flamboyance of Baiwagwan, this place was fresh and elegant, showcasing a high level of taste clearly crafted by a renowned artisan. Today there were no other guests, the space had been cleared, yet it remained lively. The Shui family members had all arrived and a few elders from the Su family were also present, along with a group led by Lord Wang and various officials including his father-in-law. For Zhou Yuan, these were all familiar faces. "Hey! What are you doing here?" Lu Zhi looked puzzled, but with so many people around he did not express his surprise overtly. His gaze was somewhat disdainful as he chuckled softly. "Zhou Yuan, what are you doing here? A mere son-in-law trying to join the fun." This remark was of course made quite quietly, unable to be heard by others. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Are you inviting guests again today, young Master Lu?" This statement made Lu Zhi furious, as the last time he hosted a drinking party at Baiwadwan it was all thanks to Zhou Yuan, and now the wound was reopened. Humph. Lu Zhi clenched his fists, lowering his voice to say, "Don't get too smug, I can afford that little bit of money. Also, let me tell you something. Do you know why Su Guangchen is interested in Xuaning Yue? It was I who introduced her to him when he came to Yunzhou. Weren't you and Xuaning Yue in a romantic relationship? I swiftly introduced her to someone else. Now that the situation is set, her future days will be quite miserable. I won't hesitate to tell you that Su Guangchen is quite ruthless towards women. All the major brothels in Linen know that he enjoys hitting women." Zhou Yuan was dumbfounded. So that was it. He had wondered why Su Guangchen suddenly had his eyes on the Shui family. It turned out this fellow was pulling strings behind the scenes. After having taught him a lesson a few times before, Zhou Yuan had been thinking about how this spoiled heir had become so good-natured, not seeking revenge. It turned out he was scheming in secret. Zhou Yuan had to admit that this person was quite insidious. If he didn't have a few tricks up his sleeve, he really wouldn't be able to handle him. Seeing Zhou Yuan's astonished expression, Lu Zhi felt a surge of satisfaction. He was constrained by his status and unable to truly confront Zhou Yuan, but now he had finally taken his revenge. "You must be furious, right? The woman you love is about to become a servant, and in the future she will be beaten and scolded. That must feel terrible, doesn't it?" Lu Zhi squinted his eyes and grinned. "This is all you're doing? You insisted on opposing me." Zhou Yuan was somewhat angry and replied flatly, "You be careful where you walk from now on." After this matter concluded, Zhou Yuan had plenty of means to deal with him even without needing to take action himself. Just telling the truth, did Guan Tian see that scar-faced fellow would make for an interesting show. More and more people entered the hall, engaging in conversations, making the atmosphere increasingly lively. Zhou Yuan spotted his father-in-law and Lord Wang both busy talking to others. Although they acknowledged him, it was merely with a nod. Soon Zhou Yuan finally saw Yi Qingying and hurried over. Finally there was someone he could converse with. He couldn't just keep bantering with Lu Zhi here, that would be too boring. "Second senior sister, you look very beautiful today." Yi Qingying unusually wore a dark-colored long dress instead of her official uniform and male attire. Her hair was styled and she had even applied a bit of makeup, giving her a distinctly feminine charm. She was already beautiful, and while in uniform she exuded a gallant air. It was surprising to see her back in feminine attire, revealing a subtle allure. "Amazing." Yi Qingying clearly was unimpressed, casting him a glance before saying, "Yes, I look beautiful, but the person is ordinary, right?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, women in any era could be so critical, always managing to find flaws. He cleared his throat and said, "In my heart, senior sister, you are an unparalleled beauty." "Which senior sister are you referring to?" Yi Qingying asked. Zhou Yuan was startled and then recalled his long-separated master sister Miaoshanzi. Alright, while Yi Qingying was beautiful compared to master sister Miaoshanzi, she was indeed lacking. The master sister was so stunning she seemed almost surreal. Some polite words had to be exchanged. Zhou Yuan said earnestly, "Both senior sisters Chulan and Qiuhu each have their strengths." Yi Qingying replied indifferently, "Spare me your sweet talk, go tell it to someone else." "Look, someone has been staring at you for a long time." Only then did Zhou Yuan turn around and see Xuaning Yue standing in the distance with Madame Shui. Her complexion was still poor. Today she had dressed up carefully, appearing beautiful yet carrying a touch of vulnerability, and her dimples were not as pronounced. Zhou Yuan ignored the impact and waved at her with a gentle smile. Xuaning Yue's gaze softened further and she slightly bowed, revealing a bitter smile at the corners of her mouth. Their eyes met, and for a moment 1,000 words were left unspoken. "Zhou Yuan." Su Guangchen approached, squinting and saying, "I don't recall inviting you here." His voice was loud and all eyes turned toward Zhou Yuan. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to say what he wanted, he exclaimed, "Su Guangchen. What about the fragrant mushrooms?" Su Guangchen was slightly taken aback but quickly realized everything and chuckled, "You are quite well informed. You even know about the fragrant mushrooms." "Indeed, everyone. Half a month ago I sent someone from Fengming Tower to Wui Mountain to procure a batch of fragrant mushrooms. This item is highly nourishing, comparable to deer antler and Ganoderma, and it's delicious, rare in the world, and extremely expensive. Today Fengming Tower is well prepared to host everyone." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded slowly and exchanged polite words of gratitude. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel irritated. His mother had spent 10 taels of silver to buy a full 50 pounds. What was so expensive about that? This bastard really knew how to embellish himself. Feigning anger, Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze on Su Guangchen but said nothing. Zhou Yuan approached him and softly said, "Do you think your little schemes can hide from me?" This sentence naturally went unheard by others who still believed they were having a friendly conversation. Zhou Yuan shot Zhou Yuan a deep look saying no more and followed his father-in-law into the private room. Although both parties had gathered for a feast in one day, Fengming Tower had enough capability to accommodate everyone. Zhou Yuan no longer needed to care about the outside matters. After sitting down, he began to scrutinize the people at the table. Besides his father-in-law Lord Wang and Yi Qingying, there was also the governor of Yunzhou Lujia's father Lu Liang. Additionally, there were 4 other individuals: the Southern Pacification Envoy of Jinling Prefecture, the captain of the Jinui and Linen Prefecture, and 2 lean men who appeared to be skilled in martial arts, their gazes sharp and fierce. Everyone is here now. Lord Wang, who organized the meal, naturally took on the role of host. He stood up and quietly said, "This is Lord Xiongquahai, the Southern Pacification Envoy of the Jinui, and this is Captain Xiao Ke of Linen Prefecture." Xiongquahai was a tall chubby man, fair-skinned with small eyes that were often narrowed, resembling a harmless Maitreya Buddha, kindly and benevolent. Yet his hands were calloused, clearly from years of wielding weapons. Despite his high position, he still possessed formidable skills. Xiao Ke appeared even more ordinary, a short fellow who, if one didn't know better, might think he was a simple farmer from some village with a simple and honest smile. However, to reach the rank of captain, it was impossible for him to be truly simple and honest. Regarding the detailed report of the case, everyone here except for Zhou Yuan is already well aware of it. Lord Wang said with a smile, "The pacification envoy has his own arrangements, so I won't say much." Xiongquahai waved his hand, his voice surprisingly effeminate. "What arrangements? Meeting so many new friends, it's better to chat about happy things." He raised his glass and said, "Lord Lu, Lord Zhao, I have long admired your names." After a round of pleasantries, everyone began to drink and the conversation gradually opened up. But it was almost exactly as Zhou Yuan had anticipated. No one discussed the case, merely engaging in social niceties. Yi Qingying's expression was quite displeased. She had thought they were here to handle serious matters, but it turned out to involve no case at all. Given the other party's high official rank, she couldn't lose her temper and could only grit her teeth and endure. Looking at Zhou Yuan beside her, he was practically a pig, continuously eating, having polished off several dishes in front of him. "Don't eat the fragrant mushrooms." Zhou Yuan leaned over to her ear and suddenly whispered this. Yi Qingying's expression changed slightly as she recalled Zhou Yuan's earlier mention of fragrant mushrooms, instantly feeling suspicious. She whispered, "Why?" Zhou Yuan replied, "Eating them will cause diarrhea. You don't want your backside to hurt, do you? Bastard." Yi Qingying's face flushed immediately, angrily saying, "Lecture, don't think you can be reckless just because someone is nearby." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel a headache. It was clear that the second senior sister had misunderstood. "Zhou Yuan, your investigative skills are quite impressive. You should join our Jinui." The sudden remark from the Southern Pacification Envoy made the atmosphere at the table turn peculiar. How did they suddenly bring up serious matters? And such strange ones at that. Joining the Jinui was quite difficult. After all, they were the Emperor's claws and one's background had to be examined for 4 generations with rigorous screening. Yet they suddenly proposed Zhou Yuan's inclusion. Seeming to sense the doubts of the crowd, Xiongquahai smiled and said, "Your background is entirely clean. I am well aware of that. I also greatly appreciate your abilities. Being a captain is definitely not a problem. However, you are a scholar and the favored son-in-law of Lord Zhao. I wouldn't dare to easily recruit you, haha." Zhao Cheng immediately laughed, saying, "Lord Xiong is overthinking it. Young people should carve their own paths. As long as Yuan is willing, I will definitely support him." The pressure fell onto Zhou Yuan. Making a choice at such a moment that determined his fate was truly difficult. Eventually Zhou Yuan said, "Thank you, Lord Xiong, for your appreciation. However, as a son-in-law, I must discuss it with my wife before deciding my path." Xiongquahai laughed heartily, saying, "I certainly understand. After all, I am also a son-in-law." At this, everyone was stunned. The Southern Pacification Envoy, an officer of the 4th rank, due to the special nature of his position, was even more prestigious than the regular 4th rank, yet such a person was a son-in-law. Xiongquahai squinted and said, "Heroes are not bound by their origins, especially in the Jinui. However, I will still give you time to consider. Before I leave Yunzhou, please give me an answer." Zhou Yuan immediately raised his glass and said solemnly, "To Lord Xiong, I will consider it carefully." After several rounds of drinks, the excitement among the guests reached its peak and the atmosphere in the private room was lively and cheerful. Except for a few individuals like Yi Qingying and Xuaning Yue, today should be a joyful day for most of the attendees. Little did they know this was also a day that would change the course of events. The door to the private room opened and Zhou Yuan, along with several elders from the Su family, walked in with their wineglasses exuding warmth and enthusiasm. "Today Fengming Tower is fortunate to host a few esteemed guests, and we are truly honored. Therefore we have come to offer a toast." As the most talented scholar in Linen Prefecture, Zhou Yuan was quite well known and held a respectable reputation in the scholarly circle. Given that the Su family was indeed a prominent family, the esteemed guests naturally showed him respect. Everyone stood up and raised their glasses in unison. Perhaps due to their familiarity, Xiao Qianhu chuckled and said, "I heard today is your engagement banquet. Su Laudi, why didn't you bring the young lady over for us to meet?" Zhou Yuan immediately replied, "Of course. His expression was quite delightful as he turned around and called out, "Ning Yue auntie, come over, the esteemed guests would like to meet you." Under such an atmosphere the Shui family, even if feeling insulted, could not refuse. Thus Madame Shui and Shui Ning Yue approached slowly and offered a slight bow. Su Guangchen introduced, "This is Lord Xiong and this is Lord Xiao." Madame Shui forced a smile and bowed, saying, "Esteemed lords, I pay my respects to you." Shui Ning Yue, however, could not muster even a hint of a smile. She felt utterly humiliated, her face pale and her eyes devoid of spirit. She instinctively glanced at Zhou Yuan, quickly turning her face away, fearing to involve him. This humble girl pays her respects to the esteemed lords. Her voice trembled. Lord Xiong squinted slightly, seemingly sensing something amiss, then smiled and said, "Don't be polite, we should congratulate the Shui family instead." Everyone raised their cups and drank heartily. Yet Su Guangchen spoke in a serious tone, "Ning Yue, Lord Xiong and Lord Xiao are guests, we must adhere to the etiquette of Fengming Tower, go pour more wine for them." Shui Ning Yue's expression changed instantly, she opened her mouth but dared not argue. Reluctant as she was, she could not openly resist in front of so many people. Trembling all over, she ultimately gritted her teeth and did not move. One must resist fate. This phrase came to her mind, a story told by Brother Zhou about seeking knowledge. Even monkeys know to defy fate, how much more should humans? Su Guangchen's voice grew stern. "Ning Yue, didn't you hear me? Go pour wine for the two esteemed lords." This time Su Guangchen was evidently annoyed, his tone considerably harsher. The atmosphere became awkward all at once. Lord Xiong and Lord Xiao exchanged glances yet dared not intervene. At this moment attempting to smooth things over might embarrass Su Guangchen, and they were too astute to interfere. Zhou Yuan's expression, however, turned cold. He hadn't expected Su Guangchen to be so ruthless. He couldn't help but humiliate Shui Ning Yue now, which would only escalate in the future. Recalling Ninji's kindness and seeing her in such a state ignited a fire of anger in Zhou Yuan's heart. He spoke in a low voice, "Can't you see? She doesn't want to." Su Guangchen seemed to have been waiting for Zhou Yuan to speak, immediately turning his gaze toward him harshly, saying, "Zhou Yuan, I am disciplining my concubine, what concern is it of yours?" This statement made the Shui family members change their expressions as well, but given the circumstances they could not go back on their word, otherwise the Bai Yin Tower would truly have no way out. Lord Xiong and Lord Xiao seemed to sense that the situation was turning sour, exchanging knowing looks and tacitly choosing to watch the drama unfold. Zhou Yuan chuckled lightly, "Concubine? Have you married her? Has the transfer been made?" "Nothing is settled yet." Zhao Cheng furrowed his brows tightly, suddenly bending over and letting out a wail. Then, drenched in sweat, he whispered, Something's wrong." Lu Liang questioned, "Lord Zhao, is this your way of standing up for your son-in-law? Why does it seem so strange?" Zhao Chang waved his hand, struggling to explain, "It's the affairs of the young, I have no mood to meddle. I suddenly have a stomach ache." "A stomach ache? Ha ha you." Lu Liang had just begun to speak when his expression suddenly changed and he clutched his stomach, making loud noises beneath him. Clearly he had lost control and soiled himself. The stench immediately filled the entire private room. "Damn it! What's happening?" An infuriated Lu Liang could not help but roar. While Su Guangchen was at a loss, everyone present gradually clutched their stomachs, all in distress, their faces pale and drenched in sweat. Xiao Ke could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Where is it? Where's the restroom?" Su Guangchen panicked, "It's just to the west." Xiao Ke pushed the door open and dashed out. Others also reacted, rushing towards the exit, blocking the way to the restroom. But this predicament came upon them too swiftly, the stomach pains were too intense for anyone to endure. In no time everyone was caught in a chaotic situation, soiling their pants with excrement, filling the air with a terrible stench. Yi Qingying covered her mouth and nose, looking at Zhou Yuan in astonishment, asking, "Was it that fragrant mushroom? Did you set this up?" Zhou Yuan replied softly, "Second senior sister, I've treated you well, haven't I? I didn't let you eat the fragrant mushroom." Yi Qingying's face turned white, gritting her teeth and saying, "You should count yourself lucky. If I were to like them, I would break your legs." Lord Xiong sat in his chair, his expression alternating between green and white, clearly suppressing himself with internal energy. He suddenly glared at Su Guangchen coldly, saying, "Kid, what do you intend to do?" Zhou Yuan couldn't help but shiver, for he distinctly sensed a murderous intent. Su Guangchen was sweating profusely, at a loss, hurriedly saying, I don't know. I also don't know why this is happening." "Shut your mouth." One of the guards beside Lord Xiong directly overturned the table, yelling, "The food is wrong. It must have been poisoned. Are you trying to rebel? Dare to harm the Jinui?" Speaking of which, he had already drawn out the knife at his waist. As a scholar, Su Guangchen had never encountered such a scene. Already in pain, he was frightened by the knife and immediately lost control of his bowels. He wanted to cry without tears, slumping to the ground quickly, saying, "No, esteemed lords, this has nothing to do with Fengming Tower. We will investigate thoroughly." Yet Zhou Yuan secretly laughed in his heart. No matter how you struggle, you cannot continue running Fengming Tower. Even if the Jinui didn't intervene, once the matter got out, who would dare to come to Fengming Tower? This tower caters to the high-end clientele, all affluent and influential people with numerous choices available. Who would risk being poisoned? Zhou Yuan had waited far too long for this moment. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen event occurred. A burly man dressed in plain linen rushed up from downstairs, disregarding the plight of others, and directly approached Lord Xiong. He half knelt and urgently said, "My lord, it's bad news. There's a huge incident in Qingshan County. Thousands of citizens are rioting, attacking the county office, and have already succeeded." Upon hearing this, Wang On's expression changed drastically, shouting, "This is terrible. The Wuxing sect has made its move. They really intend to rebel. With that batch of armor, the people of Qingshan County won't stand a chance. Lord Xiong, issue orders quickly." Lord Xiong jumped to his feet, sternly saying, "Forget about the mess in your pants, bear the stomach pain, and immediately return to the guard station to muster the troops." He strode towards the exit, but halfway through he suddenly turned around, stating clearly, "All personnel in Fengming Tower involved in collusion with the Wuxing sect poisoning and plotting against the imperial officials participating in treason are to be arrested and closely monitored immediately." Su Guangchen's face turned ashen, his mind buzzing, momentarily rendered speechless. Madame Xue finally reacted, shouting, my lord, this has nothing to do with the Xue family." Lord Xiong ignored her and along with a group of Jinyui hurriedly left. Lu Liang gritted his teeth, saying, "Yi captain, go to the yamen and bring people to arrest all of them." "Yes." Yi Qingying replied with a fist salute and left in haste. However, as she was leaving, she lowered her voice to Zhou Yuan, saying, "What exactly are you doing?" Zhou Yuan did not answer but walked slowly to Su Guangchen, covering his mouth and nose as he crouched down. He softly said, "Are you satisfied with the fragrant mushrooms I prepared for you?" Su Guangchen looked at Zhou Yuan in horror, as if seeing a demon, shouting, "It was you. You harmed me." "Ha!" Zhou Yuan scoffed coldly, choosing not to respond and instead looking at Ning Yue, who was cowering at the side. Her mood was poor and she had no appetite, having hardly eaten anything, thus her condition was not so bad. Yet she still felt intense pain in her abdomen, her lips colorless, trembling. In front of everyone, Zhou Yuan picked her up, whispering, "No need for the marriage, come with me." Amidst the wails, Zhou Yuan left with Ning Yue. "How can I stop Ningyu from getting married? This is a difficult question. Because this unequal marriage is the inevitable choice for the Xue family, who are facing financial difficulties, and it aligns with the interests of the Su family, who wish to connect with the Xue family's resources. Outsiders have no way to intervene. To truly stop this from happening, one can only destroy this shared interest. How to destroy it? The only way is to have Fengming Tower withdraw from Yunzhou." Thus Zhou Yuan thought of the fragrant mushrooms from Wui Mountain in Fujian. In his past life they had become a delicacy, but the cooking methods of this era could not remove the toxins within. If someone eats them, it would lead to food poisoning, causing severe stomach pain for at least an entire day, and diarrhea is inevitable. Once this incident occurs, Fengming Tower would definitely be unable to continue operating and would have to withdraw from Yunzhou. This is Zhou Yuan's plan. To implement it, he sent Ming Rui hundreds of miles to Wui Mountain to procure the fragrant mushrooms and specifically contacted Xue family's guard Guan Tianci to spread the news about the mushrooms. At the same time, through Guan Tianci's control over Baiyan Tower, he utilized a chef to convey the cooking techniques to Su Guangchen's people. To ensure the other party fell for it, Zhou Yuan pretended to be arrogant and had Ningyu act as if she had confidence. Thus, under numerous designs, today came to be. As for the arrival of the Genie Weiss regional commander and the Qian, who Zhou Yuan had not anticipated that it was merely a coincidence that added complexity to Fengming Tower's fragrant mushrooms. And at such a critical moment, the Wuxing sect's rebellion was even more coincidental. It was as if fate intended to destroy the Su family, and Zhou Yuan could no longer intervene. He no longer needed to worry about anything else. Rebellion or food poisoning had nothing to do with him. All he knew was that the Xue family could no longer marry Xue Ningyu to the Su family. There was no chance of her becoming a concubine, let alone a legitimate wife. The goal had been achieved. Ningyu was safe. Zhou Yuan held her and strode out of Fengming Tower, directly boarding the prepared carriage. Quick to the Baihua Pavilion. Located in the most bustling area of Yunzhou, Baihua Pavilion was only a couple of streets away from Fengming Tower, reachable in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Xue Ningyu quietly leaned against Zhou Yuan's embrace, gazing at his well-defined face, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Zhou Yuan smiled, gently wiped the tears from her face and pinched her smooth little cheek. "Just hold on a bit longer, we'll be at Baihua Pavilion soon. They have prepared medicine and hot water for bathing." Listening to Zhou Yuan's care, Xue Ningyu couldn't help but lean tighter against him, softly saying, "Brother Zhou, you ultimately saved Ningyu from the pit of fire. You are Ningyu's benefactor. What foolish talk is this?" Zhou Yuan teased, pinching her nose and laughing. "So how do you plan to repay me?" Xue Ningyu, however, did not see this as a joke. Her eyes were gentle yet firm. "Ningyu is willing to do anything for brother Zhou, even if it means breaking my soul and flesh. I will have no regrets." Zhou Yuan covered her mouth and whispered, "Don't say such foolish things. Trust me and I will never disappoint you." Suddenly an unexpected noise and foul smell broke the beautiful atmosphere. Xue Ningyu's face instantly flushed red and she buried her head into Zhou Yuan's chest. Whether it was from gratitude, embarrassment, or the release of emotions suppressed for so many days, she began to cry out loud, trembling all over. Zhou Yuan gently stroked her thin back, saying nothing, giving her time to digest. Soon her tears soaked Zhou Yuan's clothing and the carriage came to a stop. "Ningyue, we've arrived." Xuan Ningyu softly responded, raising her head to glance shyly at Zhou Yuan before burying her head back in. There was no choice, it was too embarrassing to have such an incident happen in front of the person she liked the most. Zhou Yuan disregarded everything else, directly picked her up and strode into Baihua Pavilion. Kai and I personally came out to welcome them. Seeing Xuan Ningyu's state, she smiled slightly and said, "Don't be afraid, little sister. I have prepared fragrant bathwater for you, go and relax well." She waved her hand and said, "Xiao Chan, take Miss Ningyu to wash up and prepare a brand new outfit for her." "Yes." The little maid led the utterly embarrassed Xuan Ningyu into the embroidery building. Zhou Yuan comfortably sat down, letting out a long sigh. The elaborate plans from so many days had finally been completed safely. His mood was incredibly relaxed. He picked up a cup of tea, took a sip and squinted in appreciation, saying, "Good tea." Kai and I pouted and said, "The tea is good, but it's a pity the person is rather ordinary." Zhou Yuan turned around and asked him, "What's wrong?" Kai and I hummed lightly and said, "Otherwise why doesn't the young master like me and prefers Xuan Ningyu?" Oh, is love making you jealous?" Zhou Yuan immediately took her little hand and pulled her into his embrace, laughing, "This is the first time I've seen Miss Kai and I jealous, it's quite adorable." Kai and I's face flushed slightly and she tilted her head, saying, "I am not jealous, I just think the young master is biased." Zhou Yuan said, "How am I biased?" Kai and I lacked confidence and softly said, "For her the young master exerted all his efforts, traveling hundreds of miles to procure and setting traps to ensnare. The key is that you still carried her upstairs." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, "Should I carry you too next time? But I fear your suitors might beat me up now. Half of the scholars in Yunzhou see the Baihua fairy as a confidant." Kai and I raised her eyebrows and said, "Let's see who dares to touch the young master. My sword is not for show." "Hey! Don't, young master, ah!" Feeling that big hand approaching, Kai and I immediately felt her body go soft and hurriedly said, "Young master, that's unreasonable. You're bullying Kai and I." Zhou Yuan slowly smiled and said, "All right, don't be angry. Miss Kai and I is a beauty, remarkably stunning, and with such a great figure, how could I not like you?" Kai and I's mouth curled into a smile, trying to suppress it. She softly said, "You're lying, just know how to coax me." Zhou Yuan said, "Then how about I carry you for 3 days and nights?" Kai and I's face turned red and she said shyly, 3 days and nights? Wouldn't my arms get sore? 1 day is enough. Come on now, carrying for a day, do you think I'm made of iron?" But at that moment Zhou Yuan dared not refute and could only take action, moving downward. "Hey young master, don't." Kai and I hurriedly pressed Zhou Yuan's hand down, feeling utterly embarrassed, trembling as she said, "Bad person, I have no strength left, you should go see Miss Ningyu. She should be done bathing now." Zhou Yuan blinked and asked, "Not jealous anymore?" Kai and I, however, had a dreamy look in her eyes and said, "Kai and I understands the young master's intentions deeply, how could I let you be unhappy? Go on, that sister needs you more now." "Understanding." Zhou Yuan kissed her on the cheek and said, "I'll go check on her." Kai and I huffed, a sweet smile spreading across her face as she looked at Zhou Yuan's unfinished tea and picked up the teacup to drink. The wooden tub is exquisitely crafted, of moderate size, neither oppressive nor empty. The water is pleasantly warm at the most comfortable heat, with flower petals floating within, carrying a faint fragrance. Beside the bathtub there is a matching table with incense wafting white smoke and 2 plates of fruit readily accessible. Xuan Ningyu lies comfortably, refusing the maid's offer to serve her, gently wiping her body. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell away, as if returning to the most carefree times. The sense of liberation brought her immense ease. Recalling how brother Zhou had picked her up in front of her mother and the Su family, she couldn't help but blush, a wave of indescribable sweetness surging within her. That shocking act, that bold and forbidden gesture, that bravery in protecting her at all costs, just the thought of it made Xuan Ninji's lips curl into a smile. She felt that this moment was the happiest of her life. If she were to die right now, she would have no regrets. No, she would still have regrets. Not being able to serve brother Zhou for a lifetime, that would be a great regret. She casually picked up a piece of pear and began to eat it with relish. Remembering what she had gone through during this time, she felt a mix of emotions, tears and smiles emerging simultaneously. But she quickly wiped her eyes and gently said, "Everything is in the past, it's all over." She stood up, dried her body and put on the clothes prepared by the maid, feeling refreshed and invigorated. It was as if the wind chill that had troubled her for months had been completely dispelled. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and Zhou Yuan's voice called out, "Are you done bathing, Ningyue? I'm coming in." Xuan Ninji's face flushed red as she hurried to the door and opened it. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Clear water brings forth lotuses naturally devoid of embellishment. At this moment Ningyue wore thin garments, her hair slightly damp, her delicate skin faintly flushed, shy yet brimming with affection, radiating an irresistible charm. The girl awakening to love, shy from her feelings, was truly the most beautiful thing in the world. Zhou Yuan opened his arms and said, "Congratulations, it seems like you've been reborn." Xue Ningyue leaped into his embrace, her cheek pressed against his chest, softly saying, "Brother Zhou, thank you for everything you've done for Ningyue." Her voice was so gentle. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Is that all? What else is there?" "There's..." Xue Ningyue murmured, finally gathering her courage to say, "Brother Zhou, Ningyue likes you." She tightly hugged Zhou Yuan, seeming quite embarrassed, letting out a soft sound. But seeing Zhou Yuan's lack of response, she cautiously lifted her head only to find a face drawing near. Woo woo. The fierce masculine aura rushed towards her, their heated lips meeting. Xue Ningyue felt as if she had been electrocuted, her body shivering, softening into Zhou Yuan's embrace. She felt utterly weak, her mind swirling in confusion, only wanting to draw closer to this aura. After a moment, she finally managed to catch her breath, looking at Zhou Yuan's smiling face, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile. "Brother Zhou Yu. You." Xue Ningyue lowered her head, unable to find the words, ultimately only able to say, "Ningyue is willing to be bullied by you." Conquering the beautiful girl, mission accomplished. Zhou Yuan felt very pleased and then said, "Your illness isn't completely cured yet, you need to go home and rest for a while. Your health is important, you mustn't be careless." Xue Ningyue nodded seriously, saying, "I understand, Brother Zhou, you can rest assured." At this point she suddenly remembered something and softly said, "By the way, Brother Zhou, will the Su family's matter implicate us? Is my mother captured now?" Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, "Don't worry, since they allowed me to take you out, it means the Xue family is fine. Everyone knows your family's situation, it wouldn't be possible for you to be implicated. Perhaps your mother has already returned home." Xue Ningyue then sighed in relief, saying, "Then I want to go home and take a look. I'm still a bit worried about my mother's health, it seems she has also been poisoned." Zhou Yuan said, "The soup medicine you drank earlier, take some back with you. Once you drink it, you'll be fine. This is food poisoning, at most it will just cause a stomachache and it will be okay in a day. No need to worry." "Mum." Xue Ningyue opened her mouth, feeling somewhat reluctant, saying, "Then I'm leaving now, Brother Zhou." Zhou Yuan said, "Go ahead, the carriage outside is reserved for you. I'll find time to see you, perhaps even tomorrow." Xue Ningyue left the 100 Flowers Pavilion with the happiest feelings. She turned back 3 times as she walked, a girl in love, her heart filled with sweetness. Zhou Yuan hurried to the government office bringing soup medicine for his father-in-law, and about half an hour later his father-in-law was feeling much better. He sat up looking a bit pale, murmuring, "Unfilial. Yuan-er. You are truly unfilial." Zhou Yuan's expression changed, asking, "What do you mean by that, old Taishan?" "The son-in-law immediately went to brew medicine for you and brought it over." "Nonsense." Zhao Cheng cursed for the first time loudly, saying, "You little brat, you didn't even remind Yi Qingying, which caused me to eat so many poisonous mushrooms. Just look at the trouble you've caused now, there's such a huge misunderstanding." Zhou Yuan scratched his head, saying, "This has nothing to do with me, I was completely unaware." Zhao Cheng rolled his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "Don't treat everyone else as fools. Although you did well this time and no one can find a reason to blame you, they all know you're behind it." Zhou Yuan replied seriously, "Only old Taishan is wise and perceptive, seeing through the world." Zhao Cheng laughed, enjoying the flattery. He slowly said, "I knew you were going to deal with the Su family, but I didn't expect that I myself would fall into your trap and end up in a mess. However, with such a ruckus, you've made an enemy of the Su family, and it's an irreconcilable enmity." Zhou Yuan said helplessly, "I don't know how the Wuxing sect in Qingshan County came to be involved. Now the Su family is filled with rebellious criminals." "What are you thinking? The crime of treason would lead to the execution of 9 generations. It's not easy to convict anyone. Moreover, the Su family has also suffered. As long as they investigate carefully, it can easily be determined that this is a misunderstanding." Xiong Kuai is as clear as a mirror in his heart, only pretending to be angry. Zhou Yuan frowned and said, "Pretending to be angry." Zhao Cheng smiled and said, "The Su family is wealthy. Xiong Kuai's outburst is enough for him to make a fortune of 100,000 taels of silver. Damn. This fat man is indeed quite clever." Zhou Yuan asked the most concerning question, "Father-in-law, regarding the poisonous mushrooms, with the methods of the genie way, they will surely uncover that I was behind the scheme. Will I be implicated?" Zhao Cheng replied, "What implication? You sent someone to Wui Mountain to buy the poisonous mushrooms, but after the incident at Fengming Tower you threw the mushrooms into the Yunjing River. As for where the poisonous mushrooms at Fengming Tower came from, you certainly had no knowledge of it. If Fengming Tower wants to pin the blame on you, they must provide evidence." Zhou Yuan raised his thumb and laughed, "Father-in-law is brilliant. I truly admire you." Zhao Cheng snorted, saying, "You managed to save Xue Ningyue, but what about my Janjia? She told me she wanted to divorce you." Zhou Yuan immediately coughed a few times, unsure how to respond. Zhao Cheng patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, sighing, "Janjia has a temperament like her mother. She's usually quiet, but when faced with issues she is fiercely righteous and easily impulsive. This is not a flaw. You must not only look at her gentleness but also her character." Zhou Yuan said solemnly, "Father-in-law, rest assured I appreciate Janjia and have no dissatisfaction whatsoever. I am simply looking for a genuine opportunity to win her over. The current conditions are not yet mature." Zhao Cheng snorted, "I see you are quite the flirt. Zhao Cheng had already consumed the medicinal soup and his stomach felt much better, but the Jinui were in a dire situation. Including Wang on 300 households, 1,000 households and one pacification envoy, they endured severe abdominal pain while preparing their troops to set out. Due to the involvement of the Wuxing sect in this case, it remained classified and the troops stationed in Yunzhou did not participate in this anti-bandit operation. Thousands of cavalry surged forth vigorously towards Qingshan County. According to his father-in-law, Xiongquahai had stayed in the position of southern pacification envoy for too long. This time only the Jinui were sent out, hoping to achieve great merit and possibly receive a promotion, even if it was just to manage affairs. Zhou Yuan had not yet entered that circle, so he naturally did not concern himself with the details. In his position, he focused on his own responsibilities, aware that he still had to wrap things up. Upon returning home, he called for Ming Rue. "Ming Rue, have your injuries healed? If so, go and do something for me." Ming Rui's injuries had not healed yet, but with a chance to work he was reluctant to miss it. "Please give your orders, my lord." The lad had lost his fragrance and could hardly sleep, eager to pledge his loyalty. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Find out which storyteller in Yunzhou is particularly talented. I want to hire him privately for 5 taels of silver per month." 5 taels of silver was no small amount. A family of 5 would only spend about 3 taels a month on food and necessities. A typical storyteller would be lucky to earn 31 a day. Hearing that the task seemed simple, Ming Rue immediately replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure to bring the person here." Zhou Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Have him come to the residence early tomorrow morning." After sending Ming Rue away, this long day finally came to an end. The sun was setting, the evening glow filled the sky and dusk was approaching. He sat comfortably in a chair enjoying fruits and sipping tea while relishing the massage from Zhou Yuan. With things reaching this point, everything was basically completed. It felt truly relaxing. In a few days he planned to visit Linen Prefecture, check out the Broken Bridge and West Lake and indulge in some leisure time at the brothel. The side effects of the pure Yang Wujigong were constantly stimulating him. If it weren't for Zhou Yuan remembering that this body was still a novice and unwilling to indulge with the women of the brothel, he would have already let go of his restraint. "Zhou Yuan, how about going to Linen Prefecture to play in a few days?" Zhou Yuan indeed needed someone to take care of his daily needs and could not go without bringing Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan was obviously taken aback, then excitedly exclaimed, "Linen Prefecture? My lord is going to Linen Prefecture. That's wonderful. Oh, it's just going to the provincial city. Look how excited you are, as if you've never seen the world." Seemingly noticing Zhou Yuan's expression, Zhou Yuan shyly said, "I grew up in Yunzhou City and I have never been to another place. If I have the chance to visit Linen Prefecture, that would be amazing." "My lord, you don't know, Mei Xiang has been to Linen Prefecture and has boasted about it many times. She said the buildings there are much taller and West Lake is very beautiful." Zhou Yuan instantly smiled and said, "All right, this time my lord will take you out for a good tour so you can boast to them later." At this point he suddenly had a question: who was Mei Xiang? In the entire Zhao residence there were only 4 maidens aside from Zhou Yuan. There were Qing Yuan, who followed Zhao Jianjia, Hong Yuan, who attended to his mother-in-law, and Lu Yuan, who cared for his father-in-law. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "She is Miss Ruanji's maid. She has been with Miss Ruanji since she was little and has traveled to many places, even to the divine capital." Ahem. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but cough. Although the Zhao family was a newly rich family, they were still shallow-rooted and could not compare to the Luo family. In the entire world there were only 6 princes of different surnames. Even if the Luo family had fallen, they were still princes. Zhou Yuan could only say, "In the future I will take you to see these places, my lord." The girl Zhou Yuan was only 16, still at the age of enjoying herself. Hearing Zhou Yuan's promises, she immediately believed him and her massage became even more devoted. "Zhou Yuan! Zhou Yuan!" Suddenly an urgent shout came from outside, accompanied by the sound of Zhao Jianjia rushing in like a whirlwind. Her little face was flushed, slightly panting, filled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Have you heard about the news outside?" "What news?" "Fengming Tower is in big trouble." Zhao Jianjia hurriedly said, "It seems the Su family poisoned the food and even Governor Lu was poisoned. Over 40 people from Fengming Tower were all arrested and Ning Yue no longer has to marry." Her tone was very urgent, her eyes sparkling as she repeated, "Ning Yue doesn't have to be a concubine for that bastard anymore. In ancient times it was said that a scholar would die for a confidant. Now that Zhao Jianjia learned that her best friend had escaped from the fire, how could she not be happy?" Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "That's great. Aren't you going to see her?" "Of course I will. I have already asked Qing Yuan to prepare a gift. You should pack up too. It's getting dark." Zhou Yuan was taken aback and then said, "I think I won't go." Zhao Jianjia frowned, her expression somewhat displeased. "Ning Yue treats you like a brother now that she has jumped out of the fire pit. How can you not go?" "Zhou Yuan, a separation is a separation. That is our business. If you are upset, it shouldn't affect Ning Yue, right? That would not be a gentleman's behavior." Zhou Yuan appreciated Zhao Jianjia's candor. He waved his hand and chuckled, "That's not what I meant, it's just that I have already met her." Zhao Jianjia glared at him saying, "Really? You knew the news in advance and didn't notify me immediately but secretly went to meet Ning Yue. I even foolishly came back to inform you after hearing the news. She was somewhat displeased, but since she was in a good mood she didn't mind Zhou Yuan and quickly set off for the Shui residence. From the looks of it, tonight was a gathering of best friends and it seemed they would have a lengthy discussion into the night and not return home. Just right, Zhou Yuan also planned to think about joining the Bai Yen Tower. His intention to join Bai Yen Tower was not a pure feminine decision but had long been on his mind. After all, the Shui family had put Ning Yue on the market due to financial matters. Zhou Yuan dared not give them the chance to joke around like that anymore. It would be better to control Bai Yen Tower himself and provide them with silver regularly. This way it ensured that the Shui family had money to spend and would not set their sights on Ning Yue while also tying their interests to him, laying a foundation for marrying Ning Yue in the future. The money earned from writing The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was primarily intended for Bai Yen Tower. Moreover, Zhou Yuan was not afraid of the other party's refusal at this point. The Shui family had no choice, especially since the conditions he offered were simply too tempting. Zhou Yuan could hardly believe that Mrs. Shui, that woman who was so keen on money, would suddenly become Fortunately, Zhou Yuan had already been thinking about this for several days. He gathered information on modern dishes, found corresponding substitutes for the seasonings, and if there were no suitable substitutes he simply omitted them. He meticulously selected 8 dishes to serve as the new offerings for Bai Yen Tower that would be sufficient. And let's not forget there is still the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The next morning Ming Rui brought the storyteller to the Zhao residence. Zhou Yuan only had people wait after completing a series of physical training before finally meeting the old man with a goat beard. After seating the storyteller, Zhou Yuan got straight to the point. Where did you tell stories before? The old man was a bit reserved and hurriedly replied, reporting to the master, I have been telling stories at the Emotion Tea House for 15 years. Being a storyteller is not an easy job. If one loses their reputation they can never continue. Being able to do it for 15 years shows that he must have some skill and a loyal audience. Zhou Yuan asked, how much does the Emotion Tea House pay you each month? The old man chuckled, 2,500 won a month. According to the exchange rate of 1,001 for one tael, that amounts to only 2.5 taels, but in reality silver has become quite precious, often requiring 1,300 won to exchange for one tael. In fact, the old man used to earn around 2 taels of silver each month. Zhou Yuan said, work for me, tell 2 shows a day and I'll pay you 5 taels a month. If the performance is good there will be additional rewards. The old man immediately revealed a dog-like grin, rubbing his hands together, saying, I'll do whatever the master says, we'll follow your lead. Zhou Yuan took out a book and handed it to the old man, saying, take this home and read it while you have to be ready to tell the story in 3 days. Even among storytellers few can read, as most learn through oral tradition from their masters. But this old man had read before and had been a teacher, so he could read. Upon seeing the characters on the book he was instantly filled with joy. Is this? Could it be Romance of the Three Kingdoms? This book is incredibly popular right now throughout Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Jiangxi. It is well known, even 3-year-old children know of Guan Yu and Cao Cao. Of course they do not know the reason for Zhuge Liang, as they have not yet reached the part of the story where he visits the thatched cottage. In fact, some have already started telling Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but they are still on the earlier chapters and they cannot access the latest ones. But Zhou Yuan can. This is the ace to save the Bai Yen Tower. While dining one can hear the latest chapters of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This is a bombshell. After sending the excited storyteller away, Zhou Yuan waved his hand, saying, Ming Rui, prepare the carriage, we are going to Bai Yen Tower. Today Zhou Yuan rarely dressed somewhat formally. In fact, it wasn't formal, just wearing a relatively new garment he had bought recently. Having undergone such long training, his demeanor was already quite impressive. Coupled with this attire he naturally exuded an imposing presence. Upon arriving at Bai Yen Tower, even though it was morning, the waiter still warmly greeted him, welcome honored guest. What would you like to order? Zhou Yuan glanced at him and tossed a few copper coins, saying, bring your manager here. The manager was a young man, not very tall, but his features were quite sharp. He quickly approached and whispered, esteemed guest, what commands do you have? Zhou Yuan replied coolly, send someone to the Shui residence and invite Madame Shui over. The manager's expression changed, taking a few steps back, and said in a deep voice, friend, Madame Shui is not someone just anyone can meet. Zhou Yuan said, stop pretending, hurry and invite her over, just say I want to buy Bai Yen Tower and it's a serious matter. This matter cannot be decided at will. The manager ultimately gritted his teeth and said, please wait, esteemed guest, but I cannot guarantee that the madam will come personally. In fact, mentioning the purchase of Bai Yen Tower had already piqued Madame Shui's interest. Following the major incident at Fengming Tower, Bai Yen Tower was no longer encroaching on the market, and under normal circumstances it should be doing a little better. However, due to the previous collaboration for promotion between Bai Yen Tower and Fengming Tower, they were caught up in it and their business had worsened. Madame Shui had suffered from a stomach ailment all day yesterday, both physically and mentally exhausted. Thinking that Bai Yen Tower could no longer sustain its business, she cried her heart out. Last night Zhao Wanwan and Xuan Yu had persuaded her all night. Buying a building. Madame Shui exclaimed excitedly, could it be a wealthy person from outside who doesn't know the situation of Yunzhou? Quickly, Ning Yue, accompany me, we must secure this guest. Zhou Yuan smiled saying, Auntie, I told you before, good people have their own fortune, and look, a big spender has come to our door. Madame Shui clenched her fist saying, Wan, you are knowledgeable and talented, come with us, let's strive to sell Bai Yin Tower, we must not let it fall into our hands. Zhou Yuan replied, alright, let's go. She had no good feelings towards Madame Shui, but everything was for Ningyu's sake. Thus the three hurriedly made their way to Bai Yin Tower. As soon as they entered, Madame Shui anxiously asked, where is he? Where is the person? The manager quickly answered respectfully, in the listening rain pavilion. This is the most luxurious room in Bai Yin Tower, often used to host very important guests. Madame Shui adjusted her clothing, cleared her throat and composed herself before striding towards the listening rain pavilion. Upon opening the door, she revealed a smile. Which guest comes unannounced without a heads-up? Her voice was certainly warm and amiable, but her smile suddenly froze. It's you! Madame Shui exclaimed in shock. Zhou Yuan was also taken aback, looking at Zhou Yuan and Shui Ningyu and momentarily staring wide-eyed at each other. Wait, discussing business, why did you bring your daughter along? Bringing your daughter is one thing, but why bring someone else's daughter too? Auntie! How am I supposed to talk like this? Zhou Yuan! What are you doing here? Zhou Yuan was the first to speak, confused, asking, where is the guest who wants to buy the building? Did you scare him away? Hearing this, Madame Shui's face turned pale. Zhou Yuan forced a smile and said, Wan, is it possible that the person wanting to buy the building is me? Shui Ningyu was also stunned, mumbling, brother Zhou, you want to buy the building? Absolutely not. Bai Yin Tower is not worth anything right now, it can hardly stay in business. You foolish girl. What nonsense are you talking? Madame Shui nearly exploded with anger. How could one turn their elbow outward as if afraid the other party would suffer a loss? She quickly forced a smile, saying, well, Wan, if your Zhao family wants to buy the building, just let me know in advance, no need to be so formal. You are Ningyu's good friend, Auntie will definitely sell it to you at a discount. Zhao Wan was also confused but thought for a moment and shook her head saying no. We are not buying. Madame Shui countered, but Zhou Yuan is here. Zhao Wan grew anxious saying, we already know the situation of Bai Yin Tower, it can hardly stay in business. We the Zhao family would never be fools. Madame Shui's expression changed immediately as she said, Wan, what you are saying is not right, Bai Yin Tower has been in operation for 10 years, how could it be a foolish investment? She looked at Zhou Yuan smiling saying, so you are Zhou Yuan, right? You are a junior, Auntie would never deceive you, 60,000 taels of silver will do. No way. Zhao Wan was startled, exclaiming, how is Bai Yin Tower worth 60,000 taels? It has no business now. Zhou Yuan, are you out of your mind? Father would never agree. Shui Ningyu looked at the two who were arguing, feeling lost, and could only weakly say, please don't argue. Zhou Yuan felt a headache coming on. Indeed, when too many people were present, things easily became chaotic. He slammed the table and shouted, everyone be quiet. The loud noise left the three women in the room completely stunned. Who is Zhou Yuan? In Zhao Jianjia's impression, this person is incredibly carefree, not concerned with serious matters, and seems to lack temper, the kind that does not retaliate when scolded. In Shui Ningji's eyes, brother Zhou is a remarkable man. Not only did he save her, but he is also willing to spend money to save Bai Yin Tower, presumably for her sake as well. Brother Zhou is the best person in the world and she will not allow him to suffer losses. Madame Shui was also thinking, a younger generation and a son-in-law at that, actually losing his temper in front of me. Thus the three of them were stunned when they saw Zhou Yuan slam the table. Zhou Yuan's expression was cold as he said in a deep voice, I am here to discuss serious matters, not to listen to your noise. To ensure things went smoothly and relieve his concerns, Zhou Yuan had to guarantee that he could reach an agreement with Bai Yin Tower today. He looked at Zhao Jianjia and said, the deal with Bai Yin Tower is my personal decision, unrelated to my parents-in-law, and I will not use Zhao family's money. You are not suited to intervene, sit down. Zhao Jianjia was stunned. It was the first time she had seen Zhou Yuan speak so assertively. He rarely exhibited such masculinity. Zhao Jianjia sat down as if possessed, biting her teeth and saying, you are just talking nonsense, you usually ask me for pocket money, where would you get the money to buy a building? Madame Shui was most concerned about the issue of money. At this moment, upon Zhao Jianjia's reminder, she immediately recalled this point. She then coldly smiled and squinted, saying, oh, so you came here to make fun of me today? Zhou Yuan said nothing but picked up the small box next to him and slammed it heavily on the table. A loud sound made everyone's hearts tremble. He opened the box and took out a thick stack of silver bills, directly slapping them on the table. For a moment, Madame Shui's eyes went wide. It was all silver bills. Moreover, they were of the highest denomination. Each bill was 1,000 taels and the thickness was at least dozens of bills. This amounted to several tens of thousands of taels. Who carries such a large sum of money on them? The impact was simply overwhelming. Madame Shui swallowed hard and said with a trembling voice, nephew, I was wrong earlier, please do not take offense. Now all she saw was money, she had no temper left. Zhao Jianjia was also trembling all over, unable to help but exclaim, Zhou Yuan, where on earth did you get so much money? Zhou Yuan ignored her and slowly began to put the money away. Madame Shui was transfixed, quickly saying, nephew, I will never harm you. 60,000 taels is really cheap. We spent 100,000 taels to acquire Baiyan Tower back then. However, over the past 10 years Baiyan Tower has also earned 100,000 taels, and considering the current situation of Baiyan Tower, let alone 60,000, even 10,000 taels would not be accepted by anyone. After all, the drug-related issues have caused too much of a stir and now everyone is uneasy. Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, I suddenly don't want to buy it anymore. Madame Shui's expression stiffened. Zhou Yuan continued, however, cooperation is possible. Madame Shui quickly asked, how do we cooperate? Zhou Yuan glanced at Xuan Yue and sighed helplessly. Forget it, for the sake of this girl, let me give the Shui family a big opportunity. Zhou Yuan stated, the business of Baiyan Tower is at its worst right now. There is almost no business. The best times for business were about 6 or 7 years ago. Back then you could earn a pure profit of 12,000 taels of silver every year. Madame Shui corrected him, it's more than that. Nonsense, could I not see that? I had long asked Lord Wang On to investigate you thoroughly. Zhou Yuan said, to be more precise, in the third year of Shenwu your pure profit was 11,740 taels, which was the highest profit. Madame Shui's complexion changed as she exclaimed, how do you know this? Xuan Yue and Zhao Jianjia exchanged glances, feeling that things were a bit complicated. Zhou Yuan smiled but did not answer. He was considering whether he should reveal what he had done. On one hand, it would intimidate the Shui family, making it easier to work with Ning Yue in the future. On the other hand, he should also address his feelings with Zhao Jianjia. Thus he said solemnly, I know many things, far more than you can imagine. For example, the day I came down from Baiyun Mountain, I already knew that Ning Yue would be married to the Su family as a concubine. That was information he had gathered from Kai and I at the Baihua Pavilion. Mentioning this made Madame Shui's expression darken. It was her sore spot. Zhou Yuan continued, since then I have already begun to plot to disrupt this matter. This made Zhao Jianjia's expression change. He was plotting. What does that mean? Madame Shui was also full of confusion. Only Xuan Yue lowered her head, feeling nothing but gratitude and sweetness, her gaze filled with tenderness. Zhou Yuan said, on the 10th of June I met Ning Yue, and by the 11th and 12th I began to write Romance of the Three Kingdoms at home. Are you not familiar with the pen name of Yuan Yi? It's you. Zhao Jianjia exclaimed in shock, saying, I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't expect that. Zhou Yuan interrupted, the reason you think it is a coincidence is that you don't believe I have such talent, but now my manuscript fee is right in front of you. Zhao Jianjia opened her mouth momentarily, not knowing how to refute. She only remembered that because Zhou Yuan had stayed at home for 2 days they had a huge argument. It turned out he was writing a manuscript. Zhou Yuan said, on the 13th of June I reached an agreement with Moyan Studio and sent Ning Rui to Wui Mountain to procure fragrant mushrooms. Upon hearing this, Madame Shui was so shocked that she stood up, her eyes wide open, staring at Zhou Yuan. Xuan Yue and Zhao Jianjia were also in shock. Zhou Yuan chuckled lightly, indeed it's that specialty dish from Fengming Tower. This item contains toxins and consuming it will surely cause diarrhea all day. I pretended to be arrogant in front of Su Guangchen to create suspicion and then let Guan Tianzi secretly spread the news. Su Guangchen was indeed fooled and sent someone to steal the fragrant mushrooms. I personally destroyed Fengming Tower. Ning Rui Wui Mountain, Guan Tianzi pretending to be arrogant, stealing fragrant mushrooms. This short sentence contains so much information. Zhao Jianjia was already shocked beyond measure. All along she thought Zhou Yuan was doing nothing and was really a coward. But now Fengming Tower had collapsed and everyone was in prison. Madame Shui screamed, you little beast. You have done so many harmful things behind the scenes and you dare to boast here. Aren't you afraid I will report you? Zhou Yuan said lightly, Fengming Tower colluded with the Wuxing sect to rebel, a heinous crime. Madame Shui, do you dare to get involved? Madame Shui opened her mouth but dared not speak. Of course she did not dare. Zhou Yuan continued, let's not talk about the past, what's important is that Ning Yue is safe. Let's discuss the matter of Baiyan Tower. According to what I know, your Shui family along with those personal guards and family members has an annual expenditure of at least 8,000 taels of silver. Now if you transfer the management rights of Baiyan Tower to me I will give you 12,000 taels every year, equivalent to your highest profit. Madame Shui shouted, you wish. But the next moment she suddenly widened her eyes, puzzled, and said, wait, 12,000 taels. Her heart began to race. Not only would it be enough to spend, but she could also save a sum. Zhou Yuan patted the small box and smiled, do you think I can't take this out? Madame Shui immediately replied, how could I not trust you, nephew? But Xuan Yue suddenly said, no. Brother Zhou, you will suffer a great loss this way. You have already done enough for Ning Yue, please don't. Madame Shui hurriedly covered Ningji's mouth, gently laughing, nephew, Ning Yue is just being naive, please don't take it to heart. Zhou Yuan opened the box, took out a silver bill and handed it over. He slowly said, I will give you 1,000 taels each month, and in the last month I will give you 3,000 taels, a total of 14,000 taels. How about that? Who cares about the remaining 400 taels? Madame Shui hurriedly accepted the silver bill, excitedly saying, I will listen to you, nephew. Zhou Yuan took out the pre-prepared contract and said, sign your name and the contract will be effective. Madame Shui was beaming. She had previously disliked Zhou Yuan, but at this moment seeing him she thought he was a good-looking child, filial and capable, though unfortunately his son-in-law. Xuanning Yue was already in tears gazing at Zhou Yuan with an infatuated look. Her eyes were enough to melt everything. Since Zhou Yuan appeared here, he has provided a contract worth a staggering 14,000 taels of silver each year, and the amount of information revealed during this time is truly astounding. For Madame Shui, this is simply wonderful, truly a delightful surprise. She comes from a humble background, having lived a hard life since childhood, and it was only after marrying Shui Changyue that she gradually entered the upper class. However, with Shui Changji's downfall and over 100 loyal guards remaining, her responsibilities have grown heavier. She thinks to herself that while the master used to risk his life, now she must do everything to protect him and his brothers. Thus over the years she has become shrewd and materialistic, all for the sake of Shui Changyue. Now that the financial troubles that plagued her for years are suddenly resolved, Madame Shui feels not only excitement and joy but also an impulse to cry. As for Xuanning Yue, she has fewer thoughts. She only knows that Zhou Gu has done so much for her, and she feels that she can only repay him by working hard for the rest of her life. Finally we return to Zhao Jianxia. At this moment she suddenly feels a sense of panic. Yes, it is indeed panic. She suddenly realizes that she doesn't understand Zhou Yuan at all, believing him to be weak, disorganized, mediocre and even cold. In response she has attacked him, argued with him and even reached the point of discussing divorce. But now with this sudden situation the facts prove that Zhou Yuan is neither weak nor disorganized and certainly not mediocre. He is strategic, calculating without error, and has single-handedly brought down the Fengming Tower. He even wrote the immensely popular romance of the Three Kingdoms, earning more money in a few days than most people do in a lifetime. How can I face this? Zhao Jianxia is very angry, wondering why Zhou Yuan didn't tell her about these matters but instead did them secretly. But upon reflection it is true that she seems to have never trusted him. Just as he said, you never believed that I had such talent. This statement is so piercing that Zhao Jianxia feels utterly unable to rebut. Recalling how he meticulously planned to save Ning Yue their relationship. She even suggested they get a divorce. Zhao Jianxia feels a deep sense of panic, inexplicably afraid of parting ways. This feeling is baseless, completely devoid of logic. Yet this is the nature of a woman. It is simply because Zhou Yuan revealed his true self, and that self just happens to align with Zhao Jianxia's expectations. Why is it only for 1 year? Madame Shui looked at the contract, forcing a smile that was almost flattering. Nephew, I am very satisfied with this contract. You are Ninji's friend and I am very assured to leave the management of Baiyin Tower to you. This contract could have a longer term, after all, nephew, you can definitely afford it, right? Indeed, my current wealth has reached 80,000 taels of silver, and romance of the Three Kingdoms will continuously earn me money, so I can certainly afford it. However, to prevent Madame Shui from considering marrying Ning Yue again, I can only provide it year by year. I believe you understand my meaning. Madame Shui also blushed, lowering her head and sighing. If there were other ways, who would want their daughter to suffer? Her father's old comrades share a bond of life and death on the battlefield. I truly cannot ignore them. If I do, how can I repay the master's affection over the years? For me, he even refrained from taking concubines. Xuanning Yue hurriedly said, Mother, do not blame yourself, I understand. I do not blame you. Since it has come to this, there is nothing more to say. Zhou Yuan said, sign the contract. The management rights of Baiyin Tower belong to me. Before the contract expires, you are not allowed to sell Baiyin Tower privately. All right. No problem. Only a fool would sell it. I wouldn't sell it even for 100,000 taels. 1 year is 14,000 taels. Madame Shui was beaming with joy. Zhou Yuan stood up and said, since that's the case, I'll take my leave for now. I have other matters to attend to. He nodded at Ning Yue and gently said, take care of your health. You were sick for several months. Don't leave any hidden troubles. Xuanning Yue with a gentle demeanor replied softly, I understand, Zhou Gu. She slightly bowed, respectfully sending off Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan smiled and did not greet Zhao Jianxia, directly striding down the stairs. Zhao Jianxia's expression changed and she stood up abruptly, quickly following after him. She rushed downstairs and loudly called Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan turned back and asked, what's wrong? How could he ask that? Does he see me as a stranger? Clearly I am his wife. Zhao Jianxia asked, don't you have anything to say to me? Zhou Yuan replied, what should I say? Explain what happened these past few days. Or should I persuade you not to abandon me? Zhao Jianxia opened her mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou Yuan's expression was indifferent as he said solemnly, Zhao Jianxia, since we got married we have not shared a bed. For a man this is a humiliation, yet I agreed to 3 conditions with you. I have upheld my end of the bargain. I have not sought out other women and remain a virgin to this day. I have not disrespected you, on the contrary I have actively supported your poetry events and outings. I believe that as your husband, even as an adopted son-in-law, I am sufficiently qualified. Zhao Jianxia, please do not say that. I never looked down on you. Yes, you did not look down on me, you are inherently kind-hearted. But you have never respected me. Zhao Jianxia quickly replied, where have I disrespected you? I have never been one to despise the poor and favor the rich. I have never looked down on your background. But you are too self-centered. You only acknowledge your own way of dealing with the world. You believe I should study, so when I do anything else it becomes something improper. You do not trust in my talents, even though I have written poetry that you could never compose in your lifetime, even though I performed effortlessly at the poetry event. You even doubted my character, thinking I would not save Ningyue and that I am a coward. From beginning to end you have never considered my perspective as a wife except for that one time in front of Su Guangchen. Zhao Jianxia felt very wronged and shouted, but you have never told me about your plans. How am I supposed to understand? I am particularly concerned about Ningyue. Zhou Yuan said slowly, if you do not trust me, how can I explain any plans? Even if I told you, would you believe that a small mushroom could bring down Fengming Tower? Zhao Jianxia, since we have been married for so long, have you ever cooked a meal for me? Have you ever poured me a cup of tea? Have you ever made me a piece of clothing? Even if it was just a purchase. You know that when I just came downstairs, Ningyue showed me respect. You have not even bowed to me, unable to perform the simplest gesture of respect. Zhao Jianxia's face turned pale. Zhou Yuan continued, you want a divorce and I asked for 10 days to let you see what I have accomplished before making a decision. Unfortunately, you did not give me 10 days, you were so eager to leave me. Everything is your own choice, it is not I, Zhou Yuan, who was heartless. After speaking, Zhou Yuan strode away, leaving Zhao Jianxia alone at the entrance of Baiyan Tower. Her eyes were red and tears had already streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan felt triumphant. He could hardly contain his laughter. He had already realized that Zhao Jianxia was essentially a submissive. The weaker you are, the more she looks down on you. The more assertive you are, the more she feels she has found the right person, believing you are capable. This character trait is truly wonderful. Addressing Zhao Jianxia has been an ongoing plan for Zhou Yuan, not out of impatience but because his father-in-law has been urging him. For Zhou Yuan, he didn't mind continuing to have a mundane relationship with Zhao Jianxia, waiting for the opportune moment to deepen their bond. However, his father-in-law had indeed brought it up several times and he felt obliged to give the old man some face, hence he moved this matter forward. After observing for such a long time, Zhou Yuan has come to understand Zhao Jianxia's character. She is a refined young lady, having never suffered hardships, proficient in poetry and painting with a calm demeanor. Yet this tranquility is cultivated when faced with significant matters. She can become quite anxious. Her character is one of righteous indignation towards evil, and her straightforward kindness signifies that she dislikes those who are lazy and instead desires someone to conquer her. Zhou Yuan noticed that when he was assertive, Zhao Jianxia became somewhat gentler. When he was less forceful, she would assert herself more. Therefore, the approach to manage Zhao Jianxia is quite simple. On one hand, he must present himself as strong, demonstrating admirable strength. On the other hand, he must isolate and be indifferent towards her. This way she will feel both respect and frustration, yet will find it hard to detach from him. Once she can no longer bear it, she will take the initiative to apologize, naturally improving their relationship. Thus, although his father-in-law advised him to take her to Linen Prefecture, Zhou Yuan had no intention of doing so. He preferred to leave her in suspense for now. Additionally, the matter of separation requires some finesse, as it can later serve as a breakthrough to make her accept Ningyue and other future romantic interests. Zhou Yuan is neither a traditionalist nor a gentleman. When it comes to women, he certainly does not mind having. Putting aside all these mixed thoughts, Zhou Yuan arrived at Mo Yun Pavilion. The matters in Yunzhou have mostly concluded and he needs to communicate with Chu Ling to understand the specifics of the upcoming trip to Linen Prefecture, allowing for some mental preparation and decisions on what to bring. There are no particularly important tasks for the trip to Linen Prefecture, it's merely about attending some grand events and meeting some high-ranking officials and scholars. When it comes to socializing, I have no doubt about young Master Zhou's abilities, especially since I specifically inquired about the Yunzhou poetry gathering outing. Chu Ling spoke very straightforwardly, her tone lacking the gentleness and softness typical of Jiangnan women, instead displaying a refreshing frankness and a certain inexplicable confidence. This confidence in her transformed into a unique charm and affability, making her not only likable but also admirable. Zhou Yuan has always adhered to the principle of speaking plainly with people and speaking cunningly with the cunning. To those who are sincere he speaks sincerely, and to the sly he outsmarts them. So in the end it's about promoting your Mo Yun Pavilion, right? After this trip to Linen Prefecture, Mo Yun Pavilion will truly become a well-known publishing house and engraving studio throughout the region. I can't work for free, can I? You have to give me some benefits. Chu Ling's expression was quite intriguing. On one hand she felt that Zhou Yuan was very much like her, while on the other she found him too shrewd, making it hard to take advantage of him. Are you really going to ask me for benefits? Chu Ling said angrily. Isn't Mo Yun Pavilion generous enough? 80,000 taels of silver given without hesitation, and I even paid your taxes in advance. Moreover, I have publicly promoted your name across Jiangnan. You are indeed a household name. Shouldn't that count as a benefit? Well, that's one thing, but regarding romance of the three kingdoms, we are mutually beneficial, but the trip to Linen Prefecture doesn't fall under my purview as the author. Chu Ling narrowed her eyes into crescents, her teeth grinding in frustration, and then said, anyway, I won't give you any money. If we're talking about benefits, attending with me means you'll have connections with the Chu family, which is a huge benefit for you. Zhou Yuan, you will need to seek a future someday. Scholars also need a good reputation, but you lack foundation, which is your biggest flaw. Becoming friends with me would provide the greatest foundation. At this point she snorted lightly. If you say you haven't inquired about the Chu family from Zhaochang, I simply won't believe it. Yes, I inquired. I even know that Miss Chu Ling is 23 years old and still unmarried, a true old maid. It said that you came to Linen Prefecture to escape a marriage, leaving your fiancé furious and cursing your Chu family. In fact, Zhou Yuan learned all about Chu Ling's personal details from Kai and I. Chu Ling's face immediately flushed and she stood up abruptly, shouting furiously, so what if I escaped from marriage? At least it's better than being a son-in-law. Zhou Yuan replied, a son-in-law is still a marriage better than nothing. Chu Ling clicked her tongue in disdain, sneering, don't think I don't know. You and Zhao Jianjia are clearly a mismatched pair, and you haven't even shared a room yet. You're far more embarrassing than I am. Why compare in this way? Zhou Yuan said angrily, alright, let's not attack each other anymore, we're both in the same boat. Ah yes, every family has its own struggles. Chu Ling shook her head helplessly and then said, the refined young ladies of Linen Prefecture are eagerly awaiting you. They all want to witness the grandeur of Master Yuani. With my careful promotion, your poetry and past have also been spread around. The women in the brothels by West Lake and Linen Prefecture hold you in high regard, saying that if given the chance to serve you, they wouldn't even ask for payment. Hey! Isn't that too much? You're selling my privacy for the sake of promoting Mo Yun Pavilion. Chu Ling responded, haha. Do you really care about this? You're a son-in-law entangled with a courtesan and have ambiguous relationships with the daughters of the Shui family. You're clearly a flirt. I'm promoting you like this and you should be secretly pleased. Zhou Yuan, however, smiled. Indeed, he did not feel offended. Promoting his reputation was exactly what he wanted to do. He must seek a future, so recognition is essential. In the future he could leverage special channels to secure a minor official position, which would be a step towards his aspirations. Whether in his past life or in today's Jin dynasty, the imperial examination is the primary route into government service, but it is not the only way. There are always alternative paths such as favor-based appointments, official positions for commoners, and recommendations, all of which have some maneuverability. No need for studying or examinations, just be appointed directly, which suits someone like Zhou Yuan who dislikes trouble. Yet Zhou Yuan still said, at the very least you should help me with my living expenses, right? I'm unfamiliar with this place, I don't want to be sold off. Chu Ling rolled her eyes and said, you really are stingy. You're quibbling over such trivial matters. However, as a significant figure in our Mo Yun Pavilion, your living arrangements will certainly be taken care of, which will also facilitate your participation in the events. You should get ready. We will depart for Linen Prefecture on the morning of June 25th, and we should arrive by evening. After all, Linen Prefecture is the provincial capital. The official road from Yunzhou is wide and smooth, and the carriage can travel quickly, covering 500 miles a day, making it possible to arrive on the same day. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, alright, you can send a carriage to Zhao's residence to pick me up. It's settled then. He stood up and was about to head downstairs when he heard a commotion below. The old manager rushed up, panic-stricken. Miss. Something big has happened. The old manager exclaimed, there's a riot in Huaxiang. What is Huaxiang? It is the largest slum in Yunzhou City, a place where a group of people without land or livelihood survive by theft and begging. This is the impression most Yunzhou residents have of the place. In fact, while many do engage in theft and begging, the majority still rely on labor for their livelihoods. How do they work? At Yunjiang Wharf, doing hard labor, building houses for the wealthy or going up the mountains to cut trees and mine. That place is almost a forbidden zone for other common folk. Once you enter, there is little hope for a good outcome. There is a popular joke: the people of Huaxiang are warm and hospitable. Lord Zhou arrived in a carriage but returned wearing shorts. Gambling houses, gangs and bandits, countless complex forces are intertwined there, and even the constables cannot manage it. The last head constable of Yunzhou met his demise there. He rushed in alone to catch a fugitive, relying on his formidable skills without a care for the so-called danger. And he never came out again. After Zhao Chang took office, he bribed someone in the gambling house to learn the specifics of the case. After the constable entered, it was as if he had been splashed with water, then doused with lime, and finally trapped by thick smoke, shot dead by self-made arrows. His martial skills were of no use. After Yi Qingying took office, despite her audacity to barge into the Baihua Pavilion, she dared not venture into Huaxiang. Thus the news from the old shopkeeper was explosive. The mob in Huaxiang, once incited, was no joking matter. Chu Ling, being an outsider, did not understand the severity of the situation and looked at Zhou Yuan in confusion. Zhou Yuan was startled, exclaiming, what exactly is happening? The old shopkeeper replied, the specific situation is that the streets are filled with burning, killing and looting. They are almost here. These rioters are armed with weapons: hoes, sickles, iron hammers, wooden clubs, and even swords. Zhou Yuan's figure trembled and his brows furrowed instantly. The streets are filled with riots. And they are all armed. This riot cannot possibly be spontaneous. Someone must be inciting and organizing it behind the scenes. He quickly shouted, where are the authorities? What are they doing? The old shopkeeper replied, the officials have been dispersed. Ridiculous. Those constables, even at their worst, numbered in the hundreds and were still quite capable of fighting. They could not have been dispersed by the riot. Rioters are always bullies preying on the weak. They wreak havoc upon the common people, but when faced with soldiers they only flee. Could it be that it is not just the rioters? This thought sent a chill down Zhou Yuan's spine. Now the Jin Wei and Imperial Guards have all been deployed to quell the unrest in Qingshan County, and the constables within Yunzhou City cannot maintain order. It requires genuine soldiers to take action. But if the soldiers at the city gates have already been dispatched, how could there be a riot throughout the city? Damn it, could those soldiers have been dealt with? Shopkeeper. The rioters are coming. What should we do? The voice of the attendant downstairs began to tremble. Zhou Yuan hurried down to take a look and was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He saw dozens of armored warriors wearing iron helmets and wielding gleaming sabers furiously charging forward, forcing the soldiers into retreat. They were accompanied by thousands of rioters crazily smashing houses, looting wealth and insulting women. The entire street was in utter chaos. What the hell are these rioters? These are clearly rebels. Armor. Is this the 240 sets of armor that went missing before? This is bad. The situation in Qingshan County was merely a diversion. The armor never left the city. 240 sets of armor along with so many rioters erupting within Yunzhou City. The constables and soldiers are certainly unable to control it. Shut the doors. Quickly shut the doors. Zhou Yuan shouted angrily. At this moment there was no time to think of anything else. Preserving life was the most important thing. The Emoyun studio was a prime target for robbery, and Zhou Yuan had already seen the distant rioters taking note of this place. He rushed upstairs and said to Chu Ling, something big has indeed happened. It's all a conspiracy. The Wuxing sect is inciting the Huaxian mob to rebel. The 240 sets of armor are unstoppable. The Yunzhou City defense camp has 3,000 troops and can suppress it in a day at most. Chu Ling, being a woman, had never witnessed such a scene. She opened the window to take a glance and was so frightened that her face turned pale. She quickly shut the window. What should we do? Chu Ling trembled and said, what if the rioters come up? How the hell would I know what to do? This is my first time facing such a situation. Zhou Yuan shouted, shopkeeper, quickly instruct the attendants to block the main door with cabinets and bookshelves. Hold them as long as we can. All right. The shopkeeper hurried downstairs to give orders, and the heavy bookshelves were lifted to the door by 4 or 5 people firmly sealing it. Outside, the sounds of banging on the door had already begun. The rioters had completely taken over the street and started looting. Everywhere there were sounds of angry shouts and cries. The entire world seemed to have descended into chaos. Hearing these, Chu Ling couldn't help but tremble all over. Her expression was extremely flustered and her emotions were on the verge of breaking down. Stay calm. Zhou Yuan grasped her hand tightly and said solemnly, rioters are still just rioters. No matter how many there are, 3,000 soldiers are enough to deal with them. Chu Ling trembled and asked, what exactly is happening? Zhou Yuan's expression turned grim, lost in thought. What is happening? Ever since the armor was stolen, it has likely all been a conspiracy. It now appears they have enough manpower within the city. Why then did they employ those dead men for transport? Moreover, they killed those people deliberately to prompt the authorities to investigate. Naturally, the officials would uncover everything and deduce that the armor had been transported out of the city. Once something happened in Qingshan County, the tense Jin Wei would inevitably deploy all their forces there, effectively drawing the tiger away from the mountain. In reality, this was merely one of their objectives. The true aim of the Wuxing sect was to lock the gaze of the Jin Wei on the stolen armor case, thereby secretly preparing for the riot. Had it not been for this, the unrest in Huaxian would still be in the preparatory stage and would have already been discovered by the Jin Wei. There would be no riot at all. Everything is a scheme. Only this moment is real. Then, did the Wuxing sect invest so much effort just to be suppressed by the soldier? Impossible. The defense camp likely cannot support Yunzhou. We can only wait for the Jin Wei to return. Damn, that will take at least 2 days. How do we get through these 2 days? Zhou Yuan was on the verge of an explosion, not just for his own safety but also worrying about Zhao Jianjia and Xuanning Yue. This city is not without people he cares about. He felt the small hand in his clasp was icy and trembling slightly. Looking up at Chu Ling, this astute and generous businesswoman was utterly at a loss. Zhou Yuan stood up and said solemnly, there is always a way out. Let's fight desperately to hold on. Shopkeeper. Does Emoyun studio have any weapons? The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. This is a bookshop, how could there be weapons? There is. I have one. Chu Ling suddenly shouted, I have a treasured sword. When I visited my uncle's house I saw it was very beautiful, so I took it. To maintain my style I have carried it with me for the past 2 years. She hurriedly went around the screen and took a long sword from the rack. The hilt was adorned with gems and the flowing tassels at the end were quite beautiful. Even the sheath was inlaid with agate. No wonder Chu Ling wanted to carry it truly looks impressive. Zhou Yuan caught it and drew the treasured sword. The blade was 3 feet long, cold as frost, and indeed a fine sword. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and said, word by word, with this we may yet preserve our lives. The situation worsened far swifter than anyone had imagined. When a city collapses into lawlessness, every evil magnifies itself. A great number of commoners had joined the mob, turning from the wronged into the wrongdoers. Elsewhere, Zhou Yuan knew nothing of it, yet through the crack in the window he looked out to see the entire street transformed into a scene of hell. Corpses carpeted the earth and blood stained the thoroughfare red. Women's blood-curdling screams, children's wails, elders' cries for mercy, each sound struck at the nerves of Zhou Yuan and Chu Ling like physical blows. What made them even more anxious was the relentless battering at the front door. Shelves and cabinets could not withstand the force and were torn down by brute hands. A tide of rioters surged in, rifling for coin and anything of value, the lower floor erupting into chaos. Chu Ling's teeth chattered as she whispered, what shall we do? What shall we do? The old shopkeeper suddenly blurted, a hidden room. There's a secret chamber on the second floor where we keep money and important manuscripts. They shouldn't be able to find it. Then what are we waiting for? Damn it! Zhou Yuan snapped. Open it, we hide inside. But there's no food or water in there, we can't stay long. Such talk is nonsense, who has time for that now? Scolded by Zhou Yuan, the old shopkeeper hurriedly revealed the hidden room. It was truly well concealed behind an antique shelf. 2 hanging curtains hid a hairline seam in the wall that one would never notice without a careful eye. 7 people in all, the shopkeeper and his assistants among them, squeezed into the cramped chamber. Inside it was pitch black, none dared light a lamp. The silence was suffocating. Footsteps drew nearer. Outside, the rioters had come upstairs and were pillaging lavishly. Women's clothes, one voice cried. Damn, they're wearing real gold, golden leaves at the waist. Too bad she ran off, otherwise I'd like to taste a rich girl's delight. See if they scream when we do it. Don't daydream, the boss hasn't spoken yet. After the boss has his turn, why can't I? Rubbish, when the boss is through he kills the woman, there won't be anything left for you. The ribald laughter and curses outside terrified Chu Ling. She shrank into a corner, clutching Zhou Yuan's arm with both hands, trembling uncontrollably. She would rather die than be seized. Zhou Yuan had no heart to soothe her. He gripped his sword tightly. If anyone discovered the secret room, he vowed he would have to kill at once to prevent word from spreading. Fortune favored them for the moment. After rifling through the money, the rioters left. Everyone exhaled. Chu Ling's knees went weak and she leaned against Zhou Yuan's shoulder, panting. Then, as if a chill wind had returned, they all held their breath again. More footsteps mounted. The same looting repeated. The sweep yielded little curses and then retreat. In that fashion 4 or 5 waves came and went over 2 hours, and Mo Yunjai was stripped nearly bare before the mobs finally departed. They've gone. They're all gone. Chu Ling panted, drenched in sweat, though her hands were icy. The old shopkeeper peered forward and was immediately pressed down by Zhou Yuan's sword at his shoulder. Don't move. Wait until dark before you go out again, or if you meet anyone it'll be the end of us. The hidden room, narrow and sweltering in the heat, grew hard to bear. Zhou Yuan would not allow any lapse in vigilance. Then from outside the chamber a woman's voice called softly, Miss. Miss, are you there? Chu Ling started to answer, but Zhou Yuan clapped a hand over her mouth. This street had been sacked. There should not be any women wandering here. Chu Ling kept her voice low. This is my maid Xiangyamo. I trust her. Don't be hasty, Zhou Yuan said, and fell silent to listen. Outside, Xiang Mo's voice trembled with sobs. Miss, are you there? I'm so frightened, miss. Her words quivered and she wept upon seeing the wreckage of the house. If anything's happened to you, I'm done for. I can't live, Zhou Yuan murmured. Where did she come from? Chu Ling replied, from Mingyue Street. I had been staying there. Perhaps a riot broke out. I was worried, so after the mob left she came to find me. Zhou Yuan, she grew up with me, she's trustworthy. Zhou Yuan fell silent. A woman coming from Mingyue Street, how had she not been seen? A leering voice came from below. They said to just get it over with, yet she had to follow here. Nothing to take now, is there? I thought that bitch would lead me to silver, turns out she's just a servant. Shut up, doesn't matter, I can't wait any longer, I've been aching all the way here. 3 rioters surged up the stairs with faces twisted in cruelty. Xianyamo shrieked in terror and tried to flee, but the second floor was blocked. There was nowhere to go. Within a few breathless moments she was seized. Slaps rained down until she was stunned. Ah. No. Help me. The pitiful cries outside made those in the secret room shudder. That immediate intimate horror struck them far more violently than the distant scenes on the street. After all, the victim was scarcely more than a short distance away. Chu Ling's tears surged. She clung to Zhou Yuan's arm as if her grip would stop her from falling apart. Xianyamo had been like a sister to Chu Ling, yet now fear filled her so utterly that she could scarcely form a word. Only the echoes of the screams haunted her mind. Let go of my hand. Zhou Yuan's voice was low, no one outside could hear. It was resolute enough that Chu Ling released her hold without thinking. Zhou Yuan tightened his grip on the sword and rose. He was not rash, but a fierce heat flamed within his chest. A man who stands in the world yet watches a woman he loves be violated without lifting a hand would be no better than an insect. If it had been the earlier waves, countless rioters and many victims, and he had been powerless, so be it. But this was different. 3 rioters and 1 victim, what excuse could there be for inaction? To stand by would be to despise himself. Perceiving Zhou Yuan's movement, Chu Ling trembled and whispered, You are going out. I learned martial arts not merely to protect myself. With that he sprang. His internal power from Chunyang Wuji Gong burst forth. With a single fierce kick he shattered the wooden door and charged through. Ah! The 3 rioters caught in the act screamed in terror at the sudden intrusion. Zhou Yuan's intent was mercilessly direct. He drew his sword and felled one of them, severing a head cleanly. Without hesitation he struck again, the blade piercing another. Blood spouted as the long sword was withdrawn. The metallic stench of iron filled the air and quickened Zhou Yuan's pulse. Blood splattered across Mo Xian's face and she screamed all the more wildly. The last rioter had scrambled into a corner and seized his hoe, bellowing, Don't come near. Zhou Yuan said nothing. He simply took off his outer garment and flung it to the torn and trembling Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang clutched the coat like a lifeline. She lifted her eyes and saw a tall figure, sword dripping with blood, stride relentlessly toward the rioter. The rioter swung his hoe, but Zhou Yuan evaded easily and with a single stroke sealed the man's throat. Mo Xiang screamed again. The old shopkeeper and several assistants also rushed out to shield Chu Ling. Seeing the floor awash with blood, they cried out in horror. Chu Ling exclaimed in shock, Zhou Yuan. What have you done? Zhou Yuan turned slowly. His face was splattered with blood, yet his expression was ice cold. He used his sleeve to wipe the blade clean of gore and said calmly, Nothing special, just killed some men. Stay here and do not move. I'll go downstairs to see the situation. He strode down, but his face twisted and he turned to retch against the wall. The first time taking a life sickened him deeply. Zhou Yuan vomited up his breakfast entirely, feeling much better afterward. The nauseating sensation vanished, leaving only the boiling blood within him. He strode out of the door with his sword in hand, only to find the streets soaked in blood with corpses scattered everywhere and various items shattered on the ground. Occasionally a few solitary rioters could be seen scavenging the fallen belongings, their eyes fierce like hungry beasts searching for food. But for Zhou Yuan these were merely the most ordinary of rioters. Killing them was easier than slaughtering pigs, for at least pigs had a better defense. Staying here should be safe, but the direction the refugees were sweeping was towards the Zhao residence. That area was a gathering place for the wealthy of Yun Prefecture, filled with grand estates which should be the prime target for looting. To be more precise, that area was probably already being ransacked. There was no time to delay. He had to save Zhao Jianxia. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath and ran upstairs with his sword. He looked at the few dazed individuals and said in a deep voice, You have 2 choices now, either wait here as the refugees will eventually be wiped out by the soldiers. No. Chu Ling hurriedly replied, Where are you going, Zhou Yuan? Zhou Yuan responded, I am going to save someone. You can choose to follow me, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Chu Ling hesitated for almost no time, quickly stating, We will follow you. If we stay here without you, we will be discovered and it's all over. The old shopkeeper said, We will follow the young lattice arrangement. Zhou Yuan frowned slightly, looking at Chu Ling. Have you thought this through? I am heading into the heart of the rioters, a very dangerous area. Chu Ling had broken down several times, but at this moment, seeing the corpses around her, she regained a bit of her composure. She gritted her teeth and said, Things have come to this, what choice do we have? Mo Xiang, will you stay or go with Zhou Yuan? The terrified Mo Xiang in tears clung to Zhou Yuan's clothes, shielding her body. Her face was pale, and seeing Zhou Yuan's resolute face reminded her of the scene when he had killed just moments ago. That scene gave an indescribable sense of safety. I will follow the young lady, I will follow young Master Zhou. Zhou Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before saying, We will wait for you downstairs. Put on your clothes, drink some water, and we will leave immediately. After speaking, he led the old shopkeeper and others downstairs and drank some water to replenish his strength. Not long after, Chu Ling and Mo Xiang came down dressed in the male attire of the assistants. Although it didn't fit perfectly, it was more convenient for movement than skirts and less eye-catching. Zhou Yuan said, I need to take a shortcut back to the Zhao residence using small alleys. We might encounter rioters, but there shouldn't be too many. This has its downsides. If we encounter a large group of rioters, we won't have much space to evade. Chu Ling gently said, Zhou Yuan, you do it your way, we don't know about these things. Ultimately, Zhou Yuan's earlier act of killing made her both fearful and yet inexplicably reassured. Zhou Yuan nodded, all right. You and Mo Xian will be in the middle. The old shopkeeper will bring 3 assistants behind you and I will take 1 assistant in front to clear the way. Remember, if you encounter rioters, do not panic, do not shout lest we attract more rioters. Everyone quickly nodded, their expressions extremely tense. Zhou Yuan said, Find something for self-defense. I have this sword and that is enough. The 4 assistants and the old shopkeeper grabbed shovels and hoe, while Chu Ling and Mo Xian, being weaker, each picked up a sickle from the ground. The group of 8 under Zhou Yuan's lead headed east. They dared not take the main street and instead darted into the alleys, soon encountering 2 or 3 rioters robbing a house, their bodies stained with blood, their clothes disheveled and pockets filled with coins. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan and the others, they paused for a moment, then shouted, There's nothing here. Get lost. Hurry up. Follow the main group and feast on the spoils. Good. Zhou Yuan responded and strode forward, suddenly drawing his sword, toppling all 3 or 5 of them to the ground. He himself had considerable martial skills, and with the sword in hand the element of surprise left the rioters no chance to resist. They fell dead on the spot. Xu Ling and the others turned pale with fright covering their faces, but they remembered Zhou Yuan's words and did not scream. Go. Zhou Yuan led them quickly forward, focusing on moving ahead. When encountering large groups of rioters they would evade, but when facing a few they would simply kill. He would strike them down with his sword, and if they were not quite dead the old shopkeeper and assistants would deliver a finishing blow, smashing them to pieces. In a life-and-death moment everyone was bloodthirsty. Xu Ling and Mo Xian, crying and shedding tears, followed Zhou Yuan, gradually becoming less fearful. Help! Help! Woo woo! Don't kill me! A loud wailing came from ahead, and Zhou Yuan carefully observed, discovering it was a private school. Damn it, those rioters were insane, they didn't even spare the children. There are over a dozen people. Xu Ling's voice trembled. Zhou Yuan replied, there's no way to hide. Otherwise those children will all die. As he spoke he charged forward. Normally facing over a dozen rioters he wouldn't dare to act, but at this moment he was already blood-red with fury, his courage unmatched. Seeing these scoundrels, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but want to take them down. But someone was faster than them. A short middle-aged man suddenly dashed out from somewhere wielding a large knife, entering the rioters with extreme speed, swinging his blade wildly. He was incredibly agile and his strikes were fierce and ruthless, instantly killing 3 or 5 of them. The other rioters immediately roared and charged at this man. At this moment Zhou Yuan had already arrived, raising his sword to strike. Together they killed another 6 or 7 rioters. The remaining few rioters were so scared they wet themselves and turned to run. Zhou Yuan immediately shouted, stop them. We can't let them call for help. The man understood him well, immediately splitting off to chase down the remaining few, killing them all before returning to regroup. The man sized up Zhou Yuan, narrowing his eyes. A scholar. A scholar can also wield sword techniques. Zhou Yuan was also observing him, noticing scars on his face and 2 missing fingers on his left hand, feeling slightly shocked. Yun Prefecture is located in Jiangnan and there has been almost no bandit problems in the city. How could this person be in such a state? Suddenly he remembered something and asked, puzzled, are you Xue Chengji's personal guard? The man's expression changed and he involuntarily took a few steps back, his face filled with vigilance. Zhou Yuan, however, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, don't be nervous, we are on the same side. How is the situation at the Xue residence now? Where is Guan Tianzi? As the leader of the personal guards, Guan Tianzi's name was almost unknown. The man replied, what is your name? Zhou Yuan. Ah. It's young Master Zhou. The man quickly approached and clasped his fists, saying, I am Ling Xia, everyone calls me Ling Madman. I have heard Brother Guan mention you. I don't know how things are with the general, but our brothers should all be heading that way. As he said this he sneered, to be honest with these rioters they won't be able to break into the Xue residence. Zhou Yuan nodded, feeling much better, at least the situation at Ninji's side was safe. But what about Jianxia? He had no idea how she was doing. Brother, I take my leave. I need to return to the Zhao residence immediately. Zhou Yuan was unsure if his father-in-law had sent someone to protect the Zhao residence. Feeling insecure he did not dare to delay and set off immediately. Taking shortcuts along the way, when encountering rioters he simply did not evade and chose to fight. Covered in blood, Zhou Yuan finally dashed out of the last alley and saw the main street filled with rioters looting various grand mansions. The door to the Zhao residence had already been smashed open and refugees were rushing inside. Damn it! I will fight these bastards. Zhou Yuan growled, saying, you all stay here and hide. I am going to save my wife. He no longer hesitated and directly rushed out. Inside the Zhao residence chaos reigned. Over 100 rioters were frantically looting the few possessions left, while the scant 3 or 5 servants had already been slain by them. Zhao Jianxia and Chen Shi along with 4 maids were hiding in the basement, trembling in fear. They watched helplessly as the servants were killed and hundreds of rioters burst in their terror, completely overwhelming them. However, Chen Shi, having followed Zhao Chang for many years, had not yet broken down. Instead she whispered, don't be afraid, Jianxia. Your father will come to save us. Don't make a sound, just hold on a little longer. They won't find us in the basement. Her voice trembled clearly. How could anyone not be afraid in such a situation? Zhao Jianqia's face was pale, tears welling in her eyes as she gritted her teeth to encourage herself. Yes. Father will come to save us. We're not afraid. Bang. The door of the basement suddenly made a loud noise as a hole pierced through the thin door, allowing light from the outside to seep in. There's a basement here. There must be gold hidden inside. Hurry. Come help me open it. The voices outside shouted and more people began to respond, creating a cacophony. Inside the basement, Zhao Jianqia's expression changed drastically and despair gripped her. If they were discovered it would be impossible to escape. Tears streamed down Zhao Jianqia's face as she trembled, saying, no, mother. We can't be caught by them. She picked up a pair of scissors, her knuckles turning white from the strain, choking out, it would be better to end it myself than to suffer humiliation. As soon as she finished speaking, the cover of the basement door shattered and several rioters jumped down the stairs. They looked up and their eyes widened in shock. Heavens! There are several beauties hidden here. Brothers, come down and enjoy. One of them threw down the hoe he was holding and lunged toward Zhao Jianxia and the others. At that moment, despair consumed them. Screams erupted as more people rushed into the basement. One person covered in blood and wielding a longsword landed and began to slay, killing 4 or 5 rioters instantly. He then looked up at Zhao Jianxia and the others. Don't come over. Zhao Jianxia shouted, holding the scissors. If you come near, I'll fight you. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. My Jianxia is truly a hero. A woman of valor that rivals men. Ha! The familiar voice left everyone stunned. The terrified Zhou Yuan finally recognized him. It's the son-in-law. It's the son-in-law. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was covered in blood and had disheveled hair, looking like a demon, so it was understandable they didn't recognize him. Zhao Jianxia stammered, Zhou Yuan. You've come to save me. Zhou Yuan pushed his hair aside and wiped the blood from his face, smiling lightly. Do you recognize me now? Woo woo. Zhao Jianxia could no longer hold back her emotions, embracing Chen Shi and bursting into tears. In that half an hour, it felt as though she had walked through the gates of hell 3 times, enduring life and death fatigue with only a fragile heart clinging. Yuan, or how's the situation outside? Chen Shi remained the calmest and quickly asked. Zhou Yuan could only reply, it's chaotic. Hundreds of rioters are looting the residence and I managed to slip in. However, I believe the turmoil will subside soon, perhaps in a day or at most 2 or 3 days. Chen Shi asked, then what should we do now? The outside is filled with rioters. Zhou Yuan turned back and saw more people jumping down. He said gravely, we shouldn't stay here long, I fear experts may come. We need to break out. After saying this, he drew his sword and swiftly dispatched a few rioters. Zhao Jianxia and the others screamed in fright while Chen Shi's face went pale. They finally understood where the blood on Zhou Yuan came from. So many have died, experts will definitely come. Hurry, follow me. Zhou Yuan shouted angrily, climbing the ladder, sword in hand. He killed 7 or 8 rioters, causing the remaining ones to flee in panic. Zhao Jianxia and the others were in a daze, only able to follow Zhou Yuan as they fought their way out. Yet the number of rioters continued to grow surrounding them. Zhou Yuan casually killed one, severing its head and holding it up. Who dares to come near? I'll send them to meet the king of hell. Covered in blood, he resembled Ashura, and with his internal power enhancing his voice, it was heavy and imposing. The hundreds around him exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes, yet they dared not approach. Who's afraid of who? A burly man shouted, brandishing a cleaver, charging toward Zhou Yuan and the others. The others, seeing this, rushed forward as well. Zhou Yuan dared not hesitate, roaring loudly, and with a single strike he pierced through the burly man. He's dead. Do you dare to come? At that moment it was all about momentum, and the crowd was once again frightened into retreat. Panting, Zhou Yuan declared sternly, I am a general of the city defense camp. I have killed countless men since childhood. I've taken at least 800 lives. Whoever wishes to die, come on. The rioters, having never seen such a scene, feared the soldiers the most. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, they became even more reluctant to advance. They were all after wealth and women, only a fool would seek death. Wealth is yours. Clear a path for me. Otherwise don't blame me for my massacre. He gave a signal to Zhao Jianxia and the others, then strode forward with his sword. The surrounding rioters gulped, involuntarily parting to clear a path. Zhou Yuan protected Zhao Jianxia and the others as they burst out of the Zhao residence. The number of refugees outside had diminished as they had all rushed into the surrounding houses, making Zhou Yuan's escape much easier. Quick! Into the alley! Zhou Yuan shouted loudly, taking it upon himself to guard the rear, slaying some desperate rioters. At this point, Zhao Jianxia and the others finally reunited with Chu Ling and the others. Zhou Yuan was the last to rush into the alley, nearly exhausted, gritting his teeth and saying, hurry. We won't be able to escape once those rioters react. At this moment everyone had no time to worry about anything else and hurriedly ran deeper into the small alley. They entered a ransacked house and Zhou Yuan collapsed onto the ground, saying, water. Get me water. Zhao Jianxia was slightly taken aback. Chu Ling quickly came over with a water jug and handed it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, finally letting out a long breath. Killing was exhausting, and facing hundreds of rioters was even more tiring. One small mistake and they would all be dead. Thankfully these were just ordinary rioters, not members of the cult of no life, otherwise there would be no chance to calm them down. Seeing that he was truly exhausted, Chu Ling whispered, let me rest for a while before setting out. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, shopkeeper, take some people outside to keep watch. If any rioters approach, report immediately. All right. No need for Chu Ling to instruct. The old shopkeeper and others had already come to regard Zhou Yuan as their backbone, and his orders were now considered absolute. Zhao Jianxia looked at Zhou Yuan, who was soaked in blood, and her fear diminished significantly, but a complex emotion arose within. The man before her was her husband, yet she knew nothing about him. She had thought him to be lazy and weak, but unexpectedly he was quite talented, not only able to compose poetry but also to write romance of the three kingdoms. He could also rely on his strategies to bring down Fengning Tower, save Ningyue, and even rescue Baiyan Tower. At this moment he wielded a sword against the bandits, single-handedly safeguarding the family's lives. A man who had seemed to possess no merits had transformed into a figure of both literary and martial prowess. Yet she had already proposed a divorce. Why did he come back to save me? He must still care about me. But those words he spoke this morning clearly indicated that he no longer wished to be with me. Zhao Jianqia's thoughts were in complete disarray, especially when she saw Chu Ling handing water to Zhou Yuan, making her feel like an outsider. Zhou Yuan did not look at Zhao Jianqia, he understood her personality well. This woman was adept at self-manipulation. Zhou Yuan was now contemplating where to hide. Perhaps the Xue family was the safest place. Xue Chengji's hundreds of personal guards were all brave men who had fought against the Tartars. The rioters were no match for them. Once he sent Zhao Jianqia and Chu Ling there, Zhou Yuan would truly feel at ease. After just a brief rest, Zhou Yuan stood up, having fully restored his inner strength from the Chunyang Wujigong, his body brimming with vitality. He casually found a piece of clothing in the dilapidated house and changed, wiping the blood off his sword as he said, "It is still not safe here. The place we must ultimately reach is the Xue family." Chu Ling asked, "What kind of place is the Xue family? I mean, is it safe there?" Zhou Yuan nodded, saying Xue Changyue has 100 personal guards. Although they have retired for over 10 years, they are still the elite among the elite. The rioters cannot breach their defenses at all. Only when we arrive there can we consider ourselves temporarily safe. Everyone get up and follow closely behind me. We are ready to set off. Now the group consisted of over 10 people, including 5 maidservants such as Imo Xiang and Zi Yuan, along with mother-in-law Zhao Jianjia, Chu Ling the old shopkeeper, and 4 attendants. Counting Zhou Yuan, there were a total of 14 people. It was already quite impossible to conceal their presence. They could only take the shortest route and fight their way through. I will be at the front, the old shopkeeper and 4 attendants will be at the back, and the women will be in the middle. We will head east. If we encounter rioters, do not scream, remain calm to avoid attracting more rioters. If anyone blocks our way, whether they are innocent civilians or rioters, they will be killed. Zhao Jianjia couldn't help but ask, even civilians? Zhou Yuan said solemnly, we cannot save those we cannot rescue. If they block our way and insist on forcing us to take them, then we have no choice but to kill. In times like this, hesitation means death. He raised his sword and shouted, everyone must follow my orders without question. We aim to reach the Xue family in under 2/4 of an hour. They were all in the wealthy district, and the Zhao family was not far from the Xue family, just a few streets apart, a distance of about 2 li. Zhou Yuan charged ahead, leading the way with the others closely following. Since they were all taking small alleys, they hardly encountered large groups of rioters. Any scattered rioters were directly slain by Zhou Yuan. The women watched in terror, their faces pale, but they could only brace themselves and push forward. The young men among the attendants, witnessing Zhou Yuan's bravery, were also filled with enthusiasm, occasionally swinging their shovels to join in. As they continued their fight forward, they finally encountered great trouble in the last alley leading close to the Xue manor. A swordsman clad in armor stood atop the opposite rooftop, leaping down lightly and landing steadily. This move almost scared Zhou Yuan to death. How could someone wear armor weighing 60 to 70 pounds and still fly? It was evident how strong this person's lightness skill was and how high their martial prowess. If the opponent were not wearing armor, Zhou Yuan might have had a chance to fight back, perhaps having a 20% chance of winning. But now clad in armor, it was 100% impossible to win. Why have you stopped? I see you are killing quite enthusiastically. The person wearing an iron helmet and a mask was indistinguishable, but from the voice he seemed to be over 30. Zhou Yuan forced a smile and said, hero, you do your big business and let us escape. How about we do not interfere with each other? The person coldly snorted, saying, not so simple. Zhao Jianjia and Chen Shi are both important figures. Capturing them can yield immense benefits. Moreover, these maidservants are quite beautiful. If I capture them to serve me, wouldn't that be delightful? As he spoke, he raised his sword and coldly said, you can try to fight. If you win against me, you can take refuge in the Xue manor, right? Zhou Yuan replied sternly, what a useless conversation. If I could win, I would have already acted. How could it be your turn to make noise? Immense benefits. I don't think that's necessary. Do you know the romance of the 3 kingdoms? The person asked in confusion, what are you trying to say? Zhou Yuan said, I am the author of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. My manuscript fee is currently at Imo Yunjai, a total of 78,000 taels of silver notes. What benefit can compare to such a sum of money? The person was visibly shaken, exclaiming, how much? 78,000 taels. Are you trying to scare me? Zhou Yuan replied, why would I need to? With my abilities, I will have plenty of opportunities to earn money in the future. Right now I am thinking about preserving my life. I can give you 78,000 taels as a toll. If you believe me, just go and collect it. In the secret chamber on the 2nd floor of Mo Yunjai. The old shopkeeper hurriedly added, there are also pure silver worth about 13,000 taels in the secret chamber of Mo Yunjai. Zhou Yuan immediately said, that totals 90,000 taels. Do you think that is enough to buy a life? The person sneered, killing you I can still go and collect it. Zhou Yuan said if you go now you might still have a chance to get it, if you wait too long it might be too late. What if rioters return to loot that place? The person immediately said, alright. You can buy your life with 90,000 taels. I will help you. He added, but to ensure you're not lying you must go with me. The crowd's expressions changed at once. Chu Ling hurriedly said, no way. We cannot lose a single one of us. Zhou Yuan waved his hand side and said, let them go, I will go with you. No way. Chu Ling's tears immediately welled up as she trembled and said, Zhou Yuan, he will kill you once he gets the money. Zhou Yuan knew this too, but at this moment he really had no other choice. He looked at Chen Shi, deeply bowed and gritted his teeth, saying, mother-in-law, hurry and take Jianjia and the others to the Shui Manor, come out after the chaos settles. Chen Shi opened her mouth and couldn't help but shout, this hero, if you want money why harm his life? He is neither an official nor a wealthy merchant. Zhou Yuan could clearly feel that the other side was gradually losing patience. He hurriedly said, stop talking. Leave immediately. At this moment Zhao Jianjia was also in tears, clenching her fist and saying, Zhou Yuan, I will go with you. What the hell? Zhou Yuan shouted, do I still need you to manage my affairs? After saying this he took a deep breath and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Jianjia, you said your ideal husband must be able to hold office and be a military lord, I wonder if I qualify. But that no longer matters, you are free from now on. As soon as these words were spoken Zhao Jianjia immediately began to cry, completely breaking down. Zhou Yuan looked at the armored swordsman and coldly said, are you leaving or not? Leaving. The person leapt up and straight onto the rooftop. Zhou Yuan followed his steps, incredibly heavy. Zhou Yuan. Zhao Jianjia suddenly shouted, crying, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Zhou Yuan pretended not to hear and directly walked out of the alley, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chu Ling stumbled and nearly collapsed to the ground. Her teeth chattered as she choked out, we must exterminate the bandits. At this moment Zhou Yuan, after exiting the alley, leaned against the stone wall and let out a heavy breath. Then he waved his hand at the armored swordsman above and said, you go ahead, I won't be going. The armored swordsman lightly descended and coldly said, do you really think I dare not kill you? Zhou Yuan looked up and proudly said, kill me. If you kill me, how will you explain to the sect leader? Ha! The armored swordsman was stunned. Zhou Yuan then said solemnly, I am a secret agent of the holy sect embedded beside Zhao Cheng, the deputy of Yunzhou, and I am one of the sect leader's most important pieces. You better not act recklessly. Ha ha. You really know how to joke. The armored swordsman had already placed his sword against Zhou Yuan's throat. Zhou Yuan squinted and said, if you don't believe me, go ask Kai and I. Aside from the sect leader, she is the only one who knows my identity. I usually have direct contact with her. This was the confidence Zhou Yuan had to follow this bastard. The previous life and death separation was just an act. The armored swordsman was also stunned, staring wide-eyed. You actually know the true name of the saintess? Ha! What? Kai and I is still the saintess. Zhou Yuan replied nonchalantly, where is Kai and I? I want to see her. The armored swordsman hesitated, then said solemnly, the saintess has withdrawn outside the city and is temporarily unreachable, you should leave. Zhou Yuan said, you let me go without verifying my identity. What if you end up having trouble explaining later? These words instead reassured the armored swordsman. He slowly said, if you are really the sect leader's secret agent, then I dare not kill you. If you are not, then I will have plenty of time to kill you in the future. Zhou Yuan, I remember that name very clearly. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, then you remember to verify with Kai and I. I'll leave first. After receiving orders I will contact you through Kai and I. By the way, don't forget to collect that 90,000 taels from Mo Yunjai. That is the silver I raised for the holy sect. The armored swordsman was immediately furious, stomping his foot. Zhou Yuan continued, forget it, when I report back it will still be 78,000 taels, and that 13,000 taels from Mo Yunjai belongs to you. Hearing this, the armored swordsman was overjoyed, immediately clasping his fists and saying, good brother, I will remember this favor. If you need anything in the future, just look for me. He flew out directly, swiftly heading toward Mo Yunjai. A group of people entered the Shui residence, lost in despair. The guards recognized their identities and did not stop them. Soon Madame Shui and Xuanning Yue hurried out to greet them. Seeing that Zhao Jianjia and the others were safe and sound, they were filled with immense excitement, tightly embracing each other. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Madame Shui held Chen's hand. The two women were already acquainted and now felt a deep sense of nostalgia. Xuanning Yue looked around carefully and suddenly asked, where is elder brother Zhou? Isn't he with you? At the mention of Zhou Yuan, Zhao Jianjia couldn't hold back her tears again. She simply could not endure any longer and collapsed onto Xuanning Yue, sobbing loudly. This made Xuanning Yue panic as she quickly said, Sister Jianjia, please don't cry. What has happened to elder brother Zhou? Chu Ling coldly interjected, Zhou Yuan fought his way out of Moyan studio to save her and then was kidnapped by thugs. What? Xue Ningji's face turned pale, nearly losing her balance as she trembled. What did you say? So Chu Ling recounted the experiences of Zhou Yuan, leaving Xue Ningyue in tears, almost choking on her grief. Chu Ling looked at Zhao Jianjia and coldly stated, Zhao, I have investigated Zhou Yuan's background. As a scholar, it was fine for him to marry into your Zhao family, but you looked down on him and refused to share a bed with him, right? The sudden accusation left everyone stunned. Chu Ling continued, what man could endure such humiliation? Thus Zhou Yuan went to Baiyun Temple to cultivate for 3 months and only then managed to return to the mortal realm, right? It is said that after returning he had to humbly ask you for pocket money, didn't he? Zhao Jianjia exclaimed, this is our family matter. Chu Ling scoffed, what a family matter? You forced your husband to go to Moyun Studio to write and sell essays to earn money. Look at the clothes he usually wears, they hardly resemble those of a person from a prominent family or one with a wife. Fortunately, he is exceptionally talented, having written the astounding romance of the Three Kingdoms, earning thousands of silver coins. But sadly, all that money was used to buy your life. Zhao Jianjia opened her mouth in shock, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a word. Chu Ling, relentless in her argument with red-rimmed eyes, said, you looked down on him, humiliated him, yet he feared for your safety, risking his life to fight through Moyun Studio to rescue you. Now he is using the hard-earned money and even his life to ensure your safety. Ha ha ha, compared to this the disparity is truly vast. Zhao Jianjia, do you even deserve to be his wife? I see you only as a heartless person who has read a few books. If Zhou Yuan dies, you will never find peace in your conscience for the rest of your life. With that she walked straight into the house. Zhao Jianjia, her face pale, collapsed into Xue Ningji's arms, her eyes vacant, tears flowing endlessly. She trembled as she murmured, I am a heartless person. I harmed him. Wu Wu Ningyue. I truly did not look down on him. I really didn't. Wu Wu, I was wrong. Zhao Jianjia sobbed uncontrollably while Xue Ningyue could only sigh deeply. Sister Jianjia, please stop crying. Ningyue said helplessly, in this matter concerning elder brother Zhou, I cannot side with you. Elder brother Zhou is a truly wonderful person, he should not be treated this way. This statement undoubtedly crushed Zhao Jianjia entirely. Her mouth gaped, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Xue Ningyue was startled and quickly said, quick, help Sister Jianjia to rest. I need to find Uncle Guan. She hurriedly reached the door, saw Guan Tianxi, and immediately pleaded, Uncle Guan, please help me. Help me rescue elder brother Zhou. Guan Tianxi was taken aback for a moment and then said, are you talking about Zhou Yuan? Yes. Xue Ningyue replied, he has been captured by thugs. It's probably along the small road from here to Moyun Studio. Hurry and save him. As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. She was terrified that something would happen to Zhou Yuan, and thinking of it made her feel suffocated. Guan Tianxi's expression changed and he gritted his teeth, saying, Miss, don't worry. I will risk my old bones to bring Zhou back to you. Lao Lu. Lao Ba. Sure Qi. Heir sure. You four come with me. The rest of you guard the gate. A group of 5 people armed with swords and knives rushed towards Moyun Studio without hesitation. About half a quarter of an hour later they stopped. They found Zhou Yuan at a bun shop. Zhou Yuan was sitting on a chair madly devouring meat buns, his mouth covered in grease. Guan Tianxi stared for a long time before exclaiming, you little rascal Zhou, weren't you kidnapped? You seem to be living better than anyone else. Zhou Yuan was also bewildered. He had intended to return directly to the Shui residence but passed by here and was overwhelmed by the delicious aroma of the buns in the steamer. Since he was already starving, he simply started eating. Who would have thought he would be caught by Guan Tianxi? Zhou Yuan casually tossed a few buns over, saying, just out of the steamer, try it. It's really good. Guan Tianxi instinctively caught them, took a bite and nodded, hey, don't say it really is delicious. After finishing his words he hurriedly added, come back with me. My lady is very worried about you. She cried out of anxiety just now. Let's go. Zhou Yuan had no mood to eat anymore and immediately stood up. At this moment an unexpected scene unfolded in the Shui residence. Chu Ling walked into the hall and saw Shui Changyue, who had not gotten out of bed for a long time, and immediately bowed, saying, greetings Uncle Shui. This stunned everyone in the room. Aren't you from Moyun Studio? How did you get involved with the Shui family? Shui Changyue frowned and asked, who are you? Chu Ling sighed and said softly, Uncle Shui, don't you remember me? It's Chu Ling Linger. Chu. Shui Changyue pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed with joy, you are the girl from Governor Chu's family. Chu Shaozheng's niece. Oh my. After more than a decade you've grown up. Back then you had those cute little horns braids. Chu Shaogang was the governor of the 3 border provinces, overseeing a total of 160000 troops, a true pillar of the nation and a military bigwig. Chu Ling gently said, Uncle Shui has aged and Linger has grown up too. Shui Changyue nodded, saying, time rushes by. Back then I was stationed in Daton while Chu Shaogang was in charge of the 3 borders. We fought many good battles together, but now. The world has changed. At this point he looked at Madame Shui and said emotionally, this is Linger, the girl I mentioned to you before. Back then it was all thanks to her grandfather that I was spared the punishment of exterminating my whole family. He truly showed me great kindness. Zhu Ling's grandfather was Chu Sansai, the former prime minister and leader of the Qi faction who had long since retired. Given Zhu Ling's status, she was naturally treated with courtesy by the Shui family, yet her mind was elsewhere, occasionally glancing towards the door, visibly restless. Shui Qianyue said, what's the matter, Linger? Are you still worried about the situation outside? Don't worry, those rabble won't be able to enter my Shui residence. Zhu Ling shook her head and said softly, I'm just worried about Zhou Yuan. The man who had brought her here from the pool of blood with a long sword had undoubtedly carved himself deep into her soul. When Zhou Yuan returned to the Shui family, almost everyone was in shock. Xuanyue rushed forward, disregarding her parents nearby, and directly threw herself into Zhou Yuan's arms, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard, feeling the murderous gazes directed at him from all around, including his mother-in-law's half-smiling, half-serious eyes. Ning Yue, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. It's alright, I'm perfectly fine. Zhou Yuan quickly pushed her away and respectfully saluted his mother-in-law, saying, I apologize for worrying you, my lady. Chen's expression softened a bit and she sighed, it's good that you're fine. Jianjia fainted from worrying about you. Ah. She has such a good heart. It seems I overdid my act earlier. Zhou Yuan quickly said, let's go inside and talk. Upon entering the hall, Zhou Yuan finally met the legendary old man, the former governor of Datong, a general who commanded tens of thousands of troops. He was not tall but rather thin and emaciated with a gaunt appearance, yet the killing intent that occasionally flashed in his eyes made people involuntarily feel a chill. I am Zhou Yuan, I greet General Shui. Shui Qianyue looked Zhou Yuan up and down before slowly saying, what general? That's all in the past. I have a good relationship with Zhao Cheng, just call me uncle. Yes, uncle, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Shui Qianyue said lightly, I've heard about today's events. You're quite impressive to dare wield your sword and rampage through the city, that's not cowardice. You're flattering me, Uncle Shui. Compared to your past efforts in driving back the Tatars, my little bravery is nothing, Zhou Yuan said. Let's not dwell on those past events. Shui Qianyue waved his hand, but his mood clearly improved a lot. He smiled, looking at you, brimming with vitality. I'm not worried about scaring the ladies. Ning Yue, take Zhou Yuan to freshen up and change into clean clothes. Yes, father. Ning Yue exclaimed joyfully, eagerly agreeing. However, Chen suddenly interjected, Ziyuan, you lazy girl, your son-in-law needs to freshen up, why aren't you quick to attend to him? Ah. Oh yes, my lady. Ziyuan walked over to Zhou Yuan. The smell of blood was quite overwhelming. Zhou Yuan paid no attention to what others might be thinking and quickly took a bath and changed his clothes. Though the clothes were a bit small, wearing them at that moment gave a sense of uprightness. Ning Yue smiled dreamily and said gently, brother Zhou, father's clothes from his youth really suit you. Zhou Yuan stepped closer to her and whispered, do you like it? Shui Ningji's face flushed immediately, shyly lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, I like it. Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to pull her into his arms, saying, you must have been frightened today. Ning Yue replied, yes, if it weren't for brother Zhou I wouldn't know how to go on living. Stop talking nonsense, Zhou Yuan said, pinching her delicate face and laughing, come on, let's go outside. Ziyuan pouted, watching the two of them in their affectionate display, and let out a heavy hum. Tilting her head, she began tidying the room while muttering to herself, I have to tell the young lady I will expose you too. Upon arriving in the hall, Zhou Yuan's upright figure caught everyone's attention. Even Madame Shui couldn't help but exclaim, what a handsome appearance. Just like how the master looked in his youth. Chen felt uncomfortable hearing this, unable to find a reason to refute it, so she looked at Zhou Yuan with a half-smile. Zhou Yuan felt prickly on his back, remembering what his father-in-law said about strict upbringing in his youth. It seemed there was truth to it. Shui Qianyue also sighed deeply, nodding in appreciation at Zhou Yuan, saying a man should exude spirit and vitality. Zhou Yuan, your spirit and vitality don't seem like that of a scholar. Just now Linger told me that Romance of the Three Kingdoms was actually penned by you. It's truly remarkable, grand and magnificent, stirring one's blood. Among soldiers who wouldn't appreciate Romance of the Three Kingdoms as long as they could read. Zhou Yuan cupped his fists and said, Uncle Shui, you're overpraising me. I just don't know what the current situation in Yunzhou is. What about the 3,000 soldiers from the city defense camp? Shui Qianyue waved his hand, saying, I'm just an ordinary citizen, I may not know more than you, but from experience the rebels from the Wuxing sect have made so many preparations they certainly won't neglect the city defense camp. I've sent scouts to investigate and they should be back soon. Just as he finished speaking, Guan Tianxi strode in, half kneeling and cupping his fists, saying, General, we have news. All 3,000 soldiers from the city defense camp have collapsed in bed. It is said that the water source was poisoned, causing the entire army to suffer from relentless diarrhea and unable to stand up. Damn, these bastards actually thought of such a method. Zhou Yuan was somewhat shocked. A poison capable of incapacitating 3,000 people must be hard to find, especially since it requires a large quantity and quick onset, failing to achieve the final objective. However, laxatives take time to take effect, are cheap and easy to obtain, making them indeed the most suitable for poisoning. Shui Changyue frowned, asking, what about Zhao Chang? What is he doing? Guan Tianxi replied, Lord Zhao has taken hundreds of constables and recruited many commoners from Yunzhou city, currently suppressing from the east. But the number of rioters is large and the recruited commoners lack combat capability, so there has not been much progress. Shui Changyue said in a deep voice, bring me the map. A nearby guard quickly fetched the map from the study. Shui Changyue opened it and immediately frowned. Zhou Yuan leaned closer, wondering. The land prices on the east side of Yunzhou city are high and development is prosperous. Conversely, there are fewer residents, mostly large mansions. Coming from the east, the number of recruits won't be too many. I fear they are mainly servants and household staff. In terms of combat capability and morale, there are significant issues. Even if your father-in-law is eloquent and persuasive, he cannot convince those servants and household staff to risk their lives. Fundamentally, it still relies on those few hundred constables. Shui Changyue raised his head in surprise, saying, you understand all this? Xu Ling and the others were also astonished, wondering how this supposed scholar could wield a sword and kill and even understand military affairs. Xuening Yue was smiling dreamily, thinking to herself, my brother Zhou is truly impressive. Zhou Yuan chuckled, I just have a little understanding. Shui Changyue said thoughtfully, there's no need to be modest in military matters, there's no room for modesty. Please continue your analysis. Zhou Yuan's expression grew serious as he continued, there are tens of thousands of rioters, but the true core will be even fewer. The Wuxing sect has at most 100 people in Yunzhou, otherwise their influence would have long surpassed this. The situation in Qingshan County also requires personnel to draw the tiger away from its lair. What I mean is, as long as we suppress the morale of the rioters in a short time, they will quickly disperse. After all, the essence of rioters is to use violence against the weak and fear the might of the strong. By shattering their morale and controlling the situation, we can then divide and conquer. Shui Changyue said seriously, well said. But now the cavalry hasn't returned and the city defense camp lacks combat capability. How can we shatter the enemy's morale with only a few hundred constables? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before finally speaking, let's take the initiative. Cooperate with your father-in-law's hundreds of constables and recruited household slaves to cut off the rioters and force them to the south. He pointed at the map and said, to the east are your father-in-law's men currently driving the rioters away, but the effect is not good. If I lead 50 elite troops and strike from the north through the alleys under the banner of the city defense camp, we can quickly make the rioters scatter in fear. Guan Tianxi's expression changed and he immediately shouted, no. Our task is to protect the general, not to quell the chaos. Zhou Yuan said solemnly, quelling the chaos is the best protection. If you see yourselves as soldiers, then you should always be the wall protecting the common people. Shui Changyue stood up abruptly, exuding an imposing aura. He said loudly, well said. Soldiers should be the wall protecting the common people. Guan Tianxi. Take 50 men with Zhou Yuan. Follow his orders and cooperate with Zhao Chang to crush the rioters. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Even if Guan Tianxi had many objections, he could only grit his teeth and say, I obey. No one would have imagined that Zhou Yuan shortly after his return would lead 50 warriors into battle. This was not something a scholar could ordinarily accomplish, even a soldier might lack the courage to do so. The crowd was both shocked and fearful, astonished by Zhou Yuan's audacity and his resolute masculinity in a critical moment, yet anxious about what would happen if something went wrong. Zhou Yuan showed great respect to his mother-in-law, kneeling slightly as he clasped his fists and said, please, my dear mother-in-law, allow me to take 50 elite soldiers northward to relieve pressure on my father-in-law and quell the rioters. With the atmosphere reaching this point, the Chen family had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Zhou Yuan had indeed shown her sufficient respect. She quickly helped him up and said solemnly, good child. You gentlemen are undertaking great deeds, how could a mere woman interfere? Go ahead and ensure your safety. Your father-in-law will be proud of you. Shui Changyue interjected, hold on. He took a deep breath and looked at Madame Shui, saying, Madam, please fetch my armor and have Zhou Yuan wear it. Madame Shui was taken aback, exclaiming, Master, that armor has been sealed away for 12 years. Shui Changyue grinned viciously, saying, that's why it needs to breathe again. Soon Zhou Yuan donned the heavy armor, which was far superior to the stolen set. The chestplate was thick, the armguard sleek, shimmering silver, exuding a chilling aura. Wearing the iron helmet, Zhou Yuan transformed, resembling an invincible general on the battlefield, his presence elevated several notches. Xuening Yue sincerely exclaimed, so imposing. Xu Ling also remarked with delight, Zhou Yuan, you truly look like a general now. Shui Changyue urged, go now. Carve out a bloody path. Zhou Yuan growled, brandishing his sword as he charged outside, followed closely by 50 elite guards. The group dashed through the alleys, confronting rioters with lethal force until they reached the northern part of the city, then turning southwest. This maneuver aimed primarily to sever the rioters' midsection, completely demoralizing them. Suppress the rebellion. Defend Yunzhou. Zhou Yuan shouted angrily, and the 50 guards echoed his command, their momentum too fierce for the rioters to withstand. Hundreds, even thousands of rioters were so frightened by their presence that they fled in terror, not daring to fight back. Zhou Yuan and his men swept forward like a whirlwind, slaughtering the rioters, leaving their bodies strewn across the streets as they fled in panic. Meanwhile, to the east, Zhao Chang led hundreds of constables and servants, puzzled by the retreating rioters and their crumbling morale. But Zhao Chang would not let such an opportunity slip away. He bellowed, "Gentlemen, if we do not strike now, when will we? Follow me to quell the chaos." As he shouted, the constables' spirits soared and they began to roar in unison, charging forward with swords drawn. The scene quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. After half an hour of relentless pursuit, Zhou Yuan and Zhao Chang's forces finally converged in the city center. Zhao Chang felt a sense of relief and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Who is this general? So incredibly valiant." Zhou Yuan removed his helmet and replied with a smile, "My father-in-law as a Tongpan was able to organize the constables to quell the rebellion in a crisis. It is indeed a great achievement." "Ah. Yuaner." Zhao Chang was taken aback, quickly approaching Zhou Yuan, asking, "What is going on?" Zhou Yuan sighed, "It's a long story and I cannot explain it clearly right now. Perhaps we should first drive the rioters out of the city." Zhao Chang nodded, saying, "The situation is under control. I have received a message from the carrier pigeon that the Genie Weiss reinforcements are already 20 miles south of Yunzhou and will arrive shortly. First, let's quell the chaos. Later I will tell you about the origins of this gear." Zhao Chang, filled with adrenaline, joined forces with Zhou Yuan and headed south. At that moment, south of Yunzhou, Wang Yong, clad in a flying fish uniform and riding a black horse, shouted, "Remember, suppress all the rioters. Anyone who dares to resist shall be killed on the spot, no hesitation." He was seething with anger after returning empty-handed from Qingshan County only to receive the urgent message from Yunzhou about the crisis. The Genie Wei had not been toyed with in such a manner for years. These heretics were truly despicable. And these rioters deserved death. Thus he led his cavalry back, charging into the city with a slaughter. Anyone who wielded a weapon and did not kneel would be treated as a rioter and slain. Kneel. Everyone kneel. The combat power of the hundreds of cavalry was incomparably higher than that of the rioters, resulting in a merciless massacre. The cavalry rode through the streets, cutting down each rioter like harvesting wheat. Zhou Yuan and his men also advanced towards the center, and this thrilling suppression lasted until evening. The city defense soldiers finally finished their business and, not daring to eat, charged into the city with torches. The riot that had persisted throughout the day was finally quelled. Thousands of rioters lay dead and the remaining ones were all kneeling under strict surveillance. Even those uninvolved in the rebellion would face a lifetime of hard labor. The entire Yunzhou city was illuminated by torches resembling daylight. No one was allowed to linger in the streets. Even if their homes had only 3 walls left, they had to remain inside. At last, Zhou Yuan and his companions completed their mission and prepared to return to the Shui residence. Zhao Chang, however, waved his hand, saying, "They may leave, but you must stay." Zhou Yuan, puzzled, asked, "What does it matter for me to stay regarding the aftermath? What purpose is there in my remaining?" Zhao Chang smiled, saying, "At least show your face. You are using the Shui family's elite guards, so it is not appropriate for you to hide. Such behavior could invite suspicion. Boldly take credit, the higher-ups will feel much more at ease." A group of dignitaries gathered in the Yunzhou government office. The atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Especially Xiong Kuai, whose smiling face was now devoid of joy, cold as frost, sitting silently in his chair. Xiao Qianhu and Lord Wang Yong did not dare to relax and stood beside Xiong Kuai, their expressions grave. Lu Liang's face was pale, clearly still shaken from the chaos, his mental state somewhat dazed. Had it not been for the dozens of servants at his home protecting him, he feared he would have lost his life. Among those present, apart from the Genie Wei, there were the governor of Yunzhou, the Tongpan, the city defense commander, the vanguard general, and Zhou Yuan, making a total of 10 individuals, with only Zhao Chang and Zhou Yuan appearing somewhat relaxed. Xiong Kuai spoke first. "Wang Yong, please explain the situation." Wang Yong hurriedly responded, "Esteemed lords, there were initially over 3,000 rioters, which later surged to 20,000. Most have been killed while the remainder are confined in Funing Street. This uprising occurred without warning. We were not prepared and were even misled to divert our forces. The Genie Wei bears an unavoidable responsibility for the intelligence failure." Lu Liang sighed, saying, "The Yunzhou government has lacked long-term management of Huaxiang, which is the fundamental cause of this civil unrest. I will report this to the circuit governor." Xiong Kuai glared coldly at the bald man beside him, stating each word deliberately. "Kai Hashang, how did 3,000 men in the Yunzhou city defense end up drugged without knowing? How could you, the Yunzhou commander, allow this to happen?" Kai Quan slammed his hand on the table in anger but dared not refute. Although the military was not under the Genie Weiss jurisdiction, he felt too embarrassed to speak in light of such a disgrace. The room fell into silence. After a long pause, Xiong Kuai finally said, "The Wuxing sect has been causing chaos for a long time, plotting in Yunzhou for years, leading to today's catastrophe. I will report the cause of events in full to the commanding officer awaiting the sovereign's judgment. Everyone should prepare for the aftermath and report to higher authorities waiting for the imperial decree." He stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Zhou Yuan, come with me." Zhou Yuan, full of doubts, followed slowly. Once outside the office, Xiong Kuai suddenly turned and said, "You, Zhou Yuan, are secretly colluding with the Wuxing sect and exchanging letters. You could easily be charged as an accomplice." Now it was Zhou Yuan's turn to be alarmed. colluding with the Wuxing sect in secret. Exchanging letters. Nonsense. I merely have a good relationship with Miss Kai and I. Zhou Yuan clasped his fists and said, Sir Xiong, your words are mistaken. When Yunzhou was in distress, Zhou Yuan, a mere scholar, also took up the sword to fight against the enemies. How can there be talk of rebellion? Xiong Kuai narrowed his eyes and said, can you withstand the investigation? Ambiguous with the flower fairy and entangled with the poison of Fengming Tower, if the Jinui label you as a rebel, you won't be able to explain yourself even with 100 mouths. Zhou Yuan replied, you are merely speculating without any evidence. Yes, you are absolutely right. Xiong Kuai stated, we may not have evidence, but the Jinui does not require evidence. They can throw you into the imperial prison and force you to confess. Zhou Yuan was taken aback and hurriedly said, Sir Xiong, I haven't offended you, have I? You wouldn't treat me this way. Moreover, quelling the chaos is a great merit. Although this incident appears to be serious, all you need is a scapegoat like Lu Liang to gain immense credit. Xiong Kuai was quite surprised and said with narrowed eyes, you seem to excel in everything, poetry, prose, and even in battle you are quite adept. Speaking of which, there are vacancies for the 1,000 households in Linin Prefecture. You should go there to take one for yourself. Starting as 100 households is not too shabby at all. Zhou Yuan asked, do I really have to join the Jinui? Xiong Kuai replied, absolutely not forced. If you don't want to go, you don't have to, but we need to discuss your relationship with the flower fairy in detail. This is no different from kidnapping someone. Zhou Yuan helplessly remarked, Sir Xiong, as the southern protector, what exactly do you see in me? I truly do not believe that merely joining the Jinui would lead to any significant achievements for me. Xiong Kuai fell silent for a moment and finally said, I see that you fear the Jinui is too special and that it won't be conducive to your long-term development. In truth, Zhou Yuan did think this way. An organization like the Jinui, which everyone fears, is only meant for internal play among its own. In a situation like his, without any background, he could at most reach the position of deputy 1,000 households, leaving little room for advancement. What use is being a deputy 1,000 households? It is even less impressive than a well-known scholar, which indeed is not beneficial for Zhou Yuan to ascend to greater heights. Seeing that Zhou Yuan did not respond, Xiong Kuai knew he had guessed correctly and immediately said, you are both literate and martial, adept at strategy and decisive. Having lofty aspirations is normal. In fact, this does not conflict with the Jinui. The current emperor has been on the throne for 8 years, yet she still faces great challenges. She needs someone to assist her in stabilizing her reign. The Jinui will be heavily relied upon for many years to come. If you truly excel, the emperor will certainly notice you. With the emperor's heart in mind, what is there to fear about unfulfilled ambitions? This scoundrel has laid out all my expectations. He certainly knows how to persuade others. Zhou Yuan said, I still have concerns. I have heard that the internal strife within the Jinui is quite brutal. Xiong Kuai coldly replied, you are someone I have recruited. Who would dare to cause you trouble? Mark my words, as long as you focus on your duties, there is no need to worry about anything else. At this point he narrowed his eyes and said, you should understand the value of this statement. Zhou Yuan, go ahead and take bold action. In the future, when you achieve merit and are granted titles and positions, what harm is there in marrying courtesans or the daughters of the Xuanzhao families? Isn't this exactly what you need? Zhou Yuan remained expressionless, but internally he exclaimed in disbelief. This scoundrel Xiong Kuai has me firmly in his grasp. Since it has come to this, I will join the Jinui. Sir Xiong, please take care of this naive young man from now on. Zhou Yuan clasped his fists. Xiong Kuai laughed heartily and said, we are all on the same side now. I will definitely not let you suffer any losses. To give you a heads up, I will arrange for people to protect you in Linin Prefecture. This is a solid promise. Zhou Yuan immediately said, thank you, Sir Xiong. By the way, Sir Xiong, the city defense camp has been poisoned just like Fengming Tower. The Su family is really bold. Xiong Kuai was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter and said, good. I appreciate your information. With this insight, I can also extort a sum from the Su family. Xiong Kuai felt completely relaxed, as if he had regained a few years of youth. My father-in-law will be overseeing the reconstruction work, so he will probably stay at the Yamen during this time. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan returned to the Shui family and met with the long-waiting crowd. After reporting the situation, he waved his hand and said, so much has happened today, everyone is tired, let's rest for now. Tomorrow the reconstruction work will officially commence and soon Yunzhou will return to its former appearance. The elders could no longer hold on and began to wash up and rest. Zhou Yuan followed Zhou Yuan to the guest room. It was quite awkward, since this time he was sharing a room with Zhao Jianjia. After all, they were nominally husband and wife, and the Shui family would not make random arrangements. Zhao Jianjia had already woken up and had heard about Zhou Yuan's matters. She leaned against the bed looking quite pale, her expression complex, occasionally letting out a soft sigh, seemingly lost in thought. After Zhou Yuan finished washing up, he walked over wearing an inner garment. Zhao Jianjia's expression slightly changed and she opened her mouth to say something, but then realized she did not know where to begin. Zhou Yuan said, move in a bit, leave some space for me. Oh. Zhao Jianjia softly replied and shifted her body inside the bed. She was obviously very nervous, having never shared a bed with Zhou Yuan before, and now she had no way to refuse, so she could only tense up and hold on. Zhou Yuan observed all of this with amusement. He climbed onto the bed, pulled back the covers and burrowed in. Ah! Zhao Jianjia was startled and let out a soft exclamation but quickly covered her mouth. She realized that she had overreacted. Even if they were fake spouses, lying on the same bed in this situation was nothing. After all, they wouldn't be doing anything. But she was still nervous, feeling guilty and thinking that she owed Zhou Yuan something. Zhou Yuan lay down comfortably. The warm blanket was truly pleasant after a tiring day. I'm so tired. He sighed contentedly, looking at Zhao Jianjia and asking, aren't you sleepy? Zhao Jianjia quietly replied, I slept earlier, just woke up not long ago, so I'm not sleepy yet. For some reason she recalled Chu Ling's words from earlier that day. Those words felt like they had stripped away her shame, ruthlessly trampling her dignity to the ground. Every time she thought of this she felt furious and guilty. She believed she had to say something to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, in the past it was I. Ah. What are you doing? As soon as Zhao Jianjia's words left her mouth she found a hot hand grasping hers. Zhou Yuan squeezed her hand and said, what are you nervous about? It's just holding hands, don't wake up your mother-in-law. Zhao Jianjia's heart raced and she stammered, Zhou Yuan, I didn't mean to. Zhou Yuan suddenly said, do you want to hear my thoughts on some recent events? Zhao Jianjia was taken aback for a moment, then nodded shyly. She didn't know when it started, but she had become very obedient and it felt almost instinctive. The relationship and roles between the two had undergone an essential transformation. Zhao Jianjia did not feel uncomfortable, she was just very nervous. She felt the power and warmth of the other person's hand as if it would melt her. She had lost her strength, leaving only the feelings of listening and a heart full of tenderness. Zhou Yuan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. All along he had refrained from taking the initiative to address his relationship with Zhao Jianjia, primarily because the timing was not yet ripe. Even if he were to actively engage, the outcome would not be favorable. Emotion or love is indeed based on sincerity, but it also requires nurturing. Those who do not understand how to cultivate a relationship often fail to attain true love, leading to a life filled with regrets. Zhou Yuan was no longer a young man, he understood how to nurture a relationship. Because he cherished Zhao Jianjia deeply, he approached their feelings with even greater caution. Thus he finally awaited today. At the moment she felt heartbroken and deeply guilty, revealing everything would yield a positive outcome. What kind of person am I? Zhou Yuan's voice was calm, carrying a gentle severity that immediately captured Zhao Jianjia's attention. To you I may seem carefree, unambitious and lacking grand aspirations. Just as Zhao Jianjia was about to speak, Zhou Yuan covered her mouth. Let me finish. Zhou Yuan said softly, you think this way is understandable because a person's character is shaped by their environment. Your father worked hard and eventually became the top scholar, rising to prominence in the scholarly community. With such excellence as an example, you naturally believe that one should strive, study and build a career. I do not blame you for this, as the world teaches you that this is the right path. Zhao Jianjia nodded slightly, acknowledging Zhou Yuan's words. But I am different from you. My father also toiled over his books, but his studies only brought more poverty to our home. My mother died of illness and my father eventually passed away in despair. I became an orphan, leading a lonely and desolate life without any family. So what did studying bring me? The loss of loved ones and unbearable poverty, nothing more. In such circumstances, do you think it is wrong for me to resent studying? Zhao Jianjia's lips trembled. She had never considered this perspective. It was only now that she realized she had always viewed the correctness of issues from her own standpoint, never considering how studying impacted Zhou Yuan's feelings. Zhou Yuan continued, reality tells me that studying is actually not very beneficial. Life is short, so why should one relentlessly pursue fame and fortune? Living each day well and trying to find more joy in the limited journey of life, isn't that enough? Because of this I no longer care about the dignity of scholars and I have stopped studying. I married into the Zhao family, resolving the poverty that had always troubled me. Now that I have no worries for survival, I strive to do what I love. His tone grew somber and his voice held a unique charm. I was hungry as a child, frail, thus I insisted on strengthening my body. I enjoy fishing, so I went fishing. I love listening to operas, so I went to listen. I despise the hypocritical socializing of scholars, so I avoid it. At this point Zhou Yuan gently said, I have always lived according to my wisdom, yet regrettably my philosophy of life may not satisfy. That is why you consider me carefree and lacking ambition. Zhao Jianjia sighed softly and murmured, Zhou Yuan, I have been too immature. In terms of life philosophy, I am far inferior to you. You are right. If I were in your position, I would think like you too. After saying this, she suddenly jolted, looking at the hand on her shoulder. She realized she had already found herself in Zhou Yuan's embrace. Damn it, when did he wrap his arms around me? But it seems alright, he is merely holding his wife and I should understand him. Zhao Jianjia began her self-advocacy. As Zhou Yuan felt her soft body, he spoke, but I am also contemplating. After all, I am a married man, I should not only consider my own feelings, I should think more about her. Thus I agreed to help you raise funds for the poetry event. I went to Baihua Pavilion and found the fairy of Baihua securing a sponsorship of 300 taels of silver. Then on the day of the poetry event I went fishing, writing poetry and socializing to help you gain some face. Zhao Jianxia felt uneasy. He was doing this for her sake, yet she had never considered his feelings and had always belittled and questioned. Realizing this, she rested her head on Zhou Yuan's chest, wanting to get closer to him. But they actually trampled the crops in the rapeseed fields. As a child, my mother had to wash clothes for big families for 4 days, her hands becoming raw just to earn half a bag of rice. I understand the importance of food. I despise their actions, so I angrily wrote in sympathy for farmers. Tears welled in Zhao Jianqia's eyes. Zhou Yuan's words made her feel so distressed. Why had she never realized this before? Chu Ling was right, she was a bad woman. She held Zhou Yuan tightly, choking back her sobs. I'm sorry, Zhou Yuan. I should have stood by your side that day, I should have supported you. Zhou Yuan continued, but I do not blame you. I think you are right, a man should seek a future. But to seek a future one must first cultivate oneself and ensure one's health. Therefore I went to Baiyun Temple to cultivate. I trained for 8 hours every day just to strengthen my body. I can endure any hardship for you. The last sentence was undoubtedly a heartfelt appeal. Zhao Jianxia immediately burst into tears, trembling as she said, it must be very tough on the mountain, right? Training for 8 hours a day, how could you stand it? No wonder you returned so tanned. Only then did she understand that everything Zhou Yuan did was for her. This heartbreak made her feel utterly ashamed. Zhou Yuan shook his head. It wasn't hard, it was just very monotonous. I could hardly see any living person, and there were times I went over 40 days without speaking, almost going mad. Emotional appeals often touch women the most. In reality, Zhou Yuan flirted with his beautiful master every day. Zhao Jianxia was already in tears, crying uncontrollably on Zhou Yuan's shoulder. Zhou Yuan smiled. It's all right now, I've come down from the mountain and my body has been strengthened. Today I carried my sword, killing my way here, fearing for your safety, but thankfully my efforts were not in vain. I now have the ability to protect you. Zhao Jianxia cried, don't say that, Zhou Yuan, I don't deserve this from you. Her face was stained with tears, her voice trembling. Chu Ling was right, I don't deserve to be your wife. I haven't even cooked a meal for you or prepared a single piece of clothing. You have done so much for me and I have always denied you and pressured you to divorce. Zhao Jianxia completely broke down, holding Zhou Yuan while crying until her voice was hoarse, tears streaming down her face. In the next moment she widened her eyes in shock. Zhou Yuan had leaned in, holding her face and kissing her. The warmth and softness she had never experienced before, the endless fragrance mixed with the saltiness of tears. Zhao Jianqia's lips tasted so good. After the brief shock, Zhao Jianxia also fell into love, not knowing whether it was remorse or gratitude. She actively responded. She was clearly clumsy and inexperienced, yet filled with the innocence of youth. The two embraced tightly as if they had kissed for a century. It was not until Zhao Jianxia could no longer hold it in that they finally parted, gasping for breath. Their eyes met, their gazes intertwined. Zhou Yuan held her tightly, speaking softly, do not mention divorce again, let us live well, shall we? Zhao Jianqia's eyes were filled with tears and deep affection, her voice trembling, as long as you still want me. She had never been this bold, her face flushed, but she did not lower her head, terrified of rejection. What does it mean to need or not need a wife? We are already married. Zhou Yuan embraced her, both of them clearly feeling each other's heartbeat. At this moment silence spoke louder than words. Zhao Jianxia felt an unprecedented warmth and reliance, her heart nearly melting. Remembering all the things Zhou Yuan had done, she realized how exceptional he truly was, she just had not seen it before. Recalling this, Zhao Jianxia let out a soft whimper, pressing even closer to him. Is this love? Her mind buzzed, filled with Zhou Yuan's figure. Zhou Yuan smiled knowingly. To win a woman's heart one must tell stories. The stories can be fictional, but the emotions must be real. Relying on fate to maintain love will ultimately lead to regret. A man should have methods to cultivate love so he can safeguard all that he cherishes. In the dead of night, Zhou Yuan eloquently handled Zhao Jianxia's matters. Their marriage had evidently entered a brand new rhythm. If their best stage before was one of mutual non-interference, now it could be described as mutual affection. However, to achieve a bond as inseparable as glue, a certain amount of time was still needed. One cannot simply resolve misunderstandings in one night and rush into action. Giving this girl some time might not be a bad thing. Zhou Yuan coaxed Zhao Jianxia and they both fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Zhou Yuan got up to meditate until the dawn broke and the purple aura rose in the east. He ran around the Shui residence 4 or 5 times, only stopping after reaching his desired training volume. Strengthening the body must never be neglected, it's the foundation. When he returned to the Shui residence, Zhao Jianxia was already awake. Her spirit and energy had evidently improved a lot and her complexion had become rosy. She radiated vitality, clearly having cast away her worries. You're back, quickly wash up. Zhao Jianxia had Zi Yuan bring hot water. She gently wiped Zhou Yuan's face with a cloth and chuckled, you're already sweating so much this early in the morning. I've been weak for a long time. Stabilizing my foundation is no easy task. Persistence is essential, Zhou Yuan replied while enjoying the but this morning's exercise really does feel good. Zhao Jianjia's eyes sparkled with a strange light. She suddenly realized that everything Zhou Yuan was doing was quite useful, purposeful and meaningful. Why did I previously think this was a form of idleness? She felt a sudden clarity as she carefully wiped Zhou Yuan's face and said, "There's still bloodstains. It's normal, we killed so many people yesterday, not everything can be washed away," Zhou Yuan said. The two of them chatted casually, leaving Zhou Yuan dumbfounded. Little Zhou Yuan tilted her head in shock, wondering how the young master and the young lady had suddenly become so close. But Zhao Jianjia didn't care about Zhou Yuan's thoughts. She simply asked, "So what's the plan next?" That smiling Buddha Xiongquahai. The southern deputy of the Jinui. This person is very scheming. He wants me to go to Linen to lead 100 households of the Jinui and mix with him. I've thought about this for a long time and ultimately agreed. What do you think? Having a career is not necessarily a bad thing, it's just that the Jinui is quite special and can easily offend people, making it hard to leave once you enter, Zhao Jianjia said, frowning after placing the cloth aside. However, my husband, since you took a long time to agree, it shows that you are well aware of these matters and I support your decision to go. Zhou Yuan smiled, holding her hand as they walked outside. He sighed and said, "There are advantages to joining the Jinui. First, they don't care about background or reputation. As long as you can get the job done and achieve results, you can rise up as long as there are people above you. After all, I am a son-in-law, it's actually quite suitable for me to develop within the Jinui. Of course, the downside is that it's not easy to leave once you enter. As a special institution, the Jinui is privy to too many secrets. Wanting to escape is nearly impossible. So the future path can only be within this system, constantly climbing higher." Zhao Jianjia nodded lightly and said, "Husband, I think you can go, but it's not necessary to climb within this system. As long as you gain some experience, at worst you can find some connections and transfer to another system, such as the transport system, the salt industry, or the military." Zhou Yuan rubbed her head and couldn't help but smile. It's not that simple. If it were that easy to transfer, then everyone would go to the Jinui. But you're different. Chu Ling will help you and Wanji will help you too, Zhao Jianjia said. Ah. Zhou Yuan asked in confusion, "They will help me? Chu Ling has such a good relationship with you, what's wrong with her helping you? Her life was saved by you," Zhao Jianjia said, her voice steady. "Besides, Wanji's father at critical times might also be able to help you." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "You think ahead, but whether it's a life-saving grace or the relationship with Wanji, it's best not to mix in power. That would be unseemly. Don't worry, Jianjia, I will have my own considerations regarding the future." Zhao Jianjia gently huffed. "Of course you were, after all, the son-in-law schemer who took down Fengming Tower. You kept this from me and didn't share these plans, leaving me in the dark and worrying all day." Zhou Yuan said, "All right, matters are best kept secret. Words can lead to failure. With your impulsive nature, once I tell you, you'll turn around and tell Ningyue, easily messing things up." Zhao Jianjia contemplated for a moment and suddenly said, "Zhou Yuan, actually I couldn't sleep last night. I was thinking, why didn't you tell me those things earlier?" "Ah. What I mean is, if you had told me earlier, we wouldn't have had so many misunderstandings." Zhao Jianjia said, "Did you tell me so late on purpose to make me feel guilty so I'd have to obey you?" Zhou Yuan thought, wow, she reacted quickly. He couldn't admit it. He quickly said, "It's absolutely not that, I was just busy." Zhao Jianjia wanted to continue asking, but at that moment Zhou Yuan called out, "Young master, old master Shui is asking for you to come and talk." "Oh. Just in time. Old master Shui, you are simply my savior." "Understood." Zhou Yuan replied and quickly escaped. Zhao Jianjia tilted her head, looking at Zhou Yuan's back, and chuckled. Zhou Yuan whispered, "Miss, have you reconciled with the young master?" Zhao Jianjia blushed and pouted. "What reconciliation? I just feel like I've been taken in by him." At this point she became serious and said, "Zhou Yuan, you are the young master's personal maid. You must always stay by his side and take good care of him, understand?" Zhou Yuan nodded. "Understood, miss." Zhao Jianjia lowered her voice and said, "If any other girls approach him, you must report back to me. I cannot let the young master be taken away by someone." Zhou Yuan was startled and immediately said, "Uho, he might have already been taken away. Miss Ningyue is very close to the young master." Zhao Jianjia paused for a moment, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Regarding Ningyue, she truly couldn't say a word, because it was during the poetry meeting that she had told Ningyue that if she had feelings for Zhou Yuan she could. Sigh, why did I say such foolish things back then? Now there's no reason to interfere with them. What will happen in the future? Zhao Jianjia felt troubled, wanting to cry without tears. A flying arrow to send a message. So advanced. Zhou Yuan looked at the arrow in his hand, which had a letter attached to it, and the cover boldly read, "To Zhou Yuan, personally opened." Following the address on the letter, Zhou Yuan hurriedly arrived at an underground gambling den. After navigating through the complex entrance, he finally saw Kai and I under the flickering candlelight. At that moment her face was pale and she appeared fatigued, staring vacantly at the candle flame. "Kai and I." Zhou Yuan called out, quickly walking over. Kai and I looked up, her face instantly lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "Young master. You're here. You've come." Zhou Yuan quickly shut the door and grasped her hand, lowering his voice. Have you lost your mind? Why haven't you left the city? Right now the city of Yunzhou is swarming with the Imperial Guard. It's extremely dangerous for you to stay here. Upon hearing this, Kai and I could no longer hold back her emotions and tears welled up in her eyes. Young master. We have been betrayed. She threw herself into Zhou Yuan's embrace, crying out in anguish. I have been undercover here gathering information for the holy sect, but not a single plan of theirs has been revealed to us. Thus when chaos erupted we had no idea what to do and could only flee as quickly as possible. The Baihua Pavilion has been revitalized with your help over the years, only to be destroyed like this. Damn it, I really don't want to know about the troubles in your sect at all. Zhou Yuan hurriedly said, let's not talk about that, as long as you're safe that's all that matters. Kai Ni's tears shimmered as her delicate face leaned closer to Zhou Yuan. In a trembling voice she said, this time the holy sect has completely abandoned Baihua Pavilion, forcing us into self-destruction. They never considered me. Only you, young master, only you care about my safety. Her voice was filled with despair as she whispered, young master, Kai Ni doesn't want to leave you. Come on, you're a rebel now. Staying with me is of no use, it will only drag me down with you. Zhou Yuan felt a headache coming on. Holding her slender waist he lowered his voice, at this point you can only leave, otherwise you will surely be caught. If you get captured I will take my sword and storm the prison, going to my death with you. No. Kai Ni quickly covered Zhou Yuan's mouth, tears streaming down her face, but she felt immensely touched. Young master, don't say such foolish things. Even if Kai Ni falls into the depths of hell I would not want you to be harmed. But now that we part I don't know when I will see you again, young master. Zhou Yuan gently kissed her cheek and said, let me recite a poem for you, Kai Ni. Is this for me? Kai Ni's face flushed slightly as she shyly asked. Zhou Yuan continued, the delicate clouds play tricks, the shooting stars convey love, the silver river flows silently. When the golden wind and jade do meet it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Soft feelings like water, beautiful moments like dreams, how can one bear to look back at the bridge of magpies? If two hearts are to last long, does it matter if it's day or night? His calm words expressed the most passionate sentiments. Outside the sky was clear while inside darkness enveloped the room. The candlelight flickered and Kai Ni's eyes glistened with tears, captivated by the moment. She trembled, wrapping her arms around Zhou Yuan's neck and sitting on his lap. She murmured, if two hearts are to last long, does it matter if it's day or night? Young master, Kai Ni has never heard such beautiful words. Zhou Yuan sighed and said, let's go. Once the chaos passes come find me again. Kai Ni's tears flowed like a spring as she kissed Zhou Yuan's lips fervently. Her lips were so soft, fragrant and warm, filled with the gentle affection of a woman, embodying the sweetest tenderness of a young girl. The passionate kiss only caused Kai Ni's tears to flow even more profusely. She gazed at Zhou Yuan, her voice trembling, with your poem, young master, Kai Ni fears nothing anymore. I only hope young master won't forget Kai Ni. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, silly girl, how could I possibly forget someone as lovely as you? He pinched Kai Ni's cheek and softly said, go hide for a while. Our fates are not yet fulfilled, we will surely have the chance to meet again. Kai Ni nodded earnestly, saying, young master, you must take care of yourself. Kai Ni will return. She gave Zhou Yuan's lips a quick kiss, suddenly turned, shedding 2 drops of warm tears as she floated away. The candlelight flickered and a gust of wind seemingly from nowhere extinguished it. Zhou Yuan remained silent for a long time, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, you were once a beautiful person, yet here you are turning to thievery. This has made it difficult for me to handle my feelings. As for severing ties, Zhou Yuan might not have the heart to do so. After all, he didn't want to leave regrets in this world. But if he didn't sever ties, Kai Ni's identity was indeed too sensitive. This fire would eventually burn down to him. Zhou Yuan felt a mix of emotions, licking his lips, still tasting the lingering fragrance, but the beautiful girl had vanished without a trace. Yunzhou was plunged into a tense reconstruction phase. His father-in-law mobilized a large number of citizens to repair houses and streets, organizing lost property. Even after 5 or 6 days they had not sorted everything out. However, the Zhao family was quickly repaired and the losses were uncounted, but they could not afford to worry too much. In terms of losses, Zhou Yuan had lost nearly 80,000 taels of silver, which was a significant amount. Of course, Chuling directly stated that she would cover the 80,000 taels, partly to repay a life-saving grace and partly because this money was lost in the Emoyun studio. Zhou Yuan didn't mind this at all. After all, the romance of the 3 kingdoms had indeed earned a lot for Emoyun studio and the long-term benefits were incalculable, so it wasn't unreasonable to take a bit more money. However, Zhou Yuan wouldn't take it for free. He planned to write a book for Emoyun studio later, treating this money as an advance for his manuscript. The trip to Linen was imminent and the long-awaited news finally arrived. The report from Yunzhou was submitted to the governor, then reviewed by the cabinet, and the holy monarch rendered a judgment. The unrest caused by the Xingjiao in Yunzhou was the responsibility of Governor Lu Liang, who was demoted to the deputy magistrate of Ming County in Jiangzhou. Kai Quan, the garrison commander of Yunzhou, was dismissed and taken to Jinling for investigation. This was mainly to clarify the truth behind the stolen armor. After all, such matters could not be accomplished without internal support. All officials big and small from the city defense camp were apprehended and escorted to Jinling. This time Xiongquahai the smiling Buddha had his hands full. However, this was also his opportunity. If he could clarify this case, a promotion would be within reach. Zhao Cheng, the supervising officer of Yunzhou, diligently organized constables and citizens to suppress the rioters, thus earning the first merit in being promoted to governor of Yunzhou. The imperial edict is merely a formality. The confidential letter contains the real content. Zhao Cheng smiled and said, "This time His Majesty specifically mentioned you, saying you are brave and resourceful, unafraid to bear great righteousness, a true talent." Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "This Empress is a bit stingy. She only knows how to flatter people without giving any real benefit." Zhao Cheng laughed and said, "You are without an official position or any accomplishments. How could she reward you? I think the post in the Imperial Guard may not be a gift from the Holy Monarch after all." Zhou Yuan frowned and said that shouldn't be right. When Xiongquahai brought this up, the riots hadn't happened yet. Zhao Cheng replied, "Under normal circumstances the Imperial Guard wouldn't take the initiative to recruit someone, especially to directly appoint 100 households. Such a situation is quite rare. You honor the officialdom is not a simple power struggle. There is much knowledge within and you must ponder it carefully. For instance, the 100 households in the Imperial Guard in Linen are a highly coveted position. If Xiongquahai put in a little effort, he could easily sell it for 50 to 60,000 taels. Why would he just give it to you for free? I believe there must be some insider information involved." Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "I will treat this matter with caution. However, father-in-law, you have made such a significant contribution this time and you are a newly appointed top scholar. Why are you only promoted one level?" Zhao Cheng laughed and said, "It's merely a matter of having me oversee the reconstruction of Yunzhou. Once things here stabilize in a few months, the imperial edict should arrive." Does father-in-law have any judgment on this?" Zhao Cheng replied, "The promotion of top scholars is a tradition of our Dijin for hundreds of years. After all, prime ministers must rise from the local governments, right? Being a supervising officer in Yunzhou with remarkable achievements is merely a transitional position. Once the reconstruction of Yunzhou is complete, I can use this as a reason to be promoted. It's highly likely to be the governor of Jinling, and there's also a chance for the prefect of the holy capital, all depending on the emperor's will." Saying this, he slowly smiled and added, "I can't help you with the Imperial Guard system. Everything depends on you." Zhou Yuan said, "Father-in-law, rest assured this won't be a problem for me. The reconstruction of Yunzhou is a lengthy endeavor involving not only the repair of streets and houses but also the resettlement of the populace, compensation for financial losses, and the transformation and relocation of Huaxiang. There are many complex issues that Zhao Cheng must handle." Zhou Yuan believes in the abilities of his father-in-law, and he has only one last task remaining in Yunzhou: to revitalize the Baiyan Tower. The plan is already set and the storyteller is prepared. Everything is in place, only lacking the favorable winds. "Old Guan, we cannot let the brothers sit idly by." Zhou Yuan chuckled, saying, "The Baiyan Tower needs to earn enough so that you can spend with peace of mind." Guan Tianxi clasped his fists and said, "Young master, just give your orders directly, no need for these roundabout ways." When the unrest in Huaxiang occurred, Zhou Yuan wielded his sword to slay enemies, completely winning over Guan Tianxi and his group of veterans who now hold nothing but endless respect for him. Zhou Yuan said, "Mobilize your friends and family to spread the word. This is the flyer." Zhou Yuan directly brought over a large box filled with stacks of flyers, each clearly stating that starting tomorrow Baiyan Tower will specifically invite someone to narrate the romance of the three kingdoms, beginning from the first chapter and gradually catching up to the latest chapters free of charge. At the same time, it also introduces the 10 new dishes from Baiyan Tower, which certainly maximizes the topic's appeal. Although literacy rates are low in this era, as long as the flyer distributors convey the message properly, one will transmit to 10 and 10 to 100, everything will be fine. Guan Tianxi did not decline and said, "Directly before dark we will distribute all these flyers." Zhou Yuan laughed and said, "There are only 2,000 copies here. Remember to give them to well-dressed people, at least those who can afford a meal at Baiyan Tower." Guan Tianxi nodded, saying, "Understood." After speaking, he seemed to think of something, opened his mouth but then held back from saying it. Zhou Yuan asked in confusion, hesitant, "What exactly is the matter?" Guan Tianxi remained silent for a moment before saying, "I have a son who was naturally dull, unable to study, and I want him to learn skills from the young master." Zhou Yuan lowered his voice and said, "I am going to Linen Prefecture. Are you sure you want him to follow?" Guan Tianxi smiled awkwardly and said, "Even if he just serves as a follower to the young master, he can learn some skills. His abilities are decent and can ensure your safety. Old Guan was once the captain of the personal guards and his skills are unquestionable. If he says his son is capable, then he must be quite good." Zhou Yuan replied directly, "All right, just call him over, but the prerequisite is that he must listen to me." Guan Tianxi's expression became serious as he immediately said, "You can rest assured, young master. If he dares to disobey, I will break his legs myself." Things are different now. Going to the unfamiliar Linen Prefecture as 100 households of the Jini Wei having a capable follower is naturally a good thing. Zhou Yuan readily agreed and then entered the Shui residence where he met Xuanning Yue. "Actually, I'm here to say goodbye." The very first sentence left Xuanning Yue in shock. She then forced a smile and said, I know Sister Chu Ling mentioned that Brother Zhou will accompany her to Linen Prefecture. Zhou Yuan said, it's not just that I also need to report as 100 households of the Genie Way at Linen Prefecture. I may have to reside there for a long time. Xue Ningji's face turned somewhat pale and she smiled faintly saying, Brother Zhou, with your vast ambitions you must seek a promising future. Ning Yue has long anticipated this day. As she spoke her eyes turned red and she trembled as she said, I only hope Brother Zhou sails smoothly and encounters no setbacks. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh and said, why does it sound like a farewell for life and death? It's not that exaggerated. You can come to Linen Prefecture to see me whenever you have time. I will sometimes return to Yunzhou. He added Jianzhou will also stay in Yunzhou and will not accompany me to Linen for now. The two had already agreed that after Zhou Yuan settled down he would come to take her over. Xuening Yue felt a bit shy and said softly, I only hope for Brother Zhou's success. I have no other thoughts. I will find time to visit Brother Zhou. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, don't rush to find me. Before I leave I have a task for you. Xuening Yue immediately asked what task. Ning Yue will certainly do her best. Zhou Yuan said solemnly, the Baiyan Tower is to reopen and I have handed over the 10 new dishes to the kitchen. This will be Baiyan Tower's competitive edge in the future. Others do not know the recipes. Additionally, I have already engaged a storyteller for 5 tales of silver a month to narrate the romance of the 3 kingdoms, and Mo Yunzhai will regularly send the latest manuscripts. All of these arrangements need someone to take charge and I hope it will be you. Xuening Yue was stunned for a long time before exclaiming, Brother Zhou, can I do it well? The Baiyan Tower is so important and you entrust it to me, I am afraid. Zhou Yuan interrupted saying, the Baiyan Tower has always been the Xue family's asset. I only signed the contract to appease your mother. I have made all the arrangements, you just need to follow them step by step and Baiyan Tower will surely be reborn. Ning Yue, go ahead with confidence, I believe you will do well. Looking at his trusting gaze, Xuening Yue felt warm inside, filled with determination. She nodded firmly and said, okay. Brother Zhou, you can rest assured I will manage the Baiyan Tower well. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, once everything at Baiyan Tower is on track you can come to Linen Prefecture to see me. Xuening Yue blushed shyly but was filled with hope for the future. Brother Zhou believes in me, so I can surely do it. Xuening Yue asked softly, Brother Zhou, when are you leaving? Zhou Yuan replied, early the day after tomorrow, as I still have to pack my things, so I won't come to say goodbye again. Xuening Yue nodded, slightly feeling a bit empty inside. Zhou Yuan noticed her emotions and held her delicate cold hand gently, saying, Ning Yue, wait patiently, give Brother Zhou some time. In the future I will definitely marry you. Xue Ningji's face instantly flushed red and she hurriedly lowered her head, anxious, saying, too, I'm not worried about this. After saying this she softly added, I trust Brother Zhou, I can wait for as long as it takes. Ha ha. Zhou Yuan found her adorable in this state and couldn't help but pull her into his embrace, whispering, will you miss me? Xuening Yue felt her ears burning and her whole body weakened. Whether she would miss him or not, how could she say it directly? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? But she still mustered her courage and said, yes, I always do, not a moment apart. The love of a young girl is always so pure, so fervent, filled with shyness yet brimming with courage. Zhou Yuan cupped her face and gently kissed her. Zhou Yuan. A voice suddenly rang from outside the door, startling both Zhou Yuan and Xuening Yue. It was Xue Changyue striding and glancing at the two slowly, saying, I heard you were going to Linen. Zhou Yuan, feeling guilty, quickly clasped his fists and said, yes, I came to bid farewell to Uncle Xue. Xue Changyue snorted and said, seriously, take that set of armor with you, consider it a gift. That set of armor is lightweight and sturdy, offering wide coverage while being flexible, truly a rare treasure. Zhou Yuan couldn't bear to refuse and could only smile wryly, saying, if Uncle Xue is willing to part with it, I would be more than happy to accept it. Xue Changyue said, only one request. You mean Yi Qingying? She left over half a month ago. Zhao Chang looked at Zhou Yuan in genuine surprise and asked, didn't you say she was your senior sister? Did she not even bid you farewell? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brows, a faint pang of disappointment stirring within him. Where on earth had Yi Qingying gone, and so abruptly? Half a month ago, wasn't that precisely the day before the uprising? Hadn't they dined together at Fengming Lu that very evening? Could a constable simply vanish without warning? Moreover, Baiyun Temple was her home, where else could she possibly go? Zhao Chang asked, you don't know her true identity? This time Zhou Yuan was truly bewildered. He shook his head, no, I have no idea. Zhao Chang smiled faintly, she's an inner guard. And just like that, everything fell into place. The current sovereign, a woman who ascended the throne against immense odds, faced countless obstacles even after assuming power, and thus established an elite cadre of personal inner guards entrusted with matters too shadowed for daylight. Though all inner guards were women, rumor held that each possessed extraordinary martial prowess, profound guile, and unmatched capability. No wonder Wang Yong had treated her with such deference, speaking freely before her, even inviting her to the banquet honoring Xiongqua. Zhao Chang explained she came to Yunzhou specifically to investigate the Wuxing sect, yet for reasons unknown received urgent orders the night before the uprising and departed immediately, leaving only a brief note behind. As for her destination, that is beyond the reach of outsiders' knowledge. Zhou Yuan nodded pensively. Her abrupt departure without farewell was entirely understandable. Yuan accompany me to the city gate, we must see off Magistrate Lu. Zhao Cheng spoke slowly. In my view, Lu Liang is no brilliant official, but neither is he corrupt. At the very least, he never oppressed the people, exploited the weak, or brought ruin upon his jurisdiction. Demotion to magistrate of Zhangzhou County. Truth be told, any political rehabilitation is now nearly impossible. Yet as colleagues for 2 years it would be a breach of propriety not to see him off. Zhou Yuan pondered briefly, then nodded very well. They set out without attendants, riding quietly in a carriage to the city gate, where indeed they found Magistrate Lu and his family finalizing travel documents. Magistrate Lu. Your journey lies through desolate mountains and treacherous waters, pray take good care. Zhao Cheng instantly summoned masterful theatricality, his voice trembled with emotion, his eyes brimming with sorrowful reluctance. Lu Liang sighed deeply and bowed respectfully. Magistrate Zhao, this upheaval has laid bare my own limitations. Truthfully, I lack both the talent to govern effectively and the skill to flatter adeptly. Neither useful nor ornamental, I deserve this fate. Zhao Cheng clasped his fists in salute. That is unjust. There are few prefects in this world who like you can truly claim to have served their people with integrity. As the two elders exchanged formal pleasantries, Zhou Yuan heard a sigh from behind him. You've won, Zhou Yuan. Lu Jia appeared haggard, yet also strangely matured. He saluted. My petty schemes pale beside yours. You dismantled Fengming Lu, reversed certain defeat with ruthless decisiveness, truly a worthy adversary. Zhou Yuan paused, then shook his head. You're mistaken. Mistaken. I never regarded you as an adversary, you weren't even an inconvenience. Lu Jia froze, his face flushing crimson, overwhelmed by shame, utterly speechless. Zhou Yuan smiled gently. I mean no mockery, only truth. I have never immersed myself in conflict. Unburdened by office or duty, I have remained the world's most detached observer. In essence, I have yet to enter the world, so how could there be an adversary? Dealing with you and Su Guangchen required mere trifling maneuvers, not even worthy of being called strategy. He sighed softly. You depart for Zhangzhou, while my own trials lie ahead. I am about to enter the world. To enter the world is to engage in contradiction, to contend. Though I disdain contention, it happens to be my greatest strength. Should you ever return, you will witness the true Zhou Yuan, the man who acts. He clapped Lu Jia lightly on the shoulder and smiled. Go now, may your path be safe and steady. Lu Jia stepped back several paces, let out a sharp indignant snort, and though he sensed Zhou Yuan's words carried veiled barbs, he lacked the energy to retort. Zhou Yuan had little to pack, merely ink, brush, paper, and a few garments. As Zhao Jianxia helped him gather his things, she suddenly realized her mother had been right. She had never once attended to Zhou Yuan's attire. For his journey to linen, he owned scarcely a single respectable garment. She sighed softly and murmured, husband, let me accompany you to Linen Prefecture, I'll settle your residence there before returning to Yunzhou. Zhou Yuan chuckled, no need for such trouble. Why stand on ceremony between us? I shall almost certainly reside at the Qianhu office, no place for a woman. Zhao Jianxia frowned. Since when does a Baihu magistrate live alongside his subordinates at the Qianhu office? Zhou Yuan replied, I'm new here, I must integrate with my brothers. It's political wisdom, winning hearts and loyalty. In any case, spare yourself such concerns, just tend to father and mother. Zhao Jianxia pursed her lips, heart aching with regret at her inability to help and tinged with quiet jealousy. Has Chu Ling already arranged lodging for you? Zhou Yuan's pulse quickened, but his expression remained perfectly still. Your husband lacks such influence, Chu family's daughters aren't exactly lining up to court me. This remark aligned perfectly with Zhao Jianxia's logic. She finally nodded and said, let's go, dinner awaits. The meal was sumptuous, a farewell banquet. Her mother had prepared an entire table as if hoping Zhou Yuan might devour it all. Then from her sleeve she carefully withdrew a banknote for 1,000 taels of silver and smiled, Yuan carry ample funds when traveling, treat your subordinates generously and they'll serve you loyally. Touched, Zhou Yuan smiled faintly, mother-in-law, please don't worry, I've already secured sufficient funds. Zhao Cheng waved dismissively, put it away. Yuan is now the famed master Yuan Yi whose renown sweeps across Jiangnan, does he really need your 1,000 taels? He's worth tens of thousands now. Chen Shi shot him a sharp glance, so what? His wealth is his own, this is a mother's heart. She turned to Zhou Yuan smiling warmly, good child, accept it. Your parents passed early, you suffered much. From now on I won't let you suffer again. Perhaps her unwavering faith in him had crystallized during the uprising when he'd stepped forward without hesitation. Zhou Yuan felt a sudden day's memories of his parents from his past life surging forth, filled with deep unspoken regrets. In youth he'd chased hollow prestige, neglecting them. Later when fame and fortune crowned him they had long since passed. Life is woven with irredeemable regrets. Yet heaven granted me a second chance. This time I will grasp tightly all I hold dear. Zhou Yuan accepted the banknote with solemn gratitude and drained his cup in one smooth motion. The road ahead stretches long, the future vast, yet having entered the world I face it unshackled. Others see Zhou Yuan as a landlubber newly plunged into water. Alas, they forget I have churned those depths for decades. My scales gleam sharper than any blade. Hello brother, my name is Guan Daong and I am 19. My father told me to stick with you and learn some skills. Seeing the hulking man before him 2 meters tall and weighing over 200 Jin, Zhou Yuan stood momentarily stunned. Is he 8 years old? No, 19. Is this even a human being? He is like an iron tower. Guan Tianzi had said his son was skilled, a modest claim indeed. In an age when most go hungry and are as gaunt as monkeys, such a physique alone merely standing there was enough to astonish. Zhou Yuan asked Daong if his father had told him that joining him meant he must obey him. Daong answered that of course he had. Guan Daong's voice was deep and forceful as he vowed to obey his elder. Zhou Yuan glanced back and waved him off, instructing him to carry the luggage onto the carriage behind and to mind the baggage. Zhou Yuan warned Daong to protect him at the first sign of danger. Daong nodded, saying he had no problem with it, though he admitted he was very hungry. At the faint light of dawn, the Daong brothers had not yet eaten breakfast. Zhou Yan pointed to the table and told him to eat first. All right, Daong went to eat. Zhou Yuan returned to the small courtyard and told Zhao Jianjia not to pack more, she had already brought enough. They returned to the dining hall just as Zhao Chang and Madame Chen rose. The group took a light breakfast and prepared to depart. Big brother, is there any more? I am not full. Daong's booming voice left Zhou Yuan stunned. What the hell, that was meant to feed my whole household. Don't tell me you ate it all. Zhou Yuan rushed over and found the table empty. A dozen or so buns and 4 bowls of thin porridge had vanished. Zhao Jianjia was clearly taken aback and then said helplessly to buy more on the road. It seemed he still had not had enough. Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply and remarked that now he knew where the Shui family's money had been spent. The appetite was truly ferocious. Load the things onto the carriage and prepare to set off, Zhou Yuan ordered, and the Daong brothers immediately set to work. The summer morning was crisp and dry, the eastern pallor stained red by the still unseen sun. Morning clouds filled the sky and the day promised to be clear. Yuaner, what is the way of governance? Zhao Chang watched the auspicious light from the east and smiled, saying that ultimately one must be blameless before heaven, blameless before earth, unashamed before one's sovereign and before the people, and have a clear conscience within. On the foundation of that principle, one should seek a manner of conduct that fits oneself, a method of handling affairs that balances smoothness with uprightness, and act according to one's heart. Your father believes you can handle these matters, he said, patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder before departing with Madame Chen and leaving time with Zhao Jianjia. Zhao Jianjia was reluctant to let him go. She kept asking if anything had been left behind while she straightened his clothes and hair. At length Zhou Yuan took her hand and whispered that they were leaving and she should not fuss over such things. Zhao Jianjia opened her mouth as if to speak, then lowered her head. Zhou Yuan told her to take good care of his parents-in-law and that once he was settled in Lin Fu he would come for her. Her voice choked as she asked whether they were truly reconciled and whether once he went there he would no longer look back for her. Zhou Yuan smiled wryly and asked what she meant. Zhao Jianjia said that Lin Fu was bustling second only to Xinjing and Jiling, the capital of Jiangnan, awash with talented men and women, and that those extraordinary girls were all better than she was. She was plainly underrating herself in both beauty and talent she shone. Lin Fu might well have no one to surpass her. Zhou Yuan pinched her cheek and teased that at most he might take 2 concubines who would then be tasked with bathing her feet. Not allowed, she protested. Zhao Jianjia hurried to insist she did not want that and that she had instructed Zhou Yuan to keep a close watch on him. Zhou Yuan laughed and waved away her worries, saying it was time to go. He embraced Zhao Jianjia and then stepped out through the gates of the Zhao residence. A man who leaves home has entered the world, and Zhou Yuan's ways would no longer be as gentle as before. They climbed into the carriage and rode to Mo Yunjai. Chuling's 2 carriages were ready. She wore a pale red dress, clearly prepared with care, her makeup simple, yet she appeared especially spirited. Seeing Zhou Yuan, she boarded the carriage and smiled with narrowed eyes, remarking on how formally he was dressed and teasing that his wife had begun caring about his appearance. Zhou Yuan shot her a glare and pursed her lips high. Her mistress had instructed that no other woman should win away the son-in-law. Zhou Yuan replied that since they were bound for the provincial capital he could not disgrace Mo Yunjai, and complimented Miss Chu on how beautiful she looked and how well the outfit suited her. Thank you, she replied. Chu Ling was not shy. She smiled openly and said she had always been attractive, that many scholars had courted her, and Jinling and Lin Fu would be no different, so when necessary he should shield her from attention. Zhou Yuan nodded that he could act as a shield for her, a task at which he excelled, though he would expect a modest fee. Chu Ling rolled her eyes and reminded him that she had promised to recompense him 80,000 taels of silver, asking if he was really so short of money. Zhou Yuan, taking a mock-serious tone, said what he lacked most was the company of women. Chu Ling blushed and snorted, then pointed to Zhou Yuan, suggesting that while Zhao Jianjia should be left untouched, the chambermaid would do a lively girl who could attend him tonight. Zhou Yuan was startled and quickly protested that a maid could not take precedence over her mistress. In truth, the night before Zhao Jianjia had said that if Zhou Yuan desired female company he could take Zhou Yuan into his chamber. Zhou Yuan declined, not because he was unwilling but because he did not wish to trouble Zhou Yuan. Never mind, he laughed, I have long yearned for the Qinlu Chuguan by Shizi Lake, a place that clearly does not lack women. Chu Ling curled her lip and whispered that such lowly women were unworthy of him. The two chatted as the carriage rolled on, and after a while they reached the city gate. They alighted to have their travel documents inspected, a simple process handled by servants for Chu Ling. As they reboard and passed through the gate, Zhou Yuan noticed a solitary figure standing at the foot of the city wall. "It is Xuan Yue," Chu Ling said softly and fell silent. She was a clever woman who knew this was no time to speak. Zhou Yuan lifted the carriage curtain and saw Xuan Yue there waving a handkerchief. She cried out for brother Zhou. "Safe travels," she called, her voice not weak but full of singular courage. "I will miss you, brother Zhou. Do not forget Ning Yue," she shouted. Zhou Yuan offered no reply, only watched the figure grow more distant. She was so small, yet her feeling was so earnest. She had no designs and demanded nothing, only simple admiration. She was not like the women of his past life. When she finally disappeared from view, Zhou Yuan lowered the curtain, sat quietly and wore a composed expression. After a long while, Chu Ling murmured that it was plain he liked her. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and said that a young girl's purity can stir even the most frozen soul. Chu Ling asked how he could avoid failing both women since he already had a wife and could not make the other into a concubine. Zhou Yuan was silent for a moment before saying that he had found a goal to strive toward. "What?" she asked. He replied that he had no interest in power for its own sake, but that power would allow him not to fail her, would it not? "I will not betray her," he vowed. A woman's emotions are always unpredictable, and at least Zhou Yuan could not fathom Chu Ling. For some reason her mood suddenly seemed to have improved greatly. Along the way she introduced the scenery around them, explained the cultural environment of Linen Prefecture, and talked about various eminent scholars, all while drinking water, leaving both Zhou Yuan and Zi Yuan in awe. She truly lived up to her role in the bookstore, as if she knew everything and was acquainted with everyone. The carriage traveled on, passing through a small county town where the group stopped for a meal. Guan Daon's imposing figure was the focus of attention wherever he went, especially with the stunning beauty Chu Ling by his side. Of course, what was even more remarkable was that Guan Daon's appetite was nearly equivalent to that of 5 or 6 people. After finishing his meal, he patted his belly, let out a hearty belch, and laughed heartily. Having traveled more than halfway, the 4 carriages set off again, finally approaching Linen Prefecture as the sun began to set. "Miss, something is off, someone is blocking the road ahead." The lead carriage came to a halt and a servant shouted out loud. In the next moment, angry roars echoed around as more than a dozen bandits brandishing knives rushed out of the forest surrounding the 4 carriages. Chu Ling's expression changed and she exclaimed in shock, "How could there be bandits on the official road?" Zhou Yuan, however, remained calm, merely smiling gently as he replied, "They are in for a tough time. There's someone on our carriage they cannot afford to provoke." After speaking, Zhou Yuan called out, "Dayon, get off and assess the situation. If anyone dares to provoke you, just go ahead and teach them a lesson." Guan Dayon, though simple-minded, was not foolish. Faced with over a dozen armed bandits, he was not naive enough to walk directly up to them. Instead, he stepped out of the carriage, stood tall, and retrieved his weapon from the roof. He wielded a heavy halberd weighing about 80 pounds, crafted for him by Guan Tianxi at the cost of 50 taels of silver. Most people could not even lift it, let alone use it. However, Guan Dayon handled it with ease. He let out a roar, swinging the halberd, which created a whistling wind. His massive figure and terrifying weapon made the dozen or so bandits around him tremble and nearly flee. "Stay in the carriage and don't move," Zhou Yuan said as he stepped down, looking at the bandits with a calm demeanor. "Who is the leader here? Step forward and speak, or I will let him kill someone. Let's see how many of you can run away." The crowd around began to retreat. Such a terrifying presence was something no one dared to provoke. If that halberd came down, it would turn a person into a pulp. Ahem. A middle-aged man with a sharp face and a hunched posture, looking rather wretched, dared not approach and instead cupped his fist, saying, "My lord, we mean no offense. We are just trying to make a living. If we encounter someone fierce like you, we'll admit our defeat. Could you spare my brother's lives?" The middle-aged man knew very well that even if he ran now, once that strong man made a move, at least 2 lives could be lost. If 2 of his brothers died, his group would not survive. Thus the middle-aged man sought mercy. Zhou Yuan replied, "Come over and talk. What is your name?" The middle-aged man was sweating profusely and braced himself, saying, "I am Qin San from Huzhou. These are all my brothers and fellow townsmen. To be honest, we turned to banditry because we could not survive. Please, my lord, have compassion and spare my brothers' lives." Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Huzhou is a prosperous place, isn't it? Can't you survive there?" Qin San forced a bitter smile and replied helplessly, "A prosperous place. It has hardly rained in the past 2 years. The lakes have dried up, the rivers have run dry, and there's no harvest from the fields. How can we survive? My brothers and I started this last year, but we only seek wealth, not harming or robbing lives. Please, my lord, let us go. We all have families to take care of and I cannot abandon them." Qin San appeared increasingly anxious as he spoke. After all, the pressure from that halberd was immense. Zhou Yuan said indifferently, "Have you been robbing on this side all along?" "Not really," Qin San shook his head and said. "We usually work as enforcers in the gambling houses of Linen Prefecture, but that little money isn't enough for us to spend. So occasionally we do a big job, but we can't do it too often since the officials are cracking down hard." Zhou Yuan asked, "Which gambling house?" What is it called? Shin San's face turned awkward as he hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not dare to withhold the answer, saying, "It's the Rich Fortune Gambling House." What a direct name, it makes me want to get rich quick too. Zhou Yuan chuckled and said, "How much can you rob? Generally people don't carry that much money, but I happen to be an exception." The crowd's eyes widened, each of them swallowing hard. Shin San was a clever man. His expression changed as he immediately fell to his knees, shouting, "My lord, whatever you need, just command us. We are willing to go through fire and water for you, whatever it takes." Zhou Yuan handed him the money directly and said, "No orders, just take this and spend it. Don't come out to rob anymore. I will look for you when I have the chance." Shin San hesitated to take it, his face filled with confusion. Had he encountered a living Buddha today? But Zhou Yuan added, "Dayong, show them a little something." "All right." Guan Dayong immediately responded, "Brother, who should I kill?" The crowd instantly retreated in panic, not wanting to become innocent victims. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "I just meant to show a little bit." Guan Dayong thought for a moment, then brandished the halberd in a chaotic manner. To be honest, his form was quite ungraceful. Yet his strength was immense. The halberd in his hands was like an extension of his own body, creating a howling wind that kicked up dust and stones. "Stop." Zhou Yuan quickly called for a halt, thinking, is he even human? Swinging around an 80-pound weapon like that, he must have divine strength. The bandits around were also thoroughly frightened, their faces turning pale. Only then did Zhou Yuan turn to Shin San and say with a light smile, "Remember, I will go to the gambling house to find you. When I do, you will have no chance to refuse any tasks I give you. Of course you can choose never to return to the gambling house, but in that case who will give you the next 200 taels?" After finishing his words, Zhou Yuan returned to the carriage and left, leaving the bandits holding the 200 taels bewildered in the wind. Inside the carriage, Zhu frowned and said, "They blocked the road to rob you, yet you gave them money." Zhou Yuan replied, "My money isn't easy to take. Since I'm new here, I need someone to help me with tasks, and these local snakes are the best choice." Zhu asked, "What if they don't return to that gambling house?" "Impossible." Zhou Yuan said lightly, "They have already blocked the road to rob for money, so they will certainly help me for money as well. Money is everything to people like them." Zhu could no longer hold back and asked Zhou Yuan, "You didn't come to Linen Prefecture just for Mo Yunjai, did you? What else do you have to do?" Zhou Yuan slowly smiled and said, "The person sitting in front of you is Zhou Yuan, the 1,000 household of the Genie Wei in Linen Prefecture and 100 household leader. I am here to take up my post." Zhu took a deep breath and laughed helplessly. "Fine, a dog of the court is described by scholars an eagle dog of the Empress. With this identity, it will be hard to make friends in the future. Those who reject friendship because of identity were never meant to be my friends." Zhou Yuan remarked. "What do you find me unworthy?" Zhu tilted her head and replied, "Businesspeople don't care about the other's identity as long as there's a profit to be made." She lightly tapped the table and said, "Get some good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning there's the signing event at Mo Yunjai and you must be there. It's been promoted for several days now and so many people are waiting to see the true face of the real person Yuan-yi." Zhou Yuan smiled, "I hope I won't disappoint them." As twilight approached, the lights of countless homes in Linen City illuminated the surroundings. With the world silenced, the city seemed to awaken, filled with lights and bustling with people. The night market was lively with vendors pushing carts everywhere selling lanterns and snacks, jewelry and handicrafts. On the roadside there were monkey performers, ring toss games and acrobats, all drawing crowds. Although the Great Jin dynasty also prioritized agriculture over commerce, the situation was much better than in previous dynasties, with a mature commodity economy emerging. Zhou Yuan and the others were in a carriage enjoying the scenery until they finally arrived at a grand residence. Located in the prime area of the city, surrounded by bustling streets, the residence offered tranquility amidst the chaos, exuding elegance and reflecting the style of Jiangnan gardens. "Miss Zhu, how wealthy are you really?" Zhou Yuan looked at the luxurious residence with a wry smile and said, "This entire house must cost at least 150,000 taels of silver, right? In fact, I spent not a single penny, it was a gift from others," Zhu replied with a smile. Zhou Yuan remarked, "For the first time I experienced the benefits of a privileged background, with houses being gifted all around. If someone gifts a house, there are bound to be troubles as well. Everything is relative," Zhu said, shrugging. "Let's stay here tonight and rest well. Tomorrow morning we'll head to Mo Yun Academy, which is very close, just half a mile away. Everything is ready over there, just waiting for your arrival," she continued. "I will be responsible for hosting the event, but what you say is entirely up to you. Mo Yun Academy has become the largest bookstore in the Jiangnan region thanks to the romance of the Three Kingdoms. I'm afraid competitors have already lost their patience, haven't they?" Zhou Yuan gently remarked. "If I guess correctly, many people will come looking for trouble with me tomorrow," Zhu chuckled. "I believe you can handle these matters without difficulty, right?" Zhou Yuan stepped closer and squinted, asking, "Do you have any suitors coming as well?" Zhu replied, "In Linen City I have countless suitors." She stretched, yawned and said, "I'm tired, let's sleep." After saying this, she fled in a hurry, sensing Zhou Yuan's earlier desires, feeling that this rogue harbored inappropriate intentions toward her. Zhou Yuan could only chuckle silently. This girl doesn't have much courage after all. The news that Yuan Yizhenren would be presiding over Moyun Academy had been spreading for several days, creating quite a stir throughout Linen City. Countless scholars and notable figures expressed their intention to participate, with prominent scholars of the time wanting to attend, claiming they must obtain a signed copy of the book. Where there were admirers, there were also detractors. For instance, some in the scholarly community claimed that The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was merely a popular entertainment piece and its novel format did not hold a prestigious place, being inferior even to poetry and prose, let alone having any benefit to the nation and its people. Various opinions were rampant and all eyes were focused on Zhou Yuan. He anticipated all this and remained unfazed, enjoying a restful sleep to relieve the fatigue of the day's journey. The next day he woke up feeling refreshed and followed Chu Ling to Moyun Academy. "What's wrong? You don't look too well." Zhou Yuan laughed. Chu Ling indeed hadn't slept well, as she had received some very troubling news. "Zhou Yuan, you must withstand the pressure later." She sighed, saying other bookstores in Jiangnan seem to have found connections and invited Mr. Xin Xiaoshan, who wishes to debate with you in person. Damn, just chit-chatting would be enough and now a debate. They really know how to package things. What's this old man's background? Chu Ling whispered, a prominent scholar of the time, a leader among scholars, highly respected with many followers. This person is arrogant, well-versed in the sacred teachings, and has a deep disdain for popular works like novels. At this point she shook her head and smiled wryly, saying, "I didn't expect him to come." "I'm sorry, Zhou Yuan, this pressure shouldn't be placed on you." Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "It's fine, he's just an old man. I can handle it." "You don't understand." Chu Ling said, "Many people support you, but with his arrival countless others will come to oppose you. He alone can change the direction of today's event. Today might become a rally against you." Zhou Yuan gently patted her shoulder, smiling, "Don't be nervous, relax. What's the big deal if they oppose me? We've experienced riots before." This statement left Chu Ling momentarily stunned, but she soon smiled brightly and nodded, saying, "That's true." Although unafraid of any opposition, Zhou Yuan was still taken aback upon arriving at Moyun Academy. The place was packed with people, a sea of heads moving like waves, with a crowd filling the square in front of the academy. Heads poked out from the windows of surrounding buildings. Only the entrance of Moyun Academy was clear, where a table was set up flanked by banners reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Yuan Yizhenren. The shopkeeper of Moyun Academy was sweating profusely under immense pressure and gulped nervously. Upon seeing Chu Ling arrive, he let out a huge sigh of relief, saying, "Miss, you finally arrived." The crowd around was already murmuring. Even though the voices were low, the sound of so many people talking at once was quite noisy. Chu Ling looked at Zhou Yuan and smiled. "Are you scared by this spectacle?" Zhou Yuan said nothing but sat down at the table, placing his hands on it, observing the countless scholars around him, and began to chuckle softly. The scene gradually quieted down. Countless gazes were fixed upon Zhou Yuan. Chu Ling bowed deeply and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you all for coming to support us. Moyun Academy will not disappoint. We have specially invited Yuan Yizhenren from Yunzhou. If fans of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms have any questions, feel free to consult him directly. However, to maintain basic order, I hope everyone will observe the etiquette of scholars, asking one by one without causing chaos." The crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. One young man couldn't help but shout, "To what chapter has the Romance of the Three Kingdoms progressed? How many chapters are left in total?" This was clearly a fan, also a bit naive. Zhou Yuan replied slowly, "The latest published chapter of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms is the 37th Sima. We recommends the talented Lu Xuanda for the third time. However, I have already written up to the 41st chapter. Lu Xuanda crosses the river with the people. Zhao Zilong rides solo to save the Lord. I plan to create a total of 120 chapters for this novel, so stay tuned." Upon hearing this, the naive young man immediately shouted, "Then hurry up and publish it. I'm dying to know. Does Zhuge Liang agree to come out of retirement for Liu Bei or not?" The crowd erupted in noise, with others beginning to ask questions. However, at that moment a powerful voice suddenly shouted, "Absurd. In times without heroes, it is the foolish who gain fame." The venue fell silent instantly, with countless people turning to the source of the voice. They saw the crowd parting, revealing a dozen scholars in white robes, with an elderly man with white hair at the center, walking confidently, exuding an imposing presence. He arrogantly looked at Zhou Yuan and coldly said, "You have merely written half of a popular novel. How dare you act pretentiously here? Is there truly no one among today's scholars?" The pressure from this person's furious shout descended entirely upon Zhou Yuan. More than a dozen scholars in white robes surrounded an old man as they walked to the front of the crowd, pointing at Zhou Yuan and cursing him. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, soon followed by murmurs, with some even gasping in astonishment. "It's Mr. Xiaoshan. The long-absent Mr. Xiaoshan has actually come here. Is he here to cause trouble for the real man Yuan Yi? Is there even a need to say that? Mr. Xiaoshan despises vulgar works the most, believing they insult the essence of ink and paper. Isn't that absurd? Is Romance of the Three Kingdoms considered vulgar? It must be poetry, prose, and sacred discourses. Naturally, many scholars supporting Shen Xiaoshan also began to criticize Zhou Yuan as if doing so would elevate their own elegance. Chu Ling's expression had turned quite grim. The pressure was overwhelming and she felt as though she couldn't breathe, let alone Zhou Yuan, who was at the center of the conflict. Zhou Yuan slowly replied, as for whether Zhuge Liang has indeed come out to assist Lu or whether it has had an effect, please wait for the following text. You will understand. He completely ignored the old man and continued addressing the questions from his fans. The fan, being quite young, seemed oblivious to Shen Qiushan's presence, wholly focused on the books. He shouted loudly, stop with the suspense already. I want to know right now. I can pay you money for it. The crowd gradually fell silent, sensing something was amiss. Zhou Yuan shook his head, saying the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Money cannot buy the essence of reading, can it? If I tell you now, the joy of reading will diminish. The young man scratched his head, and although he had a fiery temper, he frowned and said, that's true, then how about you send me a few signed copies of Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I came all the way from Ningbo. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, of course. What is your name, my friend? Song Wu. I haven't even given my courtesy name. The young man foolishly ran over, smiling, hurry and sign for me, I want to give it to my old man, he loves this book. Alright, don't rush. The two chatted enthusiastically, completely leaving Shen Xiaoshan aside. Seeing that Zhou Yuan's maid was already preparing ink, Shen Xiaoshan couldn't contain himself any longer. He took a few steps forward and couldn't help but shout, you brat. Did you even hear what I said? Are you afraid to respond, wanting to act like a coward? Zhou Yuan looked up, momentarily taken aback, and smiled, an old gentleman has arrived. Mo Xiang quickly reward him with 10 copper coins. Mo Xiang, being pure-hearted, only knew to follow her young master's instructions today. So she hurried over, took out 10 copper coins from her pouch and handed them to Shen Xiaoshan, saying, old gentleman, take this and go buy something to eat. Shen Qiushan's face flushed with anger, nearly causing him to faint. This brat. Does he think of me as a beggar? This is intolerable. He immediately shouted angrily, nonsense. To insult my dignity with money. Do you not know my great name? The scholars around him also began to scold, filled with righteous indignation. Mo Xiang's pretty face turned pale under the pressure, and she quickly turned and ran back. She trembled as she said, young master, that old man is fierce. Zhou Yuan smiled, saying, don't be afraid, I am here. He finally stood up and slowly said, this esteemed elder, how much do you plan to ask for here? The first sentence nearly made Shen Xiaoshan lose his composure, his face turning the color of pig liver. Zhou Yuan was skilled whether in debate or argument. One must never fall into the opponent's rhythm or else one would never win. He was creating his own rhythm using this rhetoric to provoke anger, leading the opponent to follow his pace. Shen Xiaoshan was a renowned scholar of his time, his literary talent was undeniable, yet he was not necessarily adept at debate. After all, he was a person of status, having long surpassed the level of mere verbal sparring. How much do you want? Shen Xiaoshan retorted angrily, I am wealthy beyond measure, how could I come for money? Only a merchant like you fixates on wealth. Many around him supported his words, naturally providing him with backing. The momentum was strong, he needed to suppress it, as arguing now would be too disadvantageous. Zhou Yuan assessed the situation and narrowed his eyes, saying, you speak quite reasonably. As a merchant, it's only natural for me to focus on wealth. I am seated at Mo Yun's studio today precisely to sell books for profit. This esteemed elder, is it a violation of the laws of the Great Gene for merchants to make money? If I have not committed a crime, why have you come here to interfere? This was a classic case of a slippery argument fully defended, leaving Shen Xiaoshan dumbfounded. How could one scold such a rogue? Shen Xiaoshan thought for a moment before saying, making money as a merchant is no fault, but you profit from books. His words lacked conviction and even the logic was flawed. The old scholar was truly not skilled in debate. Zhou Yuan smiled, saying, as a bookstore, if we don't profit from books, shall we make money selling vegetables? Your words are quite strange, old gentleman. If there is nothing else, please return home to rest. Continuing like this will only lead to confusion. Shen Qiushan's expression changed angrily, saying, You dare say I am confused? Zhou Yuan. I came here today to tell you that what you have written is nothing more than vile dross unworthy of being presented. He remembered his purpose for coming today, to suppress Zhou Yuan and Mo Yun's studio, to uphold the dignity of literary discourse. Zhou Yuan laughed, saying, what you say is true, what I write is indeed vile dross and indeed unworthy. I know all that you have mentioned, do you have anything else to say? A heavy punch, yet it struck against cotton. This feeling was truly unpleasant. Shen Xiaoshan declared loudly, a work like Romance of the Three Kingdoms contains no sage's way, it is merely a popular piece of work. Mo Yun Studio publishing and selling such works is truly a disgrace to literary discourse. As a literati, I naturally oppose it. I ask Mo Yun Studio to uphold its duty as a bookstore, cease the publication of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and focus on sacred texts. As soon as these words were spoken, countless scholars around began to shout in opposition to the publication and sale, creating a tremendous uproar. Chu Ling gritted her silver teeth, her fists clenched, feeling both anger and injustice. It was disheartening that a competitor would play such underhanded tricks, especially when this group of so-called literati came to suppress them in such a manner. Her eyes reddened. She choked out, "Zhou Yuan, they are being too bullying. I really want to fight back against..." Zhou Yuan merely smiled and then strode forward shouting, "Are there any fans of Romance of the Three Kingdoms here? Tell me, what ideas does this book express?" Songwu, who had been waiting impatiently behind, immediately shouted, "Loyalty to the monarch. Protect the people. Reclaim the empire." "Well said." Zhou Yuan exclaimed, "Did you hear that? Loyalty to the monarch. Old gentleman, I don't care who you are, but when you say that loyalty to the monarch is not a sacred path, do you resent the court or the sage? You brought scholars here in the heart of the capital of Jiangnan before countless literati and proclaimed that loyalty to the monarch is not a sacred path. You are inciting rebellion." Upon hearing this, Xin Xiaoshan staggered back several steps, his face turning pale as if his soul had left his body. This brat truly possesses a silver tongue. So adept at slandering. Zhou Yuan continued, "Mo Xiang. Immediately report to the authorities. Say there are evil cultists here misleading the people, spreading rebellious rhetoric." Xin Xiaoshan sneered, reporting to the authorities. "Who among the officials in Linen does not know me, Xin Xiaoshan?" Mo Xiang nodded, saying, "Yes, young master, I will arrange for someone to go to the Yamen." Zhou Yuan coldly said, "What Yamen?" "Directly go to the Jinyui's Qianhu office." Upon hearing this, Shin Kaishan's legs went soft. This brat is acting unpredictably. How could this involve the Jinyui? In the Great Jin dynasty, the embroidered uniform guard occupied a unique and extraordinary position. Distinct from the orthodox bureaucratic system, they acted boldly and ruthlessly, arresting suspects without evidence and administering torture without restraint. Their ferocious conduct and cruel methods struck terror into the hearts of both commoners and scholars alike. None dared engage with them directly. Thus, at the mere mention of the embroidered uniform guard, every scholar trembled. At last, Zhou Yuan had worn down his opponent's imposing aura, or rather his adversary had finally fallen into Zhou Yuan's rhythm. "Hold." A young man stepped forward beside Xin Xiaoshan and declared loudly, "Master Yuan, Master Xiaoshan is a revered Confucian sage of our age, deeply devoted to the literary world, and thus he has personally ventured into peril to debate principles. Master Xiaoshan believes Romance of the Three Kingdoms no longer merits its exalted status. As a publishing house, Moyun Studio bears the solemn duty of safeguarding the dignity of the literary world and must therefore cease its publication. This is a reasonable and justified demand. How dare you distort it so brazenly or slander us without cause? Before this assembly of Linen's finest scholars, Moyun Studio must render an account today. Will you halt publication of this book to uphold the dignity of the literary world?" Well now, that's quite the heavy accusation draped in lofty rhetoric about literary dignity. The scent is overwhelming. Indeed, there was subtlety here, though the claim seemed absurd on its face. Any misstep in reply would alienate the entire scholarly class and inevitably cripple book sales. Chu Ling grew visibly tense, beads of sweat already glistening upon her brow. She feared Zhou Yuan might blurt out, "What vulgar nonsense is this dignity of the literary world?" And with that, Moyun Studio would be ruined beyond redemption. One could offend a single scholar, but never the majority nor all scholars. To do so would seal Moyun Studio's doom. Within this circle, reputation mattered more than life itself. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and asked, "And how shall I address you, sir?" The young man stood tall and replied, "Jiang Kaizong. Style name Xiu Yan. I am a provincial examination candidate of Linen Prefecture and a member of the Poetry Assembly." Zhou Yuan nodded slowly. "Ah, brother Xiu Yan. How then do you propose we treat popular works such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms? I seek your guidance humbly." Jiang Kaizong hesitated. Of course, the book must not continue publishing. The only recourse left was destruction. So he proclaimed firmly, "Such a work which defiles the literary world must be destroyed." "You lie. You have no intention of destroying this book, you merely fear Xin Xiaoshan's prestige. You are a hypocrite. You are no true gentleman." To a scholar, lacking virtue was unforgivable. Before such a crowd, this public denunciation ignited Jiang Kaizong's fury. "Nonsense. You slander me maliciously, spitting venomous falsehoods." Zhou Yuan chuckled. "You refuse to admit your lie. Then prove us wrong." At that moment, Mo Xiang stepped forward holding a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms and presented it to Jiang Kaizong. Countless eyes fixed upon him. Under such crushing pressure, Jiang Kaizong seized the book and tore it apart in seconds. Then he cried out, "As a scholar, how could I possibly dare you?" Zhou Yuan bellowed, suddenly cutting him off. "The Great Jin Code explicitly states deliberate destruction of books warrants 20 strokes of the cane and a fine of 100 taels of silver." With those words, Zhou Yuan drew forth his embroidered uniform guard insignia, a badge of office, and raised it high. "I am the 100 head of the Linen Embroidered Uniform Guard. Yet you dare flout the dignity of our sovereign law before my very eyes. Guards, seize this criminal. Administer 20 strokes, here and now." Guan Deong charged forward, staff in hand, and stood before Jiang Kaizong. Jiang Kaizong froze, utterly dumbfounded. How could anyone scheme so viciously? He shouted desperately, "This is unjust. Zhou Yuan held aloft his insignia, calm and unyielding debate. I'm clumsy with words. I prefer action. Guards, execute the sentence. Yes, sir. Guan Daong snatched Jiang Kaizong up like a chick and slammed him to the ground. Raising his staff, he began the beating without delay. Jiang Kaizong shrieked in agony, too stunned even to struggle. His face paled, sweat drenched his body. The crowd erupted in outrage and surged forward. Zhou Yuan thundered, any who impede the embroidered uniform guard in the performance of duty shall be punished equally, and those who resist severely shall be thrown into the imperial prison. Instantly all movement ceased. Faces turned pale, no one dared advance. The imperial prison, what dread place was that? A hellish realm where even infants fell silent at night. Guan Daong clearly held back his strength, otherwise Jiang Kaizong's frail frame would have shattered beneath 3 blows. Yet even with restraint, after 20 strokes Jiang Kaizong lay unconscious, pale, still and lifeless upon the ground. Zhou Yuan declared, all present have witnessed it, this man violated the Great Gene Code. As 100 head of the embroidered uniform guard, I acted with full legal authority, this was no abuse of power. Who now dared speak? Scholars standing near Xin Xiaoshan turned ashen, terrified of provoking Zhou Yuan. Who knew that Master Yuani, the famed author, was also a high-ranking officer of the embroidered uniform guard? Such a claim invited no skepticism. Impersonating a member of the embroidered uniform guard carried death penalty consequences, no rational person would dare risk it. Ah, what a disruption this Mr. Jiang has caused. I've quite forgotten where we left off. Zhou Yuan smiled again, turning toward Xin Xiaoshan with narrowed eyes. Elder Master, where were we? So what if you're of the embroidered uniform guard? I walk upright and act justly, I speak plainly, nothing more. The dignity of the literary world is our sacred charge, as scholars we must guard it fiercely. The assembled crowd fell silent. In truth, most had come to see Zhou Yuan, to attend Moyan Studios' fan gathering for Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Xin Xiaoshan had nearly disrupted their intent. Zhou Yuan knew this was the decisive moment, not merely to defend Moyan Studio and Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but to affirm their rightful place. To rely solely on intimidation would erode his own credibility. Ultimately, one must display strength and uphold principle. Strength alone cannot win hearts, principle alone cannot enforce justice. He drew a deep breath and said calmly, a scholar. Indeed, I too am a scholar, merely a humble shiozai, that is all. I have long heard of Elder Master Qiaoshan's renown, yet meeting you today I confess profound disappointment. This was the most fundamental challenge to Xin Xiaoshan's authority, and he roared in response, disappointment. On what grounds? How dare a mere shiozai question my scholarship? Zhou Yuan met his gaze, voice low and resonant. Elder Master, you speak of the dignity of the literary world and scholarly attainment, but tell me, whence does the literary world truly arise? Whence springs true learning? Xin Xiaoshan replied, my family has cultivated letters for generations. From childhood I studied diligently, and for 60 years I have never slackened. My learning is hard-won, not hollow fame. Zhou Yuan countered, your lineage may be scholarly, but across the great Jin's tens of millions can every soul claim such privilege. How many youths begin their studies only to abandon them later, forced by poverty to till the fields and sustain their families? How many spend their lives haunted by hunger and cold, denied even the chance to learn characters or hold a book? Are they indolent? Unwilling to learn? Lazy? No, it is only poverty that bars them. Only humble birth that confines them. Only cruel fate that crushes them. The crowd watched Zhou Yuan, sighing softly, moved, stirred, profoundly unsettled. Yet Zhou Yuan pressed on, but suppose there exists a book, one that brings joy to ordinary folk who know only basic characters, that lets them glimpse a sweeping majestic history, that rekindles their love for reading, that helps them discover meaning in books even amid hardship, why should such a book be forbidden? Suppose there exists a book, one that lets the utterly illiterate poor hear stories, grasp history, acquire knowledge denied them by fate, learn loyalty and righteousness, and elevate their moral character, why should such a book be forbidden? Romance of the Three Kingdoms is precisely such a book. Yes, it is but a popular novel. It is no sage's scripture. It contains no grand statecraft. Yet it brings delight. It kindles love for history. It rekindles hope. It teaches loyalty to one's country, honor over profit, courage to shoulder responsibility, and uplifts moral conscience. It educates, reaching the illiterate through story, spreading virtue through narrative. It even inspires children, awakening their passion for books, for reading, for striving toward dreams and ideals. These readers, they are the soil of the great gene. Only when the soil is rich and fertile can towering trees rise, becoming pillars of the literary world, enriching and strengthening the great Jin's literary tradition. That is the true dignity of the literary world. The literary world belongs not only to Confucian scholars, it belongs to all the people of the great Jin. A hush fell upon heaven and earth. Only sunlight bathed the scene. 10,000 souls held their breath, eyes blazing red, locked upon Zhou Yuan. Well said. A roar erupted, no one knew from whom. Like summer thunder cracking the midnight sky, it shook the entire assembly. Then, as if summoned by that first cry, 1,000 voices rose, then 10,000, surging like a tidal wave across Linen City. The entire plaza in front of the Mo Yun studio was in an uproar. Countless book lovers erupted with deafening cheers after suppressing their emotions. Zhou Yuan's profound words resonated with them and some even wept openly, sobbing uncontrollably. Such a tremendous momentum left Shen Xiaoshan in a state of anxiety. He had never encountered such a scene before. The person before him wielded a terrifying power of persuasion. Shen Xiaoshan shouted angrily nonsensical words that confused the masses. Our great genes literary circle cultivated over hundreds of years cannot be defined by a mere scholar like you. Zhou Yuan strode towards the crowd, spotting a young man in an old long gown pulling him out. The surrounding crowd fell silent, unsure of what Zhou Yuan intended to do. Zhou Yuan then asked, "What is your name? How old are you this year?" The young man was handsome but not tall, appearing somewhat timid. He met Zhou Yuan's encouraging gaze and finding courage he didn't know he had proclaimed loudly, "My name is Wu Nian and I am 15 years old. In front of everyone tell everyone why you like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and what this book means to you. Speak boldly, you must speak the truth." Wu Nian's face flushed, his fists clenched as he adjusted his breathing. Finally he shouted, My name is Wu Nian. I'm 15. I'm from Tonglu County. I love the exciting stories of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I admire those clever strategists. I like Guo Fengxiao, Su Yuanji and Shen Gongtai. I also admire Lu Xuanda and Guan Yunchang. They are all great heroes. Such simple reasons, yet they often touch the heart deeply. Wu Nian continued, "My father is a teacher and my mother works the land. Our family is very poor. I have never liked studying. I only learned to read because my father forced me to. But after reading the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I began to enjoy studying because I want to be a great strategist assisting Liu Bei like Su Yuanji serving the court. I admire Master Yuan Yi, so I secretly came to see him today, but my family is too poor and I don't have proper scholar's clothes. I'm wearing my father's, which are a bit old and too big." At this point he could no longer hold back. Looking at Zhou Yuan, he asked, "Master Yuan Yi, if I study, can I become a strategist like Su Yuanji?" Zhou Yuan replied solemnly, "Where there's a will there's a way. Burn your boats and the Qin Pass will ultimately belong to Chu. As long as you are resolute in your ideals and work hard, you will surely become the person you aspire to be." Wu Nian was immediately overjoyed. "My mother says the same. She doesn't want me to help her with chores anymore, she wants me to study. However, it's unfortunate that we have no money at home to buy books. I can only go to the county's wealthy family to transcribe books. My father says I am too late to start studying at 15. If I keep copying like this, I might not learn true skills until I'm 30. A middle-aged man in splendid attire stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, "Child, don't be afraid. You want to study, right? Come to my house. I have plenty of books." He strode up to Wu Nian, his eyes already red, choking back tears. "When I was young I loved reading, but my family was poor. I couldn't even afford food. When I grew up I sold medicinal herbs and opened a kiln for porcelain. Now I am wealthy, yet I still cannot help the young me. Recently, after reading the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, I suddenly remembered that I too was once a boy who loved to read." "You are Wu Nian, right? This afternoon I will accompany you to your home. I want to tell your parents to let you study without worry. I will provide books and financial support." The crowd erupted with cheers akin to a tsunami. Wu Nian had already begun to cry, covering his face. Zhou Yuan looked at Shen Xiaoshan and said calmly, "Did you see that, Mr. Xiaoshan? This is the power of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It can make people love reading. This is the true respect for the literary world." Shen Qiashan's face turned pale, his lips trembled and he could barely stand. Zhou Yuan continued, "The literary world should not be aloof but should be close to the people. Knowledge should not only be the sayings of sages but also the stories of history and vibrant characters. You build barriers around the literary world, you place knowledge on a pedestal, you are the one hindering its development. Such people are often described with a single idiom, seeking fame and reputation." His calm words pierced through Shen Qiashan's heart like a sharp blade. The elderly man, who was already in his twilight years, turned pale as paper and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight down. "Mr. Xiaoshan. Not good. Quickly, someone help him." The surrounding literati hurried forward to support him. Amidst the noise they lifted Shen Xiaoshan and rushed towards the medical clinic. It was only after they left that the tens of thousands present erupted with deafening shouts. "Master Yuan Yi! Master Yuan Yi!" Their admiration knew no bounds, fervent and intense. They already loved the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and admired its author, but because it was a popular novel they enjoyed it but still hesitated to regard it as literature. However, Zhou Yuan's words today, along with two cases, completely reversed the narrative and made everyone aware of the value of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It turned out that reading this book was not uncultured at all. On the contrary, it was not only cultured but also very meaningful. This feeling of being recognized ignited unprecedented passion within them. Zhou Yuan was almost overwhelmed. He spent the whole day dealing with book lovers and only by dusk could he finally send the fervent fans away. The Mo Yun studio achieved fame in one battle and there were no rivals in the Liangjiang region. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan was poised to become a prominent figure in Linen Prefecture and the entire Jiangnan region. On one hand he would bask in glory, but on the other hand he faced perilous challenges where a single misstep could lead to a fall into the abyss. Please stop staring, okay? Can someone pour me a cup of tea? I'm dying of thirst. Looking at Chu Ling's sparkling eyes, Zhou Yuan slumped into the grand chair, exhausted to the point of collapse. Coming, the tea is coming. Mo Xiang brought the tea over to Zhou Yuan, her face filled with admiration. She had initially thought that young Master Zhou's prowess in wielding a sword and killing was already remarkable, a valiant general and chivalrous hero, but she never expected him to be so talented, able to single-handedly turn the tide of public opinion and achieve victory. How could there be such a perfect young man in this world? Serving young Master Zhou was truly a stroke of luck. Mo Xiang wore a faint smile, her eyes fixated, and young Master Zhou was quite handsome as well. You silly girl, you're about to drool. Chu Ling's sudden voice made Mo Xiang exclaim lightly, her face flushed as she hurriedly said, no way. Miss, please don't tease me. Chu Ling laughed. Look at your love-struck expression, you almost leaned in. Oh miss. How can you speak like that? It's so embarrassing. Mo Xiang blushed and quickly ran away. Zhou Yuan finished his tea, exhaled contentedly, and glanced at Mo Xiang. She's only 16, are you teasing a child? Oh, are you feeling sorry for her now? Chu Ling's eyes sparkled as she tilted her head and said, if young Master Zhou likes her, just say the word. Mo Xiang would probably be overjoyed. I'm also willing to facilitate this, letting her serve you for a lifetime. Good thing Zhou Yuan isn't here, otherwise she might blow up. Zhou Yuan stretched lazily and said, sure, have both the mistress and the maid serve me, that would be real luck. Dream on. Chu Ling's smile grew brighter as she gently pinched her chin, saying, I am the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. If you want to marry me, you need to have talent, family background, and ability. None can be lacking. She leaned closer, staring intently at Zhou Yuan, giggling, young Master Zhou, you are a son-in-law of the Zhao family, right? If you want both me and Mo Xiang to serve you, you probably won't get the chance. Zhou Yuan suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the cheek. Chu Ling froze for a moment, then stepped back in shock, her face pale, exclaiming, you. Zhou Yuan. You. Zhou Yuan looked at her and said nothing, only smiling. Chu Ling, furious, shouted, this is too much. You lecher. I won't let you off. Her face flushed deeply as she was filled with embarrassment, anger, and shock, and she turned to run away. She only stopped after she dashed out of the room. As the fading twilight painted the sky, the sun set like blood and a refreshing evening breeze blew, stirring her long hair. Chu Ling's heart raced, her body felt weak as she recalled the earlier scene, yet an inexplicable sense of joy surged within her. After being in a daze for several breaths, she finally murmured to herself, that bad guy. Zhou Yuan did not forget his primary responsibility. He had come to the Linen Prefecture to report on his duties and could not remain in the Mo Yun studio indefinitely. Coincidentally, the events from yesterday were still unfolding in Linen Prefecture, and Chu Ling needed to prepare for the upcoming itinerary, which provided Zhou Yuan with some free time. Thus, early the next morning, Zhou Yuan headed straight to the Qianhu office of Linen Prefecture. Such a place was not suitable for bringing along Zhou Yuan, so Zhou Yuan set off alone and quickly arrived at an alley. The alley was very narrow, allowing only two carriages to pass side by side, with dense banyan trees planted on both sides, having grown to a considerable size, their branches lush and thick, blocking out the bright sunlight. As a result, this path was tranquil and cool, yet it also gave off a sense of eeriness. At the end of the alley, the space widened and a large archway forged from black stone bore no inscriptions, only reliefs of auspicious clouds and fish. There were guards stationed on either side, their gazes sharp and imposing. Even before Zhou Yuan approached, he could already sense the chilling aura ahead, which clearly clashed with the bustling atmosphere of Linen Prefecture. Who goes there? A guard strode over, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. Zhou Yuan quickly took out his badge and said in a deep voice, I am Zhou Yuan the Baihu, here on official business. The guard's expression changed at once, revealing a flattering smile as he bent slightly, saying, so it's the newly appointed Baihu, please come in, the Qianhu has been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Yuan was slightly taken aback and then smiled, asking, what do I call you, brother? Does the Qianhu know I was coming? I am Gao Bao, a minor officer of the Genie Wei. This man was small in stature with a sharp face and bright eyes, who chuckled softly and said, the documents from the Nanjun Fu arrived 5 days ago, and the Qianhu has been quite idle lately, so he has mostly been in the office. Even a minor officer, no matter how lowly, still had a rank. As the Baihu, Zhou Yuan was likely at the 6th rank, while a minor officer was probably at the 7th rank. In any case, he shouldn't be guarding the gate. This person was likely waiting here specifically for him, perhaps seeking a way to advance. Zhou Yuan did not fully understand Gao Bao's intentions at the moment, but he nodded and said, the Qianhu office in Linen Prefecture is considered the most important branch in the south. It is said that there is 1 Qianhu, 2 Fu Qianhu, and 4 Baihu, with the minor officers not counted. Correct? Gao Biao immediately replied, you are correct, Baihu. Our Qianhu has only been in office for half a month, and it is said he was transferred from Guangxi, a particularly wise old official. To be honest, Zhou Yuan was somewhat surprised. This Gao Biao was quite clever. The fact that he had just been transferred from Guangxi indicated that he had no foundation in Linen Prefecture and urgently needed assistance and confidants. An old official who was particularly wise suggested that this person was certainly not a naive rookie, but rather a shrewd old fox. To convey so much information in a single sentence without it being obvious showed a high level of skill. Logically speaking, someone with such capability should not be reduced to the position of a minor officer. Could it be that he lacked background? Zhou Yuan smiled and asked, Brother Gao Biao, are you from Linen Prefecture? Not at all, I am from Gaoyang County. I came to the south with my parents when we fled from famine when I was young, Gao Biao slowly replied. However, I have been rooted here for 20 years and am quite familiar with this area. The situation was clear. Having fled from famine, he must have come from a poor family. His rise to the rank of minor officer was due to his own abilities, but his lack of background limited him to that position. This person was likely trying to find a way to advance by seeking the support of the newly appointed Baihu. He must have done his homework and found out that Zhou Yuan had risen from humble beginnings, having been directly appointed as Baihu. Such a sudden appointment generally indicated that one could not be of common birth, making it worthwhile to ally with him. That was why he stood guard at the entrance. Well, this fellow has some ability. As they walked into the Qianhu office upon reaching the innermost courtyard, Gao Biao quietly said, the Qianhu generally handles official matters in the courtyard, so I want go and Baihu, please proceed. Zhou Yuan took a couple of steps forward and suddenly turned back, saying, you stay here, I am not familiar with this area, so I will rely on you to guide me. Yes. Gao Biao was overjoyed, quickly bowing in agreement. He was pleased because he realized that this new Baihu understood his subtle hints and was likely a skilled individual. Working with someone like him promised a bright future. Zhou Yuan entered revealing his badge and was quickly led into the west wing of the courtyard. The room was clean and tidy, not luxurious, filled with various books and documents. An elderly man exuding a faint scholarly aura had neatly combed his graying hair and was quietly reading through the documents. Zhou Yuan instantly assessed that the other party lacked martial skills and likely rose to his position through intellect. He dressed plainly but maintained a clean appearance, suggesting he valued his dignity. To get close to such individuals, one must rely on practical actions rather than emotional appeals. Zhou Yuan, please take a seat. The elderly man gestured to the chair at the table, calmly stating, I have been waiting for you for several days. I did not expect you to arrive in Linen Prefecture only the day before. It must have been the aftermath of matters in Yunzhou that delayed you. This remark reflected his ability to grasp information and his understanding of Zhou Yuan, indicating he had already learned of Zhou Yuan's activities in the Mo Yun studio yesterday. He was undoubtedly an old fox, subtle and profoundly wise. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, I was busy with some personal matters upon arriving in Linen Prefecture. I hope the Qianhu will forgive me. The elderly man waved his hand and replied, having talent is a good thing. The Jin Wei lacks brash individuals and needs someone like you with a keen mind. I have also been reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It is quite good. Only at this moment did he set down the documents and slowly smile, saying, I am Yimian style Qingzhou from Nanchang Jianxi and I have been with the Jin Wei for 17 years. Jianxi holds significant influence in the official ranks of the Great Jin, being a major center for the imperial examinations and a cultural hub, so it is not surprising to find such a person. Being part of the Jin Wei for 17 years and reaching the position of Qianhu was no small feat, as there are not many positions above that. Zhou Yuan's expression grew serious as he clasped his fists and said, I am Zhou Yuan, the newly appointed Baihu of the Jin Wei Linen Qianhu office. It is an honor to meet you, Qianhu Yi. Yimian smiled and said, there is no need to be so formal, it is merely a report for duty and we will all be on the same side from now on. Your monthly salary, scope of duties, operational standards and regulations are all recorded in this small booklet. Since you can read, make sure to study it carefully and just avoid making mistakes. Given your previous experience with investigations, I will place you in the inspection department. Go familiarize yourself with it and tomorrow I will introduce you to others. He spoke in a measured, polite manner with clear logic, clearly not someone easy to fool. Zhou Yuan quickly replied, thank you sir, I will go now. He walked out of the Qianhu residence feeling a slight sigh of relief, as if he had stabilized himself. Compared to ruthless and reckless individuals, he certainly preferred superiors like this old fox. Although they could be a bit difficult to deal with, they were undoubtedly people who adhered to rules. Even if there were conflicts, they would fight within the bounds of the regulations. And fighting within the rules meant Zhou Yuan had nothing to fear. Baihu, the inspection department is in the East Garden, please follow me. Gao Biao smiled as he led the way. Zhou Yuan then asked, what is the monthly salary for a minor officer? Gao Biao replied, the monthly salary is 8 taels of silver. 8 taels under the price levels in Linen Prefecture is sufficient to support a family under normal circumstances. However, that was merely enough to survive. If one wanted to dine in restaurants or visit brothels by the West Lake, it would certainly be far from sufficient. As a minor officer managing 7 or 8 subordinates, how could one not spend some money? Coming from a poor background, Gao Biao was clearly in need of money. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Linen Prefecture is a prosperous place and the Qianhu office must be well funded. Surely there are many rewards, right? Gao Biao immediately shook his head, looking bitter as he replied, Baihu, you are unaware that the Qianhu office has not issued salaries for 4 months. What is the reason for that? Gao Biao explained, in recent years the Great Jin has faced droughts, floods and locust plagues, causing suffering across various provinces and states. Although the court has already reduced taxes, the situation remains quite difficult. As a result, our funds in the Jin Wei have also been reduced, leading to frequent salary shortages. Zhou Yuan nodded, choosing not to say more. The Great Jin dynasty has stood for 400 years, rising from decline to prosperity only to fall again. Now it has reached a precarious point, teetering on the edge of collapse. Within the court, factions abound, conflicts are incessant, bureaucratic waste is severe, and corruption is rampant, leading to near collapse of governance. In the common folk, the royal family indulges in extravagance, the gentry and aristocrats are greedy, land consolidation is severe, the common people suffer greatly, and rebellions occur frequently amidst ongoing chaos. In the north, bandits proliferate, in the south, barbarian tribes assert independence beyond the borders, the Tatars eye the situation with ill intent, causing ongoing disturbances and immense pressure to prepare for war. The entire Great Jin seems like a disordered mess, with repairs in one area leading to deterioration in another. Were it not for this, how could the absurd spectacle of a female emperor ascending the throne have occurred? As for this female emperor, she is neither from an aristocratic family nor a descendant of great merit, but merely an ordinary girl from a fallen scholarly family, chosen as a consort by the late emperor purely for her stunning beauty. This woman is adept at winning hearts. The ministers fear that her beauty may lead the nation astray, yet they are unable to impeach her. The late emperor not only did not depose her, but citing the passing of the Empress, elevated her to the status of imperial consort. Within 2 years the late emperor passed away, and through unknown means the imperial consort ascended to the throne. The ministers were furious but were ruthlessly suppressed, resulting in rivers of blood. Of course, those past events are not dared to be mentioned now, as the female emperor has held the throne for 9 years, working diligently to maintain the court's stability, having done her utmost. However, even if the female emperor possesses the demeanor of a wise ruler, it is only enough to stabilize the court. The increasingly sharp contradictions have reached the brink of explosion, and no one can reverse the impending disaster. Alas! The treasury is empty, and the upper echelons say there is no silver. What can we, the lower ranks, do? Gao Biao sighed as he spoke, leading Zhou Yuan forward into the eastern courtyard's grand square of the inspection department. Both men came to a halt. The vast square was empty, with no one in sight, exuding a chilling desolation. Zhou Yuan looked at Gao Biao and asked, "Is today a holiday?" "It seems they are hosting a banquet for the trial magistrates at Hongbin Tower." Gao Biao swallowed hard and replied with a smile. "Trial magistrates. This means that if I do not attend, he will be the magistrate. No wonder they would pull such a stunt on the first day to put me in a difficult position, but as a dragon crossing the river, I am not afraid of this local snake." Zhou Yuan chuckled, saying, "Gao Biao, I see you are quite resourceful. How about helping me with something?" Gao Biao immediately knelt halfway and said earnestly, "I am willing to go through fire and water for the magistrate." Zhou Yuan handed over 2 silver notes, slowly smiling, and said, "Go to Daton's silver bank, exchange these notes for cash, and bring it back here." Gao Biao was momentarily stunned. Upon looking at the notes, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, 3,000 taels. Zhou Yuan asked, "Can you manage it in 2 hours?" "That should be enough." Gao Biao stood up straight and said solemnly, "Please wait a moment, my lord, I will quickly bring the silver." Zhou Yuan smiled. "Leave 200 taels for yourself, you take 100 taels, and your brothers under you take 100 taels. 100 taels. Equivalent to a year's salary. Usually I receive 8 taels of silver each month, with a bit more at year's end, totaling about 100 taels for the year. Although I sometimes earn some money myself, it is usually only a few or a dozen taels. Lord Zhou's generosity is 200 taels. That is incredibly extravagant." Gao Biao forcibly suppressed his excitement, not daring to appear too frivolous, fearing to leave Zhou Yuan with the impression of being inexperienced and lacking vision. He solemnly said, "Thank you, my lord. I will express my gratitude on behalf of my brothers." Zhou Yuan replied, "You should know what to do." "I understand." Gao Biao exclaimed and rushed out. There was no need for 2 hours. Gao Biao returned in half an hour with 3,000 taels of silver. A group of 7 people with him leading the way entered grandly, carrying 3 large boxes. Perhaps due to the heavy silver, they moved slowly and the boxes were not covered, revealing the gleaming silver shining under the sun. The genie guards, who had not received their salaries for 4 months, were more excited to see the silver than they would be to see their own mothers shouting loudly, "We are getting our salaries! We are getting our salaries! Great! Let's go out to eat tonight. Look at you with your little plans. We're going straight to the exquisite building. I've missed the girl Cui Cui for a long time." The entire Qianhu office erupted in excitement, with countless people filled with enthusiasm, only to see everyone carrying the silver into the inspection department. For a moment everyone was taken aback. What is the silver being sent to the inspection department for? It should be sent to the Qianhu's residence. "Old Gao, what is going on here?" A familiar face approached with a question. Gao Biao replied with a smile, "This is the silver from the newly appointed magistrate of the inspection department, not our Qianhu office's salary." "Ah." The person confused asked, "Where did he get so much silver?" Gao Biao shook his head, saying, "As for the Lord's affairs, how would I know? If you are curious, just follow along to see." Thus everyone followed the silver, arriving at the square of the inspection department. When the 3 large boxes of silver were set down, everyone's souls seemed to be captivated. Observing the excitement around him, Zhou Yuan walked slowly to sit beside the silver boxes. He said lightly, "It is said that our Qianhu office in Linen has not issued salaries for 4 months. As the magistrate, I naturally need to give my brothers a welcoming gift. The brothers of the inspection department will each receive 4 months' salary. This is a reward from my own pocket and has nothing to do with the Qianhu office. As soon as this was said, the surroundings erupted in an uproar. Damn it, 4 months' salary. Ordinary personnel receive 4 taels of silver each month, that's 16 taels. For small flag officers, that's 32 taels. For flag officers, 40 taels. For the chief flag officer, 80 taels. For trial magistrates, 120 taels. This is ridiculously generous. Who exactly is this newly appointed magistrate of the inspection department? The crowd became chaotic and finally someone couldn't help but ask, do we get a share? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, if you are not part of the inspection department, please do not trouble me. It is not that I am reluctant to part with silver, but I cannot engage in such underhanded dealings. Moreover, this money is not given for free. Anyone who does not report to the inspection department within 1 hour will not receive any payment. Someone had already dashed out to inform Hongbin Tower. Silver can indeed make ghosts push the mill. No matter how capable the trial magistrate is, can he distribute money to everyone? Almost immediately, more than half of the inspection department personnel returned. Within 1 hour, a total of 117 personnel from the inspection department, including flag officers, returned, while the remaining 21 were evidently the trial magistrate's confidants. Zhou Yuan looked at the lined-up personnel before him and coldly said, stand straight. With this angry shout, the 96 people hurriedly organized themselves, standing straight and glancing repeatedly at the silver boxes. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, today is not a day off. Those of you who left your posts without permission, what punishment do you deserve? The crowd exchanged glances and dared not answer, while onlookers from other departments chuckled. Zhou Yuan continued, however, since I have just assumed office, I will not pursue the matters of the past. But from now on, anyone who dares to break the rules will not fare well. Do not think that I am here to intimidate you. The silver is right there, it cannot be faked. At this point he suddenly laughed and said, did you think it was just that little money? Wrong. Starting next month, all 96 of you will receive double salaries. Suddenly the surroundings fell silent and everyone stared wide-eyed. Zhou Yuan said, the court gives you 1 portion and I, Zhou Yuan, will reward you with another. You will receive 2 portions of salary. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Listen to Lord Zhou. The 96 individuals were nearly dumbfounded and they all began to shout excitedly, each one wishing they could open their heads to show Zhou Yuan their gratitude. Who does not work for money? Double salaries, 4 months rewards, how could there be any reason not to follow him? Zhou Yuan's expression turned serious and he said solemnly, do not celebrate too soon. I am indeed delivering the money. But anyone who dares to disobey, to not follow the rules and remain slack, I will deal with according to the rules without any room for negotiation. In simple terms, my people under Zhou Yuan must be wealthy, but they cannot be useless. Gao Biao. In front of everyone. Distribute the money. Gao Biao's blood surged. He immediately shouted, yes. Magistrate. Winning people's hearts is not difficult. Ultimately it boils down to clear rewards and punishments with the hope of promotion supplemented by money. However, money is something that few can produce. If it weren't for Zhou Yuan's royalties from the manuscript of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he wouldn't have been able to pressure the local tyrant. Of course, truly instilling discipline in these subordinates, making them listen to commands and enforce orders, is not so easy. Zhou Yuan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to slowly work on these people. Besides, given their intelligence, he was completely untroubled. Making a face at the newly appointed governor and starting off with a challenge, such an opponent was hardly worthy of his attention. On the contrary, the lord of 1,000 households needed some appeasement. After distributing the rewards, Zhou Yuan learned about the situation in the inspection department but did not wait for the remaining 20 or so people. So he went directly to the lord of 1,000 households' residence to meet Yi Nian. The lord of 1,000 households maintained a calm expression and slowly said, you issued silver upon taking office. Zhou Bai, who was indeed a wealthy man, so generous with his spending, how could his subordinates not obey? His indifferent tone revealed no emotion. Zhou Yuan, however, smiled bitterly and said it was a forced hand. Having just arrived in Linen, if I didn't employ some means, I would likely be sidelined by my subordinates. Doing this is not good for the colleague's reputation. It is not Zhou Yuan's intention. Yi Nian chuckled and said, that's your ability, they can't complain. The court's failure to issue salaries is also a matter of considering the bigger picture. 1 or 2 months without pay is manageable, but 4 months without pay is hard to justify. I would like to immediately draft a letter to Jinling requesting the Southern Town Protectorate to issue salaries, but I do not know their address or contact details, so I can only ask Lord of 1,000 households to intervene. Yi Nian was slightly taken aback but nodded, saying, tonight I will host a gathering for you. Thank you, Lord Yi. The two exchanged smiles. No further words needed. Seemingly ordinary words were actually filled with meaning. Zhou Yuan's sudden rise to the position of Baihu indicated he had some background. Casually mentioning the need to draft a letter to the Southern Town Protectorate suggested that this background was linked to them expressing his sincerity. The matter of salary issuance was significant, not something ordinary personnel could decide on, thereby pinpointing the background to the town protector. Letting Yi Nian write the letter meant attributing the credit for issuing the salaries to him. A newly appointed lord of 1,000 households who managed to secure salaries within half a month not only proved his capability but also commanded respect from below. This favor of course Neon would accept. Thus he proposed to host Zhou Yuan tonight, meaning he appreciated this by who and the others better not oppose him. The two helped each other out. Therefore Zhou Yuan certainly would not refuse the invitation. As night fell he followed Yi Neon to the private room of Kaiyun building. Apart from the lord of 1,000 households, the other two deputy lords also arrived along with 6 baihus, making a total of 9 people filling the table and creating a lively atmosphere. However, when Zhou Yuan saw Lord Wang he was taken aback. Damn! Half a month ago this fellow was promoted for his contributions and unexpectedly he had come to serve as a deputy lord of 1,000 households in linen. What a strange twist of fate. Wang Ong was also very pleased. He knew Zhou Yuan's background and capabilities and he was eager to work alongside his good brother, sharing in the rewards. At least at the dining table the 9 people were harmonious, discussing both romantic matters and work, creating a lively scene. At the Peony building by Westlake a new courtesan has arrived possessing the beauty of a national treasure. Just a glimpse has captivated countless scholars. Unfortunately she does not see outsiders, making it impossible to arrange a meeting. The young master of the Wu family even wishes to take her as a concubine, offering a price of 40,000 taels of silver. Wang Ong, his face flushed from drinking, couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Baihu, since we both just arrived in linen we must go and witness this for ourselves. The others at the table laughed. Zhou Yuan squinted and said, I have a fierce wife and am a son-in-law, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to go. Upon hearing the term son-in-law the others' expressions remained unchanged. How many from the Jinui had good backgrounds? If they had good backgrounds, could they be here doing this? They all went to study instead. The group chatted casually and Zhou Yuan excused himself to go to the restroom, heading to the front desk. Shopkeeper, I'm here to settle the bill, and while I'm at it deposit 3,000 taels of silver, charging it to that old gentleman's account from earlier. He will come to use it later. There are many ways to bribe and Zhou Yuan would not be foolish enough to directly give silver. Their relationship was not close and giving it directly would not be accepted. Using this method to send it was the best approach. Yi Neon could spend it freely or withdraw money from the account. Of course it would be quite hard for an ordinary person to withdraw, but Yi Neon was someone from the Jinui the shopkeeper would not dare So after the meal ended and everyone went downstairs, Yi Neon called Zhou Yuan aside. He was also quite full, patting Zhou Yuan's shoulder. He said, it's a good thing for a young person to have ambition, you have great potential in the future. I am old and don't have much fortune left. It is said that there are many underground gambling houses in the south of the city where people cheat and rob, hire thugs and scheme for wealth in life. The money in the gambling houses also has many unknown sources. The previous Lord Qian did not handle it and we must assist the emperor, we cannot ignore it. Zhou Yuan replied seriously, rest assured lord of 1,000 households, I will do my utmost to eradicate the rats in linen. Yi Neon smiled and said, be cautious, being able to open a gambling house in such a place indicates considerable backing. What is there to be afraid of? I am working for Lord Xiong. Zhou Yuan's goodwill was indeed reciprocated by Yi Neon. This case clearly had big fish to catch. If it succeeds, the benefits would likely be substantial. It's late, my old bones can't take much more. I'll head back now. He got into the carriage and suddenly said, the inspector from the inspection department, the one who was injured before, has not recovered properly and is not young anymore, it is time for him to retire. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, indeed it is best to enjoy a peaceful life. Why stay here and suffer? The carriage sped away and Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, murmuring, old fox. In his view this Lord Yi truly had skills, otherwise he wouldn't be able to navigate things so smoothly. Brother Zhou. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lord Wang sent the others off and hurried to Zhou Yuan, laughing, our bond is fated by heaven. Just now with the lord of 1,000 households present we didn't drink enough. Come, let's go to the Peony building for a hearty drink. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, Lord Wan, we are now colleagues. However, I won't be going to the Peony building, I have a fierce wife. Moreover, I'm not someone who frequents brothels, I'm very pure. Zhou Yuan mainly considered that it was his first day in office going to a brothel right after being appointed, especially waiting until after Lord Yi left. This wasn't proper. As for Lord Wang, he had only one way to go. He lowered his voice and said, the new courtesan at the Peony building is very beautiful, but it is said she is not young anymore, she is almost 19. She is also new to linen and is very talented, writing beautifully, even better than many men. Zhou Yuan's expression changed. Damn, Lord Wang, you really are impressive, giving me such a big gift. Does anyone besides you know her? Zhou Yuan hurriedly asked. Lord Wang replied softly, only those from Yunzhou, it's just you and me, how could others possibly know her? But if we were to investigate her, her identity cannot be concealed. Lord Yi values you, if he knows you are close to her he might overlook the investigation. Zhou Yuan immediately nodded, saying, let's go to the Peony building. He hadn't expected that the new courtesan at the Peony building would actually be Kai Ni. The linen prefecture has been prosperous since ancient times, with the famous Westlake renowned throughout the world, its banks lined with magnificent buildings, truly the place of Qin towers and Chu pavilions. The Peony Pavilion is one of the most famous brothels in Linen Prefecture, rich in history and heritage, having nurtured more than 10 courtesans, continuously attracting generations of admirers. Now the Peony Pavilion has a new courtesan. Although not young, she is exceptionally talented, skilled in singing and dancing as well as poetry and painting, truly a polymath. The courtesan is named Zhou Yuan, and she is indeed a beauty. In just 10 days she has captivated Linen, leading countless scholars to visit eager to enjoy her charms. However, Miss Zhou Yuan is of a proud disposition and is not in it for profit, hence she rarely makes appearances. This only increases her allure and the admiration she receives. Upon stepping into the Peony Pavilion, Zhou Yuan was genuinely taken aback. The intricately carved beams and painted rafters, the colorful lanterns and floral arrangements were simply breathtaking. After all, this is the provincial capital, the bustling metropolis. Compared to the Peony Pavilion, the brothels of Yunzhou truly seem like mere shadows. Moreover, this type of establishment is not a vulgar place. Numerous literati gather here to compose poetry, engage in word games, and the hall is abuzz with excitement, devoid of any lewd activities. However, the expenses are considerable. Just 2 pots of wine, a few dishes, and 2 courtesans cost a staggering 60 taels of silver. It's practically daylight robbery. If one were to account for the overnight fees, it would easily exceed 100 taels. What kind of family can afford such a place? Wang Ang was clearly experienced holding the courtesan close, taking advantage while drinking, and said, "Since I came here to take office, I have heard of Miss Zhou Yuan's talents, and it suddenly made sense to me who she is. But this place is beyond my means. I have no channels to inquire more secrets. I thought you might have some old ties with her and could possibly extract some information." Speaking of which, he clinked glasses with Zhou Yuan inside Brother Zhou. The battle in Yunzhou was brutal. Although the blame has fallen on the local garrison and the governor, the Jinui still suffers a loss of face. The Wuxing sect plundered a vast amount of wealth in Yunzhou. Heaven knows where they have transported it and what grand schemes they are planning. In any case, we cannot remain passive any longer. If Linen Prefecture faces any issues again, we won't be able to handle it. When old and new accounts are settled together, it will be a river of blood. The holy monarch's methods are thunderous, no one can withstand them. Zhou Yuan nodded slowly, deeply agreeing. The upheaval in Yunzhou shocked both the court and the public. Even though the Jinui concealed the truth, the Son of Heaven could not be unaware of the reality. It was merely for the sake of maintaining stability that no action was taken. If another incident occurs this time, the entire Jinui might not be able to escape unscathed. This Empress has been in power for 8 or 9 years. Her methods are indeed ruthless, and she has lost count of how many she has killed. Indeed, I must see her once and clarify matters. Zhou Yuan said solemnly. Recently the atmosphere has been tense. If they cause trouble in Linen Prefecture, it certainly won't be trivial. Wang Ang patted Zhou Yuan on the shoulder, saying, "Your connection with the 100 Flowers Fairy has been noted by the Jinui. However, I've suppressed the matter. Lord Xiong appreciates your talent and has not pursued it. But this is still a handle against you. If you do not extricate yourself in time, Brother Zhou, you will be in great danger." "I understand." Zhou Yuan nodded. "I can only achieve merit this time to explain the nature of my previous close contact with the 100 Flowers Fairy and eliminate the incriminating evidence." "Exactly." Meanwhile, the court is extremely sensitive to the Wuxing sect in the south, keeping a close watch. If we achieve merit this time, it will reach the cabinet and even the imperial ear, and we will surely be reused. At that time, as a wanderer who has been away for many years, I will finally have the chance to return home. Lord Wang's family, wife and children all live in Jinling. Is Miss Zhou Yuan not coming out yet? Today several talented men of Linen Prefecture have come specifically collectively requesting Miss Zhou Yuan to perform. Does the Peony Pavilion not wish to give face? Although Miss Zhou Yuan is exceptionally talented, isn't she being a bit too proud? The hall had already stirred up a group of elegantly dressed young men holding folding fans, watching this scene with indifference. These are all second-generation wealthy youths with backgrounds the Peony Pavilion does not dare to offend them lightly. Thus an experienced old matron stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Gentlemen, do not worry. Miss Zhou Yuan is aware of the gathering of talents today and has already decided to perform. She is currently getting ready." At that moment the crowd erupted in cheers, their anticipation already building. However, a handsome young man slowly said, "Isn't it unreasonable for Miss Zhou Yuan to perform without meeting us? We come here daily to support her, spending thousands of taels. She cannot even meet us for a chat about poetry. Indeed, although I admire Miss Zhou Yuan's talent, isn't she being too disrespectful to us? Today she must make time to meet us." The old matron immediately smiled and said, "Gentlemen, Miss Zhou Yuan does not disrespect everyone. After all, it requires excellent poetry and skills to impress. If merely spending silver could secure an audience, then Miss Zhou Yuan would not be worthy of your attention." This statement made everyone nod. It is the unattainable that holds the most interest. The genie prince sneered, "All the finest talents of Jiangnan are here. Do you fear there won't be good poetry? Hurry and invite her." Wang An's expression changed slightly, whispering, "It's over. The timing of today's visit is not right. You probably won't be able to see her. Come back tomorrow." Zhou Yuan shook his head. "No, the matter of the Wuxing sect is pressing. We cannot afford to delay. Besides, is Lord Wang very wealthy? A visit costs at least 100 taels. Who can withstand that?" Wang Ang was stunned and couldn't help but widen his eyes. "While it is true we cannot afford to delay, a little money should not matter, right? You seem to be quite wealthy. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes thinking if I were rich should I be a fool. Damn. He lowered his voice. I will compete with this group naturally. I will get to see her. Wang Ang replied, are you sure? These people all have backgrounds. Like the one who just spoke, the son of the Ministry of Justice, and those beside him are all from prestigious families. Look at that young man behind him dressed in red. He is the only son of the Duke of An and a true young lord. Zhou Yuan whispered, Duke my ass. Acting all high and mighty in front of me. I will take care of him. Lord Wang admired him greatly and clasped his fists. Good brother, how bold. Speak up. I dare not raise my voice. I will just vent my frustrations. Ha ha ha. The two laughed heartily together. Soon Miss Yuyun emerged and the entire peony pavilion seemed to fall into absolute silence. She was simply too beautiful. With skin like snow, bones like jade, and spirit like autumn water, she moved gracefully, captivating all. Her hair adorned with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, her colorful attire radiating splendor, her exquisite makeup and stunning features seemed to shine with brilliant light from every angle. For anyone else to dress so flamboyantly would seem inappropriate, yet only Miss Yuyun's beauty overshadowed such lavish clothing and accessories. At this moment she resembled a celestial goddess or an ancient phoenix, every movement captivating the souls of everyone present. Heavens! Wang Ang swallowed hard. I must say the 100 Flowers Fairy is truly beautiful. If I could marry such a woman, I would rebel alongside her. Lord Wang speaking this way does not regard me highly at all. Zhou Yuan whispered, Lord Wang, you truly are an experienced genie while others remain entranced. You have already regained your senses. This resolve is indeed admirable. Lord Wang was also perplexed. Is that a compliment or a jab at me? Look at the expressions of those around us. Their souls have likely been stolen. Lord Wang said, Brother Zhou, we should withdraw. You have no chance tonight. After a brief silence, the peony pavilion erupted with cheers like a tsunami. Everyone stood up excitedly, gazing at Miss Yuan as if they were beholding a goddess longing to bow and worship. The atmosphere in the hall reached its peak, and the atmosphere group upstairs immediately showered the area with petals and hung enormous colorful lanterns, elevating the ambience to another pinnacle. After an indeterminate amount of time, the hall finally quieted down as Miss Yuan slightly bowed. She softly spoke, I, with my humble appearance, am truly honored to receive the favor of all you gentlemen. Having just arrived, it is not that I do not wish to meet you, but my heart feels empty and I dare not approach you lightly lest I dampen your spirit. With an apology, she also expressed her need for comfort. Indeed, the skills of a courtesan are astonishing. Immediately someone called out loudly, Miss Yuan need not worry, it is normal to feel uncomfortable upon arriving in Linen. Who would dare not understand you? That would be against me. If Miss Yuan feels empty in her heart, I am willing to listen and will surely alleviate your worries. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, a warm-hearted admirer retreating to the back. Miss Yuan continued, you gentlemen may not know I was once a lady of a respectable family with a modest background, hence I studied from a young age and possessed some talent. Who would have thought that disaster would suddenly strike? My family suffered a tragic fate and all our wealth was robbed. I barely escaped with my life. It was in desperation that I fled to Linen and became a courtesan. Therefore I ask you gentlemen not to disdain me for my age nor to mind my lack of hospitality. Her pitiful appearance made even seasoned Zhou Yuan's heart ache. Her acting was truly remarkable. Heavens! Is Miss Yuan perhaps from Yunzhou? Half a month ago Yunzhou suffered a calamity. The entire city was robbed and countless lives were lost. I initially thought Miss Yuan was a courtesan raised by the peony pavilion, but I never expected her to be a talented woman from a respectable family who fell into misfortune. A young master from a noble family stepped forward and declared loudly, Miss Yuan's experience pierces my heart. If you are willing, I shall marry you and care for you for the rest of your life. Just as he finished speaking, another person shouted, how shameless, young Master Jia. Knowing that Miss Yuan has just suffered a calamity, feeling desolate, you take advantage of her vulnerability and plot ill intentions. Indeed. This Jia is taking advantage of her misfortune, utterly shameless. Only I genuinely wish to care for Miss Yuan, not for her beauty but out of admiration. The crowd became a cacophony, and in an instant no one directed their ire at Miss Yuan. Instead everyone felt deep sympathy and compassion for her. Thus Miss Yuan finally said, thank you gentlemen for your understanding. When the time is right I will take the initiative to meet with you all. Recently my mood has been gloomy, so I will not arrange any meetings. She deeply bowed and was about to return to the embroidery building. At that moment a calm voice suddenly said, since Miss Yuan is feeling troubled, I dare to request that we return together and discuss poetry, reminiscing about our past. Miss Yuan's expression was sorrowful, but inside she was already cursing. She did not wish to serve this group of fools. When would they be done? She dared not explode in anger, for the matron had already provided a list, and this fool before her was someone she could not offend. Thus she could only softly say, please forgive me young master, I can only relieve my troubles through poetry. That is quite simple. The man unfurled his white fan and said nonchalantly, the pipa softly narrates the wind and rain, how much sorrow there is. The beautiful lady in the deep courtyard sighs. The wine has cooled, the candle has burned out, tears flow and life is filled with partings. I wonder if this Wu Yi tea can touch Miss Yuan. Just as Miss Yuan was about to deny it, a wave of cheers erupted around her. Good. Beautiful words. What a splendid Wu Yiti clearly composed on the spot, doesn't it describe Miss Yuan perfectly? Li Yunhua truly deserves to be a scholar. He is indeed the #1 talent in linen. Even his impromptu work has such high standards. A man in white slowly remarked, this poem isn't particularly good, it feels a bit thin and there is little emotional variation, but it excels as an impromptu composition, truly talented. His words seemed to carry weight and the crowd fell silent, nodding in agreement. Li Yunhua clasped his fists and said, thank you, brother Gua. Zhou Yuan whispered, what kind of people are these? As a member of the Jinyui Wangong had naturally already inquired. The poet is Li Yunhua, the young master I mentioned earlier who is associated with the Criminal Justice Department. The man in white is named Kong Li, courtesy named Xuanjin, a descendant of sages, exceptionally talented and passed the imperial examination at 19, but he refused official appointments. Zhou Yuan was stunned. Passing the imperial examination at 19 made him a top scholar among scholars. Moreover, he had refused official appointments, truly impressive. Regarding the Criminal Justice Department, Zhou Yuan was also somewhat informed. It was a high-ranking official of the 4th rank, on par with a governor, a true power player. With so many praising him, Kai and I might be forced to meet Li Yunhua. Damn it, wanting to be Kai Ni's guest. Does Zhou Yuan agree to that? Young Master Li, your talent is remarkable, I admire you greatly and dare not contest it. Under pressure from the situation, I truly cannot refuse. Miss Yuan forced a smile and softly said, this Wu Yiti can indeed touch me. Young Master Li, please accompany me to the embroidery building. Having received such praise and successfully becoming a guest, Li Yunhua felt elated, his eyes revealing a sense of pride. The surrounding crowd, seeing Li Yunhua gain the upper hand, could only sigh. At that moment a voice suddenly called out, hold on. The voice came from a corner, instantly attracting countless gaze. Miss Yuan looked up and immediately felt her heart blossom with joy. The smile and astonishment on her face could not be concealed. It was the young master. He came to Linen to find me. Miss Yuan was indeed Kai and I, and at this moment her heart was filled with boundless excitement. Who are you? Interrupted during a good moment was equivalent to public provocation, and Li Yunhua's expression immediately darkened. Under countless gazes, Zhou Yuan stood up and softly said, I am also from Yunzhou and I have previously met Miss Yuan tonight. I wish to have a conversation with her. Li Yunhua angered sneered, are you joking? Kai and I quickly added, I did indeed meet the young master, but I must clarify that I am only moved by poetry. I ask that my old acquaintance visit another day. This statement maintained the rules of the Peony Pavilion and her dignity, but Kai and I believe Zhou Yuan could achieve it. Indeed, Zhou Yuan proudly declared that broken poem is ear-polluting. How can it be worthy of Miss Yuan? At this remark the crowd erupted in an uproar. They had seen arrogance before, but never such unabashed arrogance, completely disregarding Li Yunhua's dignity. This was essentially a public slap in the face. Li Yunhua took a deep breath and said solemnly, if you cannot produce a better poem than this, you will pay the price. In front of so many people he had already sufficiently restrained his emotions. Zhou Yuan boldly declared, I have known Miss Yuan for a long time. Seeing her again today fills me with emotions. Composing poetry is merely the expression of those feelings. After speaking he strode to the center. The crowd automatically parted to make way. Zhou Yuan approached the stage, took a deep breath and murmured, the dream after the pavilion is locked high and the curtain falls low as the wine awakens. Nothing special. Truly mediocre. Some in the crowd scoffed disdainfully. Zhou Yuan continued, last year's spring sorrow came, the falling flowers stand alone and the swallows fly in pairs through the light rain. The eyes of many scholars instantly lit up, and even those who had mocked him were now stunned. What a beautiful line. What a vivid imagery. It was clearly not something an ordinary person could write, it was the work of a celestial being. As the crowd immersed themselves in the moment, Zhou Yuan continued, do you remember when I first met Yuan in 2 heart-shaped robes? On the pipa strings love was expressed, the bright moon was present at that time, illuminating Kai Yun's return. By the time he finished the last line, the entire Peony Pavilion fell silent. Countless scholars stood dumbfounded, repeatedly savoring the words, intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. On the stage, Kai and I gazed tenderly at Zhou Yuan, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Few can articulate the emotions of the moment as a poem pierces the soul, shattering the shackles, revealing the softest feelings with ruthless clarity. They remained silent, sighing, some shaking their heads, others discreetly wiping away tears. The other young women in the Peony Pavilion gazed dreamily at Zhou Yuan, their lips slightly parted, their eyes filled with infatuation. What kind of person can write such lines? The fallen flowers stand alone, the swallows fly together in the light rain. On a rainy day a solitary figure stands quietly, petals fall around him and he watches the swallows dance in the air. When the bright moon was present it shone upon the colorful clouds returning. Under the clear moonlight she resembled a colorful cloud drifting away with the wind. This artistic conception is heartbreakingly beautiful. It expresses all the emotions of longing, reminiscence, unrequited love and separation to the fullest, leaving people heartbroken and on the verge of tears. Finally discussions began to erupt around, filled with astonishment and admiration. At that time the bright moon was present, shining upon the colorful clouds returning. The moon and clouds perfectly correspond to the name of the young lady Moon Cloud, truly exquisite. I know nothing of this Moon Cloud lady. I only remember that the day I met my wife was on a rainy day. Alas, I shall go home and no longer visit the brothel. I shall also leave. I must go to Shanin County to find her. Even if she does not see me, I will wait for her. Another lovesick soul departed. Li Yunhua witnessed this scene, rendered speechless by rage. He quickly turned to Kong Li and whispered, "Brother Kong." His eyes were filled with a plea. The others also looked towards Kong Li, eager to know this literary genius' opinion on the poem Lin Jiang Xian. Kong Li sighed and remarked, "Graceful, composed, reflective, infatuated, melancholic, and troubled. It is stunningly beautiful beyond words. This Lin Jiang Xian is an immortal masterpiece. I cannot create such, I can only admire it. Please allow me to bow to you, my lord." With that, Kong Li performed a deep bow to Zhou Yuan. Li Yunhua shouted angrily, "Brother Kong, we have been close for years, why this?" Kong Li replied, "Brother Li, I value our friendship, but I value the path of literature even more." With that, he sighed and turned to leave. Li Yunhua snorted, suddenly raising his head, his eyes filled with resentment, staring at Zhou Yuan. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You will pay for this." He kicked the table aside and left angrily with a group of scholars. As they exited the peony pavilion, someone quietly advised, "Brother Li, you are merely a guest here. There have been countless courtesans over the years. Why become so agitated? You know nothing." Li Yunhua cursed in anger and exclaimed, "That person chose to speak just after I composed my poem. It's obviously intentional. He intends to use me as a stepping stone for fame. Can't you all see that?" The crowd exchanged glances, recalling the details from earlier, suddenly awakening to the realization. Li Yunhua declared, "I have seen the world and have been jealous over women before, but would I be angered by something so trivial? I am not so small-minded. But this fellow using my work for his fame is truly an insult to me. This Lin Jiang Xian is destined to be remembered in history, and my Wu Yi Ti will also be remembered, while I shall forever be the clown in history. This infuriates me." Back at the peony pavilion, Zhou Yuan unexpectedly became the honored guest once more due to the poem Lin Jiang Xian. This marked his second time as a guest of Kai and I. Upon entering the embroidery chamber, the treatment was of course different than before. Kai and I closed the door and immediately dashed into Zhou Yuan's embrace, crying loudly, "My lord, Kai and I knew you would come to see me." She seemed to have gone through something, tightly clinging to Zhou Yuan, her tears soaking his garments. Zhou Yuan gently stroked her slender back and softly asked, "What happened? Could it be that our esteemed lady has also faced grievances?" Kai and I wiped her tears and complained, "What esteemed lady? I am more like a puppet from beginning to end. I have been like a chess piece, a tool toyed with at their whim. They won't let me stay in Yunzhou, and after such a big incident I don't even know the plan. Originally I wanted to return to Shandong to find my master, but I was forcibly kept in Linen Prefecture, becoming a courtesan facing those tiresome scholars every day. It's utterly exhausting." Zhou Yuan, puzzled, replied, "I came precisely because of this. The incident in Yunzhou has stirred great trouble and you are a prime suspect. Coming here suddenly raises suspicions from the Jinui. To be honest, the longer you stay the more danger you invite." With tearful eyes, Kai and I trembled as she said, "You are the only one who worries for my safety, unlike that group of bastards. They deliberately keep me here because they seem to be planning something significant." Zhou Yuan quickly urged her to sit down and whispered, "Kai and I, if anything happens you must tell me. I am now a captain in the Jinui of Linen Prefecture. You must inform me in advance so I can ensure your safety." Kai and I paused for a moment, then lowered her head, sighing softly, "You are now a captain in the Jinui, yet you still wish to associate with me, this woman of the Wuxing sect. I will ruin your future." Zhou Yuan immediately took her small hand, speaking with firmness, "What future? What demoness? In my heart, Kai and I is the best woman in the world. Even if I were made emperor, I would not change my mind." While boasting costs nothing, Zhou Yuan spoke sweetly and boldly. However, Kai and I took it seriously. Her eyes brimmed with tears filled with tenderness. Gently snuggling into Zhou Yuan's embrace, she was touched, saying, "My lord, Kai and I deeply understands your intentions. I have nothing to repay you with, so I willingly follow you for life, serving you. Kai and I, you need to cooperate with me. Linen Prefecture must not experience chaos like Yunzhou, or the court will go to great lengths to suppress you, and then you will be in great danger. It's not that Kai and I is unwilling to help you, but I truly do not know the plan. The followers in the south do not trust me, and the Law King and my master are sworn enemies." Zhou Yuan quickly said, "Tell me what is going on here." Kai and I stood up, preparing tea for Zhou Yuan while explaining. The Wuxing sect is quite large, with branches in both the north and south. The heads of the branches are called Law Kings, the most significant figures beneath the leader. The south is the territory of the Day Sun Law King, while the north belongs to the Dark Moon Law King. The Day Sun Law King is my master's sworn enemy and has done several major deeds that have already overshadowed my master. Now that something significant is about to happen in Linen Prefecture, it should also be part of the Day Sun Law King's plan, but I truly do not know." As she spoke, Kai and I seemed to recall something, suddenly raising her head and said eagerly, "But I know a person who is quite crucial, known as Bald Old Snake." Zhou Yuan was taken aback, looking confused. Kai and I whispered. When I first arrived here I encountered the Day Sun Law King and accidentally heard him mention a name, bald old snake. This person seems to be key to this operation and must know a lot of information. Zhou Yuan silently noted this person down and casually asked, what does this bald old snake look like? Kai and I replied, I have never seen him, but he should be of considerable age. It is said he has been lurking in Linen Prefecture for a long time. This information is far too scant, making it impossible to investigate. However, one cannot force matters, they must proceed step by step following the clues. Thus Zhou Yuan said, Kai and I, take good care of yourself here. If there is any news, send someone to Mo Yunjai to deliver a message, those people can be trusted. Kai and I gently nodded, forlornly asking, are you leaving, my lord? Do you not wish to touch Kai and I? Zhou Yuan quickly embraced her and kissed her, laughing, your beauty is unparalleled, how could I not have feelings? Ha ha. The timing is not yet ripe. Kai and I, the conspiracy of the Wuxing sect weighs heavily on my heart, as you know. Kai and I firmly stated, rest assured my lord, I will definitely help you gather intelligence. The candlelight in the embroidery building was bright and the tea had not yet cooled. Kai and I held the teacup used by Zhou Yuan. A wave of tenderness surged on her face and her small hands trembled slightly. At that moment her expression suddenly changed and she whispered, Who is inside? She casually grabbed the sword from the rack, her heart filled with a sense of dread. After descending the stairs she had returned to the room with Zhou Yuan but had never entered the boudoir, only speaking from outside the screen. If someone was hiding behind the screen, then the young master would be completely exposed. This could not happen. I must not bring disaster upon the young master. Kai and I tightly gripped the long sword, her eyes ablaze with killing intent. She moved as swiftly as a fox charging in and instantly saw a figure raising her sword to strike. The person effortlessly blocked her attack, their inner strength surging, suppressing Kai and I in an instant. Kai and I's sword technique was fierce, she disregarded the opponent's overwhelming power, determined to fight to the death. Are you insane? A low growl accompanied a surge of even more violent inner strength that knocked Kai and I down. She looked up in shock and exclaimed, Master. The newcomer wore a long black dress, tall and voluptuous with curves that were incredibly alluring. She was strikingly beautiful, possessing a unique charm of a mature woman. Her voice was extremely seductive, with peach blossom eyes and a lotus-like face. A crescent red moon adorned her brow, delicate and exquisite, adding a touch of enchantment to her. The dark moon sorceress said coldly, wretched disciple, do you even know what you are doing? Kai and I hurriedly replied, I'm sorry master, I didn't recognize you. The dark moon sorceress' expression darkened and she narrowed her eyes, saying, you have lost your sharpness. In the past you would have sensed my presence, yet today you were too busy indulging in romance with that man to notice someone in the room. Kai and I's expression changed and she quickly grasped the dark moon sorceress' hand, pleading, Master, it has nothing to do with the young master, please do not harm him. The dark moon sorceress scoffed, nothing to do with him. He is a captain of the Jinui. With his sweet words he has bewitched you to the point of losing your senses, and you still ask me not to harm him. Kai and I explained, Master, the young master does not speak sweet words, he truly cares for his disciple. Nonsense. The dark moon sorceress retorted angrily, I have heard his words, all are filled with ulterior motives, where is the slightest hint of sincerity? Wretched disciple, this person is clearly deceiving you. Kai and I lowered her head in silence, clearly disagreeing with this view. The dark moon sorceress' expression softened slightly and she said, Kai and I have traveled across the world and seen countless individuals. Zhou Yuan's tricks are indeed clumsy, I can see through them at a glance. He is deceiving your feelings, using you to deal with the holy sect. Kai and I shook her head and said, Master, the young master would not deceive me, even if he were, it would be for my own good. Foolish. The dark moon sorceress couldn't help but exclaim, what has he done to ensnare you so deeply? Kai and I smiled softly, murmuring, the pipa strings speak of longing. The bright moon was present then, shining on the return of the colorful clouds. Master, just based on this line of poetry, Kai and I is willingly deceived by the young master without regret. The dark moon sorceress sighed, foolish child. Foolish child. Lord Wang Wang was quite displeased. No one would be happy in such a situation. He had just settled with a soft girl in bed, having paid the money, yet was dragged up to go to work. What are you doing, brother Zhou? Lord Wang spread his hands and said, the overnight fee is 40 taels of silver. For such a level of consumption I hardly have a few occasions in a year. You can't be this dampening to my spirits. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, the fragrant courtesan is right in front of me and I haven't even touched her yet, what are you complaining about? Lord Wang said, I'm not like you, my monthly salary is only 30 taels and I spent over 100 taels tonight. With such expenditure you should at least let me enjoy myself, who goes out in the middle of the night to work overtime. Zhou Yuan replied irritably, alright, it's just 100 taels of silver, I'll reimburse you. Now we need to discuss serious matters. Lord Wang On's expression turned serious and he quickly asked, did you uncover important information? Zhou Yuan said, it's not particularly important, but it's currently the only information we have. At the very least I have confirmed that the Wuxing sect is indeed planning something in Linen Prefecture, and it's quite a big move. If we can thwart it, our reputation will soar to the heavens. The chaos in Yunzhou has drawn the court's keen attention to Jiangnan. If we can achieve great merit in Linen Prefecture, the Empress will surely learn of this matter and the two of us will be in her favor. Promotion is just a matter of time. Lord Wang immediately perked up and eagerly asked what clue. Hurry and tell me. Zhou Yuan said solemnly, the Wuxing sect has an important local ruffian in Linen Prefecture who is likely heavily involved in this plan. If we find him we will know everything. Lord Wang widened his eyes and asked just that. Zhou Yuan replied, that person is called Bald Old Snake and he is quite old already. Lord Wang exclaimed, just that. Zhou Yuan directly said, why not just send the Wuxing sect leader to you so you can directly take credit? Lord Wang coughed a few times and awkwardly smiled, alright, we will investigate this Bald Old Snake. Zhou Yuan analyzed, since he is a local ruffian and a key player in the plan, Bald Old Snake must not be an ordinary person, which greatly increases our chances of finding him. Lord Wang said seriously, I will send someone to search Linen Prefecture thoroughly tomorrow. Zhou Yuan countered, you must use your trusted subordinates, it cannot be leaked to others. The Wuxing sect is all-pervasive and this time they are planning something big, they must have thorough preparations. It's possible that there are undercover agents within our Jinui. This is a major issue, we cannot alert the enemy. I suggest we investigate quietly. Lord Wang joyfully exclaimed, I would love to have an insider. Having an insider means there is guilt, which indicates that someone above is lax in management, leading to numerous positions being vacated. Lord Wang's dream of promotion had never ceased and he excitedly rubbed his hands and said, let's go, let's investigate. Zhou Yuan was puzzled, where do we start? Do you have a plan? Lord Wang replied, I don't know, without using the intelligence of the Jinui I really have no way to investigate. Alright then, relying on Lord Wang is not dependable, I must do it myself. Do you know about the underground gambling houses in Linen Prefecture? There is one called the Rich Fortune Casino. Lord Wang immediately said, I know this, I inspected these casinos as soon as I took office. However, such trivial matters fall under the jurisdiction of the government and I am too lazy to handle them. Let's go, take me to the Rich Fortune Casino, we can go undercover for a visit. Lord Wang asked, are we going there to gather information? With our unfamiliar faces no one will take us seriously. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, do I look that unreliable? I have my people there. At this point he became a bit worried, wait, are we going to be cheated? Lord Wang experienced replied, they run a casino not a slaughterhouse, don't worry, just don't win too much. Besides, do you think any random turtle would dare to kill us? Do you really think I got my skills for nothing? He raised his head and slowly smiled, just right, it's the lively time at the casino now. The two exchanged smiles and headed straight towards the Rich Fortune Casino under the cover of night. South of Linen Prefecture lay a vast slum. At night its lights were extinguished and darkness reigned. The alleys were narrow and littered with refuse stray dogs and cats darting about, a sickening stench lingering in the air. Hardly anyone would set foot here, even residents avoided going out after dark. Even the constables do not want to come. Official Wang said in a grave voice, especially at night bandits are thick, a tangle of scoundrels. Anyone might be set upon along the road, struck down for no reason in turn to find their money gone. This is a legacy problem entrenched for years with interests intertwined. The higher-ups have made their arrangements so almost no one is willing to take it on. The previous prefect of Linen wanted to root out this malignancy, but before he could act he was reassigned. It is said the gambling house's boss paid silver to reach someone influential. Zhou Yuan's face darkened as he said slowly, people actually come here to gamble. To be honest, there is no safety guarantee here, is there? Wang chuckled, you are mistaken. Gambling houses protect their high-rolling clients meticulously, they ensure you arrive with your purse and leave with it intact. They are running a long-term business. He continued, in truth those who come are not nobles but rich men involved in shady trades, smugglers, counterfeit bandit chiefs and influential figures with delicate identities. As he spoke he leapt over a puddle and lazily kicked a stone that knocked a stray dog senseless. Still barking echoed from every quarter in the pitch-black alley, the sounds felt jarringly conspicuous. Zhou Yuan asked, bandit chiefs too? Wang laughed, being a bandit chief is still a way to live better. They cannot stay out of the city forever, can they? They might swagger into the city for 10 days or half a month, but their status bars them from the bright establishments, so they end up at underground gambling dens. Then there are the garrison commanders, Wang went on. Officially forbidden to gamble, they dare not visit public places, so they come here instead. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, those underground houses are indeed a motley crowd. That probably means there are auxiliary services beyond gambling, yes. Of course, Wang sighed. Casinos will do whatever they can to make money, so there is fine food and there are women, though the prices are exorbitant. But the patrons, whether flushed with victory or desperate from loss, no longer care for price, they merely seek release. The two chatted idly and soon passed through the lanes. Suddenly 4 or 5 men appeared ahead, faces wrapped in headscarves blocking Zhou Yuan and his companion's way. Wang glanced at Zhou Yuan, they might be highway robbers or they might be men sent by the gambling house. We are strangers here, this sort of thing is to be expected. Then he looked at the men and said coolly, brothers, put away your blades. We are on our way to gamble at the house, no need to make enemies. The burly leader snorted but sheathed his blade and asked coldly, "Where are you from? Who introduced you?" Zhou Yuan replied, "From Yunzhou, just arrived in Linen Prefecture. Xin-san introduced us and said this gambling house could afford the losses, so I came. If you are from the gambling house, then lead the way. If you are robbers, I advise you to be gone, do not provoke me." Their street talk proved effective. The black-clad men exchanged glances and the leader said at once, "Follow me." They skirted a lonely path and soon came upon a vast manor hidden in the trees. Over a dozen men stood at the gate holding great mastiffs that watched with predatory eyes. As Zhou Yuan and the others approached, the leader said sternly, "Xin-san introduced you. Confirm it." The gate guards nodded. "Sirs, come with me." Zhou Yuan and Wang Ong exchanged a look, shrugged and stepped inside. Entering felt like passing into another world, bright lights, lavish decoration and the distant roar of revelry. Approaching the inner hall, Zhou Yuan saw Xin-san, who had been called forward. Xin-san had remembered Zhou Yuan keenly. His expression changed and he exclaimed, "You are here." The others nodded to one another, indicating there was no problem with them. A guard said plainly, "Sirs, pardon any offense. Welcome to Baofu Gambling House. Xin-san, take these gentlemen inside and keep them entertained." "Yes, yes." Xin-san laughed nervously, but once they had gone his face turned serious. "My lords, you truly dare to come. You are proper men, few here can treat you well." Wang Ong looked bewildered and glanced at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan shrugged. "On the road to Linen Prefecture we ran into him trying to rob us, and that is how we met." Wang Ong gave Xin-san a thumbs up. "Well, now to dare rob him, you must not fear losing your head." An unprovoked attack on the Jinui would almost certainly be judged an act of rebellion. That was what made the matter exceptional. Xin-san, not versed in such matters, lowered his voice and asked, "May I have your surname? Have you come specifically looking for me?" Zhou Yuan said, "Surname Zhou, this brother is Wang. We are here both to find you and to have some fun." "Very well." Xin-san bowed and said, "Master Zhou, Master Wang, please." They passed through the iron gate into the fortress-like manor and were immediately engulfed by the roar of noise. Countless lights washed over them and the two country bumpkins stood dumbstruck. How else to describe it but as magnificent and resplendent? It was like entering a palace. Golden light everywhere, piles of silver and gold heaped on the tables, scantily clad women moving through the crowd, laughter, shouts, complaints and sighs filled the vast space. The hall was half the size of a football field with every form of gambling. Two tall women approached, more professional than brothel courtesans, slipping their arms around Zhou Yuan and his companion and greeting them coquettishly. Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply, produced 5 silver notes and said, "Exchange these for gold for me." Xin-san glanced and nearly had his eyes pop. 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels indeed. For context, the Linen Prefect's annual salary was only 800 taels. Even for Baofu Gambling House, a client who laid out 5,000 at once was exceedingly rare. Wang Ong could not contain himself and whispered, "Why not give the money to me and let's leave now?" His eyes were reddening. Zhou Yuan was not pretending to be a tycoon. The events in Yunzhou had struck him hard and he was determined to seize the initiative. Compared with the calamity he had endured, 5,000 taels of silver meant little. "Bring me the most beautiful woman. Tonight I shall make my fortune." At his roar, plates of gold were brought forth and the crowd erupted in cheers. Soon 2 ravishing women glided over, smiling sweetly. Zhou Yuan tasted the pleasures of wealth. That night he indulged in gambling, first winning 4 or 5,000 taels, then losing it all. He cursed loudly, took the beauties to the finest room to rest, and drunk as he was, the moment the door closed his pupils constricted. He sensed ears pressed to the thin wall, though the listener's breath was faint. Zhou Yuan, whose inner force had been growing, perceived it. So he continued his performance. "Beauty. I lost my money today, so I must discipline you," he roared. With Zhou Yuan's laughter came the woman's screams from the room as if she were being struck. Outside the room a slight figure frowned and slipped away. About an hour later Zhou Yuan finally rose comfortably and said calmly, "Serve me my bath." The woman, her face streaked with tears and her body bruised, still timidly tended to Zhou Yuan. Only then did he remark lightly, "From your accent you are northern, around Shandong or Hebei, aren't you?" At those words the woman's face immediately changed color. It is the moment just before dawn when the sky is yet to lighten and the nightlife is coming to an end. The all-night casino has closed its doors and countless weary souls are about to rest, marking the most relaxed moment for the opulent gambling den. Zhou Yuan is certain that no one is tailing him at this moment, which is why he has come to the bathroom using the sound of water to mask his inquiries. However, the beauty who has been tormented by Zhou Yuan for over an hour suddenly changes color, taking several steps back in fear, unable to speak. "Come here, stand in front of me and do not move." Zhou Yuan's voice is calm yet carries a unique sense of composure. He said lightly, "Though you are trying hard to imitate the accent of the Wu-Nong soft language, certain phrases and specific words still expose the accent of your hometown. You were trafficked here, weren't you?" The girl stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her face, yet she remained silent. Zhou Yuan was very patient, continuing, "You have no accessories, not even a decent hairpin, which indicates that the high profits here have not given you much. Moreover, you have bruises on the outer side of your thighs, likely a result of violence. A woman as beautiful as you enduring such torment here without even making money must surely be against your will, especially considering how far you are from your hometown. At this point Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow and said, "Do not stop your hands, continue to wipe my body. If the room is too quiet our conversation may be overheard." The woman let out a soft gasp and hurriedly began to move, wiping Zhou Yuan's back while tremblingly saying, "Sir, you. What do you want to do?" Zhou Yuan replied, "Seeing your reaction you seem frightened. Perhaps the people from the opulent casino specifically warned you not to mention such matters or you would be beaten. You've probably faced similar situations before and have already been beaten." The girl remained silent for a moment before softly saying, "It's not the beatings, the scars would affect my ability to do business for them. It's hunger, the kind of hunger that can drive a person insane. So now you can say where you are from, right?" "Sir, I dare not say. I just want to live." The girl's voice trembled, filled with fear. Zhou Yuan slowly said, "If you do not speak you can only survive here in misery until you are tortured to death. If you speak I may be able to help you return home. You are strikingly beautiful, articulate, and your hands show no calluses, so you must come from a decent background, right? Not to mention scholarly or noble families, at least you should be a lady from a respectable household. Don't you want to go home?" The girl suddenly raised her head. The words "go home" had crossed her mind countless times, but she had slowly given up hope. Zhou Yuan continued, "This world is fraught with misfortune and you just happen to be one of the most unfortunate. However, heaven is not blind, justice may be delayed but it will never be absent. Don't you want those who have beaten and harmed you to pay the price?" The girl suddenly shouted, "I do. I would rather die than see them live." Zhou Yuan quickly said, "Lower your voice." He glanced at the girl and said, "Introduce yourself, tell me everything you know and try not to leave anything out." After a long silence, perhaps organizing her thoughts, the girl finally spoke, "My name is Chuan Ping, I am from Heezy, Shandong. My father is in business with some wealth but he is rarely home. Last April on my way to my family's shop I was kidnapped by 3 masked men in black and taken directly onto a ship. We were locked in the lowest cabin for almost a month, living in complete darkness before being sent here." It seems she recalls the experiences of those days, her face streaming with tears as she chokes out, "On our first night we were auctioned off at high prices and then we had to provide services to gentlemen like you while being charged exorbitantly, yet we could barely get enough to eat. Those who disobey would be beaten or even killed. One sister with a fiery temperament was murdered by those men. Right in front of us they stripped her naked, sliced open her belly and chopped off her limbs. She covered her face and cried out in pain. We dared not resist, we could only obey. Anyone who dares to speak of these matters to outsiders would face starvation for 3 to 5 days at best or be beaten to death at worst. They have many methods. One sister tried to escape but was caught and brought back. They shredded her body, smeared her with honey and let the rats devour her alive." At this point Chuan Ping's face turned pale with terror as she said, "We are afraid, we dare not resist." Zhou Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he gently asked, "Are there many of you?" Chuan Ping nodded, saying, "Yes, many have died and new sisters keep coming. Over this past year I have seen at least 100 people." At this point he quickly added, "And there are children. They sometimes also abduct children, mutilate them and make them beg for a living to earn money for themselves. I have not seen those children, but I have heard some older sisters mention that some have had their eyes gouged out, some have had their tongues cut out and some have been burned until their appearances are horrific, all for the purpose of begging. They also engage in loan sharking, forcing families to ruin themselves, selling wives and daughters here. Most of those are merchants without any backing." Zhou Yuan remained silent for a long time, burying all his emotions within. He said in a deep voice, "Do you know the leaders of the opulent gambling den?" Chuan Ping whispered, "They all use aliases, we do not know their real names. There are 2 leaders here, one is called Monkey King Ma Si and the other is Ling Yuan Zhou. However, I overheard them talking and it seems there is someone called Snake Master above them." "Snake Master? Could it be the bald-headed old snake?" In an instant Zhou Yuan could not gather much information. Dawn was approaching. Zhou Yuan stood up, his expression impassive as he said, "Attend to me as I sleep, act as if our conversation never happened and do not speak to anyone including your closest sisters or you will die." Chuan Ping was startled, quickly taking a towel to wipe Zhou Yuan and helping him to bed. She was completely unclothed, pressed against Zhou Yuan to warm him, which was her standard service. Yet this time tears streamed down her face and she could no longer deceive herself. Zhou Yuan sighed and said, "Do not blame me, I must be a normal customer doing everything a normal customer should do. Any hint of abnormality could lead to capture." I understand, thank you, sir." Chuan Ping's voice trembled, yet she could not help but ask, "Sir, can you really help me return home? I miss my mother so much, woo-woo." At the end of despair, when a glimmer of hope is seen, a person becomes extremely fragile. Zhou Yuan did not stop her, nor did he feel any inclination to sleep. He simply reflected quietly on the words exchanged earlier. Those words were merely text, yet behind them lay shocking and ruthless crimes. "The Genie Wei, oh Genie Wei, what have you been doing all these years?" "Investigating cases. Catching embezzlers. Restoring order. Engaging in such trivial matters is pointless if you cannot do something substantial. Lord Wangong, is your path similar to mine? This will determine our relationship going forward." Zhou Yuan's thoughts were complex at this moment, his mind filled with countless people and events. He is a calm and clear-headed person fully aware of his current state. Anger to the extreme. Lord Wangong appeared to be in a state of bliss. He comfortably lay in the carriage lifting the curtain to bask in the warm midday sun, his eyes slightly squinted, a look of pure enjoyment on his face. Living, what is the purpose of living? Struggling tirelessly for the family. For 3 meals and a bed. Only today did I truly understand what life is about. This gambling den of sudden wealth truly is a paradise on earth, lacking for nothing, money, beauty, luxurious rooms, it has it all. Even the hot water in the bath is just the right temperature, leaving one with nothing to criticize. Speaking of which, he rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice, saying, "You have no idea about the girl from last night. Her looks, her figure and her skills were all exceptional. That little mouth of hers was simply something to behold." Zhou Yuan laughed heartily at this and began to recount his own encounter with a girl from last night. As he was sent out of the carriage and stepped onto the ground, he felt a sense of unity with the earth. The sunlight warmed his body, and as he turned to watch the carriage fade into the distance, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a countenance filled with murderous intent. Lord Wangong suddenly ceased his laughter and spoke in a serious tone. "Brother Zhou, the gambling den of sudden wealth is undoubtedly involved in a large-scale human trafficking operation. The girl who served me last night could not only read but also recite poetry. She certainly did not come from a poor background, so it is impossible for her to have fallen to this state. She has a northern accent and her build is not as petite as southern girls. No matter how she tries to hide it, she cannot escape my keen eye." Zhou Yuan nodded, saying, "So what can we do?" Lord Wangong fell silent. Finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Zhou, you are new to the officialdom, your experience is still shallow, perhaps you have yet to grasp the rules within. To put it plainly, the matters of the gambling den of sudden wealth are certainly not known only to us two, but who has managed to uncover the truth over the years? Is it truly impossible to investigate? Enough with the nonsense. If a real investigation were to be conducted, the methods of the Jinui could certainly reveal everything about the gambling den of sudden wealth. The key issue is that it is apparent to everyone that such a large-scale gambling den must have support from significant figures. What official would dare to clash heeden with powerful individuals? It's just about earning a living. There is no need to push oneself into a corner." Zhou Yuan nodded and said, "You are correct. But we are indeed the Jinui servants of the Emperor, devoted to alleviating his burdens. This is our sacred duty. When I came to Linen Prefecture half a month ago, I purchased a property intending to bring my wife and children over to support them. Perhaps they are already on their way. I want to send them back. Something may happen in Linen Prefecture, but I feel I should do something about it." At this point he forced a smile and said, "Don't blame me for being talkative. To be honest, I couldn't sleep all night, lying in bed contemplating for a long time. It's not that I haven't thought it through, but I still decided to investigate this matter. You may think I'm being irrational, not acting like a 37-year-old seasoned man. But Brother Zhou, I have 2 daughters. I cannot help but empathize with the situation." Zhou Yuan patted Lord Wangong's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's midday, I'm hungry now. Old Wang, shall we go for a drink?" Before this, Zhou Yuan had referred to Wangong as Lord, but now he called him Old Wang. It lacked the formality but was filled with familiarity. Arriving at Hongbin Tower, the two ordered a few small dishes and a good bottle of wine and began to eat. While eating, Zhou Yuan spoke, "The current holy sovereign has reigned for 9 years, diligently working to govern, yet it is difficult to reverse the decline of the nation. I, Zhou Yuan, am but an unworthy son-in-law, yet I possess a heart to serve the country and wish to alleviate the emperor's burdens, fulfilling my duties." "What are those duties?" "As 100 households of the Jinui, to investigate major cases, eliminate darkness and guard the Great Jin." Lord Wangong felt his blood boil, raised his wine cup and said seriously, "Brother Zhou, you are exceptionally wise but also possess a righteous heart. I admire you." The two drank to the bottom of their cups and began analyzing the situation. Wangong said, "The status of the Jinui is declining, especially since the emperor ascended the throne, establishing the inner court and heavily utilizing it. Our voice has diminished greatly. The commander is not afraid of storms, only fears the lack of opportunities to regain the emperor's favor. As long as it is a significant matter, the commander will definitely support it. After all, our Jinui does not involve itself in factional struggles and is merely the emperor's pawns." Zhou Yuan nodded and said solemnly, "Commander Xiong has achieved merit in Yunzhou. He may be promoted possibly to the Northern Pacification Division or directly to the Jinui's command. To assist the commander will become his most important task. As far as I know, he is still young, around 40, and has room to climb higher. The best outcome would be for him to become the head of the Jinui. In the grand scheme of things, both the commander and Xiong Kuai are aligned with us. This is our confidence in carrying out our tasks. Thus we only need to consider the situation in Linen Prefecture. Yi Mi on the new 100 households, I cannot be sure I can persuade him. This old man is nearing retirement and may not take risks." Zhou Yuan said, "He is an old fox. I am confident I can persuade him. The key issue is the other deputy 100 households who has been in Linen Prefecture for many years. The gambling den of sudden wealth must have given him tributes. Therefore, as long as we make a move, he will notice, and we must eliminate him, including his confidants." Zhou Yuan pondered for a long time before saying solemnly, "You need to make a trip to Jinling and meet with Xiong Kuai to gain his support, even if it is just in attitude. Leave the matters regarding Yi Mian and the deputy 100 households to me. I am confident I can deal with them." Wang On's expression changed, but he ultimately nodded and said all right. You dare to say you will deal with those two, then I must make a trip to Jinling. Zhou Yuan said, we must act quickly. It is nearly 600 miles from Linen Prefecture to Jinling. A round trip totals 1,200 miles. Wang Ang said in a deep voice, 5 days. I will return in 5 days. This speed is quite fast. Traveling 300 miles a day will take 4 days on the road. Zhou Yuan said all right, in 5 days I will deal with Yimian. The deputy 100 households will take more time. Lord Wangong suddenly gulped down a mouthful of wine, stood up and said with a serious tone, I will go to the 100 households to request leave, stating I am returning to Jinling to visit family. I haven't been back for years and Lord, you will not refuse. Go. I also have my own matters to attend to. Zhou Yuan stood up as well, raised his wine cup and solemnly said, Old Wang, no effort is wasted, our endeavors will yield results. Wangong lacked that confidence and could only grit his teeth, saying, I only feel as if I had become a few years younger. This feeling is truly wonderful. They drank to the bottom of their cups and then parted ways. Zhou Yuan did not return to the 100 households but instead headed to Maoyunjai. His foundation in Linen Prefecture was too shallow. Although his father-in-law had left a few names for him to visit, they were far from sufficient as support. The only person who could truly assist Zhou Yuan was Chu Ling. The jewel of the Chu family in Jinling had been rooted in Linen Prefecture for many years, possessing deep connections and resources. Following the earlier reader meeting, the names of romance of the three kingdoms and Master Yuan Yi further gained popularity. The key was Zhou Yuan's remarks, which upheld the status of romance of the three kingdoms, causing countless readers to become increasingly vocal, and Mo Yunjai became even more popular. When Zhou Yuan arrived here, it was a sea of people, and the book lovers frantically grabbing books didn't even recognize him. Upon entering the backyard of Mo Yunjai, Zhou Yuan saw Chu Ling in the study. Her face was weary, and while she was writing she was also dozing off. Zhou Yuan approached and leaned in closely, carefully observing her cheek. Her fair skin was flawless, as if sculpted from white jade. At this moment she rested her left hand on her chin and held the brush with her right hand, sleeping soundly. Seemingly sensing the close proximity of breath, Chu Ling's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and as she opened her eyes her pupils suddenly contracted. Ah! Ah! The two exclamations sounded almost simultaneously, and Chu Ling's face flushed as she exclaimed, What is your name? Zhou Yuan replied, What is your name? Chu Ling threw her brush at him, annoyed, and said, Can't you walk without making a sound? You scared me. Zhou Yuan helplessly said, Your shout startled me too. Chu Ling snorted and angrily sat down, saying, You only know how to cause trouble. I'm swamped. Every day is filled with invitations and not responding is impolite, but I can't keep up with the replies. By the way, I was just about to tell you, in 3 days there will be a boat outing on West Lake and many distinguished guests will attend, including nobles and officials. On the surface it is for admiring the lotus blossoms, but in reality it is aimed at you, as you previously embarrassed Qin Xiaoshan. Now they want to stand up for old Mr. Shen. Zhou Yuan, puzzled, asked, Aren't they done yet? If they don't want to embarrass me, will they keep this up in the future? Chu Ling waved her hand and said, Not really. Just show them your true talents and make them admire you. This is also a good opportunity to meet some influential people, which is beneficial for your future development. Don't miss it. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, Then have Mo Yunjai's carriage pick me up. I don't want to bother with the schedule. I came to find you today mainly to ask for your help. Chu Ling was somewhat surprised and asked, You actually have something you need my help with? That obviously can't be good. I won't help you. Zhou Yuan didn't joke with her but said seriously, Help me investigate two people, Yi Mian and Lu Hanqing, who are the captain and vice captain of the Jini Wei in Linen Prefecture. Don't be ridiculous, Zhou Yuan. Who would be willing to help us investigate the Jini Wei? That's too sensitive. Zhou Yuan replied, I'm not asking you to dig into their entire background, I just want to know some basic information that isn't sensitive. Then that's fine. Chu Ling didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Then she asked, I remember you are 100 households in the Jini Wei. Why are you investigating your superiors? Trying to seize power. Zhou Yuan smiled, not hiding it, and said casually, No, I mainly want to stir up the gambling houses in the southern part of the city. Chu Ling was startled and her expression immediately turned serious. She quickly glanced outside and swiftly closed the door. Then she whispered, Zhou Yuan, are you joking? The previous governor of Linen wanted to investigate the gambling houses and was directly reassigned by the higher-ups. Those gambling houses have significant backing. As a mere 100 households, you are simply throwing yourself against a stone with an egg. Zhou Yuan chuckled, There's also Vice Captain Wang Ong. Chu Ling rolled her eyes and said, I'm not joking with you. You are fundamentally outmatched. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I have already made up my mind, there will be no changes. Will you help me? I won't help. Chu Ling huffed lightly and said, What kind of tone is that? It sounds like you are threatening me, as if not helping you would be a huge disgrace. Pouting, she thought for a moment and then whispered, I know a friend who should be able to help you investigate the backgrounds of Yi Mian and Lu Hanqing. This can help you assess the internal situation of the Genie Vice Captain, but I advise you not to hold an optimistic view of the situation. My cousin's husband can also help you at a crucial moment but only at the end. Zhou Yuan quickly asked, what does your cousin's husband do? Chu Ling replied, the son of the Jiangzhou inspector currently serving in the Linen Prefecture garrison as a vanguard capable of mobilizing 4,000 infantry. That's still nothing significant. The Jiangzhou inspector, a first-rank military general of the current dynasty, commands an army of 130,000. How many in the entire Dejing can be compared to him? Don't laugh. Chu Ling grabbed Zhou Yuan's hand tightly and gritted her teeth, saying, I'm telling you, this can only be used at the most critical moment, and if used improperly it could cost your head. I'm only telling you this to bolster your confidence. To topple a gigantic entity requires the maturity of multiple conditions, and the groundwork may even take years. If you go in empty-handed, you will inevitably end up battered and bruised. Zhou Yuan, have you made up your mind? Zhou Yuan's voice was calm yet heavy. If it isn't fair, then it must be voiced. During that riot in Yunzhou, Zhou Yuan and Chu Ling accumulated profound feelings for each other, otherwise everything would not have gone so smoothly. And all of this was far from enough. Zhou Yuan penned a letter detailing the situation and sent Ming Rui back to Yunzhou on horseback to present it to his father-in-law for review. 2 days later, the letter from his father-in-law arrived. The black market gambling scene, like a festering sore in linen, has been entrenched for a long time. To stir it up will surely pull many officials into the fray. However, the way of governance is ultimately for the people and the emperor. If you have made up your mind, then proceed without hesitation. My father's teacher has been in linen for a long time and is quite reputable. The old man possesses justice and will surely assist you. Then his father-in-law explained the situation in linen thoroughly and mentioned several names that left Zhou Yuan with a splitting headache. Xin Xiaoshan is the teacher of Zhou Yuan's father-in-law. Li Xiaolu is his classmate. My goodness, does this mean I have offended all my connections? Oh, Li Xiaolu was the head of the Criminal Justice Division in linen and the father of Li Yunhua. Damn, now I have to shamelessly ask for their help. This is truly annoying. The crucial point is that his father-in-law clearly stated that these two are trustworthy and can be relied upon. Based on his understanding of his father-in-law's political wisdom, Zhou Yuan saw no reason to doubt his judgment. He just felt troubled. Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan. Chu Ling suddenly burst into the room looking somewhat anxious and hurriedly said, something happened. The list for tomorrow's boat trip is out and I saw a familiar name, Su Guangchen. Zhou Yuan was taken aback and exclaimed, he got out of jail so soon. Chu Ling responded, he is innocent. The Su family spent 200,000 taels to clear his name. Yesterday afternoon Su Guangchen returned to linen. Clearly he is coming to deal with you tomorrow. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, let him come, I didn't take him seriously anyway. Chu Ling said helplessly, but what about the Su family? To be honest, the Su family does have some power and I'm afraid they will resort to despicable means. This cannot be ruled out, as Zhou Yuan and the Su family's enmity is too great, almost leading to a complete bloodbath. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and said, it's fine. I'm not afraid of their underhanded tactics, I'm just worried if they keep their distance and don't act, that would be annoying. Regarding the current situation, Zhou Yuan has indeed analyzed it. To move a behemoth requires the maturity of various conditions, and Chu Ling's statement is not incorrect. Thus Zhou Yuan sent Wan Ong to Jinling and wrote to his father-in-law seeking assistance. Overall, Zhou Yuan is not in a hurry, instead he is taking his time to gradually unravel the darkness in the southern city. He is not inexperienced in such matters. In his past life he had also coordinated similar tasks, though the situation back then was far more complex than now. As long as it aligns with the highest interests, there is a possibility of accomplishing something, and currently the highest interest of the Great Jin undoubtedly lies with the Empress. This Empress clearly seeks to avert disaster, so such matters align with her. Well, it now depends on Zhou Yuan's methods. Returning to the excursion at West Lake, it fundamentally targets Zhou Yuan's discourse. A large group of people is eager to witness what kind of person this Yuan Yizhenren is, and they also wish to stand up for Xin Xiaoshan. Do not think these people are so righteous, they are merely trying to restore face for Hongru, which can also help them gain fame. In this era, for scholars, gaining fame means boundless prospects. The carriage arrived early at the Qianhu station, and when Zhou Yuan got up, these officials dressed in brocade were still asleep. The court spends money to keep a bunch of pigs, no wonder the gambling houses can be so arrogant. Zhou Yuan was temporarily uninterested in dealing with them, so he boarded the carriage and went to meet Chu Ling at Mo Yunzhai. After all, it was a meeting of big figures, and Chu Ling had clearly dressed herself up looking more radiant, brimming with youthful vitality. Unlike other noble ladies' gracefulness, Chu Ling was true to her name, full of spiritual energy, lively and cheerful, eloquent and very likable. So is our Yuan Yizhenren ready? She tilted her head and looked at Zhou Yuan, chuckling lightly. There are many people today, and most will look at you with a critical eye, but there will also be many noble ladies who favor you provided your identity remains undisclosed. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said, it is impossible for my identity to remain undisclosed. Su Guangchen will not give me any face. However, none of this is important. To be honest, I am merely here to go through the motions and enjoy the scenery. Chu Ling laughed and said, then today you might be the only one coming to enjoy the scenery, everyone else has their own motives. It doesn't matter. Zhou Yuan comfortably leaned against the carriage wall casually eating fruit and said having no motive means no pressure. I am quite comfortable this way. The carriage soon arrived at the shores of West Lake where the sun was shining brightly. The weather in early July was warm, even hot, indicating it was the time when West Lake's water level was highest and the scenery was most beautiful. The willows by the shore grew lush, their green branches swaying with the gentle waves dancing gracefully in the breeze. Across the vast expanse the water shimmered breathtakingly beautiful. The pleasure boat was large, over 10 john long, standing like a mountain in the water, capable of accommodating hundreds of people. After boarding, Chu Ling led Zhou Yuan to the second floor hall where the main viewing event of the day would take place. The reason for moving the time to the morning is that today's host has procured excellent perch and is preparing to host everyone. Many people have already arrived, we are quite late. Before Zhou Yuan could respond, he sensed countless gazes upon him. He looked up and saw how beautiful the second floor of the boat was, with exquisite tables and chairs set with fruits and snacks. The beams were intricately carved and there were scenic paintings on the screens. People dressed in their finest clothes were all looking in this direction. Old and young men and women, there were scholars in white robes, learned men in long gowns, dignitaries in brocade, and beautifully dressed noble ladies. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. At least for Chu Ling it was so. Although she was generous, she had never experienced such a situation before, being scrutinized by dozens of familiar and unfamiliar faces, and those gazes were not admiring or questioning but rather evaluative. Zhou Yuan, however, was accustomed to such scrutiny. He lightly bowed to everyone and said, "Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the boat to enjoy the scenery. The weather today is clear and the gentle breeze is perfect for sightseeing. Please enjoy yourselves freely." He took Chu Ling's hand and strode forward with a light laugh, saying, "Do not stand on ceremony, treat this place as your own home." Xin Xiaoshan and the others exchanged glances and let out a light hum before slowly returning the greetings. One young lady's face flushed and she said softly that, "This is my boat, why do you act like the host?" Zhou Yuan replied, "May I ask your name, young lady?" Luo Shui. The young woman in her early 20s slightly bowed and said softly, "Everyone calls me Luo Shui Jusher." Zhou Yuan nodded, saying, "Your name compliments my title of Yuan Izhenren quite well." "Pa! What nonsense!" Luo Shui Jusher lightly spat, her face turning even redder. The other scholars, however, laughed, clearly amused by Zhou Yuan's jest. But soon they realized that they were there today to restore face for Qiaoshan, so they hurriedly suppressed their laughter. Chu Ling finally reacted lightly, laughing. "Linger has met Uncle Li Shi, Mr. Qiaoshan, Uncle Su, and all the scholars and sisters here." She was quite well known in the Linen Prefecture and everyone responded enthusiastically. "Linger, your business has been doing very well lately. News of Mo Yunjai is all over Jiangnan." Li Xiaolu stroked his beard and said with a gentle smile, "When you came to Linen Prefecture, your father asked me to take care of you. It seems you will have to look after me in the future." Chu Ling quickly replied, "Uncle Li, sure you flatter me. I am just managing a bookstore, it's just a small endeavor to earn some silver. I only hope Uncle Li sure doesn't cause me any trouble." Li Xiaolu is a head of the criminal justice department. Anyone who got into trouble with him would surely not end up well. Xin Xiaoshan also bowed and asked, "Linger, how has Brother Chu been lately?" Chu Ling quickly returned the greeting, not daring to slight him, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Xiaoshan. My grandfather is healthy and in good spirits and often mentions you." Xin Xiaoshan sighed, saying, "It has been more than 10 years since we last met. I should visit Brother Chu in Jinling." Chu Ling's grandfather is currently the head of the Chu family, nominally the prince's tutor, and also the grand sacrificial official of Jinling Academy, a leading figure in contemporary literature and a well-known learned man in the world. The Empress has invited him into the palace 3 times, but he has declined each time. This person is traditional and only recognizes the late emperor, vowing not to enter the capital after being dismissed from his position. However, as a former leader of the Qi faction, his influence is immense. After some pleasantries, Chu Ling finally said seriously, "Let me introduce you all. This beside me is the author of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Yuan Izhenren, Zhou Yuan." She laughed lightly and said, "Many friends have asked me to bring him here to meet everyone. I personally went to Yunzhou to invite him and finally didn't disappoint everyone." Everyone exchanged glances, but their enthusiasm was not as expected. After all, the incident at Mo Yunjai had caused quite a stir recently. Everyone knew that Zhou Yuan had clashed with Xin Xiaoshan and had even put Xin Xiaoshan in a difficult position. Now to be enthusiastic towards Zhou Yuan would be to slap Xin Xiaoshan in the face. Sure enough, Xin Xiaoshan grunted heavily and said, "I wonder who invited such a person to this boat. Today, for appreciating the scenery and discussing poetry and national policies, how can a mere fallen scholar and common author participate?" The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. In fact, before this, everyone intended to meet Master Yuan Yi to discuss the romance of the Three Kingdoms and find some fun for today's gathering. Who would have thought that Master Yuan Yi had a conflict with Mr. Xiaoshan? This completely dissipated the atmosphere. Chu Ling sighed and said helplessly, "Mr. Xiaoshan is a contemporary scholar, while Master Yuan Yi has yet to reach his 20s. I hope you can be more forgiving towards the younger generation." She also couldn't turn against him. After all, he was her grandfather's friend and an idol in the scholarly community. "Mr. Xin Xiaoshan however replied Linger should understand that I am not targeting you personally, I am merely addressing the issue at hand. With these words it became even harder for everyone to persuade him. Yet Zhou Yuan laughed and said I actually think Mr. Xiaoshan is right. You are discussing poetry and national policies and I Zhou Yuan cannot participate in that. I just want to sit here, drink some tea, eat some fruit and enjoy the lotus flowers of West Lake. You all talk among yourselves, I guarantee I won't participate or interject. I trust that with Mr. Kaishan's broad-mindedness he would not mind a mere guest, would he? This was Zhou Yuan's traditional tactic, directly displaying weakness to prevent the other's sharp words from finding a target. Mr. Xin Xiaoshan could only open his mouth, snort heavily and say naturally I can accommodate a mere guest. If he couldn't it would mean he was narrow-minded and such moral pressure did not allow Mr. Xin Xiaoshan to lose his temper. The boat began to head towards the center of the lake. Zhou Yuan sat at the edge eating fruits and snacks while sipping tea, basking in the sun and enjoying the breeze, feeling utterly delightful. What those scoundrels discussed about poetry and literature was of no concern to him, and such an occasion Zhou Yuan preferred to play a supporting role. He had no intention of seeking the spotlight, his mind was filled with thoughts on how to get rich quickly and how to rescue those poor women. In a world where some suffered, how unfair it was. Zhou Yuan was not a saint, but within his responsibilities he felt compelled to act. Li Zhaolu was a schoolmate of his father and worth pursuing. Mr. Xin Xiaoshan was a bit difficult to deal with, he was quite stubborn and had a considerable opinion of Zhou Yuan, making it quite hard to win him over. Forget it, there's no need to think too much about it, it was better to enjoy the scenery. He hummed a little tune, squinting his eyes as he looked at the view before him, feeling increasingly relaxed. In the middle of the two-story boat everyone sat in chairs forming a group and discussing passionately. Among them Mr. Xin Xiaoshan was the most emotional and spoke with great fervor. 6 years ago we suffered a great defeat in Liaodong and almost all our territory outside the Great Jin was lost. Haijin was also impacted. If this continues even the capital will be in danger. In Shanxi and Hunan rebel bandits have emerged one after another. We have dismissed 4 governors in a row yet we cannot manage the chaos. Even the Mongols dare to raid our borders, what a true disgrace. Last year there were rebellions in Guangxi and the court suffered several defeats. If it weren't for Tang Zhongyuan leading an army of 60,000 to suppress them, Guangxi might have been lost and even Jiangxi would be threatened. With treacherous officials in power and an incompetent emperor on the throne, what will become of the realm of the Great Jin? Many scholars sighed and some young ladies also frowned. Li Zhaolu said solemnly, Mr. Xiaoshan, please be cautious with your words. The Great Jin has been established for 400 years and its deep-seated issues are not merely the fault of the emperor. As the governor of Lin and Su Xuanzong also nodded, saying indeed chronic illnesses take time to develop. Even a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Just maintaining the current situation is not easy. I urge Mr. Xiaoshan to be careful with his words and not to invite calamity. What calamity? Xin Xiaoshan shouted loudly, as scholars is it not our duty to criticize the issues of our time? If the Empress knew, how could she dare punish me? Li Yunhua said, what you say is right. As scholars and Confucians it is our duty to criticize the issues of our time and offer brave loyal advice. If the court is incompetent, are we not allowed to speak up? Li Zhaolu glanced at his son, his expression darkening as he sighed inwardly. This boy only knows poetry and literature but is oblivious to worldly affairs. Su Guangchen said, Mr. Xiaoshan truly possesses insight. Indeed, treacherous officials are in power and the governance is crumbling. For example, in Yunzhou there are shameless individuals who have framed the Su family. The Jinyui not only ignores it but also intends to accept bribes, indiscriminately imprisoning us. Those lackeys spare no effort for money, disregarding the law. Su Xuanzong asked young master what exactly happened at Fengming Tower in Yunzhou. How did the Su family end up in such a predicament? When the news reached me I was shocked. Su Guangchen sneered coldly, that must be asked of our great author Master Yuan Yi. How is this related to Master Yuan Yi? Everyone looked towards Zhou Yuan. At this moment Zhou Yuan was eating fruit, looking completely bewildered. He waved his hand and said, you all go on with your discussion, don't mind me. Su Guangchen stood up and said loudly, you may not know but this Master Yuan Yi Zhou Yuan, though a scholar, is shameless. He disregards the dignity of a scholar and has married into the Zhao family in Yunzhou as a son-in-law. He is a son-in-law. Upon hearing this everyone's expressions changed instantly. What is a son-in-law? It is merely a position slightly higher than that of a servant, comparable to a steward. For a scholar to become a son-in-law is truly embarrassing to speak of. As everyone was shocked, Su Guangchen continued, it's laughable. This person once candidly stated that he married into the Zhao family purely for money. How shameless. Xin Xiaoshan slammed the table and shouted, this is outrageous. A scholar should have an indomitable spirit. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot sway, might cannot bend. How can one disregard personal dignity for the sake of wealth and comfort? Everyone's gaze towards Zhou Yuan changed. After all, scholars in this era still cared about their dignity. Many young ladies sighed. Even if they admired Master Yuan's talent, they could not tolerate this aspect. Chu Ling shot Zhou Yuan a glance indicating your pressure has arrived. Seeing that it was effective, Su Guangchen continued, what is this? This son-in-law neglects his family duties yet has ambiguous relations with his wife's close friends, their intimate demeanor suggesting a deep connection. He even poisoned the dishes at Fengming Tower to protect that mistress, causing my entire Su family to be imprisoned. Upon hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, standing up and looking towards Zhou Yuan. Someone had already shouted angrily, how dare this scoundrel be so despicable? To insult a friend's wife and poison others, how utterly vile. Su Xuanzong asked, is there any truth to this? If he poisoned, how could he escape legal repercussions? Su Guangchen replied, I was wrongfully imprisoned and the Su family suffered calamity. We were extorted of countless silver coins. The corrupt officials of the Jinhui received bribes so naturally they would not pursue his responsibility, instead they would even thank him. At this point he shouted, you may not know, but this person was promoted to 100 households in the Jinhui of Linen because of this. Now he is an official. How can I say that treacherous officials are in power and governance is in ruins? Such people rely on such means to become officials. Everyone's faces turned pale, filled with fear, anger and shock. They feared the identity of the Jinhui and were enraged by Zhou Yuan's hypocritical and despicable behavior. Xin Xiaoshan stood up, pointing at Zhou Yuan and shouting, despicable scoundrel! How could you commit such vile acts? If I do not bring you to justice, I am unworthy to be a scholar. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, pointing at Zhou Yuan and cursing him. Seeing this scene, Chu Ling's expression also darkened. She knew Zhou Yuan would face pressure today, but she did not expect him to be so viciously criticized. If it were normal discussions and criticisms it would be fine, but to pin such crimes on Zhou Yuan with the intent to ruin his reputation completely was intolerable. Chu Ling could not tolerate this matter. The entire boat was in an uproar, starting from a discussion of national affairs to a complete onslaught against Zhou Yuan. Under Su Guangchen's embellishments, Zhou Yuan had completely become a despicable villain, marrying for wealth, being unfaithful upon sighting beautiful women, poisoning others to gain official positions. He was the very embodiment of someone who deserved to die 1,000 times. Enough! Chu Ling could no longer bear it, her face cold as she said, you are all educated individuals, why are you spreading rumors and believing slander? I, the author of Mo Yanjai, have written popular works that are well known in the south, yet I am subjected to such jealousy. Do you all wish to see me dead? If you truly want to tear off the masks, then let it be I, Chu Ling, will face it head-on. Her words left everyone present stunned. They had not anticipated that Chu Ling would forcibly stand up for Zhou Yuan under such circumstances. Logically speaking, Zhou Yuan was merely a contracted author of Mo Yanjai. The relationship between an employee and the employer should not warrant Chu Ling to offend so many people. Many misjudged Chu Ling's stance, including Xin Xiaoshan. But Xin Xiaoshan did not care about these things, he was simply angry. Thus he said in a deep voice, Miss Chu, you are the granddaughter of Lord Zhou Yuan, how can you not understand reason and defend such a morally corrupt person? I was an old friend of your grandfather, and even if I do not give you face today, Lord Zhou Yuan will not take offense at me. Chu Ling's expression changed. She was clearly the type who would yield to soft words but not hard ones, otherwise she would not have eloped in the first place. Thus, facing the elder's domineering command, she was about to speak up when her small hand was suddenly grasped by a gentle large hand. Chu Ling turned around to see Zhou Yuan smiling at her. His expression was calm, even carrying a hint of ease, which undoubtedly made her subconsciously relax a lot. Your status is not suitable for standing up and arguing, let me handle this, Zhou Yuan said as he pulled her behind him, looking at the crowd, his gaze resting on Li Xiaolu. He spoke softly, lordly, as the head of the Linen Prefecture's Criminal Justice Department, you must know the laws of the Great Jin. May I ask what the duties of the Jinhui are? The sudden question left everyone dumbfounded. But Li Xiaolu remained calm, slowly saying, to protect the imperial court and ensure the safety of the holy monarch and the royal family, the external Jinhui must investigate major cases, eliminate treasonous elements and maintain national stability, relieving the holy monarch of worries. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, as 100 households of the Jinhui in Linen, do I not have the authority to arrest those who just insulted the holy monarch? Li Xiaolu understood and replied nonchalantly, of course, to insult the holy monarch is a crime of treason, execution is warranted. The Jinhui are the emperor's claws and they can execute first and report later, this is a privilege granted by imperial power. The crowd gasped in shock, unable to help but take a few steps back. Zhou Yuan then looked at Su Xuanzong, squinting as he said, Lord Su, you are the governor of Linen, I heard you had a good relationship with the former Shao Qinhu, you should know about the incident at Fengming Tower, right? Su Xuanzong replied earnestly, this matter is significant and I dare not speak recklessly regarding the incident at Fengming Tower. Initial investigations revealed that the mushrooms procured from Wui Mountain contained toxins which led to poisoning among the high-ranking Jinhui. The crime is undoubtedly confirmed. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in discussion. Zhou Yuan continued, then Lord Su, do you know why I was selected to join the Jinhui? Numerous ladies and scholars turned their attention to Su Xuanzong as the governor of Linen. His words carried great weight here. Su Xuanzong remained silent for a moment before saying, Shao Qinhu once communicated with me stating that the Zhao family's son-in-law Zhou Yuan is exceptionally skilled in reasoning and investigating cases and deserves to be employed. However, you were promoted to 100 households only because you achieved great merit during the Yunzhou rebellion. At this everyone was stunned. How could Zhou Yuan, a mere scholar and son-in-law, have accomplished anything in a rebellion? Zhou Yuan also laughed and said, "It seems others do not believe I earned my merit." Li Zhilu spoke in a deep voice, "I know the details of this matter. I have reviewed the data on casualties during the Yunzhou rebellion and the detailed processes several times. Since the start of the rebellion, Zhou Yuan left Mo Yunjai and Yunzhou arrived at the Zhao residence, then to the Shui residence. The journey took 4 hours, during which he killed 78 rioters." Upon hearing this, the hall was filled with shock. Some women even cried out in disbelief. A scholar killing 78 people. Good heavens! No one could have imagined this person was so ruthless. Su Guangchen's expression changed dramatically, taking a few steps back, fear clearly returning to his eyes. Li Zhilu continued on that day at dusk to quell the rebellion. Zhou Yuan, accompanied by 50 of Shui's house staff, advanced from the northeast to the southwest, killing hundreds of rioters, staining his armor with blood, and finally met with Zhao Cheng, the magistrate of Yunzhou. After meeting, the two of them marched south, causing the rioters to flee in all directions, and eventually joined forces with the Genie Weiss cavalry to suppress the rebellion. The report issued by the Southern Pacification Office evaluated in the midst of the chaos. Zhou Yuan maintained a clear mind, wielded his sword against the enemy, and prioritized the safety of the common people. Although he held no official title, he fought with family staff to repel the rioters. His contributions cannot be overlooked and he should be promoted. The reply from the Genie Weiss Northern Pacification Office and Command Center was, "The scholar did not fear bloodshed, bravely fighting with a sword. He is truly a hero and deserves to be exceptionally promoted to 100 households of the Genie Wei in Linen to observe his future performance." The entire boat fell into an astounding silence. Everyone looked at Zhou Yuan, their faces filled with disbelief. This seemingly ordinary son-in-law scholar was actually the one who wielded a sword to suppress the rioters during the rebellion, a terrifying executioner with over 100 lives on his hands. The crowd gulped, unable to accept this all at once, while also fearing whether Zhou Yuan would take revenge. Chu Ling said calmly, "On the day of the rebellion I was with Zhou Yuan at Mo Yunjai relocating together, and I personally witnessed him suppressing the rioters completely covered in blood. The sword he used was a gift from my uncle Chu Shaogang." Chu Shaogang, renowned in the Great Jin, was a formidable figure who once repelled the Mongolian and Tatars coalition. The young ladies present grew increasingly fearful, yet there was also an inexplicable sense of taboo, feeling that Zhou Yuan was like a myth. Good-looking, tall, talented, having written Romance of the Three Kingdoms, yet also a bloody writer who suppressed rioters and was promoted to the Genie Wei, a strange person indeed. Indeed, he was a strange person. Despite being slandered and insulted by everyone, he did not retort. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you both for clearing my name. The truth is now quite clear. The disaster of the Su family has nothing to do with me, and my identity as 100 households of the Genie Wei was earned through my own abilities, legitimate and proper, with the token personally issued by the commander of the Genie Wei. At this point, let me return to the topic of being a son-in-law. I am indeed the Zhao family's son-in-law. I have never concealed this identity, nor do I feel ashamed of it. On the contrary, I get along very well with my father-in-law and mother-in-law, and I share a deep bond with my wife Jianjia. What? You all cannot bear to lower yourselves to be son-in-law, so you do not allow me to be one." Li Yunhua frowned and said, "As a scholar, how can you abandon your pride and willingly fall into the depths of being a son-in-law?" Zhou Yuan squinted and said, "What is pride? As a man, when Zhou Yuan saw Chu Ling and Mo Xiang in distress, I dared to step forward and fight against the rioters. As a son-in-law, when the Zhao family was in trouble, Zhou Yuan dared to charge into a mansion surrounded by thousands of rioters, risking my life with a sword to rescue my mother-in-law and wife. As a scholar, when the common people were suffering, Zhou Yuan dared to lead a group of house staff into the streets to suppress the rebellion. What is pride? It is the courage to take responsibility, the bravery to fight for justice. To take pride in being a scholar, to be self-satisfied, is that really pride? That is merely the arrogance of seeking fame and recognition." At this point, Zhou Yuan glared coldly at everyone around and said loudly, "You all pride yourselves as scholars, gathering on this boat, believing slander and attacking me, wanting to ruin my reputation upon first meeting. Is this your pride? Do you know why I did not stand up to argue with you just now? Listen well, it is simply because I disdain it. I, Zhou Yuan, never boast. I only wish to do practical things. When I wielded my sword to kill and protect the common people, you scholars were still asleep in bed at some Qin or Chu brothel." Upon hearing this, Chu Ling could no longer contain herself and exclaimed loudly, "Well said. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuan, you are the best. I feel so relieved hearing these words." Zhou Yuan's words left the scholars present feeling utterly humiliated, while the young ladies exchanged glances with sparkling eyes soft as water overflowing with tenderness. When it comes to literary talent, he authored Romance of the Three Kingdoms, causing a sensation in the South. In terms of martial skills, he wielded his sword to suppress rebellions and protect the common people. Regarding status, he boldly acknowledged his role as a son-in-law, expressing his deep affection for his wife, and in terms of appearance, he was tall and imposing, though not fair-skinned, yet distinctly masculine. Moreover, he faced accusations with calmness, responding to each one with powerful retorts. Truly a remarkable man. The young ladies, experiencing their first stirrings of affection, were captivated by Zhou Yuan's eloquence, their hearts racing with excitement, their eyes shining with admiration. The shift in atmosphere also left Xin Xiaoshan feeling somewhat gloomy upon hearing Zhao Cheng's name. He recalled that Zhao was once his disciple and they had exchanged letters over the years, especially since he had achieved academic success. However, he never expected that this Yuan Yizhenren Zhou Yuan was actually the son-in-law of his own disciple. This made him even angrier, and he exclaimed, "Nonsense. You speak absurdly. How can you as Zhao Chang's son-in-law not even understand the basics of Confucianism? Zhou Yuan smiled and replied, it seems teacher Xiaoshan is aware that my father-in-law is your disciple. The crowd exchanged glances, surprised to learn of this connection between the two. Shen Xiaoshan shouted, Zhao Chang is a clever man, how could he take you as a son-in-law? I truly don't understand what he sees in you. Perhaps it is because I am somewhat exceptional. Zhou Yuan responded. Shen Xiaoshan blared and said, what do you mean by exceptional? Military generals stabilize the country while civil officials govern it. The former solidify the nation with martial prowess while the latter establish order through scholarship. The pride of a scholar lies not in brawling but in upholding moral principles and societal order. If you do not even understand this principle, how dare you speak of excellence or the pride of a scholar? Zhou Yuan looked at Shen Xiaoshan and slowly said, by seniority I ought to address you as master. Are you intending to engage in a debate with your junior? Shen Xiaoshan huffed, I cannot accept being called master by you, and as for debating, you are not worthy to engage with me. Zhou Yuan laughed. So it seems that master only debates with those he deems worthy by age, accomplishments and reputation. This statement left Shen Xiaoshan unable to respond. Zhou Yuan then said, in that case let all present engage in this discourse. Let us gather by West Lake enjoying the lotus flowers, a perfect time for philosophical discussion. For instance, as for what you claimed about the moral principles of scholars, I have yet to see any such principles in practice, as thus far they have been of no benefit to the state or the people. Li Yunhua's expression changed immediately. Zhou Yuan. Such arrogance in your words. To say that scholars are of no benefit to the state and the people is to deny all scholars. If you cannot clarify your stance, the people present will not spare you. Zhou Yuan smiled. Does brotherly wish to engage in a debate? Li Yunhua replied proudly, I fear not. As a scholar I will never accept such insult. Scholars have governed the world since ancient times. Without Confucianism, how would people understand virtue? How would they know loyalty and filial piety? How would they comprehend moral order and societal norms? The crowd nodded in agreement, indicating that Li Yunhua was correct. Zhou Yuan responded, but what does that have to do with you all? Moral values, loyalty, filial piety, societal norms, these are achievements of ancient sages. What have contemporary scholars contributed? You merely don the identity of scholars, discussing lofty ideals, criticizing the court and denouncing corrupt officials, then compose poetry and verses for your own amusement. That is all there is to it. When the war in Liaodong was lost, you criticized. When bandits wreak havoc in Shanshan, you criticized. When the local chieftains in Guangxi rebelled, you criticized. But what have you done about it? Zhou Yuan looked at the crowd questioning, have you truly sought to understand these matters? Have you analyzed or contemplated them? Have you offered advice to the court? You have done nothing. Li Yunhua opened his mouth momentarily at a loss for words and glared, we are not officials, why should we concern ourselves with such matters? Zhou Yuan chuckled lightly. On one hand you speak of scholars governing the world, yet on the other you regard yourselves as non-officials, indifferent to the suffering of the nation and the people. Is this your perspective on governance? Is this your approach to governance? The scholar Falling Snow stepped forward and bowed. Young Master Zhou, I am not talented, but I wish to say a few words. Zhou Yuan smiled. Please go ahead. The Falling Snow scholar said, we are not officials and do not understand these specific matters, so it is understandable that we cannot offer advice. At the same time we criticize the national calamities because we are concerned for the common people. What is wrong with that? As scholars, while we may not analyze specific affairs, we can grasp the fundamentals and urge the sage ruler to be wise and the ministers to be honest and practical. What is wrong with that? The crowd hurriedly agreed yes. What is wrong with hoping for a wise ruler? We criticize corrupt officials in hopes of bettering the court for clearer governance. What is wrong with that? Zhou Yuan slowly smiled. The Falling Snow scholar speaks well. What you do is not wrong. It is just that it serves no purpose. No wrong, no purpose, merely self-entertainment, that is what you do. I do not find you despicable, nor do I think you ignorant, I merely say you are of no use. The Falling Snow scholar became irate, furrowing her brow. Must scholars like you be killing enemies to be useful? Must they hold official positions to be useful? This argument is rather narrow-minded. Others voiced their agreement, caring little for Zhou Yuan's presence as they defended their dignity. Zhou Yuan smiled. Does Master Xiaoshan share this view? Shen Xiaoshan coldly replied, of course. Zhou Yuan turned to the left and sighed. Do Lord Li and Lord Su also think so? Li Zhaolu, however, remained calm, slowly stating, scholars supervise national policies and criticize current issues. This is certainly useful. Su Xuanzong smiled and said, the matters of state are influenced by the concern of scholars, enabling the common people to care. This is a guiding role. The Falling Snow scholar looked at Zhou Yuan softly, asking, do you have anything else to say? Zhou Yuan replied, both gentlemen are not wrong, but they only speak the pleasant truths. You affirm the positive role of scholars but fail to mention that those roles are actually insignificant. In other words, scholars do not even know what they should do or ought to do. The Falling Snow scholar said, Yuan Yizhenwen, please speak plainly. What do you think they should do? Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Huzhou has suffered a drought for 3 years, fields yielding no harvest, the common people living by begging, countless starving to death. Where have the scholars gone? Why has no one spoken up for them? Do you know how many lives could be saved if your influence were used in charity and disaster relief? You are aware of the turmoil in Yunzhou, right? Why has no one stood up for the people of Yunzhou? Why has no one called for assistance from the court helping them rebuild their homes? Scholars indeed have influence, but you simply do not know what you ought to do. You have not utilized your influence well. To put it bluntly, you are not doing anything substantial. You only hope to increase your influence and prospects. Essentially, you are only concerned for yourselves. His words struck like a bell, leaving everyone stunned. Zhou Yuan pointed at the crowd and said, whatever topic can bring you fame you discuss, whatever action can enhance your influence you pursue. In circles you revolve solely around yourselves seeking fame and fortune, while the so-called influence has no real application. Moral order and governance by scholars. Nonsense, it is all for your own advancement. Have you ever cared for the disaster victims? Have you ever cared for the common people? Do you know how many families are impoverished and unable to read? Have you ever thought of establishing charity schools? When it comes to serious matters, they are all irrelevant to you. You only preach moral righteousness, elevating yourselves. But do not forget, the higher you stand, the further you are from the common people. At this point, Zhou Yuan took a hearty sip of tea and finally smiled broadly. I did not wish to discourage you, yet you all still consider yourselves noble. Are you satisfied now? Zhou Yuan's incisive words left the audience in shock. They stood in silence, reflecting on their past actions, feeling regretful as they realized they had never considered the so-called victims or refugees. Their minds were either occupied with literary pursuits or national affairs. It seemed that the matters of the common people were always deemed insignificant, not worthy of half their attention. At this moment Zhou Yuan spoke, and it suddenly dawned on them that they had indeed failed to act on reality. Yet admitting this was quite difficult, as it felt too humiliating. Master Luoshueside softly bowed to Zhou Yuan and gently said, "Thank you for your teachings, Master Yuani." Zhou Yuan squinted and smiled, saying, "There is no need for the scholar to blame herself. As the sages say, the ability to recognize and correct one's mistakes is the greatest virtue. In fact, most people cannot even acknowledge their errors. They lack the courage to confess their wrongs. Though the scholar is a woman, she surpasses many men present." As soon as this was said, the young scholars blushed momentarily, at a loss for a rebuttal. Xin Xiaoshan sneered, "Enough of the noise. Is it time for this old man to speak?" As a contemporary sage, he was undoubtedly much smarter than the scholars and understood his mission. After all, his vast knowledge and experience spoke for themselves. The scholars present clung to his words as if grasping a lifeline, eagerly calling out, "Please, Mr. Xiaoshan, share your thoughts. Please let the old gentleman clarify our standing as scholars. We study the teachings of the sages. How could we be considered indifferent to the people? Mr. Xiaoshan, being well-versed, is expected to uphold justice." Xin Xiaoshan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Do not rush. This boy is merely using a rhetorical sleight of hand to mislead you all." He strode to the center and bowed to the crowd. Then he looked at Zhou Yuan and solemnly said, "I have a few questions and would like to hear your opinions." Zhou Yuan replied, "Please, Mr. Tai, speak your mind." Xin Xiaoshan grunted, "Why do people study?" Zhou Yuan answered, "To read and write, to understand etiquette, to grasp morality, and to comprehend righteousness. The great learning states the essence of the great learning lies in illuminating one's virtue, in loving the people, and in achieving ultimate goodness." Well said. Xin Xiaoshan said flatly, "You are indeed a scholar. You even know the great learning. Then do we scholars understand etiquette? Do we grasp virtue? Do we love the people?" Zhou Yuan looked at the gathered crowd and slowly said, "Everyone here, having extensively read poetry, naturally understands etiquette and morality." Xin Xiaoshan said, "Are you implying that we do not love the people?" Zhou Yuan smiled, "At least I have not seen how you are loving the people." Wrong. Xin Xiaoshan proclaimed proudly, "We do love the people. You simply have not noticed. You only see that we have not spoken up for the victims. You only see that we have not offered strategies for the nation, but you overlook that we also create poetry and prose. How many common folks use a farewell poem to express their emotions during partings? How many wanderers recite a poem of homesickness for comfort? A frontier poem reveals the struggles of countless soldiers. Even a gentle melody, a soft lyric, can convey the emotions of the common people. What we express is not the voice of the common people. Is this not loving the people? It can only be said that our way of loving the people differs from yours." As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted into applause. Li Yunhua was even more excited, saying, "The old gentleman speaks well. We love the people, just in a different manner." Su Guochang said, "Zhou Yuan, being a young scholar, how can he understand these principles?" Zhou Yuan had to admit that Xin Xiaoshan made a good point. The poetry created by literati indeed could touch the hearts of the common people and convey their sentiments, which was indeed a form of loving the people. To oppose this point would be untenable, so one cannot refute it fundamentally but must oppose it from the perspective of its manifestations. Zhou Yuan said, "Mr. Tai is correct. Poetry expresses aspirations, and the common people can convey their feelings through it, whether in farewell, homesickness, patriotism, or enduring hardships at the borders. However, from my perspective, the scope is too narrow." Xin Xiaoshan frowned and asked, "Narrow? What do you mean?" Zhou Yuan replied, "Poetry may love the people, but it cannot assist them. Poetry can resonate with the common folk expressing their emotions, but it cannot help them resolve their predicaments. This is where the limitation lies. Can 1,000 frontier poems bring soldiers home? Can 1,000 poems of homesickness prevent wanderers from drifting? I, Zhou Yuan, have always believed that poetry is a minor path precisely for this reason. Su Guoqing, upon hearing this, could not help but burst with anger. You insolent brat! How dare you say poetry is a minor path? Do you even understand poetry? Perhaps your own learning is limited and you are simply unable to compose poetry. The crowd immediately began to cough, each lowering their heads, afraid to speak. After all, Su Guoqing had just been released from prison and had no idea that Zhou Yuan's opening lines of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms were enough to overshadow the literary world. Seeing the atmosphere around him, Su Guoqing suddenly realized and recalled the poems Zhou Yuan had composed at the Yunzhou Poetry Conference. His face flushed red and he shouted, "Zhou Yuan, you needn't wear that expression. The poems you composed earlier were not necessarily your own creations, right? You, a mere junior scholar, have only studied for a few years. How could you possibly produce such poetry?" After saying this, he frantically signaled Li Yunhua to come and support him. Li Yunhua immediately stood up and said solemnly, "That is correct. The poems you composed earlier were not necessarily your own. Do not blame us for deliberately slandering you. The fact is that your studies are limited and you also have a father-in-law who is a top scholar. It is no surprise that Mr. Zhao Cheng can compose such poetry." Su Guoqing laughed loudly, saying, "Exactly. If you cannot even prove your own works, how dare you look down on the path of poetry? Moreover, do you think there is no one in Linen Prefecture who understands poetry? Not to mention Mr. Xiaoshan, who has a wealth of works. Even a nameless visitor from a brothel can produce exquisite poetry." Li Yunhua's expression froze. Su Guoqing continued, "Everyone should know 4 nights ago at the Peony Pavilion someone wrote an exquisite Linjiang Xian to become the guest of the Mooncloud Huakue." The crowd immediately responded. "Indeed. This has spread everywhere that Linjiang Xian is truly exquisite. Reading it makes one heartbroken yet leaves a lingering aftertaste. Last year's spring sorrow came again. The fallen blossoms stood alone while the swallows flew in pairs. How marvelous that is. I think the last line is the most exquisite. In the past the bright moon shone once, reflecting the colorful clouds returning." Such beautiful lines. Li Yunhua's face turned even uglier. He wished he could punch Su Guoqing to death. He stood to cheer for him only to have Su Guoqing stab him in the back. Chu Ling frowned. She had also heard that Linjiang Xian, and it was indeed written beautifully, leaving her without a reason to refute. And the young ladies present naturally knew reciting that lyric brought tears to their eyes, showing adoration for that unknown poet. Shen Xiaoshan stroked his beard and smiled. "Brat, did you hear that? Our Linen Prefecture also has great poets. How dare you say poetry is a minor path? You should first compete with such masters." Zhou Yuan was bewildered. Was he flaunting his sword before Guangong? This was inappropriate, to be precise. It was like using my own knife to stab me. He smiled faintly and said, "I find that lyric rather common." Su Guoqing became furious. "How dare you remain stubborn? Can you compose such divine poetry? Those previous lines may not even have been yours." Zhou Yuan looked at him, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "If I can prove that the previous lines were indeed mine, if that last lyric is indeed common, what will you do?" How to prove the previous lines? It was fundamentally impossible to prove. That last line was divine, known to all. How could Zhou Yuan prove it? Su Guoqing laughed loudly. "If you can prove this, I will jump off this place and swim back to shore." "All right." Zhou Yuan laughed heartily. "You have guts." Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Su Guoqing was indeed a talented individual, even coming up with the punishment of jumping off the boat to swim back to the shore. It was quite amusing. Su Guoqing was completely unafraid, saying, "You have to prove it. Just saying so doesn't count, you need to persuade everyone." Zhou Yuan smiled and looked at Su Xuanzong, bowing respectfully. "Lord Su, as the governor of Linen, as city's chief magistrate, a successful scholar and a scholar official, I believe everyone will respect your judgment." Shen Xiaoshan added, "Lord Su is highly educated, and although he holds an official position, he has also written poetry that is deeply respected by everyone." Su Xuanzong chuckled and said, "Since everyone trusts me, I suppose I must serve as this so-called judge. However, Zhou Yuan, proving that your past poetry is yours won't be easy, let alone proving that the Linjiang Xian from Mutant Tower was written by you. I truly admire that poem." Chu Ling tugged at Zhou Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "You're being foolish. How can you prove that?" Zhou Yuan gently patted her hand, startling Chu Ling, who quickly retracted her hand, her face slightly reddening. This lecher dared to take advantage of the situation in front of so many people. Zhou Yuan looked at the crowd and finally said to Su Xuanzong, "Lord Su, everyone knows my father-in-law Zhao Chang is the top scholar, yet he rarely writes poetry. To say that my previous impromptu poem at a poetry gathering was written for him seems a bit far-fetched." Su Xuanzong nodded, saying, "That's indeed the case, but since you propose to prove it was your work, you cannot rely on such simple reasoning. It won't convince anyone." Zhou Yuan said, "Then if I can produce an equally excellent work now, would that prove that my previous works were indeed mine?" Su Xuanzong thought for a moment and then nodded, saying, "That's acceptable." We know Zhao Chang rarely writes poetry. If you can produce another outstanding piece, it would serve as proof that those works were yours, and that would be convincing. The key to this persuasion lies in whether the work you are about to produce is excellent. He then looked at the crowd and said lightly, I believe everyone shares my view that there is no unfairness here. Xin Xiaoshan nodded saying, indeed, but I still doubt Zhou Yuan can produce a good piece on the spot. Composing poetry isn't that easy. But Chu Ling's eyes lit up. She knew some of Zhou Yuan's works but had never witnessed him in action. Now she finally had the chance. Su Xuanzong said, as long as the poem you compose now fits the emotions of the moment, there will be no suspicion of pre-prepared verses. Zhou Yuan, have you thought about what theme you want to write on? Zhou Yuan looked at everyone and declared loudly, today as we drift on West Lake enjoying the lotuses and viewing the beauty of Linen, I shall compose a poem praising the beauty of Linen and the scenery of West Lake, which surely fits this moment right. There's no suspicion of pre-prepared verses, right? Luo Shui the scholar said, as this activity is hosted by me, if it is to praise Linen and extol West Lake, there is certainly no concern of pre-prepared verses. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, to avoid you saying I prepared a poem, I will not only match the scenery but also use new verses. I will create a new poetic form that has never been used by anyone before. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Creating a new poetic form is incredibly challenging. Existing poetic forms have been refined over countless years. Can anything created by oneself really be considered good? How could he convince anyone? Su Guanchen laughed, look at this person, he is truly arrogant. Li Jialu said solemnly, in that case compose your poem. I also want to see if the esteemed Yuani really possesses remarkable talent. Many young ladies turned their eyes toward Zhou Yuan, filled with both expectation and doubt. They thought to themselves, if Yuani could truly compose a good poem, this person would be exceptionally outstanding. Zhou Yuan took a sip of tea, cleared his throat and walked toward the deck. After taking 7 steps he finally stopped, took a deep breath and said, poetic form Wang Hai Chao. As the first line was read aloud, the crowd frowned, secretly thinking it was ordinary, but considering it was composed on the spot, this line was already remarkable though not exceptional. Smoke willows paint the bridge, the wind drapes green curtains, a myriad of households in disarray. The expressions of the crowd changed. This line was extremely concise, offering a broad vista and rich information. It was indeed a fine line. Zhou Yuan truly had the talent to compose poetry in 7 steps. Zhou Yuan continued. Cloud trees surround the sandy embankment, raging waves sweep frost and snow, an endless chasm. Markets filled with jewels, doors overflowing with embroidered silk, competing in extravagance. Su Xuanzong and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with admiration. This should be the upper verse, grand and sweeping, encompassing the beauty of Linen. What a splendid poem. However, to call it exceptional, it seemed slightly lacking. The crowd was already quite astonished, so their gazes toward Zhou Yuan were filled with respect. Zhou Yuan's voice suddenly rose, almost as if singing, the overlapping lakes and peaks are clear and beautiful with autumn osmanthus and 10 miles of lotus flowers. Changpipes play in the clear songs of the water lilies flow through the night, playful fishermen and lotus girls. At these words Li Jialu could no longer sit still, springing to his feet and exclaiming, what a great poem. What beautiful lines. Brilliant. Xin Xiaoshan dropped his teacup, his entire being stunned. How could one possess such talent to write such exquisite lines? Zhou Yuan continued, 1,000 writers crowd around the tall teeth, intoxicated by the sound of flutes and drums, savoring the smoke and mist. In another day I shall depict the beautiful scene returning to the Phoenix pool to boast. The entire boat fell silent, only the sound of flowing water and the gentle breeze could be heard. The sunlight was brilliant and the waters of West Lake rippled beautifully. Yet this could not compare to the gazes of the young ladies on the boat. They looked at Zhou Yuan, their eyes almost brimming with water. Chu Ling shyly glanced at Zhou Yuan, her lips curling up as she couldn't help but smile. Oh. With a long sigh, Su Xuanzong shook his head and said, autumn osmanthus and 10 miles of lotus flowers. From today on, whenever Linen is mentioned, this line will surely come to mind first. Li Jialu said solemnly, this line is highly condensed, possessing an artistic power that stirs the heart. It should be regarded as an eternal masterpiece. Su Xuanzong looked at everyone seriously and said, ladies and gentlemen, if this poem Wang Hai Chao cannot prove Zhou Yuan's talent, then there's no need to continue discussing it. The crowd fell silent, only lowering their heads with sighs. The many young ladies, however, raised their heads, gazing at Zhou Yuan with sparkling eyes. One of the ladies bit her lip and boldly approached Zhou Yuan, whispering, please accept this young master. Zhou Yuan instinctively caught it, revealing a moon-white handkerchief that exuded a faint fragrance. Chu Ling's expression turned cold, huffing, shameless, he already has a family. At this moment Xin Xiaoshan also found himself in a difficult position, but he couldn't say anything further. Having produced such verses to argue would not only be a loss of face but also reflect badly on one's character. Su Guanchen interjected, what if he has talent? Can he compare to the Linjiang Xian from Muden Tower? Everyone has heard that poem, how can Zhou Yuan tarnish it? Indeed, our Linen also has exceptional poems that cannot be belittled by Zhou Yuan. Su Xuanzong waved his hand, silencing everyone, then turned to Zhou Yuan saying, I'm afraid I must disappoint you, Zhou Yuan, that Linjiang Xian is a well-known masterpiece, and I will not go against my conscience to say it is ordinary, nor can it be proven to be so. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, actually there is a way to prove it. He looked at everyone, narrowing his eyes slightly, and said, to prove that the Linjiang Xian from Mutant Tower is ordinary, it is very simple. Because that poem was also written by me. With this everyone was stunned, their expressions quite remarkable. Even Chu Ling was left speechless. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, 4 nights ago I went to Mutant Tower with Deputy Qian Huangong and met my old acquaintance Miss Zhou Yuan. Moved in my heart I wrote the Linjiang Xian. But the lights were dim inside and I did not reveal my identity. Young Masterly did not recognize me. This matter can be confirmed not only by Lord Wang On but also by the courtesan Yu Yun. At this point Zhou Yuan winked and smiled, saying, is it too much for an author to say his own work is ordinary? You all manage the heavens and the earth, can you also control my self-evaluation of my work? At this moment everyone was utterly bewildered. It turned out that the work everyone had been praising used to undermine Zhou Yuan's work was actually written by him. Who could take that? In an instant Su Guangqian, Xiaoshan and others widened their eyes, stammering without a word, while the other young ladies looked at Zhou Yuan with sparkling eyes, waves of admiration rising. At this moment Zhou Yuan turned to Su Guangqian and said, I remember you said you would jump down here and swim back to the shore. Young Master Su wouldn't go back on your word, would you? All eyes focused on Su Guangqian's face at this moment. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He was sweating profusely, forcing a laugh and saying, thighs. We are all scholars, why humiliate literature? Zhou Yuan coldly replied, the sage says speak with loyalty and act with respect. If you can't even be honest, what kind of scholar are you? Su Guangqian, furious and ashamed, retorted, you. Why must you press on when you're in the right? Anyway, I won't go down. If you have the ability, just kick me down. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan stood up and kicked him in the chest. With a wail, Su Guangqian flew backward and fell directly into the lake, splashing a huge wave of water. Amid the crowd's exclamations, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh, saying, everyone heard it, he asked me to kick him. I'm the kind of person who likes to help others. Why? Because I am kind. Chu Ling was nearly laughing uncontrollably, hurriedly trying to smooth things over everyone. Let's all calm down. Calm down. Luo Shui gently sighed and said, the original intent of today's outing was to enjoy the beautiful scenery of West Lake, to appreciate the lotuses and flowers, and to discuss poetry. Let us all temporarily set aside unpleasant matters and focus on enjoying the beautiful scenery. At that time I will host a banquet at the Annan Marquis residence for everyone to enjoy. Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief and Zhou Yuan felt at ease. However, the mention of Annan Marquis made him sense something different. West Lake has long been a renowned tourist destination, famous for its beautiful scenery characterized by willow trees, azure waves, embankments and temples. The temple in question is naturally the Linging Temple across the lake, known for its multitude of eminent monks and flourishing Buddhist teachings continuously influencing the Jiangnan region for thousands of years. Many dignitaries have come to Linen visiting Linging Temple to burn incense and pray for a good future. A pleasure boat glided along West Lake towards the shore, gradually revealing a luxurious mansion amidst the interplay of sunlight and lush shade. The square is adorned with 8 pine trees, each standing 10 zhan tall, while 2 jade lions guard either side of the grand entrance with the heavy and stately red copper doors. The ground is paved with slabs resembling white jade, and the surrounding walls are intricately carved with exquisite murals with lush groves and rockeries visible within. As the crowd marveled at the mansion, their gaze ultimately converged on the plaque above. Framed in purple with red is the base, 4 large golden characters boldly proclaimed Xing Tian Bai Yu. It was clear that this was indeed the residence of the Marquis of Annan. The great Jin dynasty has stood for 400 years with countless nobility, but when one mentions the 4 characters Xing Tian Bai Yu, it unmistakably refers to the Marquis of Annan. In recent years only the Marquis of Annan has received such honor. To be precise, this was a matter from 12 years ago. With the fall of Liaodong and Tianjin port in imminent danger, Marquis Han Tua led 4,000 cavalry and 100,000 infantry in a grueling 14-month battle in Liaodong, repelling the invaders and successfully reclaiming the region. The court was abuzz with excitement and the great Jin rejoiced. Han Tua was bestowed the title of first-class Marquis of the North. However, after the rise of the Empress, he was stripped of his title under various pretexts, and the first-class Marquis eventually became the current second-class Marquis of Annan. Yet looking at this 1,000-acre estate with its carved beams and painted rafters and white jade flooring, one wonders how much silver it took to amass such wealth. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, the Empress stripping of titles was not ruthless enough. As everyone made their way towards the Marquis mansion, the scholar Luo Shui led the way, explaining the shapes and meanings of various sites. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but be amazed and turned to Chu Ling, whispering, do wealthy people all live like this? Chu Ling, however, was not in a joking mood. She frowned and said, it's excessive. Both in terms of regulations and expenditure, it's far beyond reasonable. To be honest, the Wang family's mansion doesn't even compare in grandeur. The Wang family refers to the younger brother of the late emperor, who was indeed a true first-class prince. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment and smiled, saying, such a mansion doesn't bring any true honor. Ordinary folks would fear it, and people like us would fear it even more. Chu Ling suddenly said, however, the Marquis of Annan has extensive connections in the south and can often resolve difficult issues with just a few words. Regarding the gambling house in the southern city, you might consider seeking his assistance. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, let's go in and eat some fish first. Today Luo Shui had prepared the freshest base and they just happened to be guests at the Marquis of Annan's residence ready to savor the fish. As for Luo Shui's identity, no one was foolish enough to ask, but it was clear he was someone from the Marquis household. The reason they could invite figures like Li Xiaolu and Su Ciyuan to join their outing today was undoubtedly due to Luo Shui's influence. The two officials were naturally here for the Marquis of Annan. Once inside the Marquis mansion, the atmosphere seemed to become much more restrained. The previously lively scholars grew reserved while Shin Xiaoshan wore a sour expression, seemingly still brooding over the humiliation he had just suffered. Some young ladies, however, were bold, discussing the beautiful scenery of the mansion while secretly casting glances at Zhou Yuan. By now Zhou Yuan had proven his talents through his actions, and these ladies were clearly enamored. Of course, in the end all their thoughts were reduced to a sigh. It's a pity he's already married and still a son-in-law. Bah! A bunch of shameless ones, knowing you're already married yet still trying to attract attention. Zhu Ling was quite displeased with such behavior, so she never left Zhou Yuan's side, easily dismissing any girl who approached with just a few words. Zhou Yuan chuckled, saying, "Miss Zhu Ling, you're forcefully cutting off my romantic prospects." Zhu Ling retorted, "In doing this for your own good. How many of those women are easy to get along with? If you provoke them, it won't be easy to escape." Zhou Yuan leaned in closer, lowering his voice, "So how should I thank Miss Chu?" The close proximity made Zhu Ling's face slightly flush. She steeled herself and said, "We're friends, there's no need to worry about such things. Just don't go astray." Just as the two were chatting casually, a commotion arose ahead. Looking up, they saw a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes adorned with a jade pendant and wearing a purple crown walking towards them with slow, measured steps. Everyone greeted him warmly and the atmosphere instantly became lively again. Zhou Yuan frowned and said, "The Marquis of Annan is so young." Zhu Ling replied, "He's 44 this year, he's not old by any means." Zhou Yuan remained silent as after the initial pleasantries everyone had turned their attention to him. The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away heroes, and the battles of right and wrong, victory and defeat are all in vain. The green mountains remain while the sunset glows on the horizon. Han Tuo stroked his goat beard, laughing heartily as he approached Zhou Yuan, reciting Linjiangxian with grandeur. After finishing, he warmly exclaimed, "Today I am fortunate to meet the esteemed Yuan Yizhenwen, what a stroke of luck." The surrounding crowd exchanged glances. It turned out that Han Tuo was a fan of romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, considering his lack of formal education, it was not surprising. Of course, no one dared to voice this thought. "You flatter me, my lord." Zhou Yuan quickly bowed and said, "Zhou Yuan from Yunzhou, greetings to you, my lord." "Ah. No need for such politeness." Han Tuo laughed heartily, saying, "Everyone here has likely read Romance of the Three Kingdoms and knows its grand themes and vigorous narratives. I couldn't bear to put it down, reading it multiple times, and each reading only deepened my affection for it." The crowd chuckled along, though some secretly despised him, thinking, "You only like such things because of your lack of education." But unexpectedly Han Tuo's tone shifted as he turned to Zhou Yuan, smiling. "Yuan Yizhenwen, the book mentions that Xuanda and Mengda brewed wine to discuss heroes. May I ask, do you think I qualify as a hero? This old fellow truly has no shame. Isn't he trying to force me to praise him in every way possible?" Zhou Yuan silently cursed, then smiled and said, "My lord leads the soldiers in the bitter cold of Liaodong, serving the nation, turning the tide when it falters and supporting the crumbling edifice. How could you not be considered a hero?" Upon hearing this, the crowd felt disdainful, thinking Zhou Yuan was putting on airs, yet here he was flattering the Marquis. Han Tuo was indeed pleased, laughing heartily. "Then tell me, which character from the book do I resemble?" Zhou Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? The Three Kingdoms is filled with pitfalls. Can I just speak carelessly? To say you're Dongzhuo would imply you're a tyrant usurping power and being overthrown by various lords. To say you're Cao Cao would be akin to accusing you of plotting rebellion. If I say you're Yuan Shao, it just so happens that the story is currently depicting Yuan Shao's defeat at Guandu, which is inappropriate. To say you're Liu Bei is even worse. Liu Bei aimed to restore the Han dynasty while the Empress currently rules. To say you're Liu Bei would be to harm others. Sun Jian. No, that wouldn't work either. Occupying Jiangdong would be deliberately implying rebellion. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and could only say Dongzhuo is short-sighted, Cao Cao lacks loyalty, Yuan Shao is indecisive, and Liu Bei lacks achievements. My lord is both loyal and righteous, valiant and exceptional, renowned throughout the world, surely on par with Guan Yu. After all, the story hasn't yet reached the fall of Maicheng, and Guan Yu happens to be the Marquis of Hanshou, which is fitting." Upon hearing this, Han Tuo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Yuan Yizhenwen, you truly have my heart, you shall be richly rewarded. Come forth." As he called out, two servants from the inner courtyard strode in, carrying a small chest. Upon opening the chest, a dazzling golden light burst forth, revealing it to be filled with gold ingots. "Just a mere 1,000 taels of gold. I hope you will accept it, Yuan Yizhenwen." Zhou Yuan was genuinely taken aback. "Big brother, is this our first meeting? Why would you bring out such things directly? And in front of so many people? If I refuse, it would harm your dignity, and if I accept, I'd just seem greedy. What a tricky situation. 1,000 taels of gold, roughly equivalent to over 10,000 taels of silver, is undeniably a lavish display. Giving away money in front of so many people surely carries an intention of recruitment. Whether to accept or decline, the implications are significant. Zhou Yuan wore a smile on his face, yet his heart sank deeper and deeper. He had encountered a worthy opponent this time. The Anan Marquis Han Tua seemed to possess some skill. A military marquis with a renowned record of achievements after being targeted and stripped of his title by the Empress managed to maintain such a grand presence in Linen Prefecture. The fact that even the Criminal Justice Department and the governor came to pay their respects to him shows that his influence is not something that past merits alone can achieve. In certain domains of power, this marquis undoubtedly plays an important role. His ability to achieve this indicates that the Anan Marquis is inherently clever and possesses significant resources. Such a reckless attempt to recruit someone undoubtedly carries deeper intentions. Zhou Yuan examined his own resources, feeling a slight tremor within. His father-in-law, a champion of the imperial examination, although temporarily dispatched, has an impressive record, and it is only a matter of time before he is recalled to the capital for greater responsibilities. Maintaining a good relationship with the Shui family signifies considerable influence within the military. Compared to the past when Shui Chengji's contributions were immense, many current court officials have emerged under his command. Building rapport with the Chu family, he possesses both talent and influence within the scholarly community. Simultaneously, he is a captain in the Imperial Guards, having been promoted directly from above. All these conditions combined, he is undoubtedly a worthy investment. The Anan Marquis must have thoroughly investigated him before making such a bold recruitment, seemingly reckless, yet in truth it is like a heavy sword that is unadorned, and great skill lies in simplicity. In front of so many people, it is naturally difficult to refuse. However, once he agrees with so many witnesses present, Zhou Yuan will inevitably become his subordinate. Even if their hearts are worlds apart, others will not believe it. This is a typical course of recruitment. Over 80% of those present, even if unwilling, would not dare to refuse, fearing the tearing of their faces. They can only comply. The Anan Marquis indeed possesses some substance. Zhou Yuan could not help but acknowledge that this fellow has immense power, otherwise he would not have been able to gather such accurate intelligence and make such a daring and pressure-laden recruitment. Thank you for your appreciation, Marquis. Zhou Yuan said excitedly, quickly taking the box and loudly proclaimed, Marquis, you are generous. If there is any need for your subordinate in the future, please speak frankly. Zhou Yuan was not lacking in vision, nor was he cowardly. Rather, he did not wish to make enemies, as he still had significant matters to attend to in Linen Prefecture. What are you being polite about? Come eat fish. Han Tua laughed heartily, inviting Zhou Yuan and everyone else to take their seats, clearly in high spirits. Everyone else responded in kind, though occasionally casting glances at Zhou Yuan, their eyes slightly filled with disdain. How could Zhou Yuan, who was once so proud, now become a lackey of the Anan Marquis just for money? In a world where crows are all black, Zhou Yuan is still merely going around in circles. With some looking down on him, naturally there were also those who envied him, leading to Zhou Yuan's reputation becoming increasingly polarized. Are you crazy? After sitting at the table, Chu Ling whispered, is money that easy to obtain? It is clearly a bribe. By agreeing like this, the whole world will see you as his person, and when the time comes you won't even be able to get off the pirate ship if you want to. Zhou Yuan laughed. Do I have a choice? Chu Ling responded, why not? Even if you don't accept, what can he do to you? You are not without background. Zhou Yuan thought for a moment before replying, it's not good to offend him directly. All my energy must be focused on the gambling house in the southern part of the city right now. If I can leverage his power, that would also be a good thing. Chu Ling scoffed, casting a glance around and squinting. If he were that easy to deal with, he wouldn't have been able to build such a mansion. This person must be ruthless. Zhou Yuan patted Chu Ling on the shoulder and chuckled lightly. Who told you I would spit out the bones after eating people? Relax, it's just someone giving money and I merely accepted it. After the gathering ends, I will just have more money. I won't lose anything else. Chu Ling sighed, shaking his head. It's not understood like that. Taking money without doing anything will ruin your reputation, and once lost it cannot be regained. As for doing something, there are indeed some matters that are quite difficult to handle. In any case, I feel that you have not made a good move with this chess piece. Zhou Yuan fell silent. It wasn't that this move was poorly made, but that Han Tua had prepared everything, forcing him to make this move. Regret is meaningless. He just needed to quickly take care of his own affairs. Thus Zhou Yuan asked, when can I get the information on Yi Mian and Lu Hanqing? Chu Ling replied, the day after tomorrow. On that day you can directly return home and someone will communicate with you. Zhou Yuan nodded. Han Tua's appearance made him feel a peculiar unease, prompting him to want to sort out his current affairs as quickly as possible to see what the situation truly was. He just hoped that these matters would not be related to Han Tua. The flavor of the perch was exceptional, the atmosphere was on point, and everyone was having a great time chatting. However, due to the earlier incident, Zhou Yuan became the one who was neglected, with even many young ladies no longer glancing at him. After all, those who are easily swayed by money are regarded with disdain by these scholars. Yet when such matters fall upon them, they will be immensely excited. In the end, the beneficiaries are simply not themselves. Today there are 3 joys. Han Tua raised his cup, looking at everyone, and laughed loudly. First, being able to gather with you all in this summer to enjoy a banquet is truly a blessing. Secondly, Li Darren and Lord Su have come to visit. The young marquis is quite delighted, offering a modest wine to chat about the world. Thirdly, I have met Zhou Yuan like an old friend meeting again. We feel as if we've known each other for ages. These three joys should be celebrated with a grand toast. As his words fell, everyone raised their cups and drank heartily. The banquet lasted for over an hour. Zhou Yuan, though not drunk, was feeling quite urgent and found a servant to inquire about the restroom, then dashed inside. Stepping out feeling refreshed, Zhou Yuan instinctively looked deeper into the Marquis' residence only to see a figure rushing in. A sudden jolt struck Zhou Yuan's heart and his brow furrowed. The figure he just saw seemed quite familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it. He secretly committed the silhouette to memory, hoping that he could recognize it the next time he saw it. The day's gathering finally came to a complete end. Zhou Yuan's reputation had thoroughly spread, not just the name of Yuan Yi but also his own talents, which would be quite beneficial for his future career. After everyone left, the Yan'an Marquis sat quietly in the courtyard beginning to play chess. As the pieces fell, he slowly remarked, "This person possesses talent, courage and determination, otherwise he wouldn't be able to compose such excellent poetry, nor could he have committed murder in Yun Prefecture. However, he lacks ambition and decisiveness and is somewhat short-sighted, perfectly ripe for us to exploit." The bald man beside him chuckled softly. "Marquis, your vision is remarkable, I admire it. However, is Zhou Yuan truly that important? Is he worth the Marquis personally stepping in to recruit?" The Yan'an Marquis snorted. "What do you know? The Empress is currently in dire need of capable individuals. The champion of the Imperial examination has a clean background and capability and will soon be reused. However, alas, this land deep in sickness is likely beyond saving. That individual in the divine capital probably hasn't slept well in recent years." Zhou Yuan paid no mind to the farce of the Yan'an Marquis house's enticement. Regardless of how the outside world viewed him, he was completely indifferent, having gained over 10,000 taels of silver, which was indeed worth celebrating. Lord Wangong had been gone for 4 days and by now he should be on his way back. However, Zhou Yuan's progress was still insufficient, as he had yet to deal with Yi Mian and the Jinui had not completed their reorganization. Zhou Yuan returned to his residence, preparing to summon his ultimate weapon. "De Yong! Come out!" With Zhou Yuan's loud shout, a colossal figure emerged from the room, bare-chested with muscles like cast iron, standing at 2 meters tall like a tower. He brandished a Fangtian Huaji and shouted, "Boss! Kill that one! Kill your big-head ghost!" Zhou Yuan laughed and scolded, genuinely pleased as he loved this raw energy emanating from De Yong. "Have you been doing well here these past few days?" "Good." Guo De Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I get to eat meat every day and am wealthed with endless energy." Zhou Yuan chuckled, "It seems that as your boss I'm treating you well." Guo De Yong grinned and nodded, "With the boss there's meat to eat." Zhou Yuan sighed, "But I've encountered a problem, someone isn't listening to me. What should I do?" Guo De Yong's eyes widened and he immediately roared, "Who dares to disobey the boss? I'll take care of him." Zhou Yuan waved his hand saying, "Get dressed and tonight come with me to the Qianhu office. Let those birdmen see what real strength is." "All right." While Guo De Yong tidied up, Zhou Yuan found the sulking Zi Yuan. The girl was sitting idly in the room, resting her chin on her hands, pouting with displeasure. "Who made our Zi Yuan sister angry?" Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's voice, Zi Yuan's expression brightened, but she quickly lowered her head, huffing softly without responding. Zhou Yuan smiled, "Could it be that you're missing your own lady?" Zi Yuan looked up and pouted, "Ever since I followed the young master, Zi Yuan has become unwanted, seeing no one every day. I feel like a surplus. Isn't it good to have an easy job with no one overseeing you?" Zi Yuan pouted, "Who wants to be unmonitored? A girl without supervision is useless, unwanted by others." As she spoke, her voice became choked, clearly indicating that these past few days had been quite hard for her. Zhou Yuan took her small hand, but she pulled away. Zhou Yuan pulled her back, gently holding her palm and smiling, "Your young master has a special status now. It's inconvenient to have a maid by his side. There will be times for you to serve in the future." Zi Yuan murmured, "Always the same thing." Zhou Yuan asked, "Are you longing to warm the bed?" "Not at all." Zi Yuan immediately turned her head away, her face flushed, and softly said, "I just feel useless, unable to help the young master, spending every day here doing nothing like an unwanted girl. If the lady finds out, she'll definitely blame me for not taking good care of the young master." Zhou Yuan patted her head, smiling, "Be patient, I have an important matter to ask of you soon. You can't mess it up." Zi Yuan hurriedly replied, "I definitely won't. I'm not that foolish." The little girl's emotions were quite simple, comforting her took almost no effort. However, Zhou Yuan still reflected on himself, realizing he had indeed paid too little attention to Zi Yuan. Caught up in mundane affairs. Once the matters in Linen are resolved, I truly need to rest and indulge in romance, spending quality time with Zhao Jianjia. Returning to the Qianhu office, Zhou Yuan awoke from a nap and the sky was already dimly lit. He began to strike the water drum, timing it perfectly, and suddenly started beating the gong. The tremendous noise immediately attracted countless curses from around. "Which bastard won't let people have peace early in the morning? Damn, it is a madman here. Don't let me sleep and I'll make sure you can't get out of bed." In just a few breaths someone jumped out from a room. In the hot summer there was no need for clothing, but upon seeing Zhou Yuan their expressions froze, standing awkwardly in place, unable to utter a word. Zhou Yuan continued to strike the gong, the harsh sound inciting the wrath of the crowd. All 117 members of the inspection department except for the head were gathered. One by one they looked at Zhou Yuan beating the gong, feeling anger but unable to voice it. Only then did Zhou Yuan put down the gong, looking at everyone and saying in a deep voice, "Line up." The crowd helpless lazily formed a few rows, some even yawning, showing signs of sleepiness. Zhou Yuan looked at them coldly and asked, "Where is your head?" "So early? He's definitely not here." "Probably sleeping at home," someone replied, their tone filled with impatience. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, speaking gravely. "The regulations of the Jinui state that those below the rank of Baihu must start morning practice at the third watch, which is when I began to strike the gong. The salary has yet to be paid and I am supplementing with rewards. This is what a Baihu should do. However, if you cannot adhere to the rules, that won't do. From today onwards everything will be done according to the Jinui regulations. If anyone continues to be lazy and languid, then you are opposing me. Opposing me means opposing money and your future. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Whispers began to arise around. Strictly adhering to the Jinui regulations seemed rather harsh. This newly appointed Baihu was generous with money but too strict regarding this matter. A middle-aged man attempted to argue loudly, stating, "Baihu, we've always done it this way and the head has tacitly approved it." Zhou Yuan replied, "Well, starting today your head has been dismissed. I've sent him back to retire. If anyone wishes to follow him, I will not obstruct them." This statement sent chills down everyone's spine. The old head had worked at the Qianhu office for so many years, and just like that he was dismissed. This new Baihu seemed to possess too much power, causing everyone to shout in agreement, showing no objections. Zhou Yuan said solemnly, "Gao Biao, from today onwards you are the head of the Jinui inspection department. I will speak to Lord Yi about it, you need not worry." Gao Biao was naturally ecstatic, immediately kneeling down and shouting, "I will not disappoint the Baihu's cultivation." This caused an uproar. The Jinui officers were deeply shaken by the scene. Is this how one gets promoted? A mere flag officer could suddenly become the head. Who could withstand such a jump? One Jinui, as if invigorated, also shouted along, as getting promoted and wealthy was their greatest dream. What Zhou Yuan wanted was precisely this: they must follow orders. Regarding the gambling den in the southern part of the city, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. If they couldn't follow orders, everything would be in vain. Without power in hand, what's the point of catching a gambling den? An ambitious person will undoubtedly prepare in all aspects, waiting for the arrival of opportunity. Zhou Yuan indeed did not misjudge Gao Biao. Despite being just a minor officer, he understood everything. Formulating training plans, initiating assessment mechanisms, how to select talent, how to inspire the members' motivation, and the determination of rewards and punishments. Including commanding subordinates and understanding people's hearts, everything is grasped just right. Zhou Yuan initially thought he would need to assist him in gathering subordinates, but to his surprise Gao Biao had already bonded with everyone the next day and had gained quite a few loyal followers. Obey orders without question. Zhou Yuan said solemnly, "What I want is these 4 words, everything else can be set aside. I do not care whether their martial arts improve, whether their minds become sharper, or whether their eloquence enhances. All I want is for them to be obedient. What I say they will do, especially during difficult and crucial times." Gao Biao replied solemnly, "Rest assured, my lord, I may not possess great skills, but I can certainly train subordinates to ensure obedience. If the funds run out, just let me know. If there are disobedient ones, they can be punished to set an example according to the regulations." "Yes." As soon as Gao Biao's voice fell, a calm voice suddenly came from outside. "Zhou Baihu, Lord Qianhu requests your presence." Gao Biao's expression changed. It must be something concerning the previous commander. "Do not rush," Zhou Yuan gestured, stepping out, and soon arrived at Lord Qianhu's residence. The morning was still quite cool. Yimian did not review any documents in the study, but instead strolled in the garden with a birdcage, humming a tune from a drama, looking quite content. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, he said nothing but waved his hand and continued to hum. After finishing a song, Yimian exhaled a breath and smiled. "Zhou Yuan, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Come sit down and have something to eat together." Zhou Yuan shook his head and replied, "No, Lord Yi, that would be too much to ask." Yimian laughed. "Delicacies from Yangzhou, porridge made by the Jinling ladies, and fine cold noodles prepared by chefs from the south. Actually, I prefer the small noodles from Bashu." Zhou Yuan quickly said, "Eat, I'm just hungry enough." Moments later, Zhou Yuan was taken aback. In a quaint side room, the dining table was small yet exquisite, with chairs that were simplistically carved, likely made of Wanwali wood. The bowls and plates were made of fine blue and white porcelain with imperial marks from the Jingdezhen unofficial kiln. The key point was that for just breakfast there were over a dozen small plates abundantly laid out. 2 maidservants about the same age as Zhou Yuan were petite and delicate. One was massaging Yimian's shoulders while the other fed him. Zhou Yuan, the other 2 maidservants, took leave, saying their families arranged marriages for them, otherwise you could enjoy their company. Zhou Yuan was stunned for a long time before bitterly smiling. "Lord Yi really enjoys a comfortable life." Yet Yimian did not seem pleased and slowly remarked, "It is rare for someone to reach 70 years. I am nearly 60 and do not know how many more years I have left. Why not enjoy life?" When you reach my age you will be even more extravagant. At this point he pointed to the table and said, don't just listen to me, keep eating. Zhou Yuan picked up a piece of plum cake eating while saying, Lord Yi, you don't look 60, more like 50, you should still have some ambition. Ambition. Yi Mian waved his hand and smiled, those are just tricks to fool children. Most people in office are driven by fame and profit, the rest are in office simply because they have nowhere else to go, they can't just go work in the fields. A tiny fraction may still have ambition, wanting to do some tangible work, but the prevailing trends make it hard for them to resist. At this point Yi Mian laughed, thus nearly all officials end up like me, enjoying retirement. Zhou Yuan questioned, but Lord Yi, you are the Qinhu of Linen Prefecture, one of the most important Qianhis of the Jinhui. In terms of merit, with my achievements, being a commander in the Jinhui would be sufficient. Currently being a Qianhu was merely due to lacking a background. But back then to gain merit and rise I offended quite a few people, now it's difficult to retreat as I dare not back down. If I do, all my enemies across the land will come after me. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but laugh, so my lord can only enjoy life while working. Life is always like that. Yi Mian sighed, many things go smoothly, many things do not, but life must go on. For instance, the trial by who, after being inexplicably dismissed, expressed his discontent, claiming he would go to Jinling to lodge a complaint and seek the Southern Town Supervisory Office. But the harsh reality is that the Southern Town Supervisory Office is the true culprit behind his downfall. If Xiongqua hadn't brought you in, he would have already been a baihu. Zhou Yuan said, my position is truly not that easy. For example, I recently wanted to investigate a case, yet I can't even find basic clues. Lord Yi, that. Ah. Yi Mian suddenly yawned, saying, this summer makes one so drowsy. With the sun shining I feel warm all over and just want to sleep. At this point he looked at Zhou Yuan and smiled, I am here to live, you young people have vigor, but do not overexert my old bones. Zhou Yuan quickly said, Lord Yi, I am fighting alone, lacking strength truly. Before he could finish, Yi Mian interrupted, serving the ruler and sharing worries for the lord is the way of a minister. The great Jin pays me over 1,000 taels of silver each year and grants me such a high position, I am patriotic. He finally wiped his mouth, lay back on a chair in the garden basking in the sun and blissfully fell asleep. Zhou Yuan returned to the inspection department, closed the door and frowned deeply, beginning to ponder the meaning of Yi Mian's words. First he spoke of food, then of merits and background, followed by enjoying life, and finally national affairs and patriotism. Listening carefully, it seemed these words were somewhat difficult to grasp. However, based on Zhou Yuan's years of experience, he concluded that the other party was merely expressing one point, I want to take risks, I want a large share of the credit. If you ask me which side I'm on, I'll only say I am patriotic. This old fox doesn't want to exert any effort or take any blame, yet he still thinks about enjoying the benefits. And Zhou Yuan was actually quite pleased to realize this, as it meant Yi Mian had not been corrupted by the gambling den in the southern city, considering he had just taken office. This implies that Zhou Yuan only needs to deal with Lu Hanqing to stabilize the internal situation of the Jinhui. Once the internal situation is stable, gradually overcoming the southern gambling den would become hopeful. 6 days had passed since Wang On left. Logically he should have returned by now. Why was there still no sign of him? Zhou Yuan felt a bit uneasy, and the next morning he ordered Gao Biao to send 2 people north to search for him. At this moment a letter from Chu Ling also arrived. She stated that there was an additional resident in the house, someone Zhou Yuan needed. Zhou Yuan was immediately overjoyed. It seemed Chu Ling had found a flaw in Lu Hanqing. Thus without further hesitation he turned and ran towards the residence. 6 days ago I entrusted Chu Ling to investigate Lu Hanqing and Yi Mian. Currently it seems that Yi Mian's information is of little use, but Lu Hanqing still needs to be dealt with. This fellow has been in Linen Prefecture for many years with countless subordinates. It's impossible that he has no connections with the gambling house, he must be taken down first. Lu Hanqing has acted very cautiously over the years, spending money discreetly, making it difficult to find any dirt on him. Chu Ling led Zhou Yuan inside and said, however, my friend here has a special status and coincidentally found Lu Hanqing's information. It's just that she has a bad temper, especially towards men, so you should mind your words. If you truly offend her I can't help you. Zhou Yuan nodded and said, don't worry, those from the inner court are typically hot-tempered, it's normal. I guarantee you'll treat her well. Chu Ling rolled her eyes and said helplessly, you make it sound like she's going to do something to you. She's also from Yunzhou, she might even recognize you as a fellow townsman. Oh, Yunzhou. Zhou Yuan nodded, then suddenly stopped glaring and asking, she's a woman. From Yunzhou. Inner court. Chu Ling asked in confusion, what's the problem? Zhou Yuan said, don't tell me her surname is Yi. Hey, how did you know? Hey. Zhou Yuan, don't barge in. Chu Ling hurriedly said, don't really anger her. Anger what? Zhou Yuan strode forward and pushed open the door, instantly seeing a familiar figure. Dressed in men's clothing, her figure was quite slender with a fair neck and delicate features, her cold eyes holding a hint of sharpness, her hair tied up exuding a heroic spirit. Just then Yi Qingying also glanced at Zhou Yuan, her brows furrowing in confusion as she asked, what are you doing here? Chu Ling rushed in panting and said, hey. Do you two know each other? Zhou Yuan approached Yi Qingying and said in a deep voice, why did you leave so suddenly back then without leaving even a letter? Yi Qingying replied, the orders from above came too quickly and abruptly and the task was critical, I couldn't afford to linger. At this point she seemed to feel the need to be a bit tough, raising an eyebrow and saying, why should I leave you a letter? Zhou Yuan chuckled and said, Qingying, you're being heartless. We had such a deep bond. Remember back in the room at the Baihua Pavilion? Smack. The teacup shattered on the ground and Yi Qingying stood up abruptly, her face flushed with anger as she shouted, shut up. Never mention that again. Zhou Yuan was about to tease her when he heard Yi Qingying say, unless you no longer want any information about Lu Huanqing and Yi Mian. Zhou Yuan's expression turned serious as he quickly pulled Yi Qingying to sit down, chuckling awkwardly, sister, please don't get angry. I was just being careless. Where have you been all this time? Have you been in Linen Prefecture all along? Is there some major task at hand? The hands of my second sister are really soft. Yi Qingying seemed unaware of this, only saying in a low voice, you better not pry into my tasks. Anyway, I've been in Linen Prefecture. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to speak, a crisp sound rang out. What the hell, what did the teacup do wrong today to deserve this? I'm asking why you two know each other already and you haven't told me. Are you mute? Chu Ling was clearly very angry, being ignored felt terrible. Zhou Yuan immediately laughed and said, Linger Qingying is my second sister, we are like family, deeply bonded. Yi Qingying retorted angrily, don't think I don't know what deeply bonded means. Chu Ling also lowered her head and said helplessly, don't call me Linger, it sounds strange. Zhou Yuan said, what I mean is we are all on the same side, so let's speak freely. Yi Qingying didn't respond but looked at Chu Ling and asked, how come you're mingling with someone like him? This guy is a lecher. Isn't this just slandering me? When have I? Alright, you continue talking. Zhou Yuan pressed his forehead and fell silent. Chu Ling was stunned and said, he's the author of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Yi Qingying huffed, no wonder Yuan, that's why you look familiar. Thus the two began chatting, sharing their experiences, with Zhou Yuan of course mostly highlighting the negative aspects. For instance, Yi Qingying said Zhou Yuan was lecherous while Chu Ling said he was greedy for money, and through their duet Zhou Yuan became a scoundrel deserving of death. Zhou Yuan calculated that according to the current laws of the Great Gene, the charges mentioned by the two could get him executed several times over or exiled for many lifetimes. I say you two don't go too far. Zhou Yuan finally couldn't help but interrupt, when have I ever forced a woman? When have I drowned anyone in water? When have I ever committed treachery? Yi Qingying, clarify it for me. Yi Qingying huffed, the first time I met you was because you were arrested for forcing someone to death, wasn't it? During the picnic at the poetry gathering, didn't you push Lu Zhe into the water? Aren't you closely associated with the witch from Baihua Pavilion? Zhou Yuan looked at Chu Ling and exclaimed, Miss Chu, when have I ever deceived anyone for money? When have I ever betrayed my wife? Chu Ling tilted her head and said, I gave you double the manuscript fee. You cheated on Xuanning Yue and betrayed Zhao Jianxia. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes and said, you two can stop your throwing all kinds of dirt on my face. I really can't take it. Speaking of serious matters, have you brought Lu Huanqing's information? Good sister, please hurry and give it to me. Yi Qingying shivered and frowned, speak nicely, don't shout randomly. Chu Ling closed the door and the three sat around the table. Then Yi Qingying slowly said, Lu Huanqing, courtesy name Yuntu from Hangzhou, comes from a scholarly family. He was talented in his youth, but when he was 6 his family's fortunes declined and his father was exiled for allegedly smuggling porcelain and tea dyeing midway. After his mother remarried, he followed his stepfather's lead, began to train in weaponry and eventually served the Jinui through covert means, steadily rising through the ranks. This person managed to rise from a covert position to deputy commander in less than 20 years, achieving such rapid promotion without any background. It's quite extraordinary. Extraordinary. In this world there are no extraordinary occurrences, it's just that the reasons are buried a bit deeper. Zhou Yuan said in a deep voice, several key promotions must rely on merits. How did he achieve that? Yi Qingying replied, from a covert position to a regular Jinui, he reported the embezzlement of the Hongyang County magistrate, providing solid evidence. To reach the position of total commander, he infiltrated a bandit stronghold for a year and a half, mapping out detailed locations of traps and defense plans, allowing the authorities to wipe out the bandits in one go. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, the position of total commander is basically the limit for ordinary people. Beyond that, even opportunities to achieve merit are hard to come by. Yi Qingying sneered, but in the following year he was promoted to the position of commander due to cracking a major smuggling case. After diligently working for several years, he shut down the largest gambling house in the south of Linen Prefecture, resulting in dozens of officials being arrested. From that day on, he was specially promoted to deputy commander. Zhou Yuan fell silent for a moment before narrowing his eyes and saying, was there a major event in Linen Prefecture during the year he cracked the major smuggling case and was promoted to the commander? Chu Ling replied, that was 8 years ago. What major event could there have been? Yi Qingying slowly said, 8 years ago the first-class general of the north was demoted to second-class general of the south for factionalism and was reassigned to Linen Prefecture. Zhou Yuan chuckled and said slowly, I told you there's nothing extraordinary about it, it's just that the reasons are hidden deeper. Yi Qingying said, do you know what order I received that day that made me not even have time to leave a letter? Zhou Yuan asked, could it also be related to the general of the south? The Zhejiang provincial governor was killed on the Grand Canal along with 12 Jinui with a total of 68 deaths on the ship. Zhu Ling's face turned pale in shock as she exclaimed, how is that possible? Zhou Yuan also gasped in disbelief, my goodness, a second-rank official was killed by someone. Whoever it is must be incredibly bold. But Zhou Yuan soon calmed down. What secret could force the mastermind to kill the provincial governor? Only rebellion. Zhejiang, the granary of the world, a bustling hub of commerce, the treasury of the great Jin dynasty. Anyone capable of serving as the governor of Zhejiang is undoubtedly a high-ranking minister, a pillar of the nation and a trusted confidant of the emperor. One must possess good abilities, experience, background and pedigree to succeed. If one can effectively govern Zhejiang, they are sure to be promoted to the cabinet once their term is over. Thus, although the position of Zhejiang governor ranks as a second-grade official, it is more coveted than the typical second-grade posts as it holds real power and is close to the cabinet. The assassination of such a minister along with the complete slaughter of the guards protecting him essentially signifies that a tremendous force is on the verge of rebellion. For even the fiercest of factional strife would not reach such extremes, no emperor would allow it. Understanding the severity of the situation, the three remained silent, silently processing the gravity of the matter. After a long pause, Zhu Ling sighed, saying how terrifying such a dreadful incident has occurred in the prosperous Linen prefecture, and the key point is that it hasn't leaked out at all. Zhou Yuan bitterly smiled. If it had leaked out, chaos would have erupted across the realm long ago. The tragedy that happened at noon was responded to by the inner court in the afternoon, directly taking over the scene of the incident. All bodies and items were confiscated and all those in the know were placed under house arrest to ensure that no information gets out. A message has been sent to the capital. The emperor is furious, mobilizing the strength of the inner court to investigate this case while completely isolating the Jinui from it. The head of our inner court has personally come to Linen to oversee the investigation. At this point, Yi Qingying lowered her voice, saying, with the emperor's treasured sword and a secret decree penned by him along with protective charms from Jinling, an army of 40,000 is on high alert, fully prepared for deployment. This is chaos, a major upheaval is imminent. Does the emperor not even trust the soldiers of Zhejiang? Zhu Ling gasped, her voice trembling. Her cousin was the son of the governor of Liangjiang, which made her quite concerned about the matter. Zhou Yuan chuckled, my second senior sister knows even these details, which indicates that the level of importance is quite high. It's merely that the head trusts me all for the emperor's service. Yi Qingying said, her pride evident. Sister Qingying, how does the emperor plan to respond to this situation? This is rebellion in the making. She asked this because everyone in the world knows that the empress is weak and incompetent, often signing humiliating treaties that cede power and allowing the southern chieftains to expand unimpeded. This emperor bears the brunt of scorn. Yet those within the court understand that this great gene, which has lasted 400 years, is already riddled with wounds. There is no way the empress can salvage it. She has done her best, but she can never do well enough. Kill. Yi Qingying said coldly, regardless, the orders we've received from the inner court are to kill. Anyone related to the rebellion must be executed. Zhu Ling shuddered, asking, is it really that serious? Zhou Yuan replied with a calm smile, Zhejiang is the treasury of the court, and in recent years the national treasury has been tight. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Zhejiang is effectively stabbing a knife into the emperor's back. But who would dare to rebel? The Marquis of Annan has no power and no troops. It can't be the governor of Liangjiang, can it? That would be too outrageous. A family of 4 generations of meritorious service and a duke's lineage, there's no reason for it. Zhou Yuan didn't dwell on that but inquired, sister, how is the case progressing? Progress is slow, it's been almost a month and we still. Yi Qingying paused, suddenly her eyes lighting up as she stared intently at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan instinctively shrank back, saying, if something's on your mind, just say it, don't give me that expression. Yi Qingying said, I remember you're excellent at investigating cases. But in part of the Jinui, currently 100 households in the inspection department of the Qinhu office in Linen. Didn't you say you want to exclude the Jinui from the case? Yi Qingying hesitated, thinking for a moment before saying, this time the emperor has given extensive authority mainly to uncover the truth. I suppose I'll go back and ask for approval. It seems I haven't agreed yet. You must agree. Yi Qingying gritted her teeth, saying, this is a matter of state, how could you not lend a hand? What does it have to do with me? I'm just looking to promote and make money, I dare not get involved in rebellions. You. Yi Qingying glared at him, saying, how dare you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you? Zhou Yuan replied, I am part of the Jinui, I have that kind of authority too. Alright, you two stop bickering. Zhu Ling quickly intervened, saying, Zhou Yuan, you and Qingying are senior and junior siblings and good friends, you ought to help her. Yi Qingying nodded eagerly. Zhu Ling added, sister Qingying, Zhou Yuan is part of the Jinui system, if he helps you it would be tantamount to betrayal. Have you considered this? Yi Qingying was momentarily taken aback, remembering the implications. What if he learned the case details and disclosed them to the Jinui? How about this, Zhou Yuan, disguise yourself as my friend and help sister Qingying in that identity. And sister Qingying, you should show some goodwill, offer some benefits to let Zhou Yuan help you keep the investigation confidential. Yi Qingying thought for a moment, feeling she was indeed at an advantage, and then smiled slyly, saying, "Junior brother, you wouldn't disagree with a matter of state, it's my duty, but what benefits will second sister provide me? I'm not short on money, you know." Yi Qingying was taken aback, not knowing what specific benefit to offer. She simply asked, "What do you want?" "What I want will second sister provide." Zhou Yuan smiled. Yi Qingying seemed to recall something, her expression suddenly changing as she stood up, her right hand resting on the hilt of her sword. She said coldly, "What do you want?" "What I want is for sister." Zhou Yuan paused, then laughed, "I want the clothes on sister's body." Yi Qingying finally relaxed, saying, "It's good that you know your boundaries, otherwise I would make you pay for it today." Zhou Yuan laughed, "How could I say something so reckless? I still have to thank sister for sending me intelligence. You should be aware I obtained this intelligence from the head, it wasn't easy." Zhu Ling said, "All right, I prepared food and wine, let's eat while we talk. It's been a while since I've seen Sister Qingying, today's gathering is rare, let's have a few drinks." Yi Qingying covered her mouth, laughing, "It hasn't been long, I visited Linen Prefecture 4 months ago." 4 months is a long time. Zhu Ling smiled as she pulled her out. Zhou Yuan slowly stood up, the smile on his face completely vanished, his forehead dotted with beads of sweat. The governor of Zhujiang has died and the situation is more serious than imagined. Something big is about to happen in Linen Prefecture. Now investigating the gambling houses in the southern part of the city seems trivial, the real issue revolves around the murder of the governor. The key point is that it has been almost a month. The Empress is likely on the brink of collapse. Once the various ministers of the court discover the governor's assassination, they will surely send down edicts to dispatch imperial envoys, and Linen Prefecture will also revolt. Perhaps all worries will erupt in a flash. Perhaps a rebellion is imminent in the coming days. Contemplating this, Zhou Yuan felt a chill run through his body as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhu Ling and Yi Qingying had not met for a long time, making it the perfect time to chat, but after finishing his meal, Zhou Yuan hurriedly left. He did not return to the Qinhu Manor as it was too noisy, and at this moment he needed peace. He rarely stayed in the residence, allowing Zhou Yuan to attend to him while he took a bath. The girl's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, the most beautiful color in the world, but more than that, she was happy, for her master had finally allowed her to serve, no longer lazing about like an unwanted maid. "All right, go rest now." Zhou Yuan wiped his wet hair, poured himself a cup of tea, and sent Zhou Yuan away. The girl, having served since childhood, blinked and asked, "Does my master have something on his mind?" "How can you tell?" Zhou Yuan smiled. Zhou Yuan tilted her head and replied, "My master is acting strangely today. Usually you wouldn't let me serve, but today you not only allowed it but also spoke less, seeming more silent, as if lost in thought." "It's still early." Zhou Yuan gently said, "I will rest in the side room. Just call me if you need anything, my master." She smiled charmingly and then walked away with small steps. Zhou Yuan sighed softly, looking at the tea on the table, its color deep and rich, the leaves well steeped, brewing strong. Taking a sip from the cup, the taste was bitter and astringent, sending tremors through his tongue. His heart was tumultuous because he realized that his understanding of this world had deviated significantly, thus all his plans would be disrupted. The original plan was to seek a future gradually according to a certain rhythm, and after reaching a suitable position retreat gracefully to live a good life with Zhao Jianjia. The foundation of this plan relied on the premise that the great Jin dynasty was at least relatively stable, not prone to large-scale warfare, allowing commoners with economic means and status to lead relatively peaceful and superior lives. But that has changed. If the Yunzhou riot was merely an accident, the death of the Zhujiang governor indicates that the great Jin dynasty's fate is nearing its end and heaven is about to collapse. This means that even the gentry class with economic foundations and certain status will face precarious situations amidst the chaos of war. This is a situation Zhou Yuan did not wish to see. As someone who has experienced various social strata, Zhou Yuan could be considered cunning and calculated, never harboring optimistic fantasies about the future. He only wished to take control of his own fate. But with the national fortune in such a state and heaven about to collapse, how could he grasp his destiny? A misjudgment. A misjudgment. He had thought the Great Jin could last for several more decades, but unexpectedly it had already reached the brink of such a crisis. Everything has changed and the previous plans were entirely scrapped. Now there were only 3 paths left to take. The first is to take his entire family and flee to the South Seas, residing in Haqing Tai, or even sailing to countries like Annam and Siam to escape the calamities of war. Secondly, he could remain in the Great Jin, drifting amid the chaos of war, allowing fate to dictate his life. But as a descendant of Yan and Huang with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, how could he flee to foreign lands? Moreover, those places had language barriers and unsuitable climates, perhaps even more terrifying than the calamities of war. Zhao Jianjia had parents and Xuan Yue had family, they would not follow him into exile. Ultimately, the only ones who might accompany him would be foolish Kai and I. However, remaining in the Great Jin and allowing fate to dictate his life was also a difficult situation for Zhou Yuan. He understood history and knew what the Jinkang disgrace meant. To be honest, if the court truly reached that point, it would be a great humiliation. The first 2 options seemed unfeasible. What about the third? Where is the third path? The third option, decades of experience in the turbulent seas of politics with the wisdom of 5,000 years of history, could it turn the tide? As he thought of this, Zhou Yuan felt a jolt throughout his body, a flame igniting within him, and his blood boiled instantly. As heaven is about to collapse and the country is on the verge of sinking, as a descendant of Yan and Huang with a wealth of knowledge, why should he not dare to mend the heavens? Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan suddenly called out. Zhou Yuan hurried over, rubbing her eyes and saying, "My master, you haven't slept yet." Ha! Zhou Yuan was taken aback, looking out the window to see the full moon hanging high. It was already the middle of the night. He turned back to Zhou Yuan, squinting, and asked, "You experienced the Yunzhou riot, why didn't you take the young lady to escape then?" Ah! Zhou Yuan clearly did not expect Zhou Yuan to suddenly bring this up, and she smiled wryly. "There were mobs everywhere, how could we escape? Besides, the young lady and madam were trapped in the main building, how could I run away alone?" Zhou Yuan laughed. "Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" "I am afraid, but I cannot run away. The young lady treats me like a sister, I would rather die with her. Even if I die, I am still part of the Zhao family." Zhou Yuan stood up. He did not speak but merely opened the door and stepped out. The courtyard was filled only with the chirping of insects at midnight, and the moonlight like water covered the ground with a layer of silver. The ancient pines were lush and the old banyans were flourishing. Such a beautiful world, such splendid rivers and mountains. If I am not afraid of death, what difficulty or hardship should I fear? The heavens are hard to mend, it is only a matter of burying this 7-foot body in the yellow mud. Wherever I came from, that is where I will return, and that is all there is to it." Zhou Yuan turned back to Zhou Yuan and said with a smile, "Go wake Ming Rui and have him leave immediately to deliver a message for me." Ha! Zhou Yuan's eyes widened now. Zhou Yuan smiled lightly. "Are you worried about him?" "Not at all." "Don't talk nonsense," Zhou Yuan said anxiously, stamping her foot. "I am your servant. Go, it's urgent." After speaking, Zhou Yuan returned to his room, spread paper, ground ink, and began to write. "Dear father-in-law, on the afternoon of July 17th I met with an official from the inner court and was alarmed by a great secret. The Zhejiang governor Huang Han was assassinated on June 22nd, and dozens of people on the canal boat, including members of the Jinhui, all perished. A second-rank provincial governor and a key minister of the court have met their demise on the canal. The emperor is furious but has not made an announcement, which is truly unusual. In recent years the situation in the Great Jin has been worrying. In the north the Tartars and Mongols are eyeing us, causing incessant disturbances, while internally the bandits are in chaos, repeatedly failing to quell them. In the south local chieftains run rampant, coastal smuggling is rampant, there have been droughts and floods and locusts ravage the land, the nation is in disaster. The country is in chaos, the year is dire, the common people are suffering, and it is evident that heaven is about to collapse and the great building is about to fall. My family is poor as a son-in-law, having entered the family through marriage, yet I have also studied in my youth, able to recite the teachings of sages. I am willing to use my vast knowledge and great talents to try to mend the heavens. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Mount Tai once witnessed a sage king, and the imperial examination appointed the top scholar possessing a heart for the world. How can we scholars sit idly by while the country is destroyed and the people suffer? Therefore I ask my father-in-law to assist me in gathering this land and forging a great wall of gold and soup." After finishing the letter, Zhou Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling as though his entire body was relaxed. The hardest thing in the world is to make a decision. Because a decision signifies a direction. Zhou Yuan was grateful that he could always maintain a clear mind amidst the most chaotic situations and make the decisions that aligned with his own will. Even if in the end the facts proved that this decision was wrong, as long as it aligned with his own will, there would be no regrets. But in life and work, once a decision is made, one must commit fully. It concerns destiny, it concerns the world, and it concerns one's own path. How could he be negligent? Zhou Yuan turned and looked at the distant residence where there were no lights left, only darkness. But Zhou Yuan knew that there was a light of his own there.